Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Hump Day edition of Shan and RJ, live from Radio Row in Indianapolis on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. It is day one, morning one of the NFL Combine, brought to you by Yorgi Pet Care Connectors, East Dallas Diesel, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and the On-Time Experts. And we got a special co-host throughout the week.
Yay!
We welcome back to Indy, Brian Broaddus.
Hello, gentlemen. Great to be with you guys this morning.
How does it feel to be back in your element?
Yeah, it's funny. I got to do our show yesterday afternoon, and just so excited to once again see people that I've known. I've been coming to Indianapolis for over 25 years, and just being a part of this, whether it was on the scouting side or, you know, our friends over there at DallasCowboys.com. You know, we had the draft show here. We did a lot of work, a lot of really good content, and you have to love the fact that you're in the middle of everything going NFL, with owners being here, general managers, coaches, scouts, future players. It's just you get so much, you learn so much being in this convention center, and what you do also at night, going to restaurants and stuff like that.
Yeah, Broaddus, he's putting up big numbers on the scoreboard early on. He did show up to night number one dinner. He walked home while we were too scared to brave the wind and the cold. And then this morning, I feel a little embarrassed. I'm a little bit embarrassed over what happened this morning, as he said, I'm going to go ahead and walk again. And Bobby, of all people, who took the scooter last year, said, nope, I'm getting a car. Yep. And we were anticipating frigid conditions like last night. Then I step outside, and I'm like, damn it. It's kind of balmy out here. This feels nice. Broaddus is walking, we're driving, and then he beat us here walking. He beat us walking, and we're in the car. So, early embarrassment.
I was expecting that we were walking. I thought we were walking. We got down because we were like, all right, we're going to be at 6:10. It's kind of early, right? Yeah. I was like, all right, I guess we're walking. I'd bring the winter coat.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to walk, and then Bobby comes through with the car. I was like, well, why stand when you could sit? Churchill, right?
Sure. Is that what Churchill said?
Yeah, why stand when you could sit?
I thought he said, never have so many owed so much to so few.
He said that, too.
He said a lot of things.
He said that, too, but he said a lot of things. So why stand when you could sit?
You did not bring the winter coat, but you did bring something else.
Yeah.
How would you describe this, Brian?
I kind of thought it was kind of almost a salmon look.
It is.
But with the lighting here in the convention center, it's kind of orange.
Well, I love things that are orange.
Hang on, let me stand up and clap.
No, you're on the wrong side to clap. You're looking from where I am.
Oh.
You would be on the left.
Okay.
Yeah.
He needs to clap.
Okay, he needs to clap. Choppy exploded into the breakfast lobby this morning with a brand new outfit.
I'll show it to the fan cam. It's called Comfort. But yeah, it's a full-on jumpsuit. It's very warm. I thought we were going to walk. I was like, all right, it's going to be cold today. I think this is the coldest day. I better wear this. But also, I feel that because it has been wintertime, that my face is a little washed out. This brings the color to my face. Okay. Because it just radiates.
It's funny, though, when I saw him walk down into the lobby with it, I said, I got a shirt just like that. I wish I would have brought it. But I was thinking maybe that would be a little too much for everybody at the Combine.
Yeah.
Like Broaddus shows up in the big, like I look like a salmon, going upstream.
I will not be able to wear this the whole show. It is hot in here.
Yeah. It is. And there's no people in here.
I know.
Yeah.
Really? Although there's a lot of setups here at Radio Row.
We got Indiana radio next to us.
Oh.
Man, you ought to hear them bitching about the Pacers yesterday.
Really? They had Carlisle on, I believe, in the interview that went national, where Carlisle was complaining about the tanking stuff.
That's exactly what they were going. They were going after the league.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if Carlisle cusses them out as much as he used to do us back in the day, even though we ended up on good terms with Rick.
Yeah.
And now we have Master of Ceremonies, Bobby Beld, who is responsible for the guest list today. Clayton Adams, Cowboys offensive coordinator, is going to join us live at 6:40. Never heard him in a radio interview like that before. Ian Rapoport going to sit down with us 7:20 in the commercial-free expressway. And then throughout the rest of the week, Bobby has lined up Will McClay, Brian Schottenheimer. Who else am I for? Dane Brugler, Christian Parker.
Yeah. Christian Parker.
Also, and Bobby has the equipment knowledge here to get us on air after a rough night.
I was going to say, but are your headphones fixed?
I need a little bit more return, but I'll get it in the commercial. I went from everything to nothing.
Oh, okay, good,
but
good.
It doesn't matter. Still, you did a good job getting us on air, but you showed up to the lobby looking miserable, and I'm like, what's your problem?
Yeah, you're like, what's wrong with you? I
thought you went back out after we came back from dinner and drank.
I was going to. So I went back upstairs, and I was like, all right, let me sit here and keep track of things. And I hadn't drank very much. I had like 2 at dinner or something.
They were trying to get you to drink the third.
And I kept saying no. I was like, no, I'm good for now, because I figured, all right, I'm going to be out later. And then, I got back to the hotel, and as I was sitting there looking at my phone, I was like, my stomach, like it was like my abdomen. It wasn't even like tummy ache. It was like my abdomen felt just like a sharp pain. I was like, what the hell's that?
So there's 36 fried cheese balls you ate. Do you think that had anything to do with it?
I don't.
With the mayo, aioli.
Yeah, the mayo
sauce.
with maybe some kind of pancetta or something chopped up. Maybe the grease level was maybe
Bobby,
off the charts.
I don't like to place blame, is the thing.
Yeah.
That's not. I'm very just. I'm very focused on the results. I don't focus so much on what happened. But, I ended up throwing up like 6 times last night.
Oh, my God.
It was one of those ones, and that's when I knew. I was like, well, this definitely isn't alcohol, because when it's alcohol, you throw up once and it's out. This was like, throw up, and I'm like, all right, I'm good, right? And I'm like, no, I'm feeling worse. And I just kept feeling worse, like, after each time.
It's amazing sometimes where, like, I'll eat something thinking, I know I'm going to get sick. Like, I found these cucumbers in the drawer the other day. They were soft.
Little soft,
slimy.
Little
and I said,
watery.
you know what? I'm hungry. We'll give some to the dog, and then I'll eat the hard part.
Give the dog cucumbers?
He loves the cucumbers.
Really?
Oh, yeah. So I'm eating these slimy cucumbers thinking, boy, I'm getting diarrhea. I'm going to count down about 12 hours. Nothing. Thought for sure I was going to get it.
Yeah.
Nothing.
So we went to this Prime 47, one of the hot spots. It reminded me last year. I was like, oh, yeah, I remember the food not being great out here. I had a horrible order, so I got to blame myself. Mm-hmm. But these were the greatest croquettes I've ever had in my entire life. Bobby ordered another round of them.
Yes.
And I was thinking this morning, I was like, he going to sit here and blame this steak. Choppy had steak. Broaddus had steak. And he's going to say the steak is contaminated. But the croquettes make all the sense.
Well, yeah,
Everybody ate the
36 of them. I mean,
They were not 36. Stop that.
and then-
Whoa, you think he's 20?
No,
Not
I did
that
not eat
you
20.
had all 20.
No, yeah.
could there have been something with the meatballs, too?
But y'all both ate the meatballs.
I didn't
one,
touch the
not
meatballs.
4.
I didn't eat 4. I ordered 4. I ate one for the table. Choppy ate 2. You ate 1.
I remember the
Choppy
meatballs.
had 2?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's Italian.
Can I make an observation?
I was ordering croquettes and
Oh, boy.
meatballs for like the table,
Yeah.
and then nobody's just like, no, and I was like, take, and I had to like start telling people to like take
We
them.
had a dinner to come.
But you're the king of like, let's
I
order
ate like 3 of them.
But you're the king of order the appetizers. Let's get like 6 of
Yeah.
them, and now let's eat. Like that's the way you.
I thought
usually do
that
it.
was your meal. I thought that was your ordering as your meal. But it was fantastic. But I was loving listening to your scouting report of us eating last night.
Yeah,
you broke it down like film.
I did. The observation level of you guys at dining is outstanding. Choppy, very patient steak eater. Very patient.
Yeah.
I thought he would be
like,
okay, I'm going to shovel this in like the Russians are in St. Louis. Like we're about to get attacked. But he was very patient, put the knife fork down, took a bite, conversation, yelled at Bobby, yelled at you.
Yeah.
The observation I'd like to make, and I'd like to ask my fellow friends over on their side of the table. Do you guys notice how violently Shan shakes his wine glass to get?
So
I don't.
Show the legs,
I was going
sticks.
I was going to go on YouTube to see the people that do this professionally.
James Suckling. You're going to check him out a little bit.
I've never seen anybody shake their wine glass as violently, and I'm thinking that's flying out of the glass every single time. And it just happened to stop at the top and then settle back down.
Like a pro.
But Sean would
That's a sommelier.
you really don't have a very good quarterback opinion. And then that glass was like we were on the tilt-a-wheel.
What was your grade on Joey Harrington again?
Yeah. Broaddus, when he ever been right about a player? Yeah.
This is the impression I get tweeted about every day during the G-Bag Nation, and happened again yesterday while we were flying over here.
I was funny. My favorite one is like when you like kind of bitch at Spittle. You know, my favorite one is when
we're on air, Brian.
I know. I go, I'm the only one that cares about this place.
Oh, God.
The rest of you son of a bees. Nobody cares.
Gavin,
like
I'm
me.
personally grateful you guys sent us out here this week.
Yeah, Spittle, that is not. I'm the only one who responded to your email yesterday, Gavin. Remember?
By the way,
are we responding?
Oh no,
to the hockey
about
takes?
Tarleton. Oh, you're responding to every email.
Yeah.
You're on
With
everything with
exclamation points,
exclamations.
he's happy.
You're a pig in ass. You're
I'm
so happy.
So happy to be here.
How much just warmth did it fill you with when John Schneider?
Hey, listen, man.
John Schneider was glowing when he saw Brian walk up to his press conference yesterday.
I owe you a lot of thanks because I had no clue how to pull these things. You know, I'm thinking like, somebody got this, right? Somebody got this. Bobby went and found it with the Seahawks folks.
Podium,
yeah, me at the podium with John Snyder, and so I thank you for that, number one. But yeah, just to see like John and I started work. John was like 22 years old. You know, John was just a dreamer. John was trying to figure out, the job, what he was going to do. I do know this about John. John had an idea, even at 22 years old, that he was going to be a general manager, that he was going to run a team. Now, whether he thought he was going to win 2 Super Bowls, that's a whole nother thing. But yeah,
now he was your intern.
He was my intern in Green Bay.
Do you know that? You're like I treat everyone the same, so I don't have to do a second thought of, was I mean to him?
If you talk to John Snyder today and asked him his experience, I never asked John to do anything that I wouldn't do with him.
Yeah.
Like, hey, John, we got to empty all these notebooks. John, we got to move all this film, all these beta tapes over here.
Beta.
Yeah. Everything that I did with John, I did with him, just to make sure that he never thought that I was trying to big time him or anything like that.
Special co-host Brian Broaddus with us in Indianapolis here on Shan and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Took a lot of heat last night for my selfie that I was just
Big Dom?
Yeah. This made my night.
Sean, I think RJ got his suit from Big Dom. Big Dom. I think this is travel clothes for Big Dom.
Yeah.
Coming from Philadelphia.
So
1,000%.
we're sitting at the bar, and from now on, I just want to see if we can eat at the bar. Like, they put us in that back table back there.
But you were kind of enjoying. You were enjoying Rich Eisen. By the way, Rich Eisen, for some reason, like when I was walking by, he looked at me and goes, "Hey,
Yeah, same thing here.
He goes,
"What?"
Yes.
He kind of goes, "Hey, good to see you." And I'm kind of like, "Oh, yeah, thanks, sir." I go, "Have a good broadcast." I don't know what else to say, but he's like, "Hey, good to see you."
So
He follows along with stuff we do.
I definitely caught me looking at him like, hey, I know who you are.
Yeah.
And then he was recognizing that I recognized him.
Yeah.
He has no idea who I am.
Right.
Okay.
He was just recognizing that I recognized him, and he goes, hey, how you doing?
One of his
Maybe
producers is a big Cowboys fan.
Okay.
And so I know he listens to us a lot. But Eisen, this is why people love Eisen in the business, is because even when Eisen's show was on like Roku or whatever it was, and it wasn't really, he would still regularly, every big media insider would go on with Eisen because they felt like Eisen, when they were nobody, they felt like Eisen always saw them and was really kind to them when people are not always kind to them.
Mike Tirico's this way.
Yeah.
Mike Tirico, I went to a dinner with John Gruden and Mike Tirico. And this was very early when Mike and John were working. Oh, by the way, I think my nemesis just walked in.
Who?
Oh, is that Mike Kliss?
That's Mike Kliss from Denver.
Oh.
Man. You hack.
Broaddus.
Yeah. So
Some Denver TV guy.
yeah, he's the guy that says,
Some Dallas web guy.
yeah, how does a Dallas webcast guy know what's going on? I won't sound like you there, Sean. But he's like, yeah, that's my nemesis over there.
Wow.
He goes, how does a Dallas insider know anything that's going on with the Broncos? Well, I've got some people in the building I know.
I bet you didn't even know what the Kliss is.
And how long ago was that?
He and I have been having a running battle.
This would have been 2017 because Paxton Lynch got drafted in 2016.
Yeah, I'd heard all kinds of things after the fact and in the building, and this guy right here challenged me, and so every time I see him, I call him a hack.
Well, don't get in trouble day one.
No.
Brian Broaddus back with us here on DFW Sports Station 105.3.
By the way, you're not getting away from it that easy. We are going to talk about your Big Dom photo a little bit more.
Yeah, so
I'm sorry, I did. I interrupted there.
So Eisen was in there, that freaking cheapskate Big Cat. So I'm feeling good. I've had a long day, personal stuff back
Big
home.
Cat Barstool guy?
Yeah, Big Cat Barstool walks in. Bobby sees me.
He owes you money, right?
He owes us money.
Yeah.
And I immediately look at Bobby goes, don't.
I saw them walking in. I was like,
because I was ready to yell like you just did to Mike Kliss.
Yeah.
And I was ready. He goes, just don't, please. And this is Bobby's, this is his world out here. I'm not going to mess up his contacts and everything. And then it all got made up because Big Dom came in and I asked for the selfie, and then I got destroyed by the
The way he roasted.
I got murdered.
the way he walks in, too, just like, you're like, can I get a selfie? He's like, of course. Appreciate you, fellas. The way he walks in, like, hey, how's the Stromboli tonight? It makes me so bad watching him walk
like him
in.
and Shan then got disappointed with the Parmesan.
yeah. Horrible order on my behalf. All right, so there you go. I told y'all 6 a.m. Was going to be a great one to start off the Combine coverage with Brian Broaddus, Clayton Adams at 6:40, Ian Rapoport. I forgot Mike Tannenbaum at 9:40.
The Royal Tannenbaum.
The Royal Tannenbaum, Broaddus' boy. Now we know the reason why Brandon Aubrey is taking so long, and I think I'm about to be done with the great Cowboys kicker. Inside the Star, next on The Fan. But
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
The Whales are out in Indianapolis. Cowboys offensive coordinator Clayton Adams is going to join us here at 7:40. Wait a second.
6:40.
6:40. I'm looking at my Indy clock. My bad. How nice was it to sleep? Did you sleep in extra long?
No, I kept tossing and turning.
I woke up an hour early and took a shower, which I never do. I take showers, but not the morning shower.
Yeah, when I woke up and I looked and it was 5:40, quote unquote, I thought I was late for about 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Every hour. I was up every hour.
Right?
Yeah, every hour.
And here we have the benefit of the extra sleep, and we're screwing it up.
Do y'all get at this hotel? Are you getting static?
No.
It was like fire. It felt like fireflies in my room. All the static.
Well, look at that damn thing you're wearing.
Well, that's true. But I don't think it was. I was naked. I was stark naked.
Gross.
In there. Static galore.
Would you rather have the bare wooden floor to walk around barefoot, or do you keep socks on, or would you rather have carpeted, knowing there's stuff in that?
At the hotel or
Yes.
just at your house?
The hotel.
Bare floor.
Bare floor?
Probably easier to clean.
Are you walking around barefoot?
Or socks. Yeah.
Probably. I want the.
Well, I know it's barefoot or socks.
I forgot my house shoes.
Listen, you
My
could go
slippers.
crazy worrying about all the things in a hotel.
Yeah, you can. It's disgusting.
You just go in there knowing that you hope you survive.
Yeah.
You know, you get to Friday, you get to the checkout, they ask you how everything is.
Yeah.
You look at the lady or the guy and go, I'm still here.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
I don't feel like that. You know, I didn't get bed mites. I didn't have somebody watching me, go to the men's room. I didn't hear people next door having sex. I mean, it was a good trip.
Yeah.
It's a good trip. If you go in there knowing that you're going to probably get massive amounts of disease in your body, it's going to ruin your trip.
Ruin your trip. The one thing I do at a hotel, it just bothers Sarah, and she's kind of laid off because she knows I'm just not going to change. But when I am brushing my teeth, I stick my head down to get the water.
Oh,
You want
underneath the
scoop?
sink.
Underneath the sink.
Yeah.
In this sink, the sink is too small to get your head in there.
Why don't you scoop?
I'm not a scooper.
Yeah.
I just head right in. I just dive right
With
in.
those
baby.
hands been, you might as well try and put your head in.
I'm the Vince Vaughn ice cream. I just dive right in, right?
Clayton Adams.
So now I got to get my mouth all over the sink drain or faucet, which is disgusting.
You need a little cup.
Yeah.
Dixie cup, a little cup there.
That's why they
Swirl.
have those two paper cups for you there.
There you go. Clayton Adams, Cowboys offensive coordinator at 6:40. 6:40. Ian Rapoport, 7:20. And Mike Florio has just texted. He might be in for the 8 o'clock hour. We shall see.
Maybe.
Is there going to be fireworks?
We're going to preview it after Clayton Adams. I'm going to leave about 3 or 4 minutes after Clayton here to set up Choppy versus Florio.
That's what I was going to ask. I thought I remember following your show, and Choppy went after him, didn't he?
Yeah, on
I got
Twitter.
no beef with him.
You really don't?
No. He has beef with me. I'm fine. I've moved on. That was yesterday's problem.
What about face-to-face beef?
No, I don't have beef with
He
that.
is so
exist for him.
non-confrontational.
Yeah.
Really? Are you going to back that up? You back that ass
I don't
up?
fight Italian. I don't fight Italians. I keep rep.
Yeah.
You don't fight anybody.
That's true.
Anybody, if there's a conversation we had, and they're just like, hey, what'd you say?
Choppy,
You're like, I don't remember.
I'd like you asking, like, why are you so
Here's Clayton, here's
clickbaity?
Clayton Adams.
Clickbaity.
Clayton Adams is joining us now.
Oh, Clayton Adams is, he's going to walk it right up to us.
Oh, well, we have
Should
our
we get a chair? We got to get a chair. Are you going to sit him right there?
was
We're
about
gonna
to
make him sick because we got Inside the Star.
Yeah.
I was about to segue into the we'll be like you can go ahead and and wait, Coach, as we got these Cowboy topics, and Brandon Aubrey was going to be the one to start off with. Bobby kind of threw it out there. He said, if I'm Brandon Aubrey's agent, I'm asking for $10 million. The kicker market would be reset at about 6.5. Yesterday, y'all were covering this on G-Bag. What was the instant reaction when the reports came out that they were asking for 10, Brian?
Well, I wanted to get it confirmed, and I was able to do that. And their comment was, I said, did this guy really ask for $10 million? And the comment I got back was, he absolutely did. So, yeah, that's, again, Todd France feeling like he could be a bully and
Dak's agent.
Yeah, Dak's agent, and he feels like, hey, I'm working with the cavemen. I think the Cowboys will. The fact that they have the ability to use some tags will help them.
Explain the tender.
Well, Bobby, do it for you. You're a great tender explainer.
Yeah.
I don't mean to.
So
Yeah, Bobby knows tenders. He'll throw them up.
But I'm
later.
going to tell you what's going to happen after. Yeah.
There are three kind of tenders that you can have. You've got the original round tender, which is wherever you were originally drafted. If you're undrafted, it's just nothing. But it's an original round tender, which is the
Right
same
to match.
cost.
Right to
it's
match.
basically right of first refusal.
Yeah.
Then you've got the second round tender, which is you can match the contract or get a second round pick in exchange, and then a first round tender, which is match it or get a pick in exchange. And I can't remember the last time a second or first round tender was placed on a player and they got compensation for it. It just doesn't happen typically.
Yeah, it's so that will give them the first round tender is roughly about $8 million if I'm right about that. Mm-hmm. So, for example, if you get a team, and there's the team that I think about is the Rams with 2 first round picks. They own Atlanta's pick and their own pick at the back of the draft.
Cleveland has 2, right?
Yeah,
as well.
Cleveland has 2. And so if you think about the Rams and maybe being a player away and the kicking situation that they, when you think about that offense, like every time they get the ball, they have potential to score, whether it's a touchdown or with Brendan Aubrey kicking 70-yard field goals.
Yeah.
In that indoor facility out there at SoFi. So to me, if you're Les Snead, I'm kind of thinking like
don't say a 1.
See, that might be the thing. But think about the 29th pick. The 29th pick. What we have to do is, if you're the Rams, look at the Rams' team needs, and then tell me, like the Cowboys can't afford to really do anything. They need defensive players. The Rams roster so talented.
Yeah.
That the kicker at 29 might put them over the top.
Yeah. Look, obviously no one is paying 10. That's freaking ridiculous. And it had me.
But you feel good about 8? Because Dallas was willing to go 7-4, 7-5.
Right.
So if you kick another $500,000 on there,
right,
you're right where you need to be.
Well, that's my question now is, forget about this story of 10, because I'm having a hard time not feeling offended myself. I'm woke up angry. But it's negotiating. Where do you wave goodbye to him in terms of the number?
I struggle with this.
You fine with 6.5?
No.
Yeah, I struggle with this because it's you either have the philosophy you're willing to pay a kicker or you're not, right? And if you're willing to pay him, you're willing to pay him. Like Bobby's not willing to pay the kicker or anything.
I'll pay the kicker something, and I'll pay above league minimum, but I'm not getting into anything more than $4 million.
But, so the other thing you got to ask is, with the cap now at $300 million, 302, whatever.
A little over 3.
All right. The difference between, if you're willing to pay him 8, then you should pay him 10. You'd be willing to. Because you're not getting anybody for $1 million or $2 million. You're not getting a single player.
You always say that you're wrong.
That can help your team.
But you're
There's
wrong.
Not a single who can help your team.
You're wrong philosophically. You always take it and say, "Oh, this $2 million isn't going to get me a player." The point
do it
is
6 times, then you got a problem.
Yeah. The point is to do it 3 times.
Yeah, don't do it 3
and
times.
Save 2.
Right.
Then I have 6.
Right.
Yeah.
Then you've screwed yourself. If you just do it once, that $2 million isn't really going to hurt.
Here's where I am with Aubrey now. Second round tender.
There you go.
And I'll go ahead and take the second round pick.
Yeah,
and I didn't feel that way 48 hours ago.
There you go.
And I shouldn't let the emotion of the $10 million ask get to me, but now I'm like, okay, you can go.
Which you won't. Nobody will give you the second for it at that point, because then they're paying money.
Braun's getting ready to give out the LA's one.
But they're paying you the $8 million and the second, and they're not going to give you both of them.
I was just thinking about my buddy Les Snead out there. F them picks.
Well, and their whole special teams unit was trash this year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. All of a sudden, you go from having one of the best offensives in the league, which you have, and then you have one of the better defenses in the league. All of a sudden, you got a kicker that every time you get past the Ram logo, we know that. We've seen this guy make field goals from great distance.
What's your ceiling with him financially here if you're the Joneses?
I think $8 million is where it's at.
Yeah.
I think this guy is a legitimate weapon. I think that, listen, you spent $7 million on Kenneth Murray, right? Am I right about that, Bobby?
Yep.
Think about that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's far worse things I could do with money than that. I'm a fan of this guy because I think he's an absolute weapon to have. I just do.
All right, Bob, you've been the most out on the idea. So what are you doing now?
I'm letting him go. I mean, I was letting him go last week when it was talked about a 7. And it's nothing against Brandon Aubrey. It's just I don't think you can commit those kind of resources to that position.
877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel text line. So is that what's going to end up happening here? They're like 6, 10, 8 in the middle?
Probably if they're willing to pay it.
Jump the market by $1.5 million.
I'm just, to me, I'm looking if.
I don't know. I mean, France said 60 on deck, and they went 57, and he went 60.
He got him to cave.
60.
He got him to cave. I think they're a little bit more dug in because the response that I got was kind of like with Dak. I think it's a different story.
Of course.
With the kicker,
the leverage is not the same.
Yeah, with the kicker, I think it was one of those things where they kind of were like,
Kicker's more accurate.
Can you believe? Can you believe that they asked?
You keep those throwaway. No. Wait, when we get Wilson here tomorrow, by the way, I'm doing all your scouting takes with Will on Thursday. We're gonna have you do those.
Oh, Will McClay.
We're gonna have you do those kind of bits with Will.
It's a funny joke. It's a funny comment.
Solid.
It's the Dak swipe.
Yeah,
he's
it's
trying
not
to
even a
trigger
swipe.
me.
I like
He's trying to
Dak.
get me to double down on a bad take.
I like Dak. What do you want me to do?
Okay, let's get ready to have the first whale of the morning. Well, we got Broaddus. We got the salmon of the morning in Choppy's outfit on the
I only swim
FanCam,
upstream.
Twitch, and YouTube.
Right into a bear's mouth.
The run guru, Cowboys offensive coordinator Clayton Adams sits down with us next.
After we get
here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Here we go on the home of the Dallas Cowboys. We have Shan and RJ, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, the great Brian Broaddus co-hosting with us throughout the week in Indianapolis. And our first monster guest is going to be the run game guru, Clayton Adams, here on 105.3 The Fan. Were you aware that that was kind of your designated nickname out there?
I didn't know that was a thing.
You didn't?
No.
Now you don't love running more than passing, right? Like, or are you 50-50? Are you just like, I'm in love with the run game? Because you're getting all the credit and all the numbers everywhere you go. Boom, run game takes off.
I like the effect that having a good normal down and distance run game can give you on offense. And really more specifically than anything, what I love and what I'm addicted to is trying to create explosive plays and scoring points. And so however you need to get that done. But, it's a little bit like having a great jab as a boxer it's everything else that's created off of having a good under center run game, I think is really important.
Which run games, like conceptually, like we grew up like, oh, we love that player and we love that offense. What run games conceptually are like in the Clayton Adams Hall of Fame? Is it Shanahan? Is it
Joe Gibbs? Counter Trey. Can you go back there?
Who we nerd out over?
I mean, gosh,
let's not talk about Joe Gibbs.
I like all of them.
Joe Gibbs ran the damn ball. Go back and watch
Counter Trey.
Counter Trey.
Yeah, I did, of course, kind of the era that I was growing up in, watching the kind of the Denver Broncos wide zone run game was always I was always a big fan of that. I like what the Shanahan tree guys do now. Specifically, if you're just talking about teams that I like to watch and try to get kind of ideas from watching, is I really like watching what Ben Johnson does when he was in Detroit and now in Chicago. I think that they do kind of a lot of similar complementary type of things, and they get into pretty much every scheme, which is one of the things that I like to do as well.
We had the obviously the kind of like golden era running era of the 90s with Emmett and Barry Sanders and teams that really leaned on that. Then you had kind of like the passing game explosion in recent years where people are throwing the ball more than they ever had. It feels like the running game's starting to kind of make a comeback within the league in terms of trends. Is that just an example of the league is usually cyclical, and the more that defenses start adjusting to passing games, it's like, all right, well, we're going to flip back over here and we're going to start attacking you this way?
I've got kind of a theory on that, just watching the league over the past 7 or 8 years, is that when the pass rushers started getting paid the way that they did, it really changed the league, and it kind of changed the way that the sport is played a little bit, because there's a lot of these guys that are they're absolute aliens that are playing out there on the edge, and they're as athletic as anybody that plays professional sports at any level. Some of those guys were playing basketball or doing other sports maybe 10 or 15 years ago, and so it's gotten so much more difficult to protect the quarterback, that I think that the world that we're living in now is, all right, you're going to have to defend the run, because one thing that I know for sure is it's a lot easier to block those guys if they don't know that it's a pass.
We were, when you came in, we were kind of connecting dots. We were watching Arizona, and we're seeing the big buzzword in the media, pin and pull. This pin and pull guy, we were always doing that. How much did the things when you came, because we had a chance to interview at the draft, and you were talking about, like, we'll do things that we're good at. How when it kind of went through the season, how did you feel like? Did you get to everything that you wanted to get to, or were there things that you kind of had to hold back because maybe your guys weren't able to do that?
Yeah, I think it's certainly a process every year, and I think that's going to be a little bit different answer in 2026 than it was in 2025. But yeah, there were things that we leaned more towards because maybe we felt like Javonte did them better, or things that we leaned a little bit more into because it was better marriage with our play action, or some things that we leaned more into because we certainly blocked them a little bit differently or better on the interior here than we had other places that I've been. So yeah, we probably were a little bit better at outside zone than some of the teams that I had been on previously. where like when I was in Indy in 2021, we were almost all outside zone because Jonathan Taylor was good at it and the guys blocked it good. And so we're probably built a little bit more like that here, which is good because, the best hardball under center play action game generally pairs with your outside zones.
Yeah, and that seems like that you've got Dak playing very well under center. Is that something that we're going to continue to see with him? There was some thoughts about, man, he'd always played in the gun all his life and stuff. You put him under center, he's killer on the play action stuff you got.
I think he definitely likes it. And, I think that if you go up and put your hands under center on 1st and 10, you're giving away so much less information to the defense. And the further you get away from the ball, the location of the back, the depth of the back, the depth of the quarterback, there's just a lot of DNA that's being exposed at that point, where if you get up to the line of scrimmage and you're under center, the thing that I always think is funny that people always say is every time you're under center, it's runner, it's play action. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
What do you want us to do, getting empty?
Yeah.
So, I just think that there's less that's exposed. You're closer to the line of scrimmage. Your opportunity for explosives, I know, are better if you're on the line of scrimmage than they are if you're 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage. And so having an offense that's set up by run and play action, in my opinion, is generally playing into your hands rather than playing into the defense's hands, because what a lot of these teams want to do right now is they're built to rush and they want to rush.
Clayton Adams joining us here at 105 through the Fan. All right, so he mentioned under center. And then play action under center. How much more difficult is it for a quarterback? Because when you're on shotgun, your eyes are almost always downfield. But when you go under center, you do play action. You turn your back to the defense for 2 seconds. How much more difficult is that for a quarterback to lose sight of downfield, lose sight of where the defense is, and then have to pick it back up again?
Well, I think when you're doing the under center action stuff, you're giving the quarterback a different eye progression. And so rather than saying like, hey, we're working pure progression here, or we're going to start with this being a middle open, middle close progression, basically what you're telling him is when you get to the top of your drop, your eyes are going here. And so a little bit of it is less coverage based and kind of more of a yes-no. Like
okay.
you get, you turn your back to the defense, and then all of a sudden your eyes go to this part of the defense, and it's all right. It's here, or I'm checking the ball down. And so it's one of the reasons when people say that starting with an under center run game, an under center action game is a little bit easier for the quarterback is because you're not having to see all those things as much pre-snap. You want to get as much information from the defense as you possibly can, but if you can just give him a put your eyes here, this is yes, no, or check the ball down, that's a little bit easier progression.
When I'm going to ask you, I haven't found I know the answer to this from you, just listening to you talk, but we saw Tyler Smith play some at tackle. Is there any thought about going into the season, or was that just kind of a one-off situation because of what you guys were at that particular time of the season that you needed him to play there, or is that something that maybe going forward we might see him play more left tackle?
Well, I don't know exactly what the answer is that for the future. I know this is when we have those three inside guys playing together, it's one of our greatest strengths. And so do we want to kind of soften one of the things that we're really good at to try to make up at another position? I think in an ideal world, no. Where we were at the end of the season last year was, all right, this is how we get our best 5 players in the field, and I believe in that pretty firmly as a coach. But I think going into this offseason, in my mind, the way that I see it is, okay, how do we get a little bit better and more consistent play out of the tackles? Well, we need to get those guys on the field, and they need to play. Yeah. And that's one of the things that I know that Tyler Guyton's been frustrated with is, he had a great offseason. He's starting training camp good, and then he's on the shelf for a little bit. And then he comes back, and he's doing some good things, and he's flashing, and then he's on the shelf for a little bit. And so I generally use this metric in my mind, and I believe it is you got to get these young players through start 20 to 25. And then you start seeing those guys kind of self-monitor and seeing some of their own things that they need to fix or be able to help themselves a little bit. Is you get through that number, and now you start seeing a player that's going to improve from coaching and also from self-awareness.
Cowboys offensive coordinator Clayton Adams with us here on the Fan. What's most important to you out here, testing, drills, or interviews?
All of it, in my opinion, and I'm a combine fan, so some guys don't like going to the combine. Some guys think it's a waste of time, the underwear Olympics or whatever you hear people say it. In my opinion, like a big part of our job is to be professional evaluators as well and professional developers. And everything that happens here, Frank Reich told me this my first combine, everything that happens here is a piece of the puzzle. And so it's not a big, massive piece of the puzzle, but for example, I go into the weigh-ins. You know, when the guys weigh in, I want to see them interact with each other. You know, I want to see everything that you can possibly see, because every opportunity with these guys is a little piece. And so when you're writing your report, sometimes you go back and you're like, oh, I gave this guy a double plus on the field drills for whatever.
Is there times when you're sitting there watching the drills and you know a particular player, and in your mind you're going, God, I wish I was on the field right now because I got a drill I want him to do? There's something I want to unlock with this kid, and maybe you get to go to Texas A&M or Tennessee or wherever and do the drill you want. But you're sitting there in the stands, and you're going, God, if I just was on the field right now, I want to see something. I want to see him do something. I want to see him open, or how he sits down on me. Is that time?
I had never thought of it in that way, but yeah, I do feel that way. Particularly when the offensive line's on the field, it's like, oh man, I wish I was running this drill. I'd like to see him do this. But that's sometimes we get opportunities to go see these guys and work with them during the pro days.
Right.
And I'm kind of a big fan of doing that as well.
Sure.
Is just getting out there. All right, who's going to run running back drills? I'll do it. It's at the end of the day, it's just all coaching, and that's what one of the things that we're in love with this thing.
Coach, what's your philosophy on drafting backs in the first round? The big argument of we've got away from it, now we're kind of getting back to it. What's your philosophy and Shotty's view on taking backs high?
I certainly don't have anything against it. I always view the draft as just this, how do you acquire the best player that's going to help your team the most? And so I think you can get yourself in trouble. I think teams can get themselves in trouble by looking at it as this pick through this pick is premium positions only. Now, maybe you have the ability to get the same player if you trade back, then there's value in that. But in my opinion, when you're on the clock, if drafting Tyler Booker or whatever at this spot is going to make your team this much better, I think you take them. And I really, at that point, I don't know that I care that much about what position it is. Is it a need, and is this player going to help us?
We'll let you go with this. We're always trying to understand George Pickens more.
So am I.
Tell us about him, what it's like to work with him. Tell us what you can about GP behind the scenes.
He is an awesome personality. He's constantly smiling, laughing, marches to the beat of his own drum, certainly. I get accused of that sometimes as well. But for me, with players, coaches, anybody that we deal with in this business, first and foremost, I'm in this because I love football. I love football. I love sitting here talking football with you guys. Love sitting there talking football last night with a couple of guys that I saw at the Combine. And so if I can identify that someone that I'm dealing with loves football the same way that I love football, then you're all right with me. George Pickens loves football.
Wow. Well, Coach, we love talking steak and food, and I'm not a fan so far out here of the Elmos and the Prime 40.
We didn't really get a steak.
Huh?
You didn't.
Yeah, I had steak last year.
That's right.
And it was not memorable. I can't match it up against Texas steak. So you were here for years, and now you're in DFW. I mean, Texas steak game over Indy, or where's your heart lie?
Oh, man. A good steak is a good steak, I think, kind of regardless of it. I do think that the people from Indianapolis out there that are listening to this are listening closely because they do pride themselves on great steakhouses. You got St. Elmo's, you got D. Lincoln Prime. I mean, can I just have all of them?
Right. Okay. And what's your steak?
I probably, at the end of the day, if someone's got a gun to my head, I'm going with a ribeye.
Okay. Because the filet has been shamed recently, Choppy, and that's usually yours. The filet is getting a lot of hate.
Yeah, we wonder why we're the fattest country.
Well, you lose your man card if there's not some fat, some grizzle on there?
Yeah. I mean, filet is phenomenal.
I just found out about the Denver. I can't wait to have a Denver.
Denver cut, Denver steak. Are you a griller?
I like to. I have not had as much time recently, but now that we've got the backyard kind of set up. Yeah, a little bit.
Coach,
busy.
Thank you so much. This was a big get that we've been aiming for a long time. We really appreciate it. Love to have you back again.
Thank you.
The run game guru, the offensive coordinator of your Dallas Cowboys, Clayton Adams, here on 105.3 The Fan. It's Shan and RJ live from the Combine in Indianapolis. Let's go around the rest of the National Football League next.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's Shan and RJ live from the Combine, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt and the great Brian Broaddus, our morning co-host throughout the week. Brought to you by Yorgi Pet Care Connectors, East Dallas Diesel, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and the On-Time Experts. And that was enjoyable with Clayton Adams, Cowboys offensive coordinator.
Got a little smarter today.
What jumped out? Anything jump out?
Yeah, a lot of I think Choppy's question about turning your back to the defense always been something that maybe Dak had struggled with. Bobby, right? The people play that clog and cover. Where's the linebacker? I like how he explained that, how that all works, because you do feel like when you do turn your back, do you lose track of where everybody is?
Yeah,
and Dak's gotten so much better at that.
Yeah, because Dak used to have a lot of success with when he'd go into the drop. He was selling the play action as a draw.
Yeah.
So he kept his eyes downfield. He'd go downfield, draw,
he'd
and then
instead of turn.
Yeah, he'd backpedal, look like it's a draw, and then he. So they would use that a lot. But no, I mean he's been very effective at it, being able to just turn his head and identify everything.
I do think that the quarterbacks that can go under center.
Yeah.
Those are my favorite ones to watch. Because I just feel they're defense readers first.
Give me the quarterback that can call his own plays. That's a guy I like.
Yeah, well, I mean, who is that guy in today's league?
This.
Yeah, I would love a quarterback that can call his own plays. I don't know who that is.
There's a lot of them that could do it right now.
Okay, you think there's a lot that are capable.
I absolutely do.
Like, who are the brainy quarterbacks?
I think the guy up in Detroit could call his own plays.
I love him.
I think Jared Goff could call his own plays. With that running game, that receiving crew and all that, I think the guy at the Rams could call his own
Rodgers
plays.
has called his own plays essentially
forever.
For years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The George Pickens theme remains consistent.
No, good question about that.
Yeah, where you go, we're trying to understand him, and he goes, me too.
Yeah.
Loves football, but loves football and
that's why you put up with being late to meetings and stuff. Because when he does play on Sundays and Mondays and sometimes Thursdays, he loves being out there playing football. You will put up, if it was me, if I worked for the Cowboys, I'd go pick him up for work every day. Because he's that important to me.
They've done that before. Not with him necessarily, but they've done that with other guys.
I would absolutely. Yeah. I would drive to his house every day, and I'd say, George, I'm out front. Just come on. I'll get you. Jump in the back, and I'll get you to work.
I think that's the thing.
Or I would start the meeting when he got there and say he wasn't late.
but see, that's also the thing. You're on site with us. We have a bus to take you to the stadium, and you miss it. like that's it comes up. You deal with it. He's talented enough to where you kind of deal with it.
I tend to look the other way when players are great and a guy loves football. See, that's the problem. When we get Will McClay on this week, Will McClay is going to talk about guys that love football. You know why? Because he drafted guys that didn't love football.
Yeah.
He drafted Amazi Smith. He drafted Tristan Hill. He drafted – you can say what you want about Diggs. I don't know if Diggs really loved football.
I think at one point they felt like he did. Yeah. But it changed.
Ian Rapoport is coming up at 7:20. Mike Florio at 9:20. Mike Tannenbaum at 9:40. All right. Yesterday we kind of danced around this, and I think it's now time to waltz, two-step, whatever the next aggressive dance move.
Cha-cha.
Cha-cha. What's going on with Clowney? What's going on, and the whole question over a fit?
Yeah, I don't. I think your defensive coordinator sounds like.
What the hell is that?
Is this Hail State behind us? What do we got here?
Yeah, we're at Mississippi State. We got that.
It does not sound like the more they continue to discuss this, the more that Steven morphs from we're like actively trying to sign him to I don't know. It sounds more and more like Christian Parker has gotten here and evaluated things and is like, I don't know. And I think that's being I don't think he's coming back at this point.
Bobby, help me with this one. Sean, RJ, if you'd like to jump in on this one as well. Do you think that they have in mind that they want to play as a Raku at Clowney's position and then draft or sign a rusher or a stand-up Howell from Texas A&M, somebody like that playing the right side?
It could be that, but I mean, it's also just how much, and Sean brought this up yesterday, like Bond rushes and Bond drops and did different things. And Fangio defenders have been known to rush and then drop into zones, and Clowney doesn't like dropping, and he's older. He's not. He needs to be playing forward. He does not need to be playing
anything
back.
Going backwards or sideways is not.
And I think Christian Parker does have. Most of the defenders need to be able to go backwards in some capacity.
I don't know, man.
Wow.
You got a team. You need 6-7 guys on defense, and you're gonna walk away from someone who played pretty well.
6'7".
Not pretty well.
I mean,
very well.
Yeah, I mean, to me, like if you're a team that doesn't have talent on defense, you can't be just saying, "Oh, that talent doesn't fit."
But this is where I need this schematic explanation, because when I'm talking about, hey, just go and go play football. D end is one of those positions to me that's automatic. It doesn't matter if you are, an outside corner, a nickel corner, 4-3-3-4. Go get the quarterback, play the run. But now we're talking about scheme
because he's a linebacker now.
But
in this scheme, he's a linebacker, and so you need to drop. And so if he was a defensive end, if he's like one of those big 6'4", 295 guys, which he's not, like, okay, well, fine, you can play hand in the dirt, you can set the edge, you can do whatever else. As a linebacker, they're going to make him drop more.
That's very 1970s of you, Sean. Very 1970s. We're in an era.
It's a very Peaches and Herb.
Well, they're
take
the ones
of you.
telling me don't.
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
They're the ones saying don't overrate.
But see, that's
don't
the
get
thing.
married to 3-4.
See, we're in an era of specialization. Like, we're talking in the draft about hybrid safeties that can play in the slot, can play down, can play. We're talking about Darren Woodson of 30 years ago. Is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Everybody's
It's cyclical. The safety had been completely devalued 10 years ago, and now it's back to the Darren Woods.
That's what I'm saying. You know, when you start to talk about, hey, just line up and play, I don't care. It's like Steve Spurrier when he was with the Commanders. Like, Steve Spurrier was doing 7-step drops, and they're like, Coach, we can't block a 7-step. Well, just block it.
Yeah.
Just block it.
So
you got guys up there just
Spurrier
block.
never coached the Commanders.
Yeah, he did.
Redskins.
Well, okay.
So do you agree that Clowney's not a fit for Parker's?
I'm with you on this, by the way.
You agree?
Well, I grew up.
I know.
You don't have to get into it.
I know. That was fun. That was fun. I like
agree
it.
that Clowney's not a fit for this scheme?
You know what? To where what he wants to do with his outside linebackers, no.
Okay.
He's not.
Yeah, because I take you back to Carolina. When I was doing the Clowney research in Carolina, when we got him, it sounded odd. He was not happy with covering.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, I had to drop weight. I need to be heavier. He needs to be a 4-3 defensive end, playing the run and going after the quarterback. So maybe that's why we're getting the change of tune, because right out the gate, Steven said Javonte and Clowney.
Well, Steven's always going to do that in the post-season media conference.
I think they meant it, though. Right after the season, I think they meant it. They
didn't know they were going to get this
Right,
coach.
they didn't know who their coordinator was going to be. So they just thought, surely.
Yeah,
surely
that
somebody
changed
would
it.
want him.
All right, rest of the NFL. Let's do this while we have Broaddus before Ian Rapoport. I'm just going to rip through headlines from the Combine here in Indy yesterday. Raiders GM asked whether Crosby is considered untradeable. We're always listening.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins going to be released on the first day of the new league year. Free agent. The Vikings are exploring every option at quarterback. Nick Caserio says you're not going to see John McClain naked in Houston. The C.J. Stroud trade speculation is moronic. Cleveland GM going to infuriate Emmitt Smith, saying the job is up for grabs between Shador and Deshaun Watson.
Boy, Dylan Gabriel just got cast aside.
Right.
So what happens? New coaches come in. They like their guys.
Trent Williams and the Niners may not be able to work things out. What do you want to pick at first? What jumps out?
The quarterbacks as a whole jump out to me. Just the fact that this is
to a trade consideration, everything on the table.
Yeah.
Kyler refuting the Arizona general manager who said, yeah, we caught up. We caught up after the season. And a source says, no, they didn't.
I know it's I'm always going to find a way to tie it back to Dak Price. That's what I'm going to do. But legitimately, for all the critics that are out there that still exist, which they fluctuate in number depending on how he's playing, but for all the critics that exist of it, that rundown of headlines about quarterbacks is why a lot of times Dallas just goes, fine, we'll pay it. And why a lot of teams go, fine, we'll pay it, because that is hell. To be, you think you
3
just,
years of my life here
you
going
think,
through quarterback hell.
You think you just solved your quarterback thing in Minnesota with J.J. McCarthy, and then what happens? You're like, 1 year into it, you go, we need to put anything on the table, which usually to me is a sign. If it's a year in and they're going bail on that position, that they think something's broken up here. Like, that's usually it's between the ears. They don't like the personality. There's something they think is just you can't change.
Which is, I think, surprising for him, because I would have thought, like at Michigan, because he was, I mean, he had a good arm, but he wasn't like, holy cow, this super elite talent. I would have thought most of it was up top. That was
his placement, the way he threw over the middle of the field is what got him in the first round. He had NFL level throws that people tried to project out.
I thought he had ice water in his veins the way he played.
Yeah.
You watch some of those games at Michigan, and he had the nerve of a burglar. I mean, really, some of the things that he did.
I wasn't the biggest fan, but even I think this is too early to hit the eject button.
When we're seeing,
not that they're hitting it, but thinking about
to even put it on the
Why
table.
weren't these teams doing this in the early 2000s when we were trying? Like, there's no way we could ever get a quarterback. No way. Nowadays, you could go get a guy that could get you to the Super Bowl.
In the open market. But when you see Darnold and Geno and Daniel Jones and Baker Mayfield go from cast-offs, and then like year 6, they just figure it out.
How about coaching matters a little bit?
Get rid of a guy.
To be clear,
they got a damn good coach there.
They do.
Yeah.
To be clear, though, nobody's ever just figured it out in year 6 or whatever unless they've left. Though.
Unless they've left.
So a lot of times
true.
they have to get away and just get the reset with another staff.
Where have you stood on Crosby and Dallas? Possibilities.
You know what? I think you would be very hard-pressed to find somebody. It goes back to what we were talking about at dinner a little bit with the wide receivers. When you're starting to talk about trading Pickens, are you going to find a edge that is better than Max Crosby? That's kind of where I'm at. And when I'm into starting about trading, I'm very interested in the possibility of him coming in for the Dallas Cowboys. I'd absolutely
At what price?
I'd do it at the 12. I do it at the 12.
How does the scout?
Now, this is where I also, real quick though, Choppy, if I could, the first thing I'm doing is float 20, and I'm going to say 20 and take it or leave it. And if you don't want my 20, then But I would go at 12.
Okay, but not one end.
No, I would just offer the one.
How does the scout look at wanting the player, the talent, weigh the age, the years that you're going to lose with trading the one?
I also know that I'm in a 3-year window with Dak. I don't have time for Messidor to develop. I don't have time for Bailey, and I mean, I'm going to probably waste a year anyway with Bailey or.
You're probably wasting a year, honestly, with any edge rusher. Edge rushers just. We talked about this earlier. Ezeraku looked like the most pro-ready pass rusher in the draft last year.
I felt so wrong about him, but yeah, I mean, and I'm saying this in a way because I thought he was one of the top 3 pass rushers in the draft.
It's just the ability to get to the quarterback. He was about the most pro-ready.
So if you're building this team, you're building it under the impression that we're going to be bad in 4 years because Dak's going to be.
That's where I'm at right now. I am trying to maximize. What's going to happen in Houston? If this quarterback doesn't figure it out better, they're going to waste a historic defense.
Yeah.
I am trying my best to win while I got my quarterback for $60 million.
Who are you most excited to see out here in person?
As far as working out?
Yeah.
Man, you know what? To me, I can't. I'm trying to sort out these edge rushers, and I'm trying to figure out, are there guys that they like a Falk from Auburn,
Watch your mouth,
who's 6'6", 285, or if I start to hear whispers that they're talking to these guys that are these tall, 280-pound edges, then I'm a little bit concerned because me personally, and you guys all watch games just as much as I do. They had a hard time getting quarterbacks on the ground. I felt like they needed pressure players. But if they're starting to talk about maybe they're going to try and get these bigger edges and then move and let Ezeraku be that guy, that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. I'm trying to navigate which edge rushers they're looking at.
You know what you need to figure out while you're out here this week? Why Mel Kiper was on TV yesterday saying Ruben Bain's going to go between 15 and 20.
Yeah. Well, see, Ruben Bain,
Miami, Florida, who's been talked about as he's going 5 to 10 the whole time.
Well, I've seen
Kiper all of a sudden saying 15 to 20.
I've seen mock drafts where he's gone at 2.
Yeah, no, that's what I said, top 5 to top 10.
He doesn't look like your traditional edge rusher.
He's stout.
He's Brandon Graham-like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's bulky.
But he's got bend, and he's got the ability to finish.
You remember NFL Blitz, like the bulky? Yeah. They'd make them all look bulky and oversized. That's what Bain looks like.
Look, I saw him plenty. Sign me the hell up if he drops. Yeah. I'm in. Yeah. Brian Broaddus, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Can't wait for the rest of the week with you. and later on today.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Well, you're leaving now?
I got to go do other things.
He's got to go find out about Reuben Bain. Did you not just hear us?
I actually have to go do Love of the Star for Odyssey.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. I got to go, too, guys. We're going to go record Love of the Star.
Oh, you got fired.
Yeah, Brian fired me. Damn it.
I am so glad our ratings have been so much better without Bobby in the mix.
Hey, I'm the G-bag of the day.
Ian Rapoport, why does he keep talking about trading George Pickens, and would Pickens actually play on the franchise tag? Ian Rapoport, NFL Network, is next.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Show number 1 from the Combine in Indianapolis here on Shan and RJ, brought to you by Yorgi Pet Care Connectors, East Dallas Diesel, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and the On-Time Experts. An electric start to our week out here at the Combine with Brian Broaddus joining us for the first hour plus. Mike Florio is going to join us at 8:20. We're going to have Mike Tannenbaum at 9:40, former NFL GM, who you now see on ESPN. We got Will McClay this week. We got Dane Brugler. We got Brian Schottenheimer. And we have Christian Parker. So Bobby putting together the monster guest list and the broadcast equipment. Very versatile, very versatile. And yesterday, of course, Bobby and Broaddus were here earlier because they're that obsessed with the Combine. Choppy and I did our show back home and then flew out afterwards, so we were not involved in the sit-down with Ian Rapoport. This is Bobby Belt and Brian Broaddus with the NFL Network Insider talking about Cowboys offseason.
Joining us now is NFL Network Insider Ian Rapoport. Ian, thanks so much for stopping by.
Look at you with the meat shirt. I was texting him like mad because for the AFC-NFC title game Sunday, I smoked a pastrami. I turned a brisket into a pastrami. Then I turned a...
You did the whole 7-day brine? You did a 14-day brine?
We did 10-day brine and then 14-day process. And then I did at the same... So my wife last time we did it complained. It's like, this whole process, like, shouldn't you do more rather than just one? I'm like, cool.
Yeah.
So I did a boneless beef rib also, turned that into a pastrami, and that was, like, really decadent. It was amazing. So I was texting Pittman a ton on that.
Did you make your own bread? That's the key.
I didn't, but I hosted a bunch of dudes, some of my friends from town, and one of their wives makes, she made sourdough.
Sourdough, yeah, there you go.
So I'm curious. We've had a lot.
Is that not why you have
Bobby?
me?
No.
Bobby, we don't need to be talking
Sean,
about the football
look,
stuff. We got a real cooker here.
Look, Sean would be all over this right now. Now, I'm curious. We've heard this line recently here in Dallas of bust the budget. That's been Jerry's big mantra so far. Oh, we're willing to bust the budget. We're doing this. Just like a couple years ago it was all in or whatever else. He's always got these different things. They're really hammering that home though this time. How much do you think heading into this free agent season, Dallas is actually willing to say, all right, let's be active and kind of change our spending habits?
So, first of all, it's Jerry's budget, so there's no busting it. It's whatever he decides. I expect them to be active. I don't know, are they going to, spend like crazy? I don't know. They've never really done it. And also, because they've done such a nice job drafting, like they have, or signing undrafted free agent kickers or trading for receivers that nobody wanted except for them and turning them into a all-pro, there's a lot of guys to pay. But I expect a lot of activity. And what I thought last year was so interesting with Dallas was, there were some free agent moves, don't get me wrong. But it seemed like at the beginning they were like, we don't love the free agent class. We are going to go make trades. And they made, I think, 5 or something like that. And even the little ones. And then even into the season, it was more like, all right, where can we exploit this sort of market inefficiency? All right, the trading market is a way to be. And so last year there was a ton of trades. So I think they're going to be active. I just don't know they're going to be like, we're going to spend all this on free agency. It's like, I expect them to change out some players. I just don't know that it's going to be like, here's the biggest bag of money possible. That's never really been their thing.
Yeah, and when they talk about budget, obviously a lot of that included is going to be whatever they're dedicating to keeping George Pickens here, whether that's on the tag or whether they're able to work out an extension or whatever it may be. How high up on your list of figuring out things this week is I got to figure out what exactly is how things are developing with this Pickens Cowboys situation?
Yeah, I'm really curious to see which way it goes. I remember when I was talking to Steven at the December League meeting 2 years ago, and my question was a pretty simple one. It was basically how cognizant are you of being so top-heavy? You've drafted great. You've had to pay all your guys. They had, several players who were, at the top of their position because you had to pay them, and I think they would like a more middle-class, upper-middle-class heavy team. And so I think about that with Pickens. He's a great player. It was an incredible trade, one of the best trades of the whole offseason. And it's going to be $28 million on a one-year deal. And, yes, you can do a new contract with him, but, are you going to do it before July? Maybe, but historically it's been in July. So then you can carry that. Like, I could certainly make an argument that the best value is to trade him, let someone else pay him, get a second rounder or something like that, and then spread the money around on defense.
Would you think that's roughly what the valuation would be on the market? Would be a second-round pick?
I mean, basically the way you think about it with pending free agents is, like, look, Pickens is a top 5 free agent, okay? So you are getting the best compensatory pick possible if he leaves. That's a third-rounder next year, okay?
Yeah.
So that's where it starts. So the market for Pickens, if he's going to be traded, starts at a 3 this year, okay? Now, he's going to have a good market if he's up for trade. So you're like, all right, well, if he's worth a 3 at minimum, somebody might say he's worth a 3 and more. Okay, then he's probably worth a 2, and that's probably where it goes for me. So, my sense is if he gets a 2, then it would be at least be something to consider.
Ian, give me, because you've got such your finger on the pulse of what's going on in this league, give me the scouting report of what agents think of the Joneses in the front office dealing with them.
I mean, I don't know that there's a particular thought of, like, agents think this or that. I mean, I know we paid a lot of attention to it with the Micah thing, but I think, that seemed to be like more of a mixed messaging thing than anything else, like more of a misunderstanding that never got figured out.
Sure.
Look, the Cowboys are tough, but they do good deals, and they take care of their players. I mean, they've, a lot of discussion about, Micah, but, like, there's a long list of homegrown players the Cowboys have taken care of. Now, traditionally, it's taken longer than you'd like. Dak took way too long. CD took way too long. There's no reason for that. So it's like, okay, well, then on a Saturday before the Combine, they signed Javonte Williams, and I'm like, interesting.
Yeah.
Working on Brandon Aubrey. Interesting.
Okay.
It's like, I really, and Steven does a lot of things really well, and Will McClay does a lot of things really well, and it really feels to me like they're like, we're not going to do this again. We are going to be proactive, and we're going to learn from our mistakes, and we're going to figure it out.
If they don't ultimately say, all right, hey, we're just going to play out the tag, we're going to let, get another year of evaluation on George, make sure that this is the guy we think he is. If they don't end up deciding that a trade is something that they want to work out, how likely do you think he would be, Pickens or Pickens' team would say, yeah, go ahead and play on the tag versus no, we're holding out, we're fighting this?
David Mulligetta does not like the tag.
Yeah.
He is not a fan. He's had guys who have been on the tag. He does not like it. So I don't know what George Pickens is going to do. I just know historically you may not see him for a bit. You want him for the offseason program? Good luck. Because generally those guys don't sign in March. They sign in late August, if they sign in late August. Because he doesn't have to. He just got to sign by week 8 or whatever it is. So, like, if you tag Pickens and don't do a deal, it's going to be a while, and it's going to be a saga. And, like, good for you guys, not as good for the Cowboys.
Ian Rapoport joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, so in addition to the trade market, we just mentioned Pickens, potentially he could be out there if they've got a deal that they can't get done. The other two big names that are kind of being talked about in the market right now, obviously, are A.J. Brown or Max Crosby going to get dealt. What do you think the odds are that one or both of them does move this offseason?
It was interesting. Both of the GMs of those teams came out and said they felt like the players would be there. We'll see. We've heard that before. I mean, you guys heard Jerry talk about Micah a million times. Even when I knew he was getting traded, they were still like, we expect Micah to be a Cowboy. I'm like, we'll see about that. Max is tough because he's not healthy. Now, he's trying to get healthy, but, he had a full meniscus repair. That's months, not weeks. So, you're not going to, like, let's say the Cowboys, and you say, we're going to trade for Max Crosby, we're going to give him a new contract, we're going to trade a first-rounder plus for him. What if he's not healthy? What if he has a setback? Like, I love Max, but you don't know. That is an unknown that not a lot of teams would be willing to do when a guy's not healthy. So that, if he gets traded, I expect it to be either before the draft or more likely Micah time before the season. A.J. Brown, just based on contractually, like, you could do it, but it would be hard for me to find a trade that makes sense financially for the Eagles and also gives them enough assets to get better.
When you talk to evaluators, the general managers and stuff, how are they viewing this draft from what they've been able to gather through the year and then going into the Combine? Where are they saying that, listen, there's going to be at the top we can do this. It's going to be more towards the middle, the bottom. How are they describing to you as they look at this draft just before the combine?
I mean, it's not the flashiest. Quarterback-wise, there's, one, maybe two that go in the first round. Probably two. I think Ty Simpson probably goes. Usually those guys go. Not the sexiest, but sure, seems good enough. I would say defensively seems like you can have plenty of talent. Like, seems kind of like not the flashiest, but very solid. Like, nobody is like picking in the 20s like, this is going to be a disaster. Like, it seems like it's just like very solid. And it's early, but like, might not be as high profile as last year. Like, we're not going to get Shedeur Sanders floating around every round, but more than enough players.
And, you mentioned the Javonte Williams signing. That's them getting proactive ahead of something that maybe they don't always do it. The Christian Parker hiring on defensive coordinator was considered a massive break from how they've typically gone and looked for coordinators. Yeah. I guess that's the question. Do you feel like the Cowboys are operating any differently now than they have in maybe recent years, just structurally? And if so, why they would be changing?
Yeah, I mean, I really felt like in the defensive coordinator search especially, it felt like they were way more wide open than usual. Usually the Cowboys, the way they do things, they're like, all right, we know this guy. We've had good background on this guy. Like, we're going to go hire the couple guys that we know. And, I mean, look, it's worked. They've had some success. Haven't won a Super Bowl in a while, but had some success. This was different. This was more like we're going to do an open search. We're going to interview a lot of candidates, and we're going to try to find the best guy. Now, Christian Parker has always been a little bit of a fascination for me. Like, I went to Philly, I go to training camps.
Right.
And some of the reasons to go meet the guys who are head coaches and GMs and chat with them, but a lot of it is like, who are the new coaches that I don't know? And so I went to Philly last year to be like, who is Christian Parker? I've heard a lot about him. Everyone says he's a stud. Like, I never met him, so I flew there to go meet him. And he was awesome. And so when I heard the Cowboys were interviewing him, I was like, this has got to be the guy. This has got to be the guy. You take a good one from a rival. You get a bright young head coach who everyone says is a stud. He's never done it. I get it. But somebody's got to start the first time somehow, That was interesting to me, and I think, it certainly seemed like Steven and Jerry were more like, do your thing, do the full search, and see how it goes, rather than like, all right, here are the couple guys we're thinking of.
And last one for you here, and appreciate you joining us here. To that extent, it does feel like Brian Schottenheimer has claimed some power that the Joneses make available, maybe that I think a lot of times coaches don't realize they have, that they like listening to coaches and like listening to what coaches' opinions are. Do you think that this offseason and some of the changes is representative, like, hey, this is just them letting Schottenheimer, all right, explore this. Show us what this culture is you want to build. Show us what this team is you want to build, and we'll give you a shot at this.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, this sort of should be the way it is anyway. It just hasn't always been. I mean, what's annoying about the Eberflus hire is everybody thought it was going to work. And so you can criticize them, and we all have, but like when they hired him, I was like, what a great hire. I think everybody was. And so it's like, is it their fault? Like, sort of, I guess. They're the bosses, so it sort of is. But, like, who wouldn't have hired Matt Eberflus, right?
Yeah.
But I think with the Schottenheimer thing, it's like he should have the power to hire his own staff. He should have the power to run his program the way he wants. And, look, last year didn't go the way anyone wanted in a lot of ways. But you can sort of see why this might, at least to me, why this might work out. Like, a lot of bad happened last year. Yeah. Nealon thing was bad. That was devastating and horrible. And I don't know that a head coach could have handled it better, and there's no way to tell how to do it. It's a tragedy. It's like, and he was a human. He was a leader. And I'm not saying that's why he's gotten some power. I'm just saying, like, that's how you learn about people. And I think we learned a lot about Brian Schottenheimer and how he dealt with the worst possible thing you could get as a head coach. And so I kind of left last season with the Cowboys being like, yeah, okay, they didn't make the playoffs, but, like, there might be something here.
All right, last one. How much sleep on average are you getting a night out here?
Not very much. I would say 4 is probably what we're looking for.
Solid.
Get a couple nights sleep when I get back, and then get right back into it because we got free agency coming up. So
perfect. Ian, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks, guys.
Well, we have
a lot of breath.
Story. It was almost the Peyton Russell show for the rest of the hour.
Oh, yeah.
As Ian Rapoport sitting down with Bobby Bell and Brian Broaddus yesterday in Indy here on 105.3 The Fan. We're back live, brought to you by Yorgi Pet Care Connectors. Would you like to explain?
We went on a bit of a walk. It appears that the coffee is a 15-minute walk from here.
Uh-oh, he's getting the deodorant out on the fan cam. Twitching.
I put some on this morning. I think I need some more now.
And you had just cooled off in here.
Yeah, because I'm wearing this is a quite thick
this is hot now.
Well, we just walked.
I know. I'm saying now it's
we
like.
We power walked 2 miles. Easy.
So I knew it was far. I don't remember it being that far to get coffee and water. There is no water. Peyton, we literally left when the interview started, and we just got back 40 seconds ago.
So Peyton, when I called you and I said how much time is left in the interview, I was riding up the escalator upstairs to go to the media room, and you said there was 10 minutes left, and we got back here with like 40 seconds left.
14 minutes to go upstairs to get the coffee.
It's unbelievable.
And you know what happened? As we said, all right, let's break up. There's got to be a faster way. So Bobby took the way he knew. We took a different way. Bobby got back first, but guess what we saw on the way back?
2 coffee stands that we could have
Two coffee stands.
Not one, but 2 damn stops for coffee that we could have had. One was free, one you pay for. That's where we'll be going the rest of the week.
How far away is it?
It's 100 yards.
A sickening distance. A sickening distance.
I did tell you, although that walk the other way was not.
The other thing is, why is the media
we needed to see. We needed to see.
Why is
Trust
the
the
media
veteran.
so far
Trust
away?
your veteran. Okay.
Are you impressed with his sense of direction? Overall, like after last trip, this trip?
It's fine, yeah.
Okay.
I know where I'm going around here at this point a little bit. I don't know how to do the walkways. Broaddus used to know how to walk around. It used to be set up to where literally, depending on what hotel you were,
you
never had to go outside. You could walk to hotels, restaurants, everything, and stay indoors the whole way.
My question is just why is the media workroom so far away from this?
Yeah.
Like why? What's the point? Put it across the hall.
Where's the water?
They don't want the riders near the talent and the players.
Well, that's true. It may be true.
And there's a buzz back here that is taking place, and this room is litty, including Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, saying that LSU linebacker Harold Perkins, this is actually from Tommy Yarsh, Harold Perkins, Bobby, says he had a formal meeting with the Cowboys. Joseph Hoyt, Texas Tech linebacker Jacob Rodriguez, said he met formally with the Cowboys, said he believes he could play any of the 3 linebacker positions, said he models his game after Matt Milano and Bernard. And then I know Nick Harris had another player, C.J. Allen, Georgia linebacker, had a formal meeting with the Cowboys.
I hope so. So here's the fun thing we're out here.
3 linebackers.
You'll ask them those. So it's just the linebackers up there right now that are out there that they can ask them. But that's the funny thing is like you'll ask them and then you'll get to the end of it and you're like, I've been given more answers that they had a formal interview than there are formal interviews the Cowboys are allowed to have. And then you start looking around. A lot of times.
You accusing them of tampering?
No, I'm accusing the players of not knowing what formal versus informal is.
Yeah, which I told you the whole thing was stupid.
Yeah, no, but the formal is like. The formal is the one where it's like you're sitting in their suite and they're like meeting with you. The informal is just they could talk to you for 10 minutes on the field or whatever, but that's considered informal.
Man, I'm very impressed with my walking cardio. I'm good. I'm good with the walk. San Francisco trained me.
Yeah,
a little sweaty.
Just upper left eyebrow.
Yep,
little bit. That was
hot in here.
Awful.
They keep it hot in here in these rooms. The hotel's hot. Just the heat when you walk in somewhere just blasts you right in the face.
Well, it's freezing cold outside yesterday.
It is chilly.
All right, let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on, then we'll chop it up.
All right, Cholos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Godsmack at the Toyota Music Factory on Wednesday, May 27th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
The United States hockey controversy. We will get into it at 8 o'clock this morning, and I'm waiting. All of you have something to say on Twitter?
Oh, baby.
You got a fan text open at 877-881-1053. There's only about, I would say, 7 or 8% disagreement, but we'll get into the hockey controversy at 8. Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com at 8:20. Mike Tannenbaum in Crosstalk at 9:40. Let's chop it up.
Ow.
Pew, pew, pew.
Oh, no.
RJ Choppy.
Here we go. Chop it up, chop, chop, chop it up, chop it up, chop, chop, chop it up, chop it up, chop, chop, chop it up, chop it up. Come on, chop, chop, choppy.
Chopping it up here on 105 through the Fan. Have you changed your mind?
I never do.
Or altered your opinion, I should say, on your children and college? So basically, since the pandemic, underemployment has been the big thing for college graduates. Currently,
Was this in the State of the Union last night?
I did not.
Yay!
But 52% of all college graduates are underemployed upon entry into the labor market. 10 years after graduation, that number sits at 45%.
Wow.
45% of underemployment. We are talking about half, literally 1 out of every 2 college graduates 10 years into their career remain underemployed. And with the cost of colleges going so high, has that changed your view at all on what your preference for your children are?
Well, I think you should answer it first. You got the kid that's closest to it.
Yeah. Ooh.
What year?
I got a sophomore and a 7th grader.
Are you sure?
Positive. Positive he's in 7th.
Okay.
And
here's what I would like to know in the fan text while you think about it. I want to know, the employers that are listening, what job you're hiring the college degree fastest for, where you're like, do you have a college degree? And I want to know what that is, and then the vice versa opinion of why you may not care as an employer.
So my initial thought is that, it probably doesn't matter as much as it used to. I do believe that the experience of college is worth the cost. Like the experience, like living
the life experience.
The life experience that you only can get at 18 to 22 years old that you can never get back. Yeah. Live in a dorm with just so our dorm was just, there was no suites. It was just room. We had a common bathroom.
Yeah.
The whole floor.
Yeah.
So we had 20 showers.
Yep.
Just the absolute, you're getting whipped with the towels. It grows you.
How good did you think you were at that? The towel whipping.
I didn't do it a lot because I didn't like to get it done to me.
If you're good enough at it, you don't ever have to.
Are you the one that think you have something with that, right? You think you're good
I
at
can
it or
break
something?
skin.
Break skin?
Yeah.
Wow. How
many snaps do you need? Like, every time can you make a snap, or is it like one every 3?
No, it'll snap 80-90% of the time.
Okay.
So
I'll show you back at the hotel.
No.
I'm going to snap your door. I'm going to walk up to your doors. I'm going to snap your doors to let you know I'm there.
There you go. I do think also that, it's still valuable in the right majors.
Well, that's what I want to know. What majors?
So here we go.
Hold on. How much would I have to pay you to be able to shoot a video while we're out here in India of me, snapping your thigh? How much?
Bare skin?
Yeah, you just, or you can wear one of your shorts, and I just do it over your shorts.
Absolutely.
How much?
I don't want it done.
Come on.
$50?
$100
for one snap?
I don't want it. I don't want it done. I don't like it. I don't like it.
No one likes
No one likes it.
Dude, that's good content.
Bobby, I'll do
fantastic.
$75 back here.
Hurts.
$100 for
No.
you? Damn it.
No way.
$75, Bobby.
$75, but we got to be out here. Do you think Broaddus is excited enough right now that he's just in the good mood? Like, sure, snap my ass. I don't care.
I don't think so, man. That hurts.
Yeah.
That's a whip.
Yeah, it is.
Especially for me.
So these are the majors. Criminal justice majors have the highest underemployment, 67%.
No way.
67% of criminal justice majors. Performing arts is 62%. Medical techs, 58%. Liberal arts, 56%.
What about conservative arts?
And then anthropology, 56%. Look, I mean, if you're going to major in liberal arts or anthropology, I don't have any sympathy for you. Why don't you just go major in puppet making?
Oh,
just
God,
enjoy just never having an actual career. Major in something that matters, that you can make money off of. Like, you're going to sit here
what was
and
your major?
What was my major? Speech communication.
It's very effective.
Public speaking, baby. You know, but you want to.
I don't even know what liberal arts
I don't know what it is.
and anthropology is. My wife's favorite store.
Great store, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good candles. Very good candles. Very, very high potency for a single wick.
Broad-based interdisciplinary approach to higher education, focusing on developing critical thinking, communication, and analytical skills rather than specialized technical training.
That's liberal arts. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sounds like you're just destined to be a professor.
So what are you looking at college-wise in terms of payment?
So if let's say they want
what Bassick was taught, how much was he looking at when he went to look at Pepperdine? And
Pepperdine's like $80,000.
Yeah.
If you can get in-state, you can still get in-state at a relatively cheap rate, like less than $15,000 a year. If you're an out-of-state student, even Tennessee out-of-state is like $40,000.
469, criminal justice major here, confirming it's useless. Working IT now, making good money, thankfully.
What are people hiring college degrees for? What are they saying if they're an employer? 877-881-1053. And how are you looking at it, Choppy, money-wise?
Well, I'll tell you this. Like, my oldest he wants to play baseball. He's not going to be able to go play baseball at Division I right out of high school. It just doesn't exist. So he's going to go to probably JUCO. That's going to be cheap. You're going to get your core courses out, and then you go to college. My youngest one is probably not going to play sports. And
I thought he was running the track today.
He's got the 110 meter today, hurdles. I don't know where he got the speed from. I don't know, maybe from his dad. Not from me, I'll tell you that. But
he's always been the fastest swimmer.
Yeah, this guy
was walking a little too close to me.
He was very close.
Very close.
He brushed against you.
ESPN Cleveland. He didn't brush me. I would have said something, but it was close.
Yeah.
It was like we got all this walkway over here. We got cowbells over here. We got close walkers over here.
Yeah.
What the heck?
But I want him. I want my youngest one, if he's not going to play sports, go get the full college experience. Start at a 4-year school, live in the dorms, knock it out, enjoy life. Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. The latest on Savannah Guthrie and Nancy, her mother, is that they have upped the offer on the reward to $1 million just for information. Right? Remember, it was a $6 million reward. They were looking for $6 million. Mm-hmm. Now, the Guthries have said, if you know where she is, our reward right now is $1 million.
So is that a ransom or a reward?
It's a reward. The ransom
that's not. But is that not a ransom offer? Like, if you turn her back, we'll give you $1 million, and you can try your best to get away.
Calls have decreased in this case.
We're at day 24. I didn't think we were at day 24.
They're starting to refer to it as a cold case. Unfortunately, it would be pretty surprising to me if, unfortunately, she's
still alive.
It would be fortunate if she was still alive.
Because they talked to her, or at least they thought they had gotten some kind of conversation or an awareness that she was alive. They thought they had found. But that was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It's getting very, very sad.
Do you think, I hesitate to think, but if this ends poorly, or if we just never get a resolution to it, does Nancy Guthrie ever show back up on TV?
You mean Savannah?
Or Savannah, does she ever show back up on TV?
I think so. You know what oh, God, I hate this. I got this next segment coming up. Do I want to say this now?
I could just tell you what they're, never mind.
What?
Well, I thought I knew where you were going with that.
Here, all right. So, the $1 million.
Mm-hmm. Who does that come from? Does that come from them? Does that come from?
I don't care where it comes from, but all I would say if I was involved in the situation, I would say, should we throw this out here a lot earlier?
Oh yeah, was this too late?
Was this too late?
Yeah.
And it's like. The real negative, I'm just being honest, the cynical part of me is were you sitting on it?
I bet they were just taking advice of police, whatever it was.
Right.
I bet police were just saying don't. I bet they were being told not to do it.
Because,
you'd think she has it.
Well, I looked at her salary. She was making in the millions.
Yeah.
She was making in the millions. But, just a regular person,
I just wouldn't want to know that this happened to me. My mother passed away, and I wouldn't want to have regret that I didn't throw it out earlier or even more.
Correct. Yeah.
Day 24, $1 million announcement.
That's pretty late.
That's what's going. That I don't want to be insensitive, and I don't know the exact details. That's what one of my thoughts.
Nick Reiner, remember him? Rob Reiner's kid.
Yes.
Right? He is still. They did the arraignment late. He had an issue by having to change attorneys, but he did enter a not guilty plea. And the suspicion is I don't know. Is that a word? Suspicion? Is that the word?
Suspicion, inspection.
It's not suspicion.
Say the sentence again.
And the thought is that he's going to plead insanity.
Mm-hmm.
That picture will help him.
The thought is he's going to plead insanity.
Yeah, the suspicion, as I was just saying, the suspicion is
suspicion.
Suspicion is that he's going to plead insanity.
Who just tweeted about your major? Here it is.
Can't go on.
Bassmaster, Choppy's major is public speaking. Is it too late for a refund? Love you, Chop.
I know. Man, it's tough. It's tough sledding out there for me.
And what was your minor?
English.
And the first public event we did, he made me do it. Speaking in front of a crowd.
Yeah, I'm scared to death.
And I said,
in front of a crowd.
This is your major. I don't want to talk. And I had to do it on the mic.
Yeah, it was at the Desperados game.
Yeah.
Dallas Desperados.
Like on the field with the mic. He said, I don't want to do it. I said,
Coach Joe, rest in peace.
Public speaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Nick is going to plead not guilty, and then they believe that this is going to lead eventually to an insanity defense, which, as Bobby said, if you saw the photo of him, you absolutely can see this. Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan.
You're out of time.
Oh, I am out of time.
We got 4 texts in a row from 4 different numbers trying to guess what Choppy's word was, and they're all 4 different words.
Listen, I try to keep you on your toes.
Somebody said presumption, expectation,
Presumption.
speculation,
That's it. Presumption.
assumption.
You were so off yesterday.
Speculation.
You were so off yesterday. It may as well have been Bobby on the delay on the equipment. Some people were texting, is RJ okay?
Yeah, I had a moment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was like, you're in studio with me. You're supposed to be on time.
The brain didn't. It was around 6:40 a.m. The brain didn't fire.
Okay.
The brain did not fire at 6:40, but I made up for it, I think, in the
rest of your work, the rest of your showing,
and in the peach outfit.
Well, this was a warm thing, and I'm regretting that right now.
Mike Florio, 8:20 this morning. Let's get into it. The controversy with the United States hockey gold medalists. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
After we get...
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Now Jack Hughes pokes it around the car. United States with numbers. Block across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold.
8 o'clock hour.
We won the gold.
Here on Shan and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Choppy just got hype all over.
USA.
Sean Sharif, RJ
USA.
Choppy, Bobby Bell from the Combine in Indianapolis, brought to you by East Dallas Diesel, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and the On-Time Experts. What's the controversy?
Well, the controversy is that the men's hockey team won the gold medal, and they represented America. And that is where the controversy starts. And then it got compounded.
The women's team won it, too.
The women's team
won it
too.
first.
They did win it first. In basically the exact same way. The exact same
Against
fashion.
men?
No.
Oh.
Stop it, Bobby. In overtime on 3-on-3 with a golden goal. So after the game was over, they're in the locker room, they're partying it up, and FBI Director Kash Patel is in there slamming a beer, and
was
then
it a Bud Light?
I don't know what it was. I didn't know.
I know it's not. I know it was not that.
Didn't you want them to drink Molson?
Didn't want them to drink Molson. I like Molson beer though. I think Canadian beer is fantastic.
I like all beers, particularly anyone who's potentially listening would like to sponsor the show.
And then after you see the Kash Patel slamming the beer, there's a phone call for the president, and he starts doing basically a 3-minute comedy sketch, and in that he makes a crack about. He says, "I'm going to invite you guys to the White House." And he said, that goalie is not bad. That's not a bad goalie. And then he said he's going to invite.
Which Ottinger, I guess, did not go to the White House.
Right. Yeah. Now, the Stars have a game tonight.
Yeah.
Right. Now, a lot of teams have a game tonight.
Right.
I don't think every team is playing tonight, but Otter is going to play. So Otter didn't go to the White House, but Trump says, I'm going to have to invite the women's team, otherwise I'm going to get impeached. Well, as expected, that landed like a fart in church. And that's exactly how it landed.
With some laughs.
I forgot about it. The team cracks up at this.
See, that's ironic because Clinton was impeached for inviting women.
That's
wow. So Bobby's only contribution. Bobby got all the guests today, so now he's.
That was a good joke. Jody, that was a good joke.
It's a solid joke. So now, obviously, it became a why did you invite Kash into the room? Why did you accept a phone call from the president? Why did you laugh at the joke? Why did you accept the invitation to the State of the Union and ultimately the White House? And the women's team declines the invitation. Now, the president
said scheduling.
They said scheduling. The president said he is going to invite them back on their own, whenever that may be. And he sent the team, the vice president's jet to pick them up, to bring them to the White House because they were partying in Miami, which looked to be quite the rager.
So, all the criticism is out there. Nice recap, Choppy. And
thanks, sir.
Hockey hero Jack Hughes is talking about all the noise.
Are you guys excited to be going to the White House and meeting Trump?
Yeah, we're excited. I mean, anytime, everything is so political. We're athletes. We're so proud to represent the U.S. And when you get the chance to go to the White House, meet the president, we're proud to be Americans, and that's so patriotic. So no matter what your views are, we're super excited to go to the White House tomorrow and just be a part of that.
How do you feel about the women not going?
They got busy schedules too. I mean, I know we're getting everyone's giving us backlash for all the social media stuff today, but it's so negative. People are so negative out there, and they're trying to find a reason to just put people down and make something out of almost nothing. But our relationship with them over the course of being in the Olympic Village, I think we were so tight with their group and our group after we won the gold medal.
Okay, I'll start. And let me invite you into the conversation at 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. It's dumb to be mad over Team USA getting a phone call in the locker room from a president. Okay? That's the way it's always happened. You win a championship growing up, you think about Disney World, and the president's going to call the locker room. Number one. Number two, the joke. I thought you had a couple good points on the response to the joke. That's probably the biggest offense in all this. I don't even think, I'm not a female hockey player.
Mm-hmm.
But if I was advising the president and this happened, I'd be like, what? Like, not the craziest, most offensive thing in the entire world, but without that, none of this really gets started.
If you didn't say the joke, which, it's
like it's like we were in the car yesterday in the ride share, and I nudge you I'm gonna have to invite the women, right? To me, it's guys joking amongst guys. He's just the president. He doesn't care about the decorum.
Yes.
He doesn't have the decorum. He doesn't care about the decorum.
If he wasn't the president, now you can say if he wasn't the president, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
The president is typically held to a standard of decorum, like you mentioned, stately, classy, gentlemanly. He is not that.
And they either gave him a fake or a real laugh. The billionaire laugh.
The billionaire laugh. But I said that, people always laugh at billionaires. It's just
listen to our, Tuesday 8:20 interviews.
Jerry Jones is not that funny. Okay, he's not that.
He can
Jerry's
be
pretty funny.
Jerry's funny for compared to other NFL owners.
Yeah.
But all the NFL owners, when they're around,
Jerry's funny even at a cocktail
party. They're yellow-tied executives. Ooh, wow, clap. They all laugh. They all get the laughs. Billionaires, powerful people get the laughs. Go around any governor, be it Greg Abbott or Gavin Newsom. You're around them. Everything they say is funnier than it really
We're probably about
is.
to do a Florio here at 8:20.
100%.
Yeah.
Choppy's especially going to be selling the overlaugh.
Yeah.
And this is also how, whether they want, whether people want to admit it or not, this is how men act around other men.
Yeah.
When you're in men. I play golf with my wife all the time. I love golfing with my wife. But when I'm around guys and there's a group of women, I was like, have fun playing behind the women today. I don't mean that I don't like playing. I love playing golf with women, my wife. All right? But it's still how guys interact with other guys.
Yes. We're going to have to invite him or I'll be impeached.
Yeah.
He's joking there. Number 3. Mad at the team for going to the White House. Again, it's kind of like a thing. Do I know that all these kids and all these guys are up to date with every single story that breaks and every news story that's out there? I don't know. And if they want to go to the White House and they view it as a sign of respect, okay, fine. And if the women are not going or a team doesn't want to go to the White House, also, okay. Fine. Okay, fine. I'm not – you do what you want. All I'm saying is I have other things in my life to get worked up about, okay? I'm not going to get worked up about Kash Patel slamming a beer in the locker room. Now, he used government plane and government money. All right, is that the first time that's ever happened? Do I have to now go search Google for Democrats using government spending to go out for a golf detail security team? Is Kash Patel, we got the Epstein list. Okay, that's like arguing that the quarterback should never see the light of day until they win the championship. You should just be studying the film. So Kash Patel can't attend a public event. He got a cool invite into the locker room.
I do believe it is customary for every country to send a representative to the Olympics. Not the entire Olympics, but they're there for the opening ceremonies, maybe the closing ceremonies. It's generally not the president. Sometimes it's the VP. Sometimes it's the first lady that would go.
Yeah.
So it's customary.
So it's like, what do you want to get angry over? Is it worth it? So if you want to get angry over it, okay, fine. But even the gold medal of the two teams got messed up by many with the bickering and the politics.
You mentioned the going to the White House. We are now in a world, and I blame Twitter for this, retweeting, right?
Sir, that's X.
Whatever. Going to the White House is not a cosign that you agree with the person in the White House.
Not a political statement at all. The political statement is I'm not going.
Exactly.
That's when it becomes political. So that's why I have a bigger problem when somebody says I'm not going. Do what you want. I don't care. But I have a bigger problem with somebody who says I'm not going. Because you saying I'm not going, now you are making it political. It's not a political invitation. It's literally just the tradition that has been done for
that
forever.
has changed. That has changed now, and I believe for the worse. Because to me, if you were invited to the White House, you should go.
Yeah.
If you don't like the person, it doesn't matter. You're not going to sponsor what they're saying. You're going because you got invited to the White House.
And I don't have a problem with anyone right now today who doesn't like President Trump and doesn't want to meet him and doesn't want to stand up there with him. I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem if you want to go, and I don't have a problem. People can't absorb that, though.
No.
When I tweet that, they're like, oh, you want to stay in the middle. I'm not a brainwashed robot, okay? I'm not going to sit here and have the same opinion that is scripted out for every single matter. I'm going to go left. I'm going to go right. I'm going to stand in the middle. I'm going to go back left. I'm going to go back right. That, to me, is how the world is supposed to work. But no, because of all these political influencers and all these mouthpieces out there, you're a robot who's been pre-programmed, and you got to give the same exact response and reaction to every single topic. And I don't have any respect for it. I think you're an idiot. I think you're a puppet. You're a sheep.
There's a lot of them. There's a lot of puppets, a lot of sheep.
Yeah. So, no one should come out of hiding until the Epstein list is fully resolved and Trump is guilty of this and guilty of that. Look, do I think personally that the government and the White House and the administration is being transparent with the Epstein files? Absolutely not. Do I think they're covering things up? Yes, I do. Do I want people prosecuted? Yes, I do. But do I know that the United States hockey team is aware of a story every single day? And last time I checked, President Trump is not in jail. Okay, so he has not been impeached. He's not in handcuffs. So if they want to go and respect the presidency and the White House, or they think it's cool to go to the nation's capital, fine. I'm not going to get worked up over it. Go ahead and get worked up if you want to.
Yeah, I don't care if they don't like him. I don't care if they don't want to go to the White House. That doesn't bother me. I do think that is something that you should do. But if you don't do it, I'm not going to kill you. I have a much bigger problem with people saying they're conflicted about rooting for Team USA because of things that are going on. You should never be conflicted about rooting for Team USA. That's just my opinion. This thing gets so deep. This thing has so many layers to it. And I love it.
I avoided it for a day. Choppy sent it. I was like, they won the gold. We're over the Olympics. And then all the follow.
You gave it a day, though. You gave them a day. Broaddus couldn't even do that with Miss Price. So you at least gave it a day.
Bobby, you got a final word on this?
No. I think just basically what I said, which is I think people should go, and I think the political statement usually is not good, regardless of who it is. The presidents of the last 100 years, if I won a gold medal, I'm going to their ceremony.
877-881-1053. I imagine that the Franklin Frankel text line, as RJ is showing me his computer.
I'm going to make that my new...
Shut up, dork. You can say it.
It's just Jack Hughes draped the flag. It says, shut up, dorks.
Yeah. You want the hockey...
With a period.
They want the hockey team to, prosecute the White House.
Yeah.
They want a championship. They're doing what is customary, and then the women's team isn't going.
Yeah.
So
and Jack said it. He says, we're just athletes.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what the U.S. hockey team... The U.S. They had the midnight ballerinas up there, hand over their bosom, singing the Star Spangled Banner in the middle of the
look at my phone
of the nightclub.
Look at my phone just lighting up.
Since we're on the topic, who is your favorite president and who's your least favorite president? Text it in 877-881-1053.
Franklin Pierce, I think, is misunderstood a little bit. It's
a
one term.
It's a damn good thing that Mike Florio missed this conversation.
Oh God!
Florio joins us. How awkward is it going to be? Is he still mad at Choppy? Is Choppy going to apologize? The confrontation we've been waiting for. Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, next.
After we get you over to...
dealers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
The moment that we have been waiting for. I was afraid it was never going to happen. After one night, RJ Choppy, I think, got a little bit too deep into the bottle. What were we drinking? what were we drinking?
Was in his cups.
Because this is very unlike him. He's very non-confrontational. He knows how good you've been to us. You come on. We're going to see you at the Combine. What were we drinking last night?
Last night we had Blade and Bow.
Yeah.
Very good stuff.
And I knew on a Friday, he's never doing extra work on social media over the weekends. And then he decides to go to Mike Florio.
I had time.
And what was it?
It was the Mark Sanchez story, which we've got to go find that alley while we're here.
I wanted to reenact it last night.
We were talking about that last night. Let's go find the Mark Sanchez alley.
It's like the X on
it's like you visit Dealey Plaza. Yep.
But so and then I saw this post from the Pro Football Talk account that had the story, and the photo was Mark Sanchez in a Cowboys jersey, and then I just, I went to Google, which is not how you guys find your photos, apparently.
Yeah, you discovered later.
I discovered later.
As a master of WordPress that you are, you discovered later.
Yeah, well, listen, I speak first, then think.
Here it is. I did a Google image search of Mark Sanchez and screen recorded how long it took me to get Mark in a Cowboys jersey. This was on purpose, and it's disgraceful. This has everything but thank you for your attention to this guy.
What date and time? What date and time, Mike?
I got to click on it here. It was 11/27/2025, 6:02 p.m. and it got 2.5 million views. You
Did it
son of a
really?
And you're Pacific time, right?
No, I'm Eastern.
Oh,
Hang on.
Eastern. Well, that was even earlier.
It was 11/27.
November 27th.
This is November 27, 2025.
Oh, it was Thanksgiving. He'd been drinking.
Oh, yeah.
Because I was like, 6 o'clock seems early. It was Thanksgiving. So he was drinking on
It
Thanksgiving.
was halftime.
So
It was halftime in the Cowboys.
Yeah. So then you're seeing these notifications. You got to be like, what the hell?
I'm like, what in the hell? Especially because, as I've said to others, life's hard enough dealing with your enemies. When your friends start acting like your enemies, that's when things become problematic.
Oh yeah, ask SMU.
Let me see what I said. What was my response? I said.
Did you tweet or you texted
I said,
me?
Tell your guy to effing relax. That was my response.
Yeah. And then I came in, I was like, what are you?
You said, come get your boy.
Come get your boy.
Come get your boy.
And I went in and I was like, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I had a few.
And here's what I said. You say, I cussed him out last night. He said he was drunk. And I said, we've used like 100 images of Sanchez since October 5. That was the day of the incident here in Indianapolis. I don't like to use the same one over and over again. I won't use any with the old Washington logo on it, and I won't. And he did play for the Cowboys. He factually did play for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
So
you're not going
we've
through
used
your
Jets, we've used Bears, we've used Eagles, we've used and I don't like to use the same one twice.
Right.
That's the thing.
So,
and there have been a lot of Mark Sanchez stories on the site, or at least there had been between October and November of last year.
And you say you don't like to fight with Italians.
I don't. Typically, I keep my people. They can do no wrong, even if I disagree with them.
Right.
I'll never. My grandpa said, I didn't see nothing. I always say that.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, football night.
You saw something on Thanksgiving.
I had time. But, you should really just have Pro Football Talk end in a vowel. And I wouldn't have said anything.
Well,
Pro Football
true.
Talk-yo.
Yeah.
Mike, you've been watching Sundays with Jason Garrett. And you do the interviews with Jason Garrett. And Jason, phenomenal storyteller. We have a long history.
Oh, he's got so many good stories.
What is it? Okay, what have you learned about him that you didn't know while spending these weekends with him and that maybe would surprise some people?
Well, he really does have.
He's an amazing storyteller.
A story for everything. And he'll say, I got a story for you. And he gets a little gleam in his eye.
Yeah. Is he ever unhappy? Isn't he always smiling? Have you seen him irritated or mad?
The only time he's irritated, I know he's irritated because he will say, what are we doing here?
That's such a Jason phrase.
That's what he said. That's what he said to Dalrymple when we were walking off the field that day. He goes, "What are we doing here?" Although I think he threw an F-bomb.
That's his entry into whatever he's going to talk about. And one thing I've noticed about football coaches coach everyone and everything, not just football. If they see something that they think can be improved, they will tell you how you can improve it. So in any situation, if something is happening that he finds less than what it could be, he will start down that path by saying, what are we doing here?
What about the football knowledge? Like, is he pointing out things and you're like, you're watching it with Dungy or Rodney or whoever?
I'll give you two examples as it relates to the Vikings, because as you guys may know, I'm partial to the Vikings, and it's a curse I've been unable to shed for 50-plus years. The 2022 season, the first year with Kevin O'Connell, when the Vikings made it to the playoffs, Kirk Cousins was the quarterback. They were playing the Giants in the wild card round. And after the first Giants drive, they were right down the field and scored a touchdown. He turned to me and he said, "It's going to be a long day for you." And then last year, 2024, when the Vikings were winning with Sam Darnold, after every win, he would turn and he'd say, "They can't let that guy out of the building." And I made sure I reminded him of it this year before he could remind me of it, because obviously they let him out of the building, and look at what he did with the Seahawks. But he was a big believer even after he had that rough game in Detroit week 18 when they had the shot at the number 1 seed, and then the next week against the Rams in the playoffs. That was more of a total team failure. That wasn't on him. But they decided, all right, we're going to cast our lot with J.J. McCarthy. They let Darnold out of the building. And I'm not saying the Vikings would have won the Super Bowl with Darnold, but he was saying all year long, you can't let that guy out of the building.
Has any of the college noise surrounding Jason, you think, been legit? Like, do you think he wants to go back and coach, or he would coach college?
I think that he has some interest in coaching. I don't know about college, and I don't know where college stuff came up. He had an interview with the Titans this year.
Yeah.
And I think he was excited about that. He doesn't seem like someone who is very big on self-promotion. And he's not going to go toot his own horn, bang his own drum. And that can be a disadvantage because you're competing with people who do. So as the world moves by, they're going to notice the people who are saying, look at me, look at me,
Right.
look at me, and that's just not his way. And we're about the same age, and it's fun talking to him about historical games and things that we both remember, and talking to him about his time with the Cowboys. And he's got a lot of great stories about his time with the Cowboys. Plenty of stories I can't share.
The lemonade stories.
He's got a lot of great stories about his time with the team. I could tell you guys had a good night last night. You got packs of Advil.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're not hanging out like
these were on the table.
We wanted to see a Prime 47 again. You weren't there last night.
I'll be there. We're going there tonight.
Okay.
I paced myself. It's a long week. I've lost track. We did 10 interviews yesterday, and I did them all solo because Chris Sims got snowed in Connecticut, so I had 10 GMs and coaches I interviewed. Today we've already done 4 of the linebackers. We've got 8 more prospects and 5 coaches and GMs, so that's 17 today. We'll do a bunch Thursday, a bunch Friday, and then I'll head home.
Where do you get all your secret meetings done? All your inside info? But it's supposed to be in the restaurants. It's supposed to be out at Bobby with midnight and 1 a.m.
Listen, I don't need to go either get someone drunk or hang around someone who's drunk to find out the stuff I need to know. I don't need to do that. And I got to function at 6 a.m. I've had some nights. There was a night 7 or 8 years ago. It depends on the mood I'm in. But there was a night that we were at Prime and we were leaving. And Shireen knows the Joneses because she covered the team forever. Shireen Williams, who was formerly with the Fort Worth Star-Telegram and has been with PFT for 7 or 8 years now. But we stopped by to say hello. And Jerry's like, oh, come on, have a seat. Have a seat, sit down, visit with us. That's a horrible Jerry impression.
That's really bad.
Pretty bad.
I know.
Maybe at 5 a.m. after drinks.
I know.
Right.
But
what was your drink on November 27th at about 7 p.m.?
No, I didn't. I don't think I was drinking that night. But anyway, we sat down, and they're bringing around the Pinot, and it's the old. I had one glass of wine because it never emptied.
Yeah.
And they got somebody coming up, throwing up your glass. And Steven had a big plate of chicken parm that they took back 3 times to heat up.
I ordered
because he didn't eat it. He's talking.
Yeah.
So they take it, they heat it up, they bring it back, and it sits there for a half hour. And it's like, sir, would you like to heat this up? Yeah, you probably should. Take it, heats it up. So we just sat there and listened, but that Pinot was flowing. And at 11 o'clock, I said, man, as much fun as this is, I got to get the hell out of here because I got a show at 6 a.m. And that was that was one of those mornings where when that alarm goes off, give me these Advil and give me anything else.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com. So we're trying to convince ourselves that the Cowboys are operating differently now. A little bit differently in that let's sign Javonte Williams early. And maybe, let's go about things a little bit differently with Pickens versus the way we did with Micah Parsons.
Move on from Eberflus directly after the season. Do an extensive search. Hire a coordinator without head coaching experience.
Are you buying any of it, Mike?
The key is going to be improvement to the defense. We know that. And with Javonte Williams, it's an interesting case study because how much could he have gotten somewhere else? The initial reaction to his contract, 8 years, $24 million, and who knows if that's the right number. We haven't seen the full details yet. It may be a little less than $8 million a year. But what would he have gotten elsewhere? He's not a guy with breakaway speed. He's not a guy who's a big contributor in the passing game. And I think the Cowboys' attitude was, if we don't get this guy under the terms that we find favorable, we'll just go wait for the second or third wave of free agency and sign another guy for 1 year, $3-4 million, like we did with Javonte Williams. It happened to Rico Dowdle last year. There's a sweet spot in free agency where if you wait too long, your chance at getting a multi-year payday is gone, and you got to do a 1-year deal and try to do it again next year. So they could have said, we got great offensive line, we got a great quarterback, we got great receivers. We're not gonna allocate that kind of money to the running back position. But I think they're happy with the deal they did. And with Pickens, man, this is tricky. This is tricky because there's an issue, and I really need to start focusing on this more. The way they calculate the franchise tag, it lags behind the market. The market's 40, and the tag's 28. So what the Cowboys can do is say, we'll tag him this year, and then they can tag him next year because by rule, it's a 20% increase over the tag this year. So let's make sure we got this right. 28 times 1.2, it's 33.6 next year. So even for the second tag, it's nearly $6.5 million below the market. The market will be higher than 40. Jackson Smith and Jigba is going to nudge it up another notch or so. It's going to keep going up. It always goes up. So, but what cards does Pickens have to play? What's his leverage?
Mulligetta.
But what's his leverage? What's his play?
I'm just not going to participate.
You could right, but okay, so you're still going to get $28 million. Like you withhold services during the offseason program, training camp, and the preseason because he will be no more employed by the team than you or I.
Right.
He's not under contract. You can show up week before the start of the season or thereabouts, get your full $28 million. So that's the thing that he is entitled to do. But does that put pressure on them to give him a multi-year deal? The deadline's July 15. Anything he does by way of holding out or holding in after that, it doesn't do him anything other than maybe get more money on a 1-year tender. It doesn't get him a multi-year contract. So the play's got to come early. And I don't know what the play is. Is the play, I want to trade, I will never play under the tag? What is the play? There's got to be a play to shake them and get them to either give him a market-level deal or trade him to a team that will. And what he's got working against him is his history in Pittsburgh. And I'm a George Pickens defender. I said yesterday on PFT Live, because we were arguing about this, if you put Randy Moss in Pittsburgh from 2022 through 2024, you would hear the same stuff about him that you heard about George Pickens. Because you put him.
We heard it in Minnesota with quarterbacks.
You put him with a bad quarterback. You don't throw him the ball. You don't design the offense to showcase him with jet sweeps, bubble screens, handoffs. There's ways to get the ball in a special player's hand that doesn't entail get open. It's, whoop, here, come take it. Okay, we're going to. They always did that. John Madden was big on that with Randy Moss. Get him involved early. Get him involved early. If you don't involve him early, he shuts down. So anyway, they got a problem. And I hope they are fair to George Pickens, and I hope they do right by him. But I think at some point they're going to have to choose between Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. At some point. Not now, next year or two, at some point they're going to have to choose between them. They're not going to be able to keep both of them around.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, right here on 105.
Just like Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
Right?
That's right.
As soon as they draft CeeDee Lamb, Amari Cooper's on borrowed time.
You got one more.
CeeDee's on borrowed time?
Hang on a second. You got one more segment?
Really?
Yeah, he does. He does.
Yeah.
Mike Florio,
You got it, baby. Anymore.
I'm gonna get your glass of wine tonight at Prime. Mike Florio continues with us, not the bottle, the glass.
Ernest
Next.
and Julio get.
segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
We are back at the Combine in Indianapolis, an absolutely loaded show, and Mike Florio is helping us with the 8 o'clock.
How is it loaded when you've kept me over for another segment? You didn't have anybody else to bring on. How can you call it loaded?
Very good point. Well, I don't have a producer.
Or is it you guys are still loaded from last night? Is that how it's loaded?
Well, you're the third guest this morning because we had Cowboys OC Clayton Adams on, and we had Rapoport, and now you're on here, so that's pretty loaded.
I'm following Rapoport. Is he Kenny Bania and I'm Jerry Seinfeld, or is he Jerry Seinfeld and I'm Kenny Bania?
It's a good reference.
Well, we don't have NBC guest bookers to do all the work for us and call, how many guests do you book versus just having one of your minions do it for you?
I don't do any of it myself. I get involved if, it's somebody that I know and they haven't responded to the producer. They'll say, hey, can you follow up with so-and-so? So I'm the closer, I guess, when it's needed.
There you go. He's Jerry in the negotiations. I'll step in when I have to.
What are your big storylines that you want to get to the bottom of out here?
That I want to get to the bottom of?
Yeah.
I don't know that we're going to get any answers, but Max Crosby is one of the biggest stories. What are the Raiders going to do with him? A.J. Brown. The Eagles will clearly listen if someone calls. I pressed Howie Roseman about it yesterday. I've been asking guys, because I had Brandon Beane yesterday. I had, who else? Other teams that potentially would be in the Tyreek Hill running, like the Chargers,
Kansas
Joe
City.
Ortiz.
Yeah.
Right? We didn't have Brett Veach. Andy Reid's not here. But Tyreek Hill, unlike the guys who are not yet free agents, so they can't talk about them. And I was surprised to see somebody yesterday, Dan Morgan of the Panthers, talked about Bradley Chubb, who's yet to be released. So you got to be careful to talk about guys who are currently not under contract. If they're still under contract, you can get in trouble. Tyreek Hill's not. So I can't find anybody that's shown any interest. Tyreek Hill's been available for 9 days now, and he has been linked to no one. And it just tells you how bad that knee injury is. And he's also got an off-the-field personal conduct policy investigation that the league's looking into. But for as good as he is, the guy's still got the potential to be a superstar.
Yeah.
Look at the teams that could use him. The Chargers could use him. The Bills could use him. The Ravens could use him. And that's just in the AFC.
Yeah.
The Steelers could use him. Omar Khan said, we're fine with who we have. He's the only one that gave me anything close to a straight answer, and the answer was,
we've been arguing about wide receiver values with A.J. and Pickens. Do you feel like the rest of the team would be salivating and making an offer for George, and what do you think it would cost?
Okay, here's the thing.
Mike Florio here on The Fan.
I think we need to address. And Chris Sims, who co-hosts with me 4 days a week on PFT Live, he's a firm believer. I haven't done this. This is what he does. I don't have the time to go watch the All-22 and make sense of it. I wish I did. I love the idea that you can learn so much about the game from that and little nuances. He believes, from watching film, that George Pickens is more feared by defenses than CeeDee Lamb, and that they devote more resources. As the season went on, they devoted more resources to neutralizing and containing Pickens than they did to CeeDee Lamb. If that's the case, and we were talking earlier, how do the Cowboys get out of this maze? How do the Cowboys work their way through this situation with George Pickens? Tag and trade is in theory a possibility. So if you could find someone, and it's not easy, who would give the Cowboys what they want and give Pickens what he wants, and if you pair Pickens with a competent quarterback, we saw what happened. He was with Kenny Pickett, Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, and we saw what happened. And in an offense that just didn't take advantage of his talents. If he's the guy that you build the passing game around, if you're committed to getting the ball in his hands, he could be a superstar. He was last year. I made him a first-team All-Pro. He finished second team, and I think part of what dragged him down is his reputation with Pittsburgh. And I'm very anti-draft. I think guys should be able to pick their teams. because you get guys who are in spots where it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. And George Pickens, for him in Pittsburgh, it didn't work. 3 years of his career were wasted in Pittsburgh. And he's one of the rare guys that leaves Pittsburgh and is better in his next team than he was in Pittsburgh. But that's how it works. So he could be better with another team. You get him with Josh Allen. You get him with Patrick Mahomes, if that could happen. You get him with Lamar Jackson. You get him with a franchise quarterback. He could explode, even more than he did last year.
So you kind of hinted with the CD thing. So if, let's just say they signed George to a 3-year extension, 4 years, whatever. Over under 1.5 years before they move on from Lamb then?
I think that's a tough one because you're hitting the right number. Is it 1 year? Is it 2 years? How long was Amari Cooper in Dallas after they drafted CeeDee Lamb? Was it 2 years? Was it 2?
3. He got traded after 22, right?
Well, CeeDee Lamb, was he a 2019 or 2020 pick? He was 20. He was the year because Kyler Murray was 19 and he was stumping for the Cardinals to get CeeDee Lamb. So it was 2 years of CeeDee Lamb, and then there goes Amari Cooper.
Yeah.
Because Cooper was getting $40 million a year, and they had to pay one or the other. You can't. How can you have 3 superstar contracts on offense, quarterback and 2 receivers? You got to hit on all your draft picks. You got to have a bunch of young guys that aren't making much money to fill out a team around 3 superstars. Look at the Bengals with Joe Burrow, T. Higgins, Jamar Chase. And look at their defense. I mean, there are so many parallels between the Cowboys and the Bengals, starting with the fact that both owners are cheap. But beyond that, and different stratospheres. Isn't it amazing? And I love Jerry. Jerry deserves his bust in the Hall of Fame. Jerry has been one of the most impactful people in the history of the NFL.
He let you drink
Jerry
his Pinot.
has been incredibly, incredibly successful in everything he's ever done. But, man, is he cheap when it comes to his football team. And you don't get that rich by throwing money away. I get it. But, you know, the whole idea, won't pay a coach to not coach the team. Mike Brown's the same way. Yeah. That's why McCarthy came back for that 1 extra year. We had those couple of days where we're waiting for the puff of smoke out of the star as to whether or not McCarthy's going to come back. Well, at the end of the day, I'm going to have to pay the guy to not coach, and I don't want to do it.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com here on The Fan.
You mentioned A.J. Brown a few minutes ago and where he could potentially be offered or if the Eagles could get somebody. Why we've wondered this a little bit. What's your sense of why the Eagles continue to seemingly just have so much internal dysfunction even while they have success? It feels like they have a really tough time getting along over there.
One of their superpowers is
Big Dom.
And it's weird because
oh yeah, Big Dom. He got destroyed for taking a selfie with Big Dom last
night. They don't avoid all the smoke, but they manage to hide the fire. And we know something's going on, but we never know what's going on. And there's something at the core of that team that is causing dysfunction, that is making it harder for them to get to their full potential on a regular basis. And I think the guy that came the closest to it, and I wish when I had Nick Sirianni and Harry Roseman in separate sessions yesterday, I wish I'd remember to ask Derek Gunn, who's covered that team forever. He used to be with NBC Sports Philadelphia. He said last year on someone's podcast that the problem is, and the frustration comes from the fact that Jalen Hurts has a contract that makes him untouchable. They can't trade him. They can't cut him. They are stuck with their quarterback, and he knows it. So they design the offense, they design the plays, they tell him what to do, and it's time to go, and he plays his game, and he doesn't do what he's supposed to do, and it frustrates everyone. And to the extent that A.J. Brown sounds off about this, that, or the other thing and what the offense is doing, one of the reasons it doesn't cause any problems in the locker room is the other players know that Jalen Hurts isn't running the offense the way it's supposed to be run. And that's what Derek Gunn reported. That's the closest I've ever seen to anyone putting an arrow into the bullseye. And I think they do a very good job, and I need to be careful how I couch this. They do a very good job when something like that comes up of putting out that fire, of getting Derek Gunn to stop. Stop the zeet, as they would say in our. You said enough. For whatever reason, because
threaten a fire like me and Choppy.
Well, I don't know that it came to that. God, that was so good. I just need to go find that again.
No.
I need to go find that and listen to it again. That was so entertaining.
No.
But Jerry understands that it's an entertainment business.
Yes.
And that Sunday Ticket class action lawsuit that went to trial a couple years ago, I bought that transcript. It was like $3,000 for that frickin' transcript, and it was 3,000 pages. But I had to read it. I had to understand what happened in that case.
What?
It's a lawyer thing.
What?
And Jerry, it was so clear from his testimony in that case that he relishes the attention because he knows it's good for business. And I've never gotten a complaint from the Cowboys about anything I've ever said, anything I've ever written. The only time I ever heard from the Cowboys, there was a picture of Jason Garrett years ago where he was making this face with crazy eyes. And we used it on a story a couple of times. And I started using it over and over again, and this was
you
on
and
purpose.
story pictures.
This was
I know
on
the
purpose.
photo you're talking about.
It was the eyes. I can find it. And Rich Dalrymple called and he said, "Can you just do me a favor and stop using that picture?" That's the only time in 25 years.
This one?
There it is.
Yeah.
The Jason Garrett crazy eyes photo.
Yeah.
That's
Did you tell Rich
only
to
time.
stop taking pictures?
I didn't know about it then, or I would have.
Wow.
I would have said, "Rich, you're the last guy to be saying anything about cameras, bro." But allegedly. But and I love Rich. You know, they still don't play the 1995 America's team when they do the marathon. There's two of them they don't play. Am I getting on a third rail here by saying this?
No.
When they do the
I
marathon,
never liked Rich.
every 4th of July,
Rich never talked to me.
they do the marathon of the America's team Super Bowl champions, one after another. The only two they omit, 2002 Buccaneers with Gruden, because of the whole email thing, and he got pushed out, and the 1995 Cowboys, because Dalrymple is throughout it.
Wow.
They never play it. They skip right over it and go to the next one.
What is the league going to do, if anything, about Steve, Tisch, and Epstein?
Head low, mouth shut, wait for it to blow over.
Dang.
And it may not. And we saw how the folks in the UK deal with Epstein, because I look at it this way. They apply one standard to the players. They apply a different standard to the owners. And they say that the owners are held to a higher standard. They say it, but do they do it? And here's what I think the core question is. And this goes back to Dan Snyder. And I'll say this. With Dan Snyder, all the stuff that came out, all the allegations from within the building, didn't move the needle. You know what moved the needle? When they started reporting that he was picking the pockets of his partners and he was playing games allegedly. Because I don't know how much of this was ever proven. Playing games with the visiting team pool by allocating ticket sales to other events where he doesn't have to share 40% of everything that comes through the door with his other owners. That, all of a sudden, Dan's gone. Mary Jo White goes in. He's gone. I think the concern is they don't want to create standards that may apply to other owners. And so if this email...
Hell of a standard, though, for others to match.
No, but what I'm saying is if the emails itself are enough to spark a full-blown investigation, other owners could find themselves in a situation where it's some little random thing that sparks an investigation, because it's like getting audited on your taxes. When they show up for one thing, but then they find something else. And I think that's what happened to Dan Snyder. It happened to the Dolphins. The Dolphins got investigated by Mary Jo White over this allegation from Brian Flores that he was offered $100,000 for every game he lost by Stephen Ross during the 2019 season because they were trying to position themselves to get Joe Burrow. That's why she showed up. When she got there, she uncovered all the evidence of the tampering with Sean Payton and Tom Brady, and boom, they got hammered for that. Ross got suspended. They lost a first-round pick, 7-figure fine. So I think so much of what's happening with Tisch is about let's tread lightly here because we do not want to create a standard that may apply to other owners. That's what I think the heart of this is. And the question is, will they get away with it? Will they be able to avoid it? Or will it reach a point where they have to do something? Because there's already enough there if they wanted to. You look at those emails, there was some reporting from The Athletic that suggested Jeffrey Epstein connected a woman that he knew to an American producer, and a lot of the dots connect back to Tisch. They haven't nailed it down, but that's enough for the NFL to say maybe this was Tisch, because it's a lot of the Harvey Weinstein type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I got somebody who wants an advantage, who's looking for my help, and if I get what I want, you get what you want. And there's enough there. If they were truly committed to applying the personal conduct policy, to holding owners to a higher standard. There's enough there that they could aggressively investigate Steve Tisch. But their attitude is, well, we're investigating whether or not we'll do an investigation, and we need the facts to come in. Well, where are the facts going to come from? If the league isn't going to do it, then The Athletic, the Wall Street Journal, other reporters need to be turning over rocks and forcing the NFL to deal with it.
Thank you for forgiving Choppy, even though he didn't
I haven't
apologize.
forgiven him yet.
Oh, man.
I don't accept your apology.
He didn't apologize.
All right. You understand how the Italians work, right? Now, I'm not saying
he's writing mob books.
I'm not saying I put a Malocchio on you, but I can tell you a story off the air. Don't point that thing my way. I can tell you a story off the air about a Malocchio that I applied to someone. Chris Sims can attest to it. He was there when the Malocchio was applied.
Don't.
And the Malocchio inadvertently turned into a nuclear bomb for this person.
Oh,
and I'll tell you as soon as we break.
No.
Thank you, Michael. You're the best.
Thanks, guys.
Our boy Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com. Football Night in America. What the heck could happen in the final hour of Shan and RJ? Find out next.
On 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour here in Indianapolis. I told you in the tease we don't know what could end up happening, and it came true. We are here for show number 1 at the Combine. Brian Broaddus will do it for G-Bag later on, and we are brought to you by East Dallas Diesel, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and the on-time experts. Todd Archer, Cowboys insider extraordinaire, sitting down with us here on 105.3 The Fan. What's up?
Fellas, how we doing?
Apparently we got beef. Bobby told me that
corned beef in particular.
That was my joke.
Yeah.
I made that joke in the commercial break. Great minds. Bobby said that.
Or he just stole it.
Bobby said you're mad at
fish.
me because I've been trashing your deli, and I've been doubting your food taste and your palate. Maybe I ordered the wrong thing.
How can you doubt? Look at this physique.
But, hey, come on. Yeah. I'm not an Olsen twin over here either.
Oh, God.
Wow. Who's the new skinny person to make
I don't know.
fun
I
of?
still always default
It's
to Allie McBeal still.
Allie McBeal.
I always default back to that one.
Now, Todd, this deli that we all go to.
Do we not name it?
What is it?
Shapiro's
Deli.
Went yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah.
Is this you think this is the best deli in the country?
No.
Okay.
It's the best one in Indianapolis.
Yeah. What do you get there?
I get the pastrami.
Okay.
Which is what I got, and it was chewy.
That's what
I never had pastrami. I think it was probably a good representation of pastrami, and I'd never had it, and I think I just don't like pastrami.
You never had pastrami before?
No. I think I just found I don't like it.
You're talking about my palate, and he's never had pastrami.
I know.
It's hard to make it to 35 years old without having pastrami at one point in your life.
I don't know. I had always avoided it.
And how
old is he?
36
36 now. But he was 35 last year.
He threw up.
He thought it was
much older than that.
Yeah.
He was throwing
Everybody
He was throwing up last night off of croquettes at Prime 47. He's puking all night long. But
did he keep you up?
Man, we're not. Hey, we have graduated as a company, Todd. We have separate rooms now. It only took 12 years. He was rooming with Nick Harris. But I am going to find a pastrami. I'm going to send you a pastrami, and I'm going to see if you can understand where I'm coming from. That we thought was a little bit chewy and a little bit overpriced. I'm going to make it my mission. I might make you one.
So I went yesterday with a person from the Cowboys.
Wow.
Who loves delis and said it was great, and this person had the chopped liver as well, which that's not.
That is
where are they from originally, and where are you from originally?
Massachusetts.
Okay.
New Jersey.
What
and the other guy.
What do you think, Mass Delis, New Jersey?
Oh man, I mean, Jersey.
Jersey, yeah.
Jersey would be like they would do the New York deli.
Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we could whittle this down on who this.
No, we're done talking.
I think we can whittle this down.
I'm gonna try it again. Maybe I'll get a half, and then the other half corned beef. I usually have the pastrami.
The matzo ball soup. Fan of that stuff? That's really good.
Yeah. How much is that sandwich?
Too much? I don't know. I'm on an expense account.
Dude, how much was it, Choppy?
It was like I think it was like $20 or something.
$22.50.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, that seems a little bit cheaper than I remember it. I'm gonna try it again. It could have been a fatty piece. Todd Archer here, 105.3 The Fan. Brandon Aubrey.
Yeah.
Is this just a negotiation, or I woke up feeling offended? I was mad. I was angry. I was like, put the second round tender on his ass and get it.
Well, that's going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
So an agent's job is to ask for the moon.
Yeah.
And if a team gives it to you, you've done your job. Sometimes the moon has to be attainable, and I don't know. That number seems out there. When the highest paid kicker is 6.4, and you're coming in right around 10. Now, it's my understanding the Cowboys' offer was not as was reported 7.5. That's not that high. So maybe I'm being told something wrong, but just from my perspective, I don't think they are at 7.5. But at least they agree he should be the highest paid kicker.
Yeah.
It's just the degrees of where you want to go. I don't know how you can go. Help me out with math, Bobby. How much is $10 million over? Is that 40%, something like that?
On what? Going $4 million above 6?
Yes.
No, it's 66%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there you go. Like, how can you justify that?
Did you get the sense talking to Steven the other day? We had talked about this a little bit. Did he almost sound a little more exasperated when referencing how the Aubrey negotiations have gone than Pickens?
He called it a journey.
He almost sounded more exhausted by Aubrey than Pickens.
Yeah. Well, he called it because they not had any negotiations with George. So maybe in a couple months it'll be a journey there too. But when Steven used that term with us on Monday, that it's been a journey, that tells you that. And I don't know how much of a journey it's been because they've not really had long substantive talks since last training camp. So,
do you think 8 is it? So is 6, 10, 8,
7? Like
6, 7.
Oh wow! Yeah, didn't do that on purpose either. I'd go to 7, and maybe they would go to 7. I don't know, but like again, if put the all right, let's say you go the second round tag, and and someone we're going to sign him, and here's your second round pick. Do you take the second round pick?
Yes. Now, yeah, I do. I'm mad. I'm mad at Brandon.
Well, don't let your money get mad.
Don't you?
What would you do?
Tell me where it is in the second round. Is it in the top 10 of the second round?
Broaddus tried to give away the Rams.
48. Pick number 48.
So
16, right middle of it.
I'd probably want a top 10 second round pick.
Dang.
For a kicker, Todd. It's a kicker. It's a kicker. Why? Why would we do that? I know. I'm saying in general though, like I would be fine if you could work out a deal or something else. Like I would be cool taking I would take a 4th round pick for any kicker. I don't.
But
care.
no, I'm playing by the rules of the RFA tender.
No,
I'm not making a separate deal.
No, I know, but you're saying you would want it to be a top 10 second round pick, right? In order to feel like
he's a really good kicker and a really good weapon. And
see, the only thing to me is like I've had this problem before.
He was mad about Vinatieri. He threw a tantrum.
Yeah, Vinatieri shouldn't have gone in. He shouldn't. No, he shouldn't have. What was he? He was like twice an All-Pro in 25 years. So I think that
he won 2 Super Bowls with his kicks.
Great, he's Eli. He's the Eli kicker.
He's the all-time leading scorer in the league.
All right. But on the kicker front, no. On
most difficult kick of all time in a foot of snow.
On the kicker front, the entire issue to me is that they almost. I think one of my biggest issues with the way Shoddy does things offensively, the way he calls things. I think generally does a pretty good job. I do think he defaults way too frequently to a safety of like, all right, now I'm going to pull it back.
Well, that's a Schottenheimer problem, not an Aubrey problem.
Exactly.
Right. But I'd rather just not pay the top mark. I don't want to invest that much. I don't want to have the crutch to lean on. It's all these different level variations.
But the coach cannot lean on the crutch.
Sure.
And still have a really good kicker.
Yeah, coach has 100%. But
that's my solution, Todd.
But I think paying a kicker $10 million or $8 million or whatever else, that's not going to get better. That'll probably get worse.
Oh, draft David Beeler in the 5th round.
Okay. Or just sign one as a free agent.
No, and look, there are kickers. We saw the dude in Jacksonville, seen the guy in Detroit. Like, these guys are matching kind of what Brandon does. So you can find these guys, and you got to be really maybe lucky and things like that. But how much does the kicker change a season? And I think Brandon has 1 or 2 game winners in his 3 years, right? He's not been in those situations very much because either the Cowboys are blowing people out or getting blown out.
Yeah,
I love him at the end of the half. At the end of the half, he's very valuable. I think the other 56 minutes of a game, it can be detrimental at times.
But that's not his fault.
No, it's not.
So,
but again, like I said, I don't think you should ever be the team that's paying a kicker the highest in the NFL. That would just not be something.
That's like saying, Bobby, I want to put my new couch on the curb because it's too comfortable. My kid's sleeping on it too much.
No, it's not. I've got a used couch. I don't have floors that need repaired, but I've got I'm going to go spend on the most expensive light bulb I can.
It's training Pena to start Hatterberg.
That worked.
It worked. It did work. Yeah, it did work.
Todd, do you think is there anyone that you've covered that reminds you of Pickens' personality? We had Clayton Adams on in the 6 o'clock hour, and what did he say? What was the sentence?
Shan had said, we're always trying to figure out George Pickens, and Clayton went, me too.
Is that the only holdup with him? And what is it? What is that? What is it like in the locker room or covering him or his personality?
He's been fine to cover. I mean, he's available. His answers aren't great, but maybe that's because our questions suck. But he's obviously a really good player. But if they come in and they're asking for, the top of the receiver market's $40 million. No, the best receiver gets $40 million.
Yeah.
He's not. Just because you're the next guy doesn't mean you should top that guy. And he's not the best receiver on his team.
Choppy.
Todd,
we may as well co-host together.
CeeDee Lamb's better than he is.
I think CeeDee.
It is easier to take George Pickens out of a game than it is CeeDee Lamb.
That's because of mental thing potentially,
or just bus schedules.
but like
goes up on time.
Because I think
part of it.
CeeDee's more consistent. Like I think obviously better route runner, but I think there's a lower floor with George, but a higher ceiling in a game. Would you agree with that? Like he could have his worst game.
He
is
can
gonna
have
be
a
worse
Detroit
than
game,
CeeDee's.
and he can have a whatever you want to say his best game of the year.
Raider,
Right.
whatever won me the money from Bobby.
Raiders game was a big game.
Yeah.
Was a big one.
That was the game he got benched for a series. I'm sure that really.
I know that didn't send the right message. Probably
those two guys. Look, the 2-year tag total is 61, going to be about 61, 62. I give him $32 million a year, and if he doesn't take it, okay, I'll just tag him.
If he takes it,
And what happens when you tag him? Going
There's
back
an
to
element-
get him, Micah.
Oh, well, Micah wasn't. Micah was. They had 4 years of Micah knowledge.
Micah doing George things for 4 years.
Right. This guy's that like, and again, I wrote about this too. Like people think, well, Jerry talked to George on this contract. Jerry doesn't know who George is. George hasn't been here a calendar year. Like all the guys Jerry's talked to are the guys that have been around forever. Witten, Ware, Romo, Newman. Like those dudes were here for a long. Dak, Zach Martin, D-Law, like
Clarence Hill.
Yeah, he doesn't talk to him. But so that's not going to happen. But if there's a downside to George not showing up either, because he already has the reputation. They got him for a 3, right? I mean, it's not like they gave up a 1 to get him. So and there wasn't a lot of.
There were some complaints that it was overpay when they got a 3.
So there wasn't a lot of teams beating down the door to go get the guy. The issues that he had in Pittsburgh still exist, but no one here cares as much.
Yeah.
They're used to dealing with these sort of things, so it doesn't matter as much. I'm not saying it doesn't matter at all. It just doesn't matter as much. So if he skips all the stuff, he's ultimately affecting himself because he's just going to play back into the narrative that has been developed about him by not showing up, and B, it might impact his ability to impress on the field, which impacts his future earnings wherever he would be, maybe as a free agent in 27 or 28 or however it would go.
Todd Archer, ESPN, right here on 105.3 The Fan. What's your schedule look like? Todd's going to stick around one more segment with us on the home of the Cowboys with Shan.
It's 9:15
and RJ.
Or 10:15.
That's Underdog, Choppy.
first, 214 or 817-483-3233. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, we got Todd Archer to stick around with us one more segment here on Shan and RJ 105.3 The Fan, live from the Combine in Indianapolis. Brought to you by Pet Care Connectors, Yorgi Pet Care Connectors, East Dallas Diesel, and the On-Time Experts. Have you gotten a feel or sense for how giddy Broaddus is that we got him back out here?
Yeah, I've yet to see him, but I did see Schneider's reaction to seeing him from Bobby's tweet. He lives for this, so I'm sure he's going crazy and meeting the gang of seven.
We got him out last night.
Really?
He went out.
Yeah. And
to
walked
the Weber
back.
Grill?
No, he went out to Prime.
Wow.
Yeah, he got a steak salad.
Okay.
And he walked back. It was too cold for us. And we're getting a car. And he said, I'll walk.
Yeah, he's giddy. He's walking. He's, let me feel the Indy air.
He stopped at Steak and Shake on the way back.
I bet he did. Rapoport, we had Rapoport yesterday, and he goes up to shake hands and he's like, hello, sir, I'm Brian Broaddus. And Ian's like, yeah, I know who you are. You're good. And then he went on the air and hit later. He's like, Ian Rapoport said he knew who I was. And he's so giddy right now.
He's floating. Where's this?
If you're impressed that Rapoport
he knows. I don't know why it's like he forgot. It's like he's got amnesia and he's like slowly getting his memory back, like the Notebook or something.
Where's this on? You have to have a list of trips that you make for work. Is this one, or do you like Senior Bowl? I don't know where.
For value, like for entertainment, or his value?
Both.
Okay, so we're talking travel. Training camp is the best.
Okay.
So
yeah,
because we're there a month and it's California and it's 75 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably two because I've done it pretty much every year since 1997.
Wow.
When I lived in Cincinnati and drive over, and what you get out of it. Now, like,
is this the most valuable?
Yeah, because you're getting more time with people that you don't get otherwise, and it's accidentally bump into on purpose kind of stuff, right? So that's why this is valuable to me. It's not to find out if Arvell Reese met with the Cowboys, because no kidding, he met with the Cowboys. But I mean, they meet with everybody here. It's not, or whether it's a formal, an informal, or whatever. Like that doesn't. I understand. Like people on Twitter get all hot and bothered over that stuff. It doesn't do anything for me. It's more about finding agents, finding what they're doing in free agency, because that's before the draft, and then you can kind of play catch up on the draft. I'm not a guru like Bobby over here when it comes to the draft.
Aisha. Yeah.
Todd, who are you focusing on out here prospect wise that you think they may be looking at? Or you're not? Well, that was for a meeting, but like, I know you do an article on position preview and what they're going to look at. Right, all defensive players. You're not going to write anything about that?
Yeah, but I'm not like using that here to find out what Mansour Delane is
40 times.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. I did joke before you sat down when you weren't here. I go, Bobby's trying to figure out the hand size of some defensive tackle right now.
Yeah, I was just trying to do the hand span from a far distance.
Todd, we're trying to figure out whether the Cowboys are operating differently whatsoever this early off season. Are we just trying to hope that that's the case, or do you think that Brian Schottenheimer's influence is causing some of it?
I think you're hoping that that's the case, because for Javonte Williams, they signed him early. They signed Osa before free agency too, and basically the deal was done here. It just never got announced because there was some worry from Osa's side of, my short-changing. His agent was a little worried about if he was getting short-changed. So he wasn't sure he wanted to do the deal until Osa said, this is what I want, this is where I want to be, and they did it. We'll see. Steven has asked the bust the budget line a couple times since he's been here. There was nothing that led me to believe, wow, they're really going to bust the budget, right? I mean,
yes,
it could just be their budget, not the actual.
Steven will always wet blanket it a little.
Yeah. Now, I think they will be much more active in free agency. How do I say this? They will have a bigger signing than Dante Fowler in free agency. Does that matter?
Will they have an early free agent signing?
I believe they will. Yeah. Because they know how bad the defense is and how they need to find players to impact their defense. And they can't sit there and wait for the second and third wave of free agency to find that guy. So I think you'll see them look. This is just my opinion. I'm not reporting this, so don't put it up on the thing.
You hear that, Josh? Do not clip it.
I think they're going to sign a Mike linebacker in free agency, a legitimate Mike linebacker, because it can't be a rookie who comes in and said, "Here you go, here's a green dot, you're the guy." Mm-hmm. That I don't think they can do that, and I think they could. I think they'll add an edge. I think they'll add like I said, the linebacker, and I think they'll add a second-tier pass rusher. Whoever that guy is, I don't know I don't think it would be Trey Hendrickson. Could be. But then that blows up. Then the safety probably goes out, and the linebacker it kind of impacts your spending.
What are you making of this temperature on Clowney that is seeming to cool here a little bit?
I think they are listening to their coach, their new coordinator, saying that I like him, but he's not necessarily. I don't know how great of a fit he is in what we want to do. And they can say, well, in Carolina, for a year, he ran that similar defense, and he didn't do as well as he did here. Now, for a team who has no pass rushers, I think it would be pretty cavalier to just walk away from the guy and say, okay, Donovan Ezeraku and your 2 sacks. How's your haircut?
And my bald head, it's grown back. It's grown back.
Can you believe he's growing it back? Did you see it? Did you think it looked so much better bald?
No.
Really?
I don't think it looks good.
He just doesn't think of me as looking good, period.
He's screwed.
Is Todd your biggest ball buster?
Todd's up there because Todd will just directly say, like, I'll say, well, what about this? And Todd can just be like, well, it's because you're stupid. And so, like, it'll just be put plainly. There's no beating around the bush.
But where were we going?
Ezeraku, Clowney, edge rushers.
Yeah, like they don't have anybody.
Yeah.
Like I realize James Houston's still on a contract, but whatever. At 12 or 20, they'll take a corner and a pass rusher in whichever order. In my mind, that's how they go.
Broaddus was talking about Crosby, and he basically boiled down to he's building a 3-year window for Dak.
I agree with that.
And you agree with that?
Yeah, I think everybody is now tied together. The head coach, the defensive coordinator, Dak, CD. If George Pickens signs a 3-year deal and you can trick it up and make it longer to help with your cap numbers and things, I think this is a 3-year run. And if it doesn't work, what do you do? I mean, help me out. 26, 30, you'd have 13 years of Dak as your quarterback. Show me all the quarterbacks that have been to a Super Bowl for the first time in their 14th season. I don't think. Thank you. Well, you can't find one that's been in his 11th season that's done it for the first time either.
No, I think not. I think that with the drafting team, with
Correct.
the team that took them, I think it's Matt Ryan is the longest.
Ken Anderson.
Ken Anderson.
Might be Matt Ryan. It's Matt Ryan or Ken Anderson.
And then it's like Matt was like 9 or 10 years in.
And Kenny Anderson was right around the same
and
time.
Manning was right around the same time.
He was either 8 or 9 or So 98 to 06.
Yeah. Now Stafford would have done it, but not with the team that took him.
No, he wouldn't. Yeah, he wouldn't have done it with the Lions. That's the whole point.
Maybe they would have if he was their quarterback.
See, maybe that's the case. Terrence Steele, the offensive line situation. Do you think there's anything to the late season chair shuffling they were doing? Is that anything that's going to be reflective of what they're doing into the future?
No, I think they want to keep Tyler Smith at left guard. I don't think. I'm going to defend Terrence Steele and probably be in the minority on this one.
I think he's overly
fine.
criticized.
He's a decent, solid. Teams have won Super Bowls with Terrence Steele type right tackles. Like, he's good enough. And he's not as bad, I think, as people want. He's really good against a run. Where he struggles is when it's 3rd and 11 and you're down 20 points in the 3rd and 4th quarter and everybody knows you got to pass. Well, that's where he struggles. That's where every tackle struggles. So I don't think they're going to cut him. I don't think they're going to restructure him either, unless there's a emergency. You got to break the glass. That's the contract you go and do.
What are your thoughts on Shoddy after year 1, and how surprised were you that Bobby's boy got hired in Pittsburgh?
What's Bobby's boy's name again?
I don't know.
I like him.
Super Bowl champion Mike McCarthy.
Let's do the blind resume of him.
Sorry.
And John Harbaugh.
Mike Tomlin.
I was going to say, that Super Bowl champion. That's the Pelissero tweet introduction. So
is that Bobby's worst football take? His McCarthy attacks. What do you think?
It's not a totally bad take.
He's got a lot of bad takes.
That's not a bad take.
We'll start with Mike. I'm not, because it's Pittsburgh, I'm not surprised because of the Pittsburgh ties. And he knows a lot of people in our organization, has known people there beyond the Rooney family for a long, long time.
First time I ever saw him at the stadium 3 hours before a game was when they played Pittsburgh, and he wanted to catch up with people.
Well, it's because you weren't at Green Bay, I guess, because he got there about 5 hours early.
See, there you go. It's the places where he knows people. It's not actually to do his job.
But he actually he would go over with the trainers before the game.
I'm just being a troll, Todd.
Well, I'm trying to set you straight. What was the first part of it before Shoddy year one? I thought he did a really good job for the most part. I would point out the fact to everybody they lost 4 of their last 5 games when they were poised to
make the playoffs.
Yeah.
And they kind of fell apart, and it wasn't just the defense's fault.
Yeah, and you pointed that out in saying, we're not touching the offense.
No.
We're not fixing the offense. Well, offense stalled out.
It did. Second half,
scored 1 touchdown in the second half of each of the last 5 games.
Total?
1 touchdown. In the second.
Not 1 each game.
No, just 1 in the last 5.
That's a big problem. Like and I get it. When the defense is this bad, you've got to address the defense. But are we just cool running it back with everybody on offense?
They will, because the defense is so bad.
Right.
Like if someone's like, well, if Love is available at 12, I don't know how the Cowboys would pass him. They just signed Javonte Williams. What are we doing here? Like, you get $8 million in a running back.
The question for me would be, if everybody says Tate is a top 4 player, and then he drops to you at 12, obviously you could trade down because someone's going to want to come up and get him theoretically. But that would be my only option of going and getting an offensive player.
That might, and if that scenario is what happened with them with CD.
Yeah.
Because we all had him taking a pass rusher, and CD, who thought CD would be at number 20 or
16.
Whatever, 16.
Yeah, they said they said every single one of their mock drafts they had done leading up to it, they never got CD past like 8.
Yeah.
Have you? Are you going to have a night where? What's the loosest you see him get turned?
Todd doesn't get loose. Todd's always
chopped liver.
He's like Todd will get but I'm saying Todd's always still very he's making sure he's measured. He's aware of what's around him.
What's your drink of choice?
It's called awareness.
Yes, it is. I don't have it. I have awareness to notice that. No, you're high. No, you're Stella, right?
Oh, I had a Stella the other night when I was with you.
Yeah,
I like Stella. I'll do some tequila stuff.
Okay. But in the right situation or the right contact, right setting, you're not
going to see me stumbling down the streets of Indianapolis. If that's what you're wondering.
Like me.
Yeah. That's what I was wondering.
Or Mark Sanchez.
Yeah. No, I think it was the other guy that was stumbling.
In your Christian Parker research and phone calls, are you sipping this Kool-Aid now? This fresh Kool-Aid that none of us really knew about?
Yes, because it's fresh and new and we don't know, right? But what I find is funny is, I sit next to Machota at the press conference.
Wow.
And we should have put together a bingo card of what he was going to say, because we're like, we want a defense that is multiple. Attacks quarterback, takes the ball away, stops the run. He said everything. You fit the system to the players.
Except Clowney.
Yeah.
He said everything that Matt Eberflus said last year. Matt Eberflus said you fit the system to the players. Now, he didn't do it very well, obviously, but they all say the same thing. Well, to me, it was impressive how he was, as a young guy, how commanding he was, and I thought he had a good presence about him. That it wasn't just kind of, hey, let's make some jokes, although he did joke around a little bit. He mentioned 2 things on like that Seneca and whoever the something Aurelius.
Yeah, what he's
Who the hell is that?
He was talking about like Roman emperors or whatever.
Yeah, and then you went to the Art of War. I'm like, okay, I got back on track on that one. But like, I was impressed by him, and the more people you talk to, you're like, okay, there's something here. But you can be as great a teacher as you want if you have no students.
Yeah.
No,
doesn't matter. Did you at all feel bad for Eberflus last year?
Yes, and because he's a good man, and he's a good coach, and somehow everything conspired last year for him to have his worst year, and every player to have their worst year. It just wasn't a fit. And I don't like when they hired Eberflus, was anybody saying, what the hell are they doing?
No.
Right. I think people are like, oh, he's a good, solid coordinator, did a good job here in Indy. His defenses in Chicago, they weren't bad. You take away the best player on defense a week before the season starts. Put Christian Parker in that situation. How's he going to do?
Should he have taken a year off?
Yes. I think all these guys should take a year off. Now, you run the risk of taking a year off and they forget about you.
Yeah.
So I got you on that.
That's why you get Laura Oakman.
Like Jason Garrett.
You guys need a podcast.
Yeah.
An insider podcast of
Why
your
Mike's
jokes
right.
and your references. Todd Archer, he breaks news while raking leaves. That's still our number one flex for you that we keep bringing up.
You had broke it. You came out of raking leaves. You're like, I was raking leaves.
Yeah,
you're like, sorry, I'm breaking the story. Probably late. It's like, no, you had time to rake your yard, still coming to be first.
That's a good flex. Unintentional flex.
It's just his
Possibly
life.
that I was raking. You guys didn't believe that I was raking?
No, we believed it. We took it as you saying, I figured other reporters.
I can just do petty household work for 30 minutes and still be ahead of everybody.
I thought it was late.
What's it like to live in a house where you have to rake leaves?
Why, do you have a turf backyard or something?
No, I just don't have a tree.
You don't have a tree?
That
he has a pool and no yard. The pool takes up
my front
the
yard
entire
doesn't have. I have one tree in the front yard. That thing never leaves.
Well,
doesn't go anywhere either.
That's right.
Todd Archer, ESPN, thank you so much, man. You're appreciated. Let's crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece next. Simpson moment last night as we crosstalk with the fellas.
God, you did that?
Did you kidnap somebody?
Oh, my God.
That's what you thought of first? The kidnap?
That's what he was found guilty of.
Yeah, he wasn't found guilty of anything else. So.
So Hagee takes the Michael Jackson Wolchuk position with OJ.
That's RJ. Oh.
That is my take. I mean, he was, as far as I'm concerned, I can only go based on what what the court of law says.
Why do I only see Stairway to Kevin on the fan
Camera does not work on this computer.
Is this your new computer?
No, it's the work computer.
Office computer.
Oh.
I haven't gotten one.
No, the desktop.
Oh.
The one that you use.
Yeah.
You don't want one.
I don't want one. I'm not taking it.
Because you think it's too heavy, right?
Well, it's like, I don't want to go anywhere, but I want the invite. You know what I mean?
I get that, yeah.
I feel like you want to go everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, I do.
Yeah, you destroyed us for not going out the last night in San Francisco.
Well, that's because you guys are close to me. But, for example, I don't necessarily want to go to dinner with somebody in Frisco, but I want to be invited. Right? So I can say no.
I thought you would want to go to the dinner.
It's too far away. You know me.
You make fun of me.
What?
You say I'm a zip code guy. I don't go past 30.
No, that's true. It doesn't. But I'm the same way. Like in terms of from friendships, I should say.
Okay.
I want to be friends with people who live close to me.
So if I invited you to dinner over in my neck of the woods in Plano, you'd be like, I appreciate it, buddy, but no.
It's a good chance of saying no, but I appreciate the invite. And it has nothing to do with you. It would have nothing to do with you.
All I know is nowhere's too far if you're within earshot of us. The Metroplex is well connected.
That's right, it is.
What am I not getting?
Nothing.
He's just being a company man.
And you have the Odyssey app as well that you can use.
Him and Broaddus there. I mean, the greatest Odyssey employees after they got sent out here. They had their little wish come true. So now they love everyone.
I made a Clinton joke earlier, so I haven't been totally good.
Corey, what's coming up?
Man, we got a loaded show today as well, where we won't have Florio on for 2 segments and then have him take shots at us like he did with you. That was rude, but at the same time, it's okay because y'all rib people. Tim Kirchin joins us at 10:20. We'll get rocking with him. We'll dive in on Avion Terrell and some of the guys that are going to be rocking out there for the linebackers and defensive tackles groups. And we also have Nick Harris join us at 12:20, and then FC Dallas and Brian Ray. Brian Ray from the Stars broadcast joins us at 1 o'clock today. We love it.
Don't you think that Florio's shots at Choppy were warranted after? Now I know Kevin hates Florio. I know that, but
not hates. I just don't think he's good at his job.
Oh, well,
he's trying to burn your bridge even more.
Yeah, well, he's not here. He's not gonna find out about it.
Yeah. He's on NBC.
I think we got past it.
Good.
Without an apology, you were able to get the interview without apologizing, which I know is a humongous goal of yours in life.
It generally is. I generally do wind up caving and apologizing in general, but I also didn't feel the need to apologize. I mean, he's the one that overreacted, not me.
I also don't think it registers the same way as if you would have done it, because I think
it would have hurt.
I think with Florio, he thinks of he's more aligned with you and thus the show.
Well, aligned with with what?
Which way is he aligned? Was he standing or not standing last night?
I saw Sean's social media.
Oh, yeah, you've avoided this. You've avoided talking about this.
I'm talking about what?
Big Dom.
I thought
your Big Dom selfie.
Oh, okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
This is my OJ moment where my all-time question is: would you have ever taken and then posted a selfie with OJ? I think Choppy and Corey have said yes.
Mm-hmm.
My answer is no. Well, last night my OJ moment, I didn't. Rich Eisen's right here, but I wasn't going.
OJ or MJ? You got to post one of them.
Michael Jordan? Oh, Michael Jackson?
Got to post one.
MJ.
You're taking a photo with one. You have to post
MJ. No hesitation. You think OJ over MJ?
Michael Jackson?
Yeah. You're making me pick, so don't be blown away.
RJ, I don't think was present for our dinner conversation.
Yeah, I was there.
No, I know you were there. I don't think you were present for our dinner conversation. No, because you just said if you weren't found guilty, you didn't do it. Well, MJ wasn't found guilty.
I agree. That's what I'm saying, but I'm surprised that it came so easily because I would think
I have more doubt about Michael than OJ.
That's fair.
That's my answer.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. So we're not.
I think Mike's guilty, but I have more doubt.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to pin you into a.
Well, clearly you weren't trying to, get me in trouble.
I was trying to pin you into let's compare crimes, but I'm glad you didn't take the bait.
Fantex with just the letter. Corey, Kevin, you have to vote too.
I'm sorry I didn't hear that. I think my connection is breaking up on this
I'll post
side.
both. I hope they're both in the picture at the same time.
Okay, so last night, Big Dom, he pulls up. Everything was so stereotypical. All that was missing was the Sopranos music in the background.
Pulls up in that big Suburban.
Big Suburban. He gets out. He's leading the way like he's scoping the scene and checking things out before the Eagles come in. And I got a little nervous. I got a little excited. Because to me, Big Dom is like the white whale of the NFL. No one knows what he sounds like. That's probably the interview I would want the most out here.
You're now Ahab.
I would want to sit him down and ask all my Big Dom questions. He's this mystery figure.
Yeah.
I know it's douchey and all that stuff. So when he was walking out of the place and I've been contemplating, I was nervous. I've been thinking about it for a few minutes. I said, Big Dom, selfie? I took a terrible photo of myself. It was horrific.
You had a gigantic head in that one, yeah.
Yeah, so now you're going to be a jerk to me.
Your skull looked big, too.
Well, I took the selfie.
Can I give you some positive feedback, Sean?
Yeah, please.
I really liked. I think it was
the lighting was great.
I really liked on Twitter where that one person told you to sit out of some conversation. You go, "Nah, I'm gonna talk about what I want, pimp." And I just thought I laughed so hard at that response. It was great.
That was over the White House hockey stuff.
Yep.
Would you have taken the selfie with Big Dom and posted it around the room?
Yeah,
because it backfired on me tremendously.
Yeah, he's a football guy. If Saquon Barkley walks in here, I don't care if he plays for the Eagles. Take a photo with him.
I think people will be less angry over that than Big Dom.
All right, Sirianni.
Oh,
I mean,
I would never have asked Sirianni for a picture. But I was fine with Big Dom.
Yeah,
I hate Sirianni. I hate him.
Yeah, I understand it. I understand it.
I never would take a picture with Sirianni.
People generally dislike people who are vociferous.
Dom to me is like a
about
TV
success.
character, He's like a TV.
So he's a character.
He walked in that jumpsuit and the glasses.
I'm sorry.
And it's like
that's why I'm wearing this jumpsuit today.
he walks in with the jumpsuit and the glasses, and it's like he's
moly.
pointing to the back kitchen like, "Teresa, how's the baby?" Like he's doing that whole bit, just thinking he's all in command. And then when he came up and he took the selfie with Shan, he goes, "Absolutely," and then he goes, "Appreciate you fellas," and he smacks him on the back.
So what do you think? Would you have done it, Kevin, Corey, taking a selfie and posted it with Big Dom?
All right, I'm not gonna lie, and I don't want to hurt your feelings, Sean. I wasn't exactly sure who you were talking about at first, and so that's the security guard guy.
Yeah.
You don't know Big Dom?
That's the security. You're
Kevin,
in sports.
you're a liar.
Yeah, you don't know the security guard guy.
Yeah. So I had to look it up, and so no, I wouldn't take a picture with the security guard guy.
There is no. He's doing a bit.
Yeah,
you know who that is.
You have to know who Big Dom is.
Why? What does he do?
For the sake of your credibility, Hageland, you have to say you know who Big.
What does he do besides security?
In a football game, he hit a player.
Yeah.
He is a 49er on the field.
He is the key to their Super Bowl title. They'll tell you that.
Yeah, he's now a coach on the team.
He's got the headset.
He's a headset.
Did you say he was the key to their Super Bowl run?
Yeah.
That's what the Eagles tell everybody.
OJ or who's winning, OJ or MJ?
MJ.
See?
MJ.
Sean, I wouldn't. So here's the deal. If I would have caught the Aaron Judge home run ball, I'd have thrown it back. That's how much of a fan I am of my team.
I would have taken a photo with both of them
If I saw
before
Big Dom, I probably would have tried to trip him or something like that instead of taking a picture with him. You know what? He can try. You can try, big boy, but you ain't going to get some. So that's what I would have just been like, hey, man, you can stay out of here with this.
He's a large human.
You think that's like McFly tripping Biff in the diner?
When he stands up with all
All right, what are we doing the rest of the day?
I don't know. We're going to go get food after this?
I got a doctor's appointment.
I think I'm going to hang around to make sure that Nick Harris can connect to the Comrex in 20 minutes.
You found a doctor in Indianapolis?
No, it's my son. He had an MRI the other day. So, by the way, we'll talk about this tomorrow. They're so expensive, these MRIs. With insurance.
Yes.
With insurance.
Yes.
Why do I even have insurance, Chop?
I don't know.
So you are going to call it for the MRI results?
So it's a video call for the results, yeah.
And what time's that?
It's at noon our time, so an hour from now.
So
okay, I got a little time.
Well, I guess I'll see you guys
I want to get some food. So
You want to go to the deli?
I want to go somewhere where I can eat so I can finally put something on my stomach because it's finally settled down.
So you can throw that up too, get another ailment like last night.
No, I literally vomited only because I was looking at social media and saw your photo with Big Dom, and it made me so sick to my stomach. But I purged.
We're back tomorrow with Will McClay, Dane Brugler, another Godsmack ticket giveaway, and who knows what else. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
Take us with you.
krld-fm and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, man, Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
And the more famous than Big Dom, Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? 877-881-1053. Same for all those people out there in Radio Land.
Is Big Dom the best Dom?
No. Dominic Mysterio.
That's right.
That's who I thought they were talking about.
If anybody else has any other thoughts, 877-881-1053.
Oh, I'm looking at the fan text. People have thoughts this morning.
Oh, that is true.
Also on the Twitch or the YouTube, if you want to get involved in the conversation. Look, I'm just saying, people have thoughts.
Also,
which I respect.
If you, I know interaction on the Twitch and YouTube's phenomenal, but if you're like, you know what, I need to make sure I have the fan in my pocket at all times, get that Odyssey app. Put that on the phone. Just log in. It's absolutely free, and you'll be able to hear us anywhere on the planet for one, even in Germany, Kevin, with your German hat. Or
I was finally able to move past the beanie
when we go on the road and we're out in a surprise next week watching the Rangers, who have a Corey Seager who's still hitless at this point, Alec. And I hope, here's the thing, I hope he goes the entire spring without a hit. And he's like, no, it's a bit, guys, don't worry. And first pitch he sees on opening day, he just nukes one into the second deck. And everybody's like, oh, never mind, Corey Seager's back. And we can all be like, see, spring training, don't worry about it, guys. But right now I'm panicking.
Okay, well, I'll tell you this, because we're going to get to NFL overreaction or reality, or it might just be a Brandon Aubrey overreaction or reality. I'm going to tell you this. It could be worse. Can I briefly take you to the Duke and Notre Dame game last night where everything fell apart for Notre Dame? They lost 100-56. That's a 44-point loss. That is their worst loss in 128 years.
Oh, really?
But only their second worst loss ever. I take you to 1898, when Notre Dame's first official game resulted in a 64-8 loss to the 1st Regiment of Chicago. So that one was worse. However, their coach might have also torn his ACL during the game. He was on crutches after the game. He was asked, what specifically happened to you? And he goes, I really don't want to get into that right now. The season of hell continues. The season of hell continues. But there was speculation, because he needed help from his players and he was on crutches, that he tore his ACL in the game where they lost by more points than any game since the first game in the history of their basketball program.
Wow. From the 972, text is all I need, since Corey always acknowledges my text. Kevin, do you know how Reggie used to bring this idea up? He would ask this question. We ask this question frequently too. Why do we presume that ghosts are just within the restraints of a wall? Like, they can't get out.
Right.
We also sometimes assume that a season of hell is only within the season, that it won't carry over, and it didn't carry over from last year. It's just something about this year that this year's not our year. That's tough, man. That's a tough place to be.
You are absolutely right about that.
Would you have brought that up if that was if Duke had fallen apart, though?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
If their coach also...
I think you would have buried it.
No. Oh, my gosh, no. If it was the worst loss since the first game ever that they ever had, and their coach might have torn his ACL and said, the season of hell continues, yeah, that would have got brought up. All right. A lot of votes coming in for Dominic Toretto. So right now it feels like the Dominic or Dom power rankings go like this. Dominic Toretto from Fast and the Furious, Dominic Mysterio, and then Big Dom.
Okay.
Thus far,
those are the three.
Still plenty of time to vote.
Okay.
877-881-1053 or the Twitch or the YouTube. In the meantime, Alec, can you go ahead and give me cut number 7, because we need to talk about this fella.
Snap and hold, 42-yard kick from Aubrey. The Cowboys have won this football game. Butter.
So
I love it.
We talked about it. That is a great call. We talked about it yesterday. Is that Stephen Jones? And it just kind of felt like a throwaway. And I just assumed Cowboys were kind of doing what they usually did. And they're like, oh, yeah, maybe $5 million. But he was like, hey, we haven't been able to come together on this just yet. And now you're hearing more information. Now, keep in mind, this information that gets leaked out is because everybody has an agenda, right? Mm-hmm. Like, would you really rule out that the Cowboys specifically leaked out that he wants $10 million to make him seem like he's like super greedy when maybe the number's a little bit different? I'm just saying, always keep that in mind. But let's start with this. Overreaction or reality? If Brandon Aubrey's asking price really is $10 million per year, you're okay dealing him.
How much is the average for a kicker?
I think it's like 4 something for the top 5. I was thinking about future. So here's the scenario. Here's the scenario. He's a restricted free agent. Supposedly the Cowboys offered him $7.5 million, which would be the most
fantastic
for a kicker ever. The current most is $6.4 million. So that's a pretty hefty. That's almost 20% over the highest ever. And then again, supposedly he wants, or his team wants, $10 million per year. Here's where they're going to run into problems getting that. If the Cowboys want to put a first or second round tender on him, where if somebody wants to pay him that, they will have to pay up the requisite draft capital. $8.1 million is the first round tender, and $5.8 million is the second round tender. So the logic is, why wouldn't you just put a first round tender on him, pay him $8.1 million, which is less than he wants and only $600,000 more than you wanted, and if somebody else wants to swoop in, you can get a first round pick for a kicker. If you want to put the second round tender on him, I get that as well. Now, that's just for this year. Next year, he'll be an unrestricted free agent. Well, that's where the franchise tag comes in. If it's a combination of the top 5 on the market, and I just told you number 1 is 6.4, you're going to be just fine. So while we talk about franchise tagging George Pickens, maybe...
So you're saying we should have paid Pickens and franchise tagged Brandon Aubrey?
You don't have to franchise tag Aubrey until next year.
All right, gotcha.
But I'm just saying, maybe that will be the smartest financial idea. But are you okay if all of these numbers are true, moving on from him or dealing him, not just like getting rid of him?
Yeah. And I made that pretty clear a long time ago, and people lost their damn minds on Twitter about it. They're like, he's the best kicker in the league. And I was like, awesome. But you're working with your restraint. Now, I want him to get $10 million. I do. I want every player. If
there was no cap, I'd be like,
I want every player out there to get their cash, get paid, baby. But I also understand the amount of work that this team has to do to build a roster that's competitive.
Yeah.
And paying a kicker that much over the average is going to keep me from having a linebacker or a depth cornerback or a starting running back. You know, like these are the numbers that you're working with. He would be asking for more than your running back.
Yeah, and man, I didn't even really think about that. And he would also be asking for more than 50% more than the highest contract that's ever been for his kicker. That is absurd.
Yeah, and as much as
if all these numbers are right.
I also hate. Yeah, you're right about that part. Keep pounding that part home. One of the things that I don't even want to put that in the world. No, I don't want to put because if we used to talk about this stuff with Frank Provenzano.
Yeah,
and he said the goal is for everybody to have given something up but walk out happy because you don't want an angry player.
For sure,
an angry player isn't going to be content with their season, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want a dude that's out there and he's like, screw this, and then he misses a game-winning field goal because he didn't get $2 million extra. And even though he was handsomely paid, and I just don't want that. Now, do I think he's that kind of person? I do not. But that's just always a fear of mine, is because I don't know all the people, Kevin. That's just something I can honestly say. I don't know all the people yet.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Look, okay, and from the 601, Aubrey scored more points this season than Dak and George Pickens combined.
That's by nature of kickers.
And also, I hear you on that. I am not disagreeing with how good he is whatsoever. Nope. But I think when you go, 18% above the highest contract in the league for your position, that shows, hey, we think you're awesome. When you want more than 50% more than the highest paid player, there we go, at your position, it's just a non-starter for me. But if somebody else does want to pay it, then I get it. I've seen some people say go with the second round tender, and I understand that because then you put it at $5.8 million. And if somebody wants to come in and they want to steal him away from you, then you'll get a second round pick out of it, and you'll already come in way under what you were going to do. If you want to go wild and go with the first round tender, I think that is doable as well. I just don't think Aubrey's team in this scenario has the leverage since he's a restricted free agent, and the franchise tag is going to be way lower than what he would be getting in future seasons if you went that direction. Alec, overreaction or reality? If Brandon Aubrey's asking price is really $10 million per year, you are okay dealing him?
That's an easy reality. I mean, I look at the two kickers in the Super Bowl. Just for instance, the two guys that made it the furthest out of all the kickers in the league. You have Jason Myers with the Seahawks. You only know his name because he kicked 1 million field goals in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But he's on a long-term deal. His salary, $5.275 million.
Perfect number.
You probably can't even name the Patriots kicker unless you had him in fantasy this year. Andy Borregales. His salary,
I would not have gotten that right.
His salary, $1 million. You don't need premium kickers in the NFL to be successful if your offense is as good as you think it is, which in Dallas, hey, it's pretty good, especially if you're keeping George Pickens on this team. I love the weapon of having the automatic 3 points. I do. You can find somebody who is close. I'm not saying you're going to find somebody that's better because I don't think you will, but I also do think some team is wild enough out there to give you a second-round pick for them.
And can I throw this out there? Because you've talked about this before, Corey, and I think we had a long-form discussion on it. Every once in a while, I wonder if the Cowboys get, or Shoddy specifically, gets a little too conservative with play calls, thinking, well, I got 3 points if I kick it from 63 yards, as opposed to saying we need to win this game with touchdowns. I love having Brandon Aubrey here. I hope they work it out at a reasonable rate and keep going. But every once in a while, I do think that Shoddy's like, man, if I had a regular kicker, I would really push it here at 4th and 3.
Yeah.
But I don't.
Or if I had a bad kicker, I have to do certain things.
Yeah, exactly.
And we've seen that happen. It's frustrating when that dude can't make the extra point. You know, like we've seen that too. That killed Dak one year when he was throwing his helmet on the ground because our kicker couldn't. He had the yips. But I really just want to see a kicker show up on the field whenever it's the 50-yarder that he has to kick for the game winner. And other than that, like, I really don't want to see the kicker. I'd prefer not to. I also understand he's very good on kickoffs. He puts you in a good position there. That's a really positive thing. But if you want to be good on kick return, you're going to have to do some different stuff with some of your backup players. You have to be able to invest in the rest of your roster. And I know, Kevin, like this goes against your plan too.
Sure.
Because this plan that you built, you didn't expect a $10 million ask out of Brandon Aubrey. So now you put yourself in this position. The conversation has to change, and now you're up even more than you wanted to on the kicker anyway, because you were in the 5-6 range.
Yeah.
And now he's like, hey, they offered 7.5, which is an amazing number. And this also goes to something you said yesterday. You said yesterday, well, Corey, what about with Pickens or whichever player it was, that 28 was their number?
Yeah.
That was as high as they were going to go, and now they're asking for this much more, and the Cowboys are like, no, that was our best offer the first time, and that's always a little bit of a concern because the Cowboys' best offer is usually low.
Yeah, look, and I appreciate, again, we've said this a million times, if all of these numbers are accurate, I appreciate that the Cowboys are being more aggressive than it feels like they have in the past to make some of these things happen, but I also appreciate the fact that Brandon Aubrey's like, look, I might not have a whole ton of time to get paid. I want to get paid. If that's the number, I want him to get paid elsewhere. If your team was so good that you're like, well, you can't lose him, but your team's not so good that you can't lose him. You're like, hey, what are you going to do at cornerback? What are you going to do at linebacker? What are you going to do at safety? And like, I just can't lose maybe somebody who could be a starting linebacker for us, or a starting cornerback, or at least like get me most of the way to the starting cornerback because I have to pay my kicker all of the money.
Dom Wilkins was a name that came in. Dom DiMaggio, Joe DiMaggio's brother, and Sidney Crosby will miss at least 4 weeks put on IR.
Ooh. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, ESPN baseball analyst Tim Kirkjian right here on The Fan.
Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. Always want to forward promote at 1:30. We got Ryan Figert from FC Dallas coming on. FC Dallas, of course, plays this weekend at Toyota Stadium.
Yes, sir.
And we just had a whole bunch of engineers from Toyota in studio, so shout out to them. And shout out to this man right here, ESPN baseball analyst, the man who really started to hone his craft in the DFW. It is Tim Kirchin. Good morning, sir.
How are you, fellas?
Well, Tim, Corey Seager doesn't have a hit so far in the spring, and I'm a little concerned. Should I be concerned about Corey Seager?
No.
Okay.
And here's why, fellas. He's a great player. I've never paid attention to spring training statistics for anyone, unless, of course, it's somebody coming back from an injury or a kid who's just making an appearance. I'm telling you, these guys are just there to get in shape. Jim Edmonds told me once that he was so hot at the end of spring training that he told his manager, don't play me anymore because I'm going to use up all my hits in spring training. Lou Piniella, I think this is more than an urban legend. Lou Piniella, playing at the old Pompano Beach ballpark in right field, dropped the fly ball on purpose. He masqueraded like, oh, I dropped it, in order to get the game over with because both teams were exhausted. They didn't have any pitchers left. The Cubs in 84, the Cubs went 7-20 in spring training and won the division. And in 2002, the Orioles went like 21-9 and lost like 95 games. So please don't pay attention when a star player is struggling, as long as he's still in his prime like Corey Seager. I don't pay attention to that stuff because once the bell rings on opening day and the numbers count, everything changes.
But on the flip side, when I see Connor Griffin hit 2 moonshots over spring training Fenway, I can catch the fever with that guy, right?
Yes, absolutely. And again, young guys and guys coming back from the injury, and sometimes even guys who have been traded, are in a slightly different category. You know, Albert Pujols went to spring training with the Cardinals. He had basically zero chance to make the team. And Tony La Russa just kept playing him and went, wow, this guy's really good. And then, of course, he had one of the great rookie years ever. He had one of the first 10 years any player has ever had, and it all surfaced in spring training. So Connor Griffin, we all know, has a chance to be a spectacular player. And when you see somebody like that hit 2 bombs like that in one game, yes, you pay attention to that. Does that mean he's going to play every day? He's going to make the team coming out of spring training? Maybe not. But you don't forget stuff like that when you see it.
Now, the second that pitchers and catchers report, it's an exciting time. Once the games pick up, it gets even more exciting. But to go along with all of this and everything else we can talk about, it does also feel like there's this specter behind the scenes of, is this our last full season for a little bit?
Yeah, I'm discouraged like everybody else at the moment. Now, again, we have until December the 1st to get this figured out and get this fixed. But at the moment, it seems the people that almost everyone is talking to is saying there will be a work stoppage next year. Now, others have told me there is so much money to be lost or to be gained by the players and the owners, they would be foolish to shut this thing down. But if the owners decide that they're going to try to get a salary cap, we're going to have a work stoppage next year. Fellas, I covered the 81 strike. That was 45 years ago, and we're still arguing about similar things. So let's hope that both sides at some point get together and say this is not a good time. Not like there's any good time for a work stoppage. But right now, I'm not encouraged about things, but I'm going to keep an optimistic view. But we have a long way to go.
And I know the Players Association quickly elected somebody else, but how much does the saga of Tony Clark just kind of throw a little bit of confusion into this whole deal?
Yeah, it was pretty confusing before this.
That's
and
true.
Now it's gotten even worse. And that's another reason I'm discouraged is that the union looks like it's in disarray. I'm not sure it's in complete disarray. Bruce Meyer has done this before. He's been with the union for years. He knows what he's doing. But I'm still, that cannot be looked at anything positive when we need something really positive to happen.
Tim Kirkton joining the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Texas Rangers. Now, when we got Bruce Bochy, we knew the legend, we knew the man, and obviously the first time we got to talk to him, we were just like, okay, that's my manager right there.
Right.
We got a chance to talk to Skip as soon as he was hired, and we're going to get our opportunity when we head out to spring training next week. But what around the baseball circles, what is it about Skip that should be exciting for Rangers fans?
Yeah, well, first off, he played, and that's important these days. Not everyone who's teaching how to play the game actually played on the big league level. He's a really smart guy. He has failed and succeeded, which means he's going to understand what everyone's going through. He played a lot, and then other times he was just coming off the bench, so he's going to understand the mindset of the bench player and the everyday player. And he did a really good job as the manager of the Marlins. I had a guy call me and tell me, what a great job this guy is doing. He's not getting any help from the front office, and he's doing his best. And so I don't have any doubt that he is a very, very good major league manager. He's already proven it for a short period. I think with the Rangers, he's going to prove it for a long period.
Now, when you mention that he played at the big league level, is that more important in your mind just for the logistics of succeeding, or is it important to connect with your players?
Well, look, we've had guys who were – Buck Showalter did not play in the major leagues, but he was a great manager. Jim Leland didn't play in the major leagues. Great Hall of Fame manager. But the difference is our players today – back when I was growing up a million years ago, you did what the manager, the coach, your teachers, your parents told you to do. Our young guys today in the game need a little bit more than that. And when you can say, yeah, I played in the big leagues, I think that matters to them, because when you tell them they have to do something, not everyone responds immediately like we did 60 years ago. Now they just need a little bit of proof. So I don't need to know it but I think the players need to know, hey, Skip played in the big leagues. Maybe we should listen.
If these bats liven up for this roster, we saw last year it was just a struggle to get runs on the board for this team. But if these bats liven up, does that put the Rangers in one of those top tier categories because based on the lively pitching they have?
Yeah, I'm still astonished how poor an offensive team the Rangers were last year, because I know I spoke to several people who I really trust, and they told me best offensive team in the American League is going to be the Rangers.
Yeah.
And they weren't. They weren't even close. And it's just so unusual to see almost the entire team have a down season. But the beauty of baseball is you can be off by the smallest of margins in your timing, your tempo, whatever it is, and you can go from a good player to a not very good player overnight. But the flip side also works that way. You can have a terrible year, and then the light goes back on and you're good again. You know how many times I've asked a hitter or a pitcher, in so many words, God, you stunk last year, now you're great. What happened? And the answer is, I don't know. And then the same time you say, hey, you were great last year, and now you stink. What's happened? And they're not sure then either. That speaks to the degree of difficulty of the game. I think it's the hardest game in the world to play. The skill level required is ridiculously high, and really good players can have subpar years without explanation.
I'm glad that you phrased it that way across the board, because we were all frustrated about a whole lot of players, and I'm sure they were frustrated as well. But, man, it feels like the one who stood out the most was Jock Peterson, who went from being a very good offensive player to having one of the worst offensive seasons we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what happened there, but it's not like he's too old. He's not. It's not like he can't hit anymore, although I know Aaron Boone used to tell me, and every time he went to spring training, he would ask himself, can I still hit in the big leagues? Every spring he would ask the same question. Anthony Rizzo told me the same thing, that every spring he goes and asks himself, can I still play in the major leagues? This is in the prime of his career.
Wow.
So these things happen to players all the time. And maybe it just happened to Jock Peterson, but I repeat, the light goes on and off in this sport way more than the other sports. No great jump shooter for the Maverick shoots, 44% from three one year and then shoots 18% from the three-point line the next year. It doesn't work that way, but it works that way in baseball, which is why baseball is such a beautiful game, because it's so hard to play.
So if we're going to talk about our hope that offense picks right back up, I think we have to at least discuss what are the expectations for the Rangers rotation, which arguably they had the best pitching staff in terms of numbers in all of Major League Baseball last year. Are they going to have to replicate that, or could you see them doing something like that again this season?
I did not see them leading the league in ERA like they did. I did not see them being this good. I didn't see Nate Eovaldi, who is as big a warrior and as good a big game pitcher as almost anyone I've ever seen. I didn't see him having an ERA that low. But yes, I think they have a chance to pitch exceptionally well out of the rotation. Mackenzie Gore is a really good major league pitcher. He was leading the major leagues in strikeouts about 2.5 months into last season. So he's really going to help. Jacob DeGrom can give him that many innings again. As long as he's healthy, he's great. And Jack Leiter's going to get better, and Evaldi's really good, and Kumar Rocker's got a chance. So I really like where their rotation is right now. But to say, oh, yeah, they're going to lead the league in ERA again, no guarantees with baseball.
Well, Tim,
I choose to only hear the positive parts of that answer, Corey.
Tim, with Mackenzie Gore, we're really hopeful for him, but when we had our first interview with him, my co-host brought up that he gave up only one run in his senior year of high school, and Mackenzie informed us that was in the state championship game and that they lost by one run. Do you think that'll affect his season?
That is so good.
Yes.
Well, you remember Nathaniel Lowe? No,
Yes.
It's not going to affect the season. Nathaniel Lowe told me that his younger brother, Josh, how about this, got called up Nathaniel Lowe's senior year to the high school varsity. And Josh Lowe pitched the top of the ninth inning for his big brother's team. His big brother was a senior. And then Nathaniel Lowe won the state championship and made a winning pitcher out of his younger brother when he hit a walk-off grand slam.
That's awesome.
I mean,
Whoa.
so the things that have happened in high school are just indescribable for so many big leaguers. So, yes, Mackenzie Gore gives up one run in the state championship. I had no idea. No, I don't think he's going to take that to the mound at the ballpark in his first start as a Ranger.
Awesome.
Tim, I thought I was really clever with that question because I reverse engineered his ERA. I looked at it was like .09, and I looked at the number of innings he pitched, and I go, that means he gave up one run all year. I did not anticipate his answer being that it was in the final game of the season and they lost 1-0. I felt really bad about that question.
It happens.
Well, I'm sure he didn't take it personally. He's a good big league pitcher, and he's going to help the Rangers.
We're kind of looking at this club and trying to figure out, as Simeon is left, there's kind of a void in leadership. Is it Corey Seager's team, or is this the Wyatt Langford era? And I'm just kind of curious on where you feel Wyatt Langford's progression is with this club.
Yeah, he is. What a physical specimen that guy is, to be that big and run like that. I did a Rangers game in San Diego last year from the booth. So I was around the Rangers for almost a week. And after one of the games, Corey Seager looked at me and I asked him about Wyatt Langford, and he goes, man, he runs angry. Well, what a beautiful term for a guy who's that big, who runs that fast and that hard. He runs angry. And I think it's only a matter of time before this guy becomes a great all-around player. We've seen the power, we've seen his speed, we've seen his competitive nature. He was a great football player in high school, all that stuff. It's just a matter of time. But again, the game is so hard to play. Young guys sometimes take a few years to figure it out. It's only a matter of time for this guy to become not just an all-star, but a really, really good player.
When you talk about how much you love this game, can you tell us a little bit more about is this a great game or what? The podcast and the experience of doing the podcast with your son.
Yeah, it's so good. My son Jeff is 32. He's a radio show host, music talk, country music talk, and he knows a little bit about baseball, but he's not like me. He just knows everything else about everything else, and I of course don't know anything except for baseball, basketball, and sitcoms from the 60s. That's all. It's all I know. So we're a good pair because I can tell him stories that sometimes he's heard them before because he lived in our house all those years, but other times he's just like the average fan who's never heard that story before. And then, of course, when it comes to pop culture or music or anything else, he's on top of it. So we make a pretty good team. This is our third year. We've had some fabulous guests, including Chris Young a couple of years ago. It was hysterically funny when he talked about his only major league triple. He's the tallest guy ever to hit a triple at a major league game. And I asked him to describe it, and it took him 10 minutes. It was the funniest thing I've ever heard.
That's how long it took him to get to third.
That's amazing. And obviously, I got to know, were you a Munsters guy, Gilligan's Island, Bewitched? What was our favorite 60s sitcom there?
Well, The Munsters is the most underrated sitcom of all time. Herman Munster, by far, the most underrated sitcom character ever. But Get Smart is the greatest sitcom of all time. Sorry, there's not a close second. All in the Family second. Dick Van Dyke's third. Mary Tyler Moore's fourth. Cheers is fifth. Seinfeld is fifth. Pretty good group, but nothing's better than Get Smart. It was my dad's favorite, my two brothers' favorite. And I could tell you virtually every line from every episode right now.
That was tremendous. The fact that you had that list ready to roll shows that you're a pro, Tim. Thank you very much. And once again, the podcast, Is This a Great Game or What? With his son, Jeff. Tim Kirkjian, thank you very much for the time today, sir.
Okay, fellas. Talk to you later. See you.
There you go. That was fantastic.
Dude, he's one
he
of
had
the,
him ranked and ready to roll.
He's one of the best storytellers there is out there. I love it.
We're going to have to ask Chris Young about that triple.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
All right.
We need to know more about your triple, Chris Young.
Yeah, there's two things I wanted to be like, hey, Wyatt Langford, Corey Seager says you run angry. What do you think about that? And then also, Chris Young, what about that one time you got a triple, huh? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do some baseball nuggets? And I kind of want to talk a little bit more about Jacob Latz next right here on The Fan.
Registrations 2023 through 2025.
Oh, now the fly ball here for Connor Griffin. That is up towards the green monster and long gone. Second home run of the game for Connor Griffin.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. It is time for some baseball nuggets. Now, Connor Griffin, he hit 2 home runs out of Fenway South. Not he hit 2 home runs. He hit 2 home runs out of the ballpark yesterday. And by the way, in case you haven't heard,
it's called JetBlue Park, by the way, Kevin.
Everybody calls it Fenway South.
Yeah, but I think we understand a little more about it when we can bring up the JetBlue Park.
Oh, yeah. And I've learned a lot. I've learned a whole lot about that airline, like in the last week, that I'd never known before. So Connor Griffin has hit at least 325 in low A, high A, and double A last year. And then, do you want to know something really wacky? MLB has their, perhaps unreachable, but they're going to throw them out there, stats for some of these players. They predict that Connor Griffin will have at least 20 home runs and 50 stolen bases this year. He turns 20 in April.
Okay. Do you remember when Mike Bassick said that he thought that Wyatt Langford was going to win the MVP?
And then he said top 10.
Yeah. If this guy does these things, because Wyatt Langford didn't have that kind of season.
True.
If he does these things, will that make you disappointed in Wyatt Langford? Or are you like, no, this is our guy, and we're rocking with him?
No, not disappointed, because I have another prediction for Wyatt Langford that I have assumed that they're talking about.
Okay.
Major League Baseball KRL.com says that one of the under 25 players will hit 50 home runs. So I made sure to look. Wyatt Langford turned 24 in November, which means he is one of the top 20 under 25 players. Did they specifically say Wyatt Langford? No, they didn't. But Wyatt Langford is under 25, and they said one of the under 25 players will hit 50 home runs. I choose to believe they're talking about Wyatt Langford.
Sounds good to me.
He would join a group that includes Pete Alonso, Prince Fielder, Mickey Mantle, Willie Mays, Ralph Kiner, and Jimmy Fox. Those last four are all Hall of Famers. You probably knew that.
You remember Jimmy Fox, dude? Those were the days.
I do not remember watching him in person.
Oh, man. That's unfortunate for you.
It is. It really is. All right. Now let's go to cut number 4. You've heard of a batter who checks his swing. You've heard of a batter who breaks his bat. But are you familiar with a batter who checks his swing, does not hit the ball, and still breaks his bat?
That sounds like a terrible bat.
True. Take it away, broadcast crew.
Grounded to short. Like in the second inning. Bat comes out of his hand.
Did he break it?
They said he...
Strong man.
Just break the bat?
Okay, so this had to have been...
Let's take a look
broken.
At this.
He checks swing.
He checks the swing.
And holds on to...
And the bat breaks.
I mean, listen, he's strong as bull. But this, I'm saying the bat had an issue before he stepped.
You don't think that's the torque? Just strictly the torque?
I haven't seen that one in a while.
So you're probably
Bo
right.
Jackson is freaking out right now. He's like, what?
Strong like bull. But I like the beginning of the call. They go grounder towards short. Wait. That's the bat.
Kevin, I hope I don't break yours and Alex's heart here.
Oh.
But in wrestling sometimes, when it comes to the table, they will cut the table. I don't know that you know this.
Yes, I'm familiar.
I don't want you to be...
You know what?
They'll cut the table a little bit so that when you fall through it the metal doesn't rip through your body.
Because if you don't, we have seen what happens. You know what I hate?
I think somebody cut through his bat and sent him up there with a half sawed-off bat.
They're like, hey, spring training's long and can get boring for us. Let's do a bid. You know what I hate about when they cut the table in wrestling, when it breaks like almost exactly in half? I'm like, you could have done a little something to make it be like, oh, that's crazy. No, it breaks in half like you took apart a Lego. And a couple of Legos, and you're like, no, that's ridiculous.
That's Lego.
No, that is not right. Okay, so I wanted to talk.
That is a wild story.
It is.
And I hope we see something like that next week when we're at spring training.
I just also love the broadcasters. They're like, we're going to walk you through step by step of what we're thinking. I wanted to talk some more about Jacob Latz. We were talking about the pitching staff yesterday. So he goes out there, made his first start of the spring, gave up no runs in 2 innings. But far more important than any of that, he threw 26 pitches and had 20 strikes.
Damn.
And maybe even more important than that, of the 8 batters he faced, 6 of them he got a strike on the first pitch. Now, yes, I know, Corey, I agree. I would love for it to be 8 out of 8. But he had a better curveball and didn't give up a walk, home run, or run. And he's the only starter thus far to allow none of the 3, a walk, homer, or a run. Now, I realize the more seasoned starters might be working on things, but Jacob Latz is somebody, like Kirkjian said, the young players or the players who are like, I need to try to win a job. Jacob Latz is in that latter category as a starter.
Yeah, he's going out there and he's asked to do one thing, pound the strike zone. That's what they told him. Go out there and pound the strike zone.
Yes.
And he went out there and did that. And Kevin, quite honestly, that's what he did last year. It just felt like last year when we discussed this, we need a guy. Oh, get Latz out there. He just would go out there and do that. So if he's trying to prove to his manager and his pitching coach and everybody around him that when I step on the mound, this is what I will do and I'm capable of doing, but I can also make dudes miss.
Yeah, and he talked about that. He said, look, getting ahead in the count was my number one goal, as it is for all of us here in camp. I felt like I was in count leverage, except for one or two of them. You know, we talk about a lot about leverage innings, 7th, 8th, and 9th, but count leverage is a great phrase as well if you're able to get ahead 0-1, 1-2, whatever.
We talk constantly about putting pressure on pitchers by having runners on. Pitchers put pressure on hitters by being ahead in the strike zone. That's the simple fact. Now you're forcing guys to make decisions they don't want to make on pitches that they don't want to hit.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and take more chances and whatnot. Now, you saw a combination in the outfield yesterday that has never happened in one of the Rangers' big league games. You saw Evan Carter in left field and Wyatt Langford in center field. Now, Skip Schumacher said, you've got to see them both play center and left to try to figure out the ways that we can be most successful and stay on the field the longest for both of them. So I know we've talked a lot about Evan Carter offensively, but it's interesting to see the shakeup on the defensive rotation.
And honestly, like, that really shouldn't matter to either one of them.
I get that.
Other than, like, I want to play this spot, but Evan Carter won a World Series playing left field.
Right.
So I think he's going to be fine there if that's the case. But he's right. You don't get reps in the regular season like this. So this is the opportunity to do that, see those things, use them, and say, all right, what's best for the team and health-wise. Because you got to know if Wyatt Langford can be your everyday center fielder because you're concerned about the health of Evan Carter. That's just a simple fact.
No, that is true. By the way, Buster Olney, we had talked about MLB's positional rankings and how center field had looked so weak compared to right left field. Olney combined the corner outfields, and he has Wyatt Langford at number 15 on his corner outfielders. He said he might get some run in center field this year, but we'll rank him in the place where he appeared the most last year. And I love this. Langford appears on the verge of a breakout entering his age 24 season as he learns to command the strike zone.
Okay, command it. That's all I'm asking.
Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our NFL Draft Focus continues with a breakdown of Avion Terrell. Next, right here on The Fan.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter. Like, if you get what you want because you had to specifically tell that person what it was, does it mean as much to you? We'll probably talk more.
I guess I didn't want it that bad if it doesn't.
See, I think I just have one of my many personality flaws. So, our NFL draft focus is going to continue with a breakdown of Avion Terrell. We didn't get to Avion Terrell yesterday because obviously we were having a really fun conversation, but I know there's other spots you might want to go as well. Would you like to start with the player or something else?
Well, Kevin, I like lists.
Ooh, okay.
America does love a list, ladies and gentlemen. And one of the things that we've been adamant about is we're trying to find for the Cowboys 12 and 20. Like you gotta land these. You gotta nail these. You gotta get them right. We want to feel comfortable whenever the name is said that we watched these players. We have a good idea, and we told the Tolos, here's what you're getting out of these players. And so Alec and I have been watching the players. Kevin is doing his due diligence as well, making sure he has the questions for us too. I always appreciate those because sometimes I don't know the answer, and I'm like, all right, well, crap, I need to go look this up and find some things out. Well,
that's how we all learn.
Exactly. If you have to ask, you'll never know. That's what Angelica from Rugrats told me once.
Yeah, I don't know if I would bring that logic forward into your adulthood, but
I think the big question, and I heard Shan and RJ ask this morning, and I think we keep asking it to ourselves, can we really believe that the Cowboys are changing? And I'm not here to tell you that I think Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones have changed their approach to anything. I'm not here to tell you that. I am here to tell you that I think that Schottenheimer and his staff are here to do the work that it takes. Okay. And I truly believe that for multiple reasons. Last year during the coaching search, he had a real coaching search to fill his staff, except for Eberflus. Then this year, he had a real coaching search to fill his defensive side of the ball. And Kevin, quite honestly, there are names on the defensive side of the ball when it comes to the coaching staff that I love. I really am excited about, more than just Christian Parker. So I feel like we did the right thing by having some football people on that side of the ball. But then it comes to the next question is, how are you going to fill this defense? And we keep asking about free agency. Stephen Jones is like, look, we're committing to that side of the ball.
Right.
We know that we have to fix the defense. That's the first thing. Well, Kevin, I'm looking at the list of names of people that the Dallas Cowboys have had formal interviews with at the Combine already. Now, obviously, we have the best coverage on the planet at the Combine with Brian Broaddus and our own Bobby Belt and Shan and RJ being out there doing the shows live from there.
Can I tell you what I loved is because it got described to us, but seeing Bobby's video and seeing John Schneider light up, like, get somebody to look at you the way that John Schneider looked at Brian Broaddus at the Combine, and you're going to be set. And he's like giving his answer. He goes, and his face lit up, and he pointed over at him, and he's like, it's Brian. And I just, like, he wasn't saying, like, he was saying, there's my friend. And I just thought that was super cool. And like you said, you also had Clayton Adams this morning, Mike Florio. We've already had Tim Kirkjian. So, like, it's an extravaganza of things happening at the Fan.
Sports being covered all over the nation by 105.3 The Fan. And Kevin, like, you're dead on. If I'm Broaddus, and I don't know how he thinks, and I don't know how you think, but if I'm Broaddus and I see John Schneider light up like that, I kind of feel like I earned a ring too. That was my one and only ever intern, and he's won 2 Super Bowls, mind you. He's been to, 3?
Yep.
And he's won 2 of them. And I feel like I did something. I was in the room to help guide that guy in some way, shape, or form. Something I said rubbed off on the way he thinks and he watches players and what he wants to build as a team. And I'll tell you this. Whenever I started doing my own version of scouting, reading Broaddus's Scout's Eye on DallasCowboys.com, I know he says everything's David Hellman, but what Broaddus was seeing, he just didn't know how to write. He needed an editor. So he was like, but he knew what he was trying to say. One of the things I always got was toughness. When it came to toughness, that was one of the biggest factors that Broaddus was just like, I need a player that's this kind of guy. There's just something nasty about the game that you kind of have to play it that way. And so you're always kind of looking to find that guy. We call it heart or, whatever it is, there's just this mean streak that comes along with them as soon as they put a helmet on. The great Wayne Gretzky once said, Kevin,
you miss all the shots you don't take.
There's some guys that when you put a stick in their hand, they become a different man.
Oh.
And those players when you see them. And I think that's the case. Travis Frederick was a perfect example of put a helmet on that guy, nicest person you'll ever meet in public. And then he puts the helmet on and he might just destroy you. So those are the other qualities. I think, Alec, we're always trying to see that whenever we're watching these guys. But here are some names the Cowboys have had formal interviews with so far. Now, again, as the week goes on, newer other position groups start to come in. So you'll get cornerbacks and receivers and quarterback. You'll get all those things by the end of the weekend. Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles, C.J. Allen, Jacob Rodriguez. Here's a name that I need to go watch, Josiah Trotter. I feel like that name's an important one to keep an eye on. Xavion Sorey, who has a very interesting story, that I need to go, story. I need to go watch a little more on this guy because I didn't see enough from him this past year at Arkansas. And I need to go study up on him just a little bit because that's a guy that I think the Joneses were probably like, hey, he was an Arkansas linebacker. Can you take a look at him for us? We'd certainly love that. Peter Woods, Cassius Howell.
Yes.
And David Bailey. Now, and Reuben Bain. So all these, there's a lot more to it, but we brought up a ton of these names already. And so we're kind of in that range where the Cowboys are looking. Some of these other names, Kevin, will clue you in on, hey, this might be a round that the Cowboys are looking at this spot too if they can't get this.
Yeah.
So that's another thing. I'm very interested to find out to the conversations that some of these players had. Maybe Nick Harris will be able to elaborate a little more at 12:20 when we have him on later today. Alec, as you're seeing the list of names, I know Nicole Hutchinson, Tommy Yaris, they're all putting names out there. You seeing something that you're like, ooh, I'm glad that they're talking to that guy.
This is going to sound cheap, all of them, because it's defenders. Yes. I just love seeing that they are taking the time to speak, even with the people that are probably going to be outside of their projected pick range. Like, and a note that should be put out there so people don't get confused. Arvell Reese is now going by Vel Reese.
Okay.
Yeah, his name tags and everything at the draft just say Vel Reese. So I guess that's what he wants to go by now. So don't get confused if you see a Vel instead of Arvell. But yeah, like seeing them take their time just to chat, like, and some of those conversations are probably quick. Like, hey, we're probably not going to be able to pick you, but we could ask you about one of your teammates.
That conversation to be like, hey, I'd love it if you fell in the draft, and he's like, I would love it if I didn't.
Yeah,
See
like
you later.
I think some of these conversations might be overly simple at times, but there are a lot of teams that are putting out multiple high-end prospects, so maybe you do get an Arvell Reese or a Vel Reese now in the room, and you say, okay, tell me about this guy. Like we know you're probably going to be a top 5 guy. Can you tell me a little bit more what it's like playing next to this guy? Or you can ask Akeem Mesidor, what's it like playing alongside this guy, vice versa. I like picking the brains of these people and saying, hey, there might be somebody even in the second, third round, beyond, whatever it might be. You might have the chance to pick their brain a little bit and say, can you tell me a little bit more about this guy?
I have an update. You can stick with Arvell Reese. So, at the podium where it said that, Arvell said, no, you can stick with Arvell. And he said it was a surprise that it said that. So he has spoken out and said, no! Well, he was just like, Arvell's fine.
How does the NFL get that
I made
wrong?
it 2 more. That's a great point.
No, I really think that he needs to go ahead and say it now. Because if you don't say your name out loud, who's going to know it?
Do you kind of want him to say it's actually pronounced Arvile? And he'd be like, oh,
it's actually John, guys. Y'all been reading it wrong the whole time. And you're like, what? He's like, some of these letters are sideways. It's just a different way that they did it. It's just trying to be cool.
He would like to dispute that. And for a top 5 prospect, it feels odd. He's not some guy who might get drafted. I feel like a lot of people think he's the best prospect in the draft. He said, stick with Arvell.
All right, let's talk about Avion Terrell now out of Clemson. He is a cornerback, junior, 5'11", 180 pounds. Now, does that scream to you he's one of these other dudes we've talked about so far?
Okay, I could see that. 5'11" is acceptable too, right?
Did you hear that, Alec?
Well,
I meant for your corner. Never mind. Go on.
The 5'11" for me still is kind of like, when I watch him play, I see Mighty Mouse internally. He's going to play with I'm bigger than I actually am. But then there are other moments where I'm like, is he big enough to play in that nickel slot spot the way that I foresee Christian Parker using him? And I just don't. Alec, this is the question that I have right here. I can't tell if he plays the modern nickel well at just the college level. I feel like the projection has to be considered whenever you look at his size. Can he play bigger in the run game? I'm not sure how much more he'll put on his body. I just don't know how much more he's going to be able to put on. But I do know that he needs a little better tackling technique. but he competes big. And that's something that it can get you so far, and that you're fearless and you're willing to put your nose in there. Jordan Lewis was one of those guys that no matter his size, he was willing to put his nose in there and make tackles. He looks very comfortable in zone coverage. He has great eyes when it comes to what he sees in the backfield. To use Alex's word, he has oily hips. He shifts in and out of his inside and outside with a lot of ease, and his footwork always puts him in good position. I love him as a nickel blitzer. That was something that stood out about this guy. Whenever you put him in as a nickel blitzer or cornerback blitz, he gets to the quarterback, and it's not just like, hey, I missed like the offensive tackle didn't even see me. There are times when the offensive tackle tries to block him, and he makes a move inside, gets him off balance, and then cuts back outside. Amazing body control on this kid. And so whenever it comes to nickel blitz, he has actual pass rush moves that throw the offensive linemen or tight ends off balance. So this is a dude that I like, and I think he's going to be a late first round, probably high second round pick, but he's one of the top 4 or 5 corners in this thing, even though he is a little undersized at 180 pounds to me.
Okay, see, what I was saying was not that far out of line.
Yeah, the height has no problem with me, but the weight definitely concern.
Alex, so we like him off the blitz, but have questions about him as a pro.
Coverage is good too. Coverage is sturdy. I feel like maybe I would like to see him have a little better ball skills. I just didn't feel. I felt like the balls hit his hands, but it never really stuck, and that's something that I'd like to see a little more of.
I think the world would be better off with that for sure. Alec, what say you?
Yeah, I do think I wouldn't be shocked if he goes top 25. I think Combine's going to do a lot for him just talking.
Why is that?
Because he has the want to, like Corey was talking about, especially in the run game. He is undersized for just a typical run defender, but he's got the willingness and he's got the downhill trigger. As soon as he sees a run play, he's there. He's got the want to, and one thing that I love is that he's not a peanut punch guy. He's once I've stopped your momentum 100% and you're not going anywhere, I will grab the ball and I will rip at it as much as I can until the whistle blows. So he will force some fumbles, but he won't take risks in doing so. He's physical enough, and the want to is there to where I think, whenever he gets drafted, they're going to tell him, hey, we want you to put on 10 pounds. And he'll say, okay, how do I do that? And he will figure it out. I do think his coverage is probably better than people anticipate. The only thing that will get him in coverage is if he's trailing too far on some of those more complex routes where you are cutting inward. I do think that whenever he's trailing by a stride, maybe 3 strides or so, he's going to get lost sometimes. That's going to happen. But he's got the competitive energy, like Corey said. Whenever I talk about oily hips, like another reference that I could make, another illusion that I could bring for you is he's like a mirror in my mind. Whenever he's lining up in front of a receiver, a lot of the time off the break, he is mimicking their exact movements. And that's why he doesn't trail very often. He is mimicking their movements right off the break. And right off press, it doesn't matter what kind of concept they're running. He is going to mimic what they are doing, and he's going to stay with them in transition from off the line to that top speed. So I think just everything up top is enough to say the lack of height, the lack of size, I don't care. I think the want to is going to prevail more times than not. Outside of a 50-50 ball downfield against an A.J. Brown type of receiver in the NFL, that's the only things that scare me. Other than that, I think everything else can be cleaned up because he's so technically sound.
Okay, man, I love that.
He's a good player, dude. He's a real good. I think put the tape on this guy, you'll be like, I like this player a lot.
And this feels like the kind of thing where if you ever were going to consider some sort of mini trade down, you would love for there to be a run at other positions that would stack up some of these guys.
Yeah, Alec, if let's say Delane and McCoy were gone, or maybe you just don't love McCoy for whatever reason, and you wanted to trade back and pick up some extra picks, this guy would be available in that place for you, and you might feel pretty comfortable with that.
Okay, fascinating. Great breakdown, y'all. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the NBA cannot get out of their own way. Next on The Fan.
When your friend...
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Quick baseball note for you. Paul Skeens said, if we win and we go as far as we should in the tournament, I will pitch again. So Paul Skeens is ready to make 2 starts for the United States in the World Baseball Classic.
Kevin from the 806. You know what? We'll save this for later. This is Alex time.
Okay, you heard it. It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah. So much so.
Yeah.
That I'm going to be headed to a vintage barber shop in Mansfield after the show today to get the what I call the Temu Roman Reigns haircut. Get that lined up by longtime Tolo Boston Nick. Shout out to Nick.
Do they ever have barbershop quartets hanging around those places?
No.
I probably won't surprise you to know I haven't gone to get my hair cut in quite some time.
What?
Because of the lack of hair.
Oh, yeah, the math is mathing there. No, I wish they did, though. That would be amazing. Get some, a haircut in a show. That would be nice.
I was getting prepared to start singing, but I was like, I don't know if they'll jump in and harmonize with me or not.
Goodbye.
So.
Yeah. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. Plus, got some sound from Rick Carlisle, former Mavs head coach.
Man, he has thoughts.
And the Indiana Pacers head coach, he has many thoughts on his local radio program that we will get to here in just a little bit. But the question of the day focuses in today on National Quiet Day.
Oh.
It is National Quiet Day.
If you yell, shut the F up, does that kind of negate the quiet part of things?
Yeah, if you go, shut the F up, we're trying to be quiet, that's probably not going to work.
And it's just going to make me laugh, if anything. So I feel like you're not achieving what you want to achieve anyways.
How long, Kevin, with baby Noah, who's no longer baby Noah anymore, he's just Noah. How long were you able to get away with, or are you still able to get away with the quiet game?
No. The nature is my answer to that. The nature of his personality is he is a chatterbox.
Who do you think that's from?
Both of us. Because, look, you might think that I talk a lot, and I do. My wife talks a lot as well. He is a comical combination of us. Like, we used to do impersonations of him. They're pretty spot on.
Yeah, I think it was about 4 was whenever Carter and Avery both were like, oh, the quiet game is not a game I'm going to win.
Yeah.
I'm okay losing the quiet game. Lucy, however,
she wants to win it.
She's in it to win it.
That alone might make her my favorite child if I were you.
She she put a ponytail up yesterday, and I almost teared up. That's something. It's a skill we probably take for granted.
Sure.
A skill that she's never been able to master. But she did it, and so I'm very proud of her for that too, and the quiet game thing.
So for National Quiet Day, the question of the day is, what is a noise or a sound that you just can't stand? 877-881-1053, something that just irritates your soul. Whenever you hear it, I will let you ponder, because I'm sure there's many different ways you could go with that. Oh.
It's the clipping of the nail clippers, and one Mike Bassick, who is just a fascinating study in humanity. He will tell you all the things that irritate him, including people who have crunchy food. When
he's okay if he's crunching.
Yeah.
But you can't crunch alone, Adrian also has that.
Oh, I did my best to stay away from that, but he would actively clip his nails during a segment. I think that is the most horrible noise in the world.
It was so much fun, though, when we were at the Super Bowl and I had a bag of chips, and I just took one bite of a chip, and Mike threw his headset down and walked off. I was like, "This is awesome. I know how to mess with Mike." I don't need much time on this either.
Ooh.
I'm getting the chill bumps from it. The chicken skin, is that what one of the Rangers called it?
Goosebumps.
Thinking about fingernails scratching on paper.
On paper,
On paper.
Huh.
There is oh my gosh.
I kind of want to hear it, but I don't want to.
I know. You've experienced it before where your own fingernails have scratched on paper. There's just something that it just shoots right up my spine, and I cannot stand it. I can take chalkboard, don't care. The sound on a plate, whatever the knife is scratching on the plate, don't care at all. Paper plates drive me insane.
Okay.
And it's not like, the paper plates that have kind of that shiny on top of it? That's fine. It's not going to give you the sound.
Yeah.
It's the matte paper that just has this sound that goes along to it. And my son, when he whistles around our house, you don't have to whistle so loud. We're inside.
It's a valid point.
Oh.
Thank you.
It's usually used to get attention outdoors. I wouldn't necessarily recommend that. Yeah,
So,
that
but
would
he's
irritate
just recreationally whistling for fun.
He just whistles while he works.
You beat me to it. So the question of the day to reset before we look at the other national holidays today. It is National Quiet Day, so what is a sound that just irritates your soul? A sound that you cannot stand. Today is also National Chocolate-Covered Nut Day. Why are you grinning, Majors?
The chocolate-covered peanut is tremendous. Love the goobers.
The cashew is the superior nut.
Have you ever had a chocolate-covered cashew?
Yeah.
I don't know if I have.
Sea salt and chocolate on top.
Oh, yeah, I have.
Fantastic. They're phenomenal.
So good.
Okay.
Yeah. The chocolate-covered form of nuts are great. Pecans.
Mm-hmm.
Stop. This is your time. He's just going to list every single kind of nut he says.
Stop naming nuts.
I was waiting for him to name a specific one because
3
today...
a.m. and you didn't think he could get it done.
Today is the day predecessing tomorrow, National Pistachio Day. So, yeah.
Pistachios are
Get ready
great,
for
too.
that.
The only thing I don't love, and it's still also a fun part about it, it's the pistachio that isn't fully cracked open. And now you have to dig and try and crack that sucker open, go find a tool or whatever. You're like, I just want that. It's the last one, too. And you're like, I got to fulfill my quota of pistachios for the day. It's like if somebody takes one of your fries, you're like, that's the exact amount of fries that I needed to be full. And now if you've taken one of those fries from me and it's ruining my life, and that's how it is with the pistachios sometimes.
Okay, wow.
And I am actually celebrating National Chocolate-Covered Nut Day, Corey, with the dark chocolate-covered almonds.
There you go.
They always stay in my backpack.
They're good.
Yep.
I like it.
The go-to snack. And today is also National Inconvenience Yourself Day.
Oh.
Which I got off to a great start on today.
What happened?
Right when the show started, I was trying to get my headphones plugged in. And I use the in-ear style. You guys use the over-the-ear. And my left ear was not working.
Mine too.
So I was like, maybe it's a headphone jack situation or whatever, but the right one is working. So I was like, okay, I can at least hear halfway. And so I noticed that the cable was kind of spun backwards on the left one. So I was like, let me untie it. When I spun it backwards, it completely ripped.
Oh.
So I do not have access to my left ear today. Yeah. So I think tomorrow I will be rejoining the over-the-ear headphone club.
And you'll get used to it. Alec, I've told this story before. That is why I have my headphones like this, is because my old headphones, the left ear cuff went out, and I just got used to it. And so then when I got like actual usable ones, because I am very cheap, then I was like, oh, it's too loud. It's too much. And so that's why I keep my headphones like this, because of a defective headphone.
See, and I'm the person that I like to have the full stereo experience. So
just a mono guy.
Yeah, it's really tripping me out right now that I'm hearing my voice twice, essentially.
Yeah.
I'm hearing it naturally, and then I'm hearing it technologically, and I don't like it.
Sometimes
I'm not a
that
fan of it.
happens on the road. We'll hear ourselves a couple times and we're looking at each other. You'll see us being like, what's happening right now?
Yeah. And it's when the mic is attached to your headset that you have to like hold it at a weird angle because you're like, I can't listen to this.
The 682, hey guys, tomorrow's my birthday. Your show is my favorite show ever, Tolo Forever. Text that in tomorrow.
Wow, tomorrow's Thursday though.
Yeah.
You going to give them a shout out then?
If they text in tomorrow, I will.
They said we're their favorite.
This specific person.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Let's see. From the 817 to sound, they cannot stand my coworker's voice.
I get it.
Hold on. I have a question now. Who?
Who?
Son of a biscuit. Now, my question was going to be, but screw you guys either way. Is it the voice itself or is it the consistent content that you're like, I just can't, like, shut the F up. I can't.
Man, that's you're probably right about that. It's the one that you're just like, why do we have to talk about this today? Why are you bringing this up right now? This is not what I want to be involved in the conversation.
Yeah.
So I think it's that more than anything else because I haven't heard a voice that I'm just like, I guess, this is unfair to say. If I had to be around RFK, I might struggle a little bit.
Okay, because
Junior, because of the sound, specific sound of it. Yeah,
gotcha.
the tinniness that comes with it and all that. So
that's what I want to know for that person's coworker. Is it just their voice? Is the content that they are delivering?
Why do you never clear your throat?
Let's see. From the 214, my wife pops her bubble gum and it drives me insane.
Oh, yeah.
From another 214, the flopping of flip-flops. Can't stand it.
Because it sounds like suction cups, almost like...
Yeah. It's just overly loud and annoying, and you could just wear normal shoes. Like, you had the choice. You woke up and you made the conscious decision. I'm going to... Hey, it's National Inconvenience Yourself Day, but you woke up and you said, I'm going to inconvenience everybody else by being the most annoying person in the room.
You know what? Corey's winning this day.
Yeah.
Because not only does his shirt have sleeves on it, he's wearing... tennis shoes, so his arms are in prison, his toes are in prison. He wants to just show up. I'm not wrong about this.
Fact. I will tell you this, Kevin. I've made a lot of decisions on my attire since we moved to this building on the fact that other people are around. And
I can see that. All right.
We'll see how things go during the summer whenever Tank Top Tuesday rolls back around.
Yes!
Because Alec loved it. We have Mickey involved in it. He loved it. So, like... those are just things that I can't control.
Would it be just the apex of your life if we went to spring training or training camp and you're like, it's Tank Top Tuesday, and they had a jersey where you could just rip the sleeves off and he's like, boom! And it was a manager or a player or whatever. Would that be
Wyatt Langford just flexes
he's like,
and they pop
no
off.
problem. Pow! Would that be your
I've been
favorite
waiting for somebody
moment?
to say it's Tank Top Tuesday. Yes, that would be amazing. And then he has flip-flop cleats. I would be like, oh my gosh.
That feels like somebody's getting hurt with flip-flop cleats.
You lost me.
He's the one, though.
You had me, then you lost me.
Even if it was Jock Peterson, I'd be like, this is my guy.
Hey, just remember last year, Wyatt Langford's ready to get on the bits. He's like, it's not our fault. The air.
Oh, so good.
Oh, that's going to happen now, and I hate it. But, guys, this did happen. Rick Carlisle, former Mavs head coach, now the Indiana Pacers head coach, was on 107.5 The Fan in Indy, talking about how, hey, remember when the NBA fined our team like $100,000 for Aaron Nesmith not playing because he was physically unable to, and they were already like 30 games under 500 or something or whatever. They're not good, right? And the league essentially punished them for being organically bad. He explained what that meeting process with the NBA during the investigation was like.
There was a league lawyer that was doing the interview that kind of unilaterally decided that Aaron Nesmith, who had been injured the night before and couldn't hold the ball, should have played in the game, which just seems ridiculous. And during the interview process, I was not on it, but I heard details. We asked them if they wanted to talk to the doctors, our doctors, about it, because it's something that was documented by our doctors and trainers. They said no, they didn't need to. They talked to their doctors who did not examine Aaron Nesmith. And we asked them if they wanted to talk to the kid. And they said no, they didn't need to. So this was shocking. This was shocking to me. And during the interview, they also asked if we'd considered medicating him to play in a game when we were 30 games under 500. So I was very surprised. Obviously didn't agree with it. This is really the first time I've gone into any detail about it, but that was the deal. And so, yeah, that was it.
Yeah, so the NBA, you want to point out tanking as an issue. Cool, great, I understand. But you want to intimidate teams that are organically bad by saying, hey, that dude can't grip a basketball right now. Have you thought about medicating him and forcing him to play when you are 30 games under 500? This is why the NBA will forever be unserious under Adam Silver's commission, in my opinion. They can't get out of their own way because it's like, whenever somebody asks you for something, you say no, and they keep asking, you say, here you go, damn. And you give them the smallest version of that. This is them saying, you want us to punish teams for not winning and not playing their star players? Here you go. We're going to fine this team $100,000 just because they're bad and their good players are unavailable. The NBA just doesn't get it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Do you still believe in DeMarvion Overshone? Next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll continue to react to the latest at the Combine. Broaddus has Krusty's Corner at 3:40. Reaction to Clayton Adams with Shan and RJ. Nation.
The number one Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
2nd and 20 at the Eagle 47. Hurts with a little play fake, chased by Overshown on a blitz and sacked. Back at the 32-yard line by DeMarvion Overshown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. Let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
So, Stephen Jones was talking about this, about DeMarvion Overshown. Obviously, he needs to put together a full season, and if he does, I think it's going to be a great season. DeMarvion Overshown, since he's been here, has played just 19 of a possible 51 games. So my question to you, gentlemen, is do you still believe in DeMarvion Overshown?
It's I got to see it to believe it, Evan Carter thing.
Okay.
Same thing. Immense talent, electric speed, all these great qualities that I just have to see to believe. I want to. Because I know that we talked about it with Jerry. I forced my wife to watch DeMarvion Overshown highlights.
Right.
And she was like, this guy's good. And I was like, yes, now you can understand why we've been so excited all season. But I have to see him healthy, Kevin, just to really believe in it. I believe everything is there. Here's another thing, though. When you haven't played that much, there are nuances you don't pick up on because you haven't played that much. You can only get so much by watching, and I need him to be out there.
Now, the couple situations to keep an eye on when you push money down the line, eventually it comes back up on you. 49ers are looking at that with Trent Williams, and then the Bills are looking at that with Dawson Knox. Both teams are having conversations about their tough cap numbers to try to figure out a way to make that all work. I'm not saying that Knox or Williams are going to get released, but just keep an eye out on those situations, though John Lynch did say he felt positive about the talks that they had with Trent Williams thus far about it all.
All right.
Now,
you want Trent Williams, though?
Yes. Yes, I do.
I spent too much time last night trying to come up with scenarios to get Trent Williams to be our left tackle.
Yes. Let's do that. And then we'll kick Guyton out to right tackle because you're going to move on from Steele, one would assume. And yeah, let's do that. So, by the way, John Lynch also said that the NFL has assured them that they will, quote, ease the burden of travel on the back end of the 2026 schedule, because remember, they're going to Melbourne and Mexico City for games this season. Speaking of the international games, the Commanders are going to play a game in London, and to the surprise of no one, the Jags will play not one, but 2 games in London in the 2026 season.
Okay, let's go play more.
I mean, look, this is part of the reason I always kind of thought that the Jags were going to move to London. Clearly, that has not happened.
You've been trying to move them to London for years.
Yeah,
you've even been trying to. You tell Tony Khan that all the time.
I was going to say I probably should push that agenda with Tony Khan a little bit more. Now, this from Todd Archer, who, by the way, was on with Shan and RJ this morning from the Combine, where they also had Clayton Adams and Mike Florio. We got Brian Ray coming up. We have Nick Harris coming up from the Combine, and we've already had Tim Kirkjian. So this is the place that you want to be for all your sports news and your sports guests. The Javonte Williams deal. And this is why sorry to bring this up so many times, I don't love the idea of franchise tagging George Pickens because you can't move that money around. Javonte Williams, 3-year, $24 million deal. We already knew that. That's theoretically $8 million a year. His cap number for this season, $3.95 million. And that's what you can do with the voidable years that'll eventually catch up to you, but then you start doing this with other players, and I think you can just keep kicking the can down maybe forever. But $3.95 million is what Javonte Williams is going to count on your cap this season. One of another reasons why I don't want to franchise Pickens, because you can manipulate that number.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Plus, the market keeps going up, and the franchise tag is behind, and we'll discuss that at some other point.
Okay. Hey, no, we definitely can. So Mike Florio was talking about that. I disagree with his assertion about the money, but we can dive into that at any point. Now, the Browns are looking to trade down from pick number 6. I saw somebody text this in at the time. I'll ask y'all because I have my own opinion about this. Would you trade pick 12 and 20 to the Browns for pick 6 and pick 39? Because with the idea being that pick 6, hopefully you assure yourself of Caleb Downs, or maybe you're back in play for one of those edge rushers that y'all have been talking about.
Yeah, my friend, our mutual friend, the grill doctor, if you will, he is trying to figure out how to get Caleb Downs. And
As
he was
one
like,
should.
who will take him before us? And I said, Kuiper had him at 2 yesterday. And he was like, well, crap.
Yeah, that was really undercut the strategy.
So, yes, I understand. If I know for sure I can get him at 6.
Yep.
I would do that.
Alec?
I would also try to fight for another pick.
So this is
later in the draft.
This is what I responded to the person who texted it in. Just based off of the value of it, so you don't want to seem desperate. I would want pick 139 from the Browns as well. That is the first pick of the 5th round. That makes it kind of fit the structure a little bit better. Alec, I wanted to get your thoughts since we've been going through so many of these players. But let's say 6 and 39 or 6, 39 and 139 for 12 and 20.
I'm making that deal right here, right now, and twice on an NFL Sunday.
Oh.
Yeah, I want Caleb Downs more than I want anybody in this draft. So I think it comes down to, do you want to make the floor of your defense just average? You know, that's the absolute floor with a guy like that, controlling your center field, doing anything you ask him to do. And then you get yourself a second-round pick as well, so you're not totally emptying the tank there in the first couple days of the draft. I love that move. I'm doing it right now.
And Kevin, I think it might be the same person. They came back, trade pick 12 and 20 to Cleveland for 6 and 24, also send them a 3rd and 4 and 27.
Man, you're wiping out the middle of your draft.
2 seasons.
Next season.
Top loading this draft. Yeah, because I'm still trying to figure out how to get some more picks in this draft, too. So it's fun, though.
Yeah.
At least you stay in the top, you stay in the first round with 2 picks, and you get probably your dude.
And probably one of the cornerbacks that you really want, right? So all of a sudden, man, you've jump-started your secondary if that is who you're picking up. All right, let's go from that to some play-calling duties. Sean Payton is giving up play-calling to Davis Webb, but I love this one. Aaron Glenn, he has another defensive coordinator, but he says that's not the direction we're going to go. He's going to call the plays because he says, to me, play-calling is my superpower.
Is that why y'all didn't have any interceptions?
Yeah, well, because he didn't call the plays.
Oh.
He didn't get the chance to call the interception play.
Oh.
And so that's why they were 31st in points allowed last year, partially because the Cowboys exist.
Kevin, the Bears have given Tremaine Edmonds permission to seek a trade. Linebacker Tremaine Edmonds permission to seek a trade.
All right, so you want me to figure out how to get him too? Is that what you're saying? Man, I got a lot of work to do.
Let me go talk to my Bears guy first.
Okay.
See if we want that.
Yeah, right around the corner.
Yeah.
We could definitely make that happen. But look, that's why I'm intrigued by some of these trades is I do not think it's a bad idea whatsoever to really push a lot of your assets in for this year, next year.
You're trying to take advantage and maximize an offense that's already really nice, the Dak window, and if you are keeping Pickens, the offense is going to be potent. So you got to figure out how to push those assets in to make the defense worthwhile.
And somebody said, sign Pickens and franchise Aubrey. You don't need to franchise Aubrey this year because he's a restricted free agent.
Can you double up the franchise?
No, you cannot use more than one franchise tag per season.
That'd be dope.
You don't need to, man, I feel like the Players Association really dropped the ball if they let that happen. You don't need to franchise Aubrey until next year. You can just put a first or second round tender on him, and I think that will work out just fine. But
I do love the idea, Alec, of franchise tag a player and then that kind of leverages him to sign, and then you're like, great, we've signed him. Now let's franchise a second player.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Tell George Pickens. You're going to put the franchise tag on him, then negotiate that deal. Then technically you haven't used the franchise tag just yet, and then you could use it on somebody else if you really, really needed to. All right, Taylor Decker is coming back for the Lions. That's something they've needed from injuries, pseudo-retirements, and everything. They have lost a whole lot of players, so he will be back. And for the person who wants the Cowboys to grab Jacob Rodriguez with their new second-round pick, they did have a formal meeting with him at the Combine. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how the Rangers can defy their current playoff odds. Next, right here on The Fan.
Shan and RJ, the Can. Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan. We're just a few days away from heading out to spring training, and so we've got a few ideas about how the Rangers can defy their current playoff odds. If you had to guess right now, not on your heart, but in your brain hole, what is the percentage that the Rangers make the playoffs this year?
8%.
Oh, man. I didn't think he would go that low, Alec. What, in your mind, is the percentage chance that the Rangers make the playoffs?
I was thinking more like 39%.
Okay. I think we should tell everybody in spring training that Corey does not believe.
Now, in my heart,
nope.
110%.
That's too
right.
much.
162%.
That's way too much. 35% right now are the Vegas odds that the Rangers will make the playoffs. But go ahead and give me cut number one, because this gentleman right here is one of three that I think are hugely important to change those odds around.
Runners at first and second, 2 men out. The 1-1. And that ball hit high and deep into left field. Dominguez goes back, watches with the rest of us as Josh Young has just walked off the New York Yankees.
All right. Josh Young, Jock Peterson, and Jake Berger. I'm going to start by focusing in on those three fellas. So last year, their run differential was plus 79. You wouldn't think that would be a team that was at 500, right?
Our entire infield starts with a J, except for Seager.
Who's your second baseman?
Josh Smith. Josh, Jock, Jake, and Josh.
Does that
like if Seager is out,
bother you?
Then it's a whole.
Are you stoned?
No, I just my eyes are itchy. All right.
Okay.
I have little
it's not
allergies.
just that. It's okay. Just so Corey's like, I can put a hat on. My eyes are itchy, and man.
Hey, man.
Did you ever notice
all the J's?
All the J's.
J's
in our lineup.
There's a lot of J's,
man,
bro.
They really should be smoking people this year.
Well, Corey smoked all the J's.
All right. Yes. So. You know what? We'll focus on those three J's for now. If I ask you, without looking anything up, the combination of Jake Berger, Jock Peterson, and Josh Young, do you think they were average last year?
Below
average. All right.
Because Josh Young would be the one that I would like most center on. Maybe he was above average, but I watched last season. And then his defense is still good. Jake Berger finally got good, and then Jock Peterson finally did some good things later in the season. But it just seems like the overall thing seems like a problem.
All right, you are correct.
I know
about about that. So there's a great tool, and we talked about this a couple weeks ago, like trying not to beat people down with numbers, but explaining the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So WRC Plus, that's weighted runs created plus. It is, a lot of people like it better than WAR. It measures a hitter's total offensive contribution, and it's adjusted for park factors, league-wide environment, everything like that. So a score of 100 means you're league average.
Okay.
Last year, the combination of Young, Peterson, and Berger, they had a WRC plus of 87. That's 13% below average.
All right.
But the year before, their WRC plus was 123. So they went from, in 2024, that trio being 23% above average to being 13% below average last year. That is a shocking swing.
Yeah, and I think talking with Tim Kirchin this morning, like he's the same level of shock. It doesn't make any sense how you can go from this to this. Somewhere there's a balance in between, and if there's a balance in between, you're feeling decent. But the dramatic fall off is where it just leaves you perplexed and clueless.
No, absolutely, I agree with that. So we're focusing on those three because Simeon's out, Garcia's out, Heim is out. We can probably talk about Nimmo as at another point. But catcher, first base, second base, and third base. So obviously a couple of positions checked off by those players right there. The WAR for these positions was shockingly bad last year. The WAR for the Rangers at catcher, 25th. First base, 23rd. Second base, 29th. Third base, 26th.
So that right there is what I would present to Chris Young or have Chris Young present to Ray Davis. This explains to you why our record is what our record is.
Right.
And actually, our record being what it is should be a lot worse than that.
Sure.
Somehow we're able to get this good out of this bad. And like those numbers right there, you have to elevate. You got to be in the top 10. Got to be in the top 15. You can't be that low all the time. That's why the entire lineup looked bad.
Yeah. No, you're...
Because the entire lineup was bad.
Yes. So what are you going to do about it? All right. Well, let's go player by player. Let's start. Who do you want to start with?
Kyle Higashioka.
No, with the three I mentioned to you.
Okay. Let's start with Jock.
Hold on. You're not stoned, right?
Let's start with...
No, that's not a good answer. Don't laugh. Jeez. Uncontrollable laughter. What's
that mean, man?
Uncontrollable laughter, man. Zach, I'm just giving you a heads up. You need to bring another one of those sodas up here to make.
Let's start with Jock Peterson.
All right, Jock Peterson. Jock Peterson is listed as one of MLB.com's 10 key players projected for a rebound season. Jock Peterson said, "I had the worst year of my career. We didn't make the playoffs. We didn't win a lot of games. So it was a failure in a lot of aspects. But with failure comes lots of opportunities to learn and figure out how that doesn't happen again." MLB.com has listed him as one of their 10 players most likely for a rebound season.
Really?
Yes.
That's impressive.
That's the kind of excitement I like.
No, that's... Okay, hold on. Can I ask you this, though, Kevin? He's listed as one of the 10 rebound players because you can't be that bad, and this is a safe pick?
See...
And his career's not over yet?
And that's not necessarily what they said. They didn't start
that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, no, they didn't go the direction of, well, it can't be much worse. They went the direction of, here are all the data and statistical reasons that he could be better. Now, I'll be the one who will swoop in and tell you why it can't be much worse. Because he had the second lowest batting average for a Rangers player in team history if you've had at least 300 at-bats. Now, don't fact-check me on this. I'm telling you it is true. The only person who was worse was catcher Dick Billings in 1973. He is the only player who got that many. Yeah, well, this is a test, really, to see where you're at, Corey. But, yeah, he was the only essentially full-time Rangers player that had a worse batting average than Jock Peterson. Now,
I didn't know he charged for that.
Jeez Louise. Man, I got the Jesus podcast. Don't make me violate rules today.
I got Aiden laughing. That's my goal.
Okay, that's good. Wonder why he might be laughing. So Jake Berger and Josh Young are your next options. Those are the only two, Corey. Jake Berger or Josh Young. And if you say Dick Billings, I might break one of these monitors.
Alec, which one should I go with, man? You choose.
Oh,
man. I forgot who he said.
Oh, jeez.
I will throw this notebook. Well,
it's
yeah.
That bad.
Look, it's lunchtime, man. Let's go with the burger, bro.
Yeah, I like it.
All right. Jake Berger,
who did Pilates this offseason,
has focused in on doing Pilates. He said the main thing, the biggest thing is I got to stay healthy and staying in the groove the whole year. It's really hard to get it going and then go back to the IL, get going, go back on the IL. So for me, this offseason was about addressing the soft tissue standpoint. I really dove into Pilates and did it 3 times a week. So I love this. I know like Tua looks like he's on the verge of going elsewhere, but I appreciated a couple of years ago when he took different mixed martial arts classes or martial arts classes to maybe learn how to fall and kind of soften the blow a little bit. And so for Jake Berger to go this route to hopefully avoid the injured list, I really appreciate.
Yeah, no, this is dead on. You see in the last couple weeks my back and how I've kind of worked through it and everything, but this week I started stretching again because it just the pain was too much early on, so I was like, I got to give myself some rest. Started stretching. It's progressed a lot faster. What that does is helps you keep injuries from happening and heal faster from injuries. So this is a smart move on his part because, at first base, you do have to be limber. You have to be able to do some things that your body doesn't typically do. And whenever you're swinging the bat, your back, definitely, there's a lot of torque on it. So, yeah, this is a smart move on Jake Berger's part. As guys get older in the game, they have to look for other ways to keep their body ready.
Then we throw out Josh Young. And I thought this was a really interesting article from Evan Grant. Do you want to start by hearing from Josh Young himself or the manager?
Josh Young.
Okay. Josh Young. You don't have to look to Alec. It wasn't a trick question.
I was just making sure I got it right.
For Josh, he said, I was definitely not happy with the results last year, not happy with the volatility I was going through. I needed to re-engage. I needed to become obsessed with the process and the little things. And here's one of the things that he said that I appreciate this level of honesty. It's fantastic. He goes, I got results oriented for a little while there and let that control me. That's not the type of player I want to be. I want to be just obsessed with the process and then the game will take care of itself. He said, I need to bring the mentality of competition here every year. So it's kind of interesting because it feels like the implication was, well, I did come into the last couple spring trainings. No, I had a job already, and him talking about the results as opposed to every day.
Kevin, if I can implore Shorzy one more time.
Can I stop you?
You can try.
Nope.
All right. Sometimes in a game, for the first period, you go out there and hit some dudes, all right? And then after the second period, you're like, you know what? In the first period, we didn't hit enough dudes. We got to hit more dudes in the second period. Third period, though, since you haven't scored yet, go have some fun.
Okay.
And every single one of those dudes loves to go score runs. They love to go hit home runs. But those things that you do to get yourself involved in the game, set up for it, the why you play it, all the fun that comes along with it, sometimes you don't recognize it until you're in it. And I think that that's something that I hope that Josh Young experienced over this season is the fun part of it is what I'm good at, and that is driving the crap out of the ball. So I'm going to do that, and I don't have to overthink it getting into the box. That's what I'm hopeful for him and most of those guys that struggled last year.
Man, and it's crazy to think Josh Young is about to turn 28. I know we've talked about him being young for so long, so this should be like prime.
And Kevin, he is built for leadership on this club. It's just he's also the guy that feels like he has to be hitting 320 and 60 home runs to be telling guys that they can do it too, when that's not necessarily the case. He's just got to figure a way out to be involved in the game, no matter if he's on the field or not.
Well, Schumacher, talking about that level of motivation, said, I think Josh Young is as motivated as anybody. Good. He was sent down. He's a former All-Star, former World Series champion that is not happy with probably the last year or year and a half with injuries and everything that's going on. I don't want, man, this part is interesting. I don't want to say it's an open competition, but I expect him to take hold of the job and not let anybody creep in.
Yes. Everything that our manager just said.
You got to like that,
dude,
right?
That comes again. This is very similar to what I say about Schottenheimer. Schottenheimer sat there and watched the Cowboys process and was like, well, I'm not going to do it like Mike McCarthy did it.
Yeah.
I'm not just going to sit around and let the Cowboys make decisions on players. I'm going to go do it myself. Skip Schumacher sounds like he sat there and observed these players, had a good idea of what they went through emotionally as well as physically, and he has a plan to combat that to get them back to being confident again.
So we can probably talk more tomorrow about the rest of the Rangers' offensive prospects or maybe their base stealing ability. But for now, I wanted to focus in on those three. And then we talked about this yesterday. We're going to have Brian Ray at 1 o'clock. Liam Bichel has been activated. So the 21-year-old that, man, obviously the Stars look to for a lot of their physicality, activated and ready to roll. So at least that's a positive when we talk about the losses of Rantanen and Faksa. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Dallas Cowboys news reporter for the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. It's Nick Harris to kick off the Expressway right here on The Fan.
Presented by the On Time Experts.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Where Corey, you cool, man?
I'm here.
Right now,
I'm here.
Let's take you to the Combine and talk with Dallas Cowboys reporter for the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. It is Nick Harris. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. How are y'all?
Man, I'm doing okay. My co-host might be spiraling out.
It's allergies.
Not sure. Let me ask you this: if you think it's allergies, he came in, put a hat on, has bloodshot eyes, and wanted to make a joke about Dick Billings. Do you think he's cool, or
Is he celebrating 2 months out from 420, or what are we doing?
Oh, now that.
No, I just got some allergies today, Nick. I promise.
I'll tell you what, I had the worst allergies potentially of my life this time last week when I was back in Dallas. So they're really bad right now. So
then you needed to get a Baja Blast and some Doritos. I get what you're saying.
100%.
Now, since you mentioned 420, that's how many millions of dollars Brandon Aubrey wants. 420 million, right?
Yeah, that's an interesting situation. While the Cowboys have offered him a deal that would make him the richest kicker in the NFL, it's not at what some reports have been suggesting as far as it being at $7.5 million. I wouldn't say that that's accurate.
What do you think is accurate then?
It's probably closer to 7 to 6.5. Right now, the market is at 6.4 with Harrison Butker. So anything obviously above that mark per year would qualify as the richest in the league. But the Cowboys have so many advantages built into this negotiation that they could come with, hey, give me $6.5 million right there, and they'll be like, yeah, we're going to see what this market looks like because we can retain you at any point. They can put the second round tender since he's a restricted free agent, put that on him, and if any team makes an offer, they can either take a second round pick from that team or match that offer. Or if no team makes an offer, which does not really happen in restricted free agency, especially for a kicker, same exact thing happened with Justin Tucker, then they can just sign him to a cheaper deal at the end of the day. And so they have so many built-in advantages here to where, like, if they come and they're like, hey, we want $10 million per year, it's like, okay, cool, and I want, Beyonce. Yeah. So it's a little different.
I like that. And then for future seasons, we need that as a drop.
Yes.
For future seasons, they could theoretically just franchise tag him, and that number's already going to be lower. So I appreciate the negotiating standpoint, but it feels like they're going to lose this one.
I think he ends up being the highest paid kicker in the league.
Sure.
I don't think he gets, let's say, 7.5. I don't think he gets that.
Now, what are you on the lookout for, or what have you already been on the lookout for today specifically at the Combine?
Yeah, today we have been able to speak to a lot of the linebackers and defensive linemen that are here at the Combine, and tracking down which of those guys that the Cowboys have met with for a formal meeting. They get 45 formal meetings out here in Indianapolis where they can sit down with these guys for about 18 to 20 minutes, and they can put them on the whiteboard, bring up some film, and just barrage them with questions over the course of that 18 to 20 minutes. And we've already been able to track down 30 of the 45. So that goes to tell you how many resources that they are putting into the front seven and the looks that they're taking at those guys. It's gonna be pretty fascinating to see which offensive guys they do end up bringing in for formals. There is one big one that I'm going to hold for a minute, but there is one big offensive guy that they are bringing in that I think is fascinating, but I'd be shocked if there's more than 5 or 6 that they end up using out of those 45 on the offensive side.
So one of the defensive people I wanted to know about is, what are your thoughts and breakdown thus far of Cassius Howell?
Yeah, Cassius Howell, I think that's a fascinating potential scenario at the number 20 spot. A guy who in this scheme that Christian Parker is going to be running, 3-4 with the 4-3 spacing, and Stephen Jones made sure to clarify that it's going to be multiple. It's not going to be as cut and dry as that. I get it. But if we're looking at Vic Fangio's previous iterations of his defense, and even with Vance Joseph, these guys that even Mike Elko going all the way back to Christian Parker's time at Texas A&M, all these guys that Parker has been under has been pretty much similar iteration of having that defensive end who's a stand-up rusher who can get around as a quote-unquote outside linebacker, but can also drop back in coverage a little bit and make life difficult across the middle of the field. Cassius Howell really fits that. And coming from the Mike Elko scheme at Texas A&M, it would be a healthy transition for him. Cassius Howell, that's a guy that the Cowboys have formally met with here at the Combine already. Met with him last night, and curious to see what that looks like moving forward.
I'm kind of curious on this because I've seen this list is pretty extensive already, as you just said, and that's exciting because, as I was telling Kevin earlier, Nick, and I can't say that the Joneses have changed by any means, but it does feel like Schottenheimer was like, I'm not going to do it the way McCarthy did. I'm going to make sure that we're aggressive and letting the Joneses know what we want. And it looks like all this work that they're doing on this front end is very important to them. When you're looking at some of these guys, you're like, oh, I had this guy as a second rounder, and the Cowboys don't have a second rounder, and so that's interesting that they're looking at that guy.
Yeah, for sure, and that's the potential of moving back from 12 or moving back from 20 and picking up some day 2 capital, which I think is a very realistic scenario. Jerry has mentioned it, Steven has mentioned it, that they had those picks to be able to use for that potential layout, and I think there's going to be some teams who want to come up to at least to that 20 spot. I'm not 100% sure about the 12 spot just yet. I will say this. The Cowboys fans need to be rooting for Ty Simpson and these 3 receivers to have an awesome week. These 3 receivers, Mekhi Lemon, Carnell Tate, and Jordan Tyson, they need to be rooting for these guys to have an awesome week here in Indianapolis so that they stamp a top 12 type of stock, and teams are willing to either move up to 12A or B, a lot of these premier defenders slip down and they end up with a Reuben Bain or a Caleb Downs or an Arvell Reese or something like that. 12 is a intriguing spot here in this draft, and Cowboys have found them spot in this position back-to-back years now.
When you look at the guys that they have talked to about that defensive end outside linebacker kind of position, or did they all fit it? All the guys that you've seen them talk to so far?
Yeah, most of them, yes. Hold on, let me bring up this list right here in front of me that I have. We have. Let's see, Reuben Bain, Cassius Howell, David Bailey. I would say Howell and Bailey for sure. I think Bain is so versatile that he can pretty much play anywhere you want him. Auburn defensive end Kieran Crawford, I would say he fits that role. Tennessee defensive end Josh Josephs, who actually said that they worked him through on the whiteboard being that guy that's a stand-up rusher and moving back in coverage a little bit. So they're even working through how these guys would fit in the scheme. Deny Dennis Sutton, more of a big guy. I think he would be hand in the dirt and probably slide inside. Missouri defensive end Zion Young and UCF defensive end Malachi Lawrence. I think those are both guys, too, that fit that role, and Akeem Mesidor as well. They also met with Clemson defensive end TJ Parker. I think he's more of a guy that puts his hand in the dirt, but most of these guys fit that stand-up rusher type role who can maximize their athleticism.
If you had to guess right now, what pick will it be when the Cowboys draft Jacob Rodriguez? Since we're trading back to pick up extra picks, when's that part going to happen?
Yeah, that would be a fascinating one, right? And I'll play along. 28, why not?
Oh, okay.
He said I'll play along. Does that mean you don't agree with Wolchuk on his love for this player?
I like Jacob Rodriguez. I don't know if he's a first-round pick. I like Jacob Rodriguez, though. I just think there's so many really good defenders in this draft, and there's also so many really good linebackers that, like, Jacob Rodriguez any other year will probably be a stamped first-rounder. I expect him to be kind of in that Carson Schwessinger conversation from last year, where you're going into Friday on day 2 and you see that name among the group at the top of the board, and he goes pretty early in round 2.
I was having this thought while I was laying in bed last night, Kevin, and I was just thinking about things because that's what I do.
Listening to some groovy albums and stuff.
Okay, stop. And I was wondering, Nick, if let's say we don't get that run that we'd love to have with Ty Simpson moving up and those receivers, but then all of a sudden you're sitting there with some good offensive tackles sitting there at 12. Would that be a nightmare scenario for this team, or would they consider that?
One of the things I was tracking, that I am tracking still throughout the week here, is do they have anything left to do on the offensive side of the ball? And the reason I asked that question is for Terrence Steele and Tyler Guyton.
Yes.
Seems like the confidence is high in both of those guys, and not only in those two guys, but in the rest of the offense, and that they're probably not going to address those 2 spots with a premium draft selection. And so, if that's the case, I mean, Francis Mauangoa, that would be a tough one to pass up if you're asking me. The Miami right tackle.
Yes.
I think he's going to play in this league for a long time. But I don't. I say this. I don't think they draft an offensive lineman in the first round, but I know that is probably the likeliest wrong statement I could make about the Dallas Cowboys.
What is your confidence level then? I have to admit, you probably heard the surprise in my voice when you mentioned Terrence Steele, just because of me personally, the combination of mediocre play and how much money you could save from moving off of him. I am surprised at that level of confidence the team might have in Steele.
Yeah, it's the run blocking stuff, and they saw an elevation under Clayton Adams last year for him getting out into space and being able to really pave some running lanes, that they want that consistency. Now, the pass pro, it definitely needs to take a step forward, and it might just be a situation where, this is more me theorizing, it could be a situation where they understand what they're going to get from him in pass protection. It'd be like, we can live with that if the run blocking is at the level that it is, but I wonder what the future does look like for Terrence Steele, and does a contract maybe get restructured this offseason with him? I think there's still a conversation to be had about Terrence Steele this offseason. It just doesn't seem that him being cut is going to be one of those conversations.
Now, while you're talking about players that are on the team or were on the team and how they fit, how do you think Jadeveon Clowney could or does potentially fit in Christian Parker's scheme?
It's fascinating, and shout out to John Machota of The Athletic, because he kind of looked at the juxtaposition of two quotes that Stephen Jones has had regarding Jadeveon Clowney. And in December on you guys' airwaves, he was mentioning, absolutely, we're going to talk to Jadeveon Clowney. He's going to be one of the first guys we talk to get him back in free agency. We want him back. He's been awesome. And then yesterday he was asked, hey, have you guys talked to Jadeveon Clowney yet? And he's like, no. And it just kind of left it at that. I was like, okay, and what has happened since then? A change in defensive coordinator, a change in defensive system. And, the more I look at it and what probably Christian Parker is going to be advocating for as far as retooling that front seven, it's going to be young talent. And it could also just be a situation where Jadeveon Clowney, maybe they have briefly, chopped it up with him, and Jadeveon Clowney hasn't been at a training camp for the last few years. He's like, yeah, hit me up in August if I'm still around, But I think that I do know that they want to get younger on the defensive line, and Jadeveon Clowney doesn't necessarily play into that.
I'm just kind of curious how your day goes, because Broaddus was kind of explaining, he was like, I can do this, and then I can meet those guys at the tunnel and talk to the guys a little bit. How do you go about this? Do you go watch a lot of the activity on the field? Do you have that access, or is it more about, for you, kind of the connections and conversations?
Yeah, I would love to be able to sit at Lucas Oil and really take that in. And my first combine that I came out here, I got to witness Xavier Worthy run that 4.21, and I just thought that was one of the coolest things that I've been able to witness on the job, period. But I have learned now, this is year 3 of combine, that every second that I spend in Lucas Oil Stadium is a second that I'm burning, potentially building relationships anywhere else in Indianapolis. Mm-hmm. And so, there's a couple of places that I hang out at and try to either agent hunt or source hunt, and that's been what my week has looked like. And I told Bobby Belt before he came out here, I said, if I'm averaging more than 3 hours of sleep per night, I'm doing it wrong. And
nice.
right now I'm averaging about 5, so I'm doing it really wrong right now.
Oh,
it's okay.
No.
It's okay. It's all right. You still got time, so it's time to reduce that time.
But not
I
time
will say
to
this.
sleep.
I'll say this. Keep an eye on the defensive tackles over the course of the next few weeks. They have the $64 million tied into Kenny Clark, Osa Digizua, and Quinnen Williams. And Steven had iterated on Monday that they certainly understand that they can't pay all 3 of those guys that amount in 2026. So I would look for some movement there, more so in the sense of figuring out those contracts and figuring out those cap numbers to make them more palatable for 2026. I think that is a task on the agenda this week.
Oh, okay. Well, obviously you can throw out whatever you want here, but I was curious, in the Nick Harris hierarchy of things to do, would it go cut Kenny Clark's salary essentially in half, then restructure Osa or extend Quinnen? Like, what would be your maybe order on that?
Yeah, it's really tough to move Osa's contract right now. There are some things they can do to free up some space from Osa's deal, but since it was signed a year ago, next week, there's still a lot of bones in place that are tough to move around. But you can extend Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams, push their money down the line a little bit and make it work here in 2026 toward those cap numbers. They want to keep all three of those guys. And I've briefly mentioned it with some people out here about the defensive tackle situations, like, oh my God, are they going to trade one or cut one? I was like, I don't think so. I don't think they're going to do all of that. But they're going to figure out a way where they can keep all three long term, and it makes sense for each year's cap number, if that makes sense.
Would that leave Peter Woods off the Cowboys list then?
You would think so, but they have formally met with a pretty good group of defensive tackles, and Peter Woods was one of them. Caleb Banks was another. Xavier Harris at Ole Miss. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We were able to track down 6 defensive tackles that they formally met with. So, it's they're turning over every stone if it's a defensive player.
I do wonder sometimes too, and this was under the Bill Parcells 3-4. They were like, we got to get bigger inside and outside. I wonder sometimes if they look at some of those tackles and they're like, we can move them out. I wonder if an Osa would slide over in one of those situations or scenarios too.
Yeah, you also look at Peter Woods, and he's played 0 tech all the way out to 5 tech during his career at Clemson, and he said today that he feels like his best tape is at 4-eye, and so there's some versatility there that I think you could even use with a guy that they bring in too.
Now,
I actually have another one, Kevin.
Okay.
I wanted to hop in on real quick. This is, I feel like that Jeremiah Love is a fantastic talent. And I know we haven't gotten to him yet, but do you feel like the running back situation for the Cowboys is square?
I would like to see competition for that complimentary role in training camp. I would like to see a legit competition there. Get Malik Davis back in there. Jaden Blue, hope that he has a year or two where he's able to take a step forward behind the scenes. And then either throw in a young back that you take a swing on, or throw in a veteran that has had proven production at other places, but maybe later in his career, a Miles Sanders type, if you will, and see what that competition ends up looking like in Oxnard. Obviously, Javonte Williams is a cemented RB1, but you do need a guy that you can trust on to be the bell cow in case Williams has to miss a game or two. And if you don't have that threat of the running game, it's going to change the offense completely. And so I would like to see competition at that RB2 spot, no doubt.
So in a crazy scenario where Jeremiah Love is still available at pick 12, is this a CeeDee Lamb scenario where you're like, man, that person is too damn good to pass up?
For me personally, that's a situation where you're calling all these running back teams who are picking 5, 6 spots behind you and being like, hey, we got your guy and we're going to tax you for it. And so that would be what I would try to do. And if the phones aren't working, begrudgingly, yes, because he's such a damn good player.
So I want you, Nick, to be so proud of how many questions we've asked without bringing up George Pickens. Now, with that all being said, let's talk about George Pickens. And I don't know if you have insight into this or not, but if you do, I would love to hear it. For me, the thing about giving George Pickens a long-term deal has always been you can move those numbers around as opposed to the franchise tag being set in stone. You can't fiddle with that money whatsoever. Have you ever gotten a sense from the Cowboys that they care about that in terms of we can move this money versus franchise tag can't be messed with?
Yeah, shout out to Todd Archer of ESPN. He asked Stephen Jones explicitly that question you have there, and he was like, so you're comfortable with, if he is playing on the franchise tag, you're comfortable with that $28 million counting toward your cap in 26? And he said, yeah, we're comfortable. We'll be able to make the moves that we need to make to do so. And so, whether that's Stephen talk or if it's actual, feelings behind the scenes, who knows? But look, if you're asking me Nick Harris's opinion, I can understand why they would want to play him on the tag for a year and see out that possibility.
Tell me more about that, why that is.
They had the 1-year rental last year, and it was phenomenal. Don't get me wrong. But he did miss meetings. He did miss a curfew, and I'd say this as factual, not to bring up anything messy. Having another 1 year where you're hoping a maturity would take a step forward, so you know what you are paying him. Because let's say you pay him $32 million over the course of $32 million per year over the course of 4 years. Let's say they get a deal done next week, and that's what it is, right? And then 2 years from now, you look up and some of these issues quite haven't gotten better, and the production's starting to slip. Maybe Ryan Flanoy's taking a step forward, and then you're locked into that contract. Whereas if you franchise tagged him for another year, you get to see that through a little bit, and either the price point would come down, or you're only paying about $3-4 million per year difference. Now, I understand that's a lot of money you put in toward depth holes and things like that, but if you're asking me, I understand if they end up going that direction, just because they've only had him in the building for 1 year, and it was a fantastic 1 year, don't get me wrong, and they have a high tolerance for the things that he did miss, and it's not like he's a bad person. He's a great dude and a great teammate, and they certainly lean on that, but you'd be foolish to think that those kinds of things will not be brought up in a negotiation, and especially in one like this one. So I'm very curious to see how this conversation goes with his representation this week. It's going to be a huge determining factor in how things play out over the course of the next few weeks and months. But as far as getting an extension done before July 15th, which would be the deadline if they when they end up franchise tagging him, that's going to be an interesting one. That's going to be an interesting one.
And Nick, I do want to bring up when it comes to missed meetings, because that usually seems to be the first thing a lot of people bring up when it comes to this. Jerry did tell you in San Francisco while you were holding a pink drink that that he didn't have a problem with. Do you think that's more of a coaching and players optics thing than anything else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, probably so. And again, it's going to be brought up in the negotiation because, think back to when Jerry was reminiscing on those Des Bryant negotiations from years back, and he was like, I talked to Jay-Z, and Jay-Z said he would be at all the meetings, and when Des Bryant missed meetings, where was Jay-Z to be found? And so I know it's getting brought up. It is Jerry's negotiation point here. It's the biggest one he has. And so, absolutely it's going to be brought up, and I wonder how it ends up manifesting.
Did you make sure to bring up Jay-Z because you had already mentioned Beyonce in this interview?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I show respect to both sides.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's what we appreciate. It's the level of respect that we get and all of the information. Nick, thank you very much. Please make sure that our guys stay out of too much trouble.
Yeah, I appreciate you, fellas, and Corey, get some Kleenex.
Yes, I appreciate it. I actually one of our guys brought me a Zyrtec, so I'm okay. Thank you very much, man.
Y'all have a good one.
There you go, Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, knower of all things Dallas Cowboys. Right now, we're going to switch it up just a little bit because we got Brian Ray coming up at 1 o'clock. So right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Thank you very much, Alec, for being here today. Aiden, you too as well, and all the other people.
Not even going to shout out the person who brought you the Zyrtec. Huh?
Jeff Burkett.
Okay.
Dude, here's one of the
Feels
things.
like he deserved a mention above the other people.
He's known us the longest. Him and Tim have known us since we got here. And he's always loved our show, and he's traveled around with us, and he's been there with us, and he's one of my heroes, especially today, whenever he brought me that Zyrtec, because that is going to pay off dividends for me by the end of the show today. From the 214, I'm here too, Corey. Thank you.
Did they leave their name or anything?
Nope.
Okay.
From the 321, Corey, you want me to bring a bag of fruity cereal to snack on? No, I'm not. I don't need fruity cereal.
They get it.
All right. So
sure you don't need it. You just want it.
That's not. Yep. No. I am fine.
Which Pink Floyd album do you like the best?
Dark Side of the Moon.
What about What about Zeppelin?
Hammer of the Gods. I don't know if that's one of their albums. I think that's a documentary. Kevin, CBS Sports has a list of 5 free agent quarterbacks and their NFL team fits. And I started looking through these and I was like, this is the worst. We're in an era.
The quarterbacks themselves or the fits?
The list of quarterbacks that exist. It's the worst.
Wow.
Okay, here. Think about this for a second. The number 5 quarterback on this list. Marcus Mariota.
You.
Thank you.
All right.
That's a lot. And I also had a little question because people have been killing Kyle Pitts. I'm like, who's been throwing at that dude for his whole career?
Okay.
That was my question. Who has?
Yeah. He just got hyped up too much for me.
I get it. I understand. He should have made every quarterback better. However, things have not turned out that way. Mariota's 32, 12th season in here. Never really lived up to top billing.
Okay.
Joe Flacco, 41. Aaron Rodgers, 260 or something like that. That age, Kevin. Not the contract. Malik Willis.
Yeah.
And Daniel Jones. This is the top quarterback class. And this brings me to multiple conversations. Unfortunately, you and I kind of texted back and forth while I was watching Ponies and you were watching the State of the Union address, I'm presuming.
It's
on Peacock.
Oh, the show.
Yeah, persons of non-interest.
I didn't know if you were watching like some sort of horse parade or show.
I just watched the horsing, the wooden horse
Yeah,
thing.
she likes hobby horsing.
Yeah. Alec, you have thoughts on hobby horsing?
Look it up.
What?
Go look it up.
When people pretend to ride around on a stick horse.
I did that as a kid. I didn't know that was a...
Look, she has lots of big dreams. Did she want to take a square dancing class? Yes. Did she see a King of the Hill episode with dog dancing and wanted to dance with our dogs in an actual competition? Yes. All of those things have happened.
So whenever I look at somebody just texted, y'all can have Daniel Jones. No, I don't want Daniel Jones. I've never wanted Daniel Jones. I also never wanted Sam Darnold, but guess what? John Schneider's smarter than me, I guess.
True.
Although I think a lot of quarterbacks could have won a Super Bowl with that team. This list of Daniel Jones, Malik Willis, it's a weak list. Very weak.
Yeah.
And it says multiple things. Developing quarterbacks is not in the NFL's interest at all. It's either you're ready to rock or you're not. That's just the way it is at this point.
Are you ever surprised, just a quick aside, that like some of these leagues like the UFL, and I know they're still rocking and rolling, but like they haven't taken off more as the direct training quarterback school?
Yeah. Yes. And now obviously you have to have guys that are good at that. If I'm the best quarterback developer, I'm probably working for the NFL because they're paying the most.
Yeah.
And I'm probably working with a team that I love. But that's I agree with you, man. That's why Tom House has had such a great career after being, a pitcher and with the Rangers. He was like, I'm going to go be a quarterback guru. I'm going to show you how to throw a ball. And I'm going to be an expert in that. Sometimes, just like Mel Kiper, nobody cared about the draft. Be an expert at throwing the ball, and people are going to come to you.
Right.
But that's what we say about Joe Milton. Joe, get you somebody that can help you see the game and work on these things all offseason and making these touch throws. Because we know you got a cannon. We know you can launch that thing. But all these other aspects of being a quarterback, just like being a pitcher. You're a thrower or you're a pitcher.
Yeah.
And so those are the things there. I think Choppy at one point was like, yeah, Tennessee, we turned tight ends or we turned linebackers into quarterbacks. Has Sam Darnold altered reality, though? Sam Darnold has now won a Super Bowl, and Sam Darnold was a cast-out who still had a great arm, just had not put it all together. And I feel like when we're looking at some of these free agent quarterbacks, Kevin, you've brought it up. I can fix him.
Right.
Is now can turn into you've even brought up multiple times. Don't be afraid to get the cheaper quarterback.
Yeah.
But I feel like what's about to really happen is even though they're cheaper, they're still very expensive because of the market.
So I think you bring up a great point. I think the market's going to overcorrect on this one, right? Because you've seen like different levels of success with, Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield, and of course now Daniel Jones and Sam Darnold. With the idea being if you can build a good enough team and you're good enough putting together your personnel, you can take a discount on the quarterback. But what I think is going to go too far is you're going to see, Daniel Jones get $40 million because you're like, hey, we still got like a $15 or $20 million discount. And you're like, I don't think you understand the difference between quarterback play and $15 and $20 million not being enough to make up for that difference in quarterback play. So, I mean, look, you've already seen it starting with the numbers of Malik Willis. Now, I feel like that's been debunked today, the idea that Malik Willis is going to get $30 million. Well, Malik Willis is a great test case of this, of like, hey, we can get a cheaper quarterback. You can, but how much cheaper? Are you going to give him $10 to $12 million? All right, that gives me $40, $50 million extra dollars. Let's see what happens. If you give him $25 million, well, you really did cut into your savings.
Dude, that's something fascinating that I think you need to develop. And if you can change the world. The sliding scale of how good your quarterback is versus how much money you need on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
Because the perfect world is 50-50 split.
That would be lovely.
Like, that's the perfect world, but if your quarterback's not that good, you need to invest a little more on the defense.
Yeah.
Or on the offensive line. There's things around him that you can do to make him a little bit better. You just really need to be good at identifying his shortcomings so that you can overcome those.
Yeah.
So being able to develop that
right.
sliding scale, Kevin.
Let me see what I can do there.
Kevin loves math, Alec. I don't know if you know that or not.
Really?
I did a math joke earlier, and he loved it.
Oh, do you want to tell it now?
No.
All right.
Allocated it.
So that brings me to the next phase of this question.
Okay.
If the Cowboys we're trusting that they literally are investing in the defensive side of the ball to square this thing up. If they really do want to make a run at Jerry Jones getting his 7 or 8 Super Bowls because that's what he wants.
Mm-hmm.
If they really are, let's assume that they're really legitimately there. Then what they're doing is not only are they investing in their starters, they're investing in backups across the board. Linebacker, safety, cornerback, every single place they're going, we're going to make sure we don't have minor leaguers on our roster. We're going to have NFL players ready to go. Do you have faith that the backup quarterback right now, if something, because we've seen this happen with Tony Romo before. The team's really good. Dak's happening with Dak too. Team's really good. And then an injury takes the starter out, and that is now your kaput season. Is Joe Milton good enough as a backup, or do they need to look at that?
No, definitely not. And that's one of the reasons. I know it was a small sample size, but I just hated when the Cowboys were like, man, we really need to win this last game and get Dak out there. And I'm like, no, you don't. There's no reason for that. You can win this game by 1,600 points, and it makes no difference for next year. Whereas I would have loved to see Joe Milton in the whole game. Like, you're starting, and we're going to give you some of the starting dudes just to see what you've got. I know, like, not one game is going to make everyone be like, oh, we're fixed. But wouldn't you love to see a real deal entire game start to finish where you got the entire Joe Milton experience for better or for worse, instead of like, man, did you see that pass he completed to a third-string wide receiver halfway through the fourth quarter?
Against their fourth-string cornerback.
What does that do for anybody?
Yeah, no, and that's kind of where I am with you on the same thing. Is I will take a look at it. I know they want to give Joe Milton every opportunity because they traded for him. They see something in him. But if you're in a championship run season, which, hey, they could be very far from that too, all right? But if you're really going for it, maybe a Kirk Cousins isn't a bad thing to have behind Dak Prescott.
Because I know it sounds crazy, but, and I get it, like odds have him either going back to Minnesota or maybe Arizona or Miami. I get all of that. But like, if you're really trying to do this, I mean, you'd feel better in a short game or a couple of game scenario with Cousins than Joe Milton right now, right?
Yes.
I'm not saying forever or anything like that, but yeah, no, I'm with you on that.
And also, Kevin, did you know that the roundest knight at King Arthur's table was circumference? He got so large because of all the pie.
See, you know what I like about Corey? He's humble with the telling of that joke. Reminds me a lot of the equal sign. Equal sign is very humble because it knows it's not less than or greater than anybody.
We're all equal.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, unless he heard that and canceled, we will talk with Dallas Stars broadcaster, Emmy Award winner, and 90s cartoon savant, Brian Ray, next on The Fan.
Allow us, if you will,
1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you Dallas Stars broadcaster, Emmy Award winner, 90s cartoon savant. It is Brian Ray. Good afternoon, sir.
And proud American for a gold medal dominant performance from our boys.
Now,
so this is what it feels like to be the king of hockey as an American. This is awesome.
Okay,
damn right.
I told you I quoted your tweet on air, and I retweeted it. I thought it was an awesome tweet because the way that team specifically was built. They said, we're going to just make sure defensively we can stop everything we can. And as you said, hold on for dear life in those hold on for dear life moments. And then maybe we can scrape together a couple goals here and there. It felt like the perfect plan and team build for this tournament.
Yeah, I think when you look at this, it's the classic you want to play to your strengths, right? And I think when you looked at the start of this tournament, nobody was going to outdo Canada in terms of forwards and offense. When you just look at the players they can put on their roster, nobody can put a forward group that is just as good as or at the same level as that Canadian roster. It's just not possible. Those players don't exist in other countries of the hockey playing world. But even going back to the Four Nations tournament last year, Canada's goaltending was always a question mark. The U.S., it was viewed as a strength. U.S. had some injuries last year. They didn't have Quinn Hughes. They didn't have Charlie McAvoy in that gold medal game of the or that final game of the Four Nations. They had them this year. And when you look at the Canada blue line, when you have those two players activated, the U.S. blue line, with those players activated, I think you look at the U.S. blue line and go, my God, that is a heck of a defensive unit to put out there in terms of impacting a game. And so as I watched the tournament start, if it was going to be Canada versus the U.S. at some point in this tournament, I always thought the matchup was going to be Canada's forwards against the U.S. blue line in goaltending. And that's absolutely what it turned into. And when you have a situation like that, nobody wants to take on water the way the U.S. did in that game. Nobody wants to be outshot 41 to 26 or whatever the final total was. And nobody wants to be stuck in their own zone, having to defend. That's not a long-term formula for winning. It's not how you're going to win a 7-game playoff series. But in a 1-game elimination gold medal scenario, I thought the U.S. was the best built team to survive a situation like that. And that is absolutely what they had to do. They had to survive a lot of different moments of that hockey game. They were the best built team in order to survive. And a classic thing is Finland that pushed Canada to the break, in the semifinal. They tried to defend their way to a win in the semifinals, and their back finally broke under the Canada pressure. The U.S. was a little bit better built to try and push back, but they were able to survive because of their blue line and their goaltending. We saw what Connor Hellebuck did. I mean, it was insane how that game played out.
Now, with all that being said, it was an amazing set of moments throughout the tournament, especially with the gold medal games. I kind of always am curious about the pros and cons coming out of it. You'd love to see a bump for the NHL, kind of, sort of like you saw after the Four Nations, though not as much as I thought. How do you weigh that in the success of the United States versus, Rantanen is hurt, Crosby is hurt. There are other injuries coming out of this tournament that impact the NHL season.
Yeah, and this, oh man, we're going to go for a while on this. In one sense, Glenn Gulletson phrased it perfectly today. He said, today as a coach, he's not happy with the Olympics because he doesn't have some really good players. But in the entire buildup to the Olympics, he was 100% for it because of how much the players wanted it, how much momentum it was generating for the sport of hockey, how impactful it was with everybody focusing on hockey, both on the men's and the women's side during the 2-week tournament at the Olympics. It's one of those, what the NHL players being at the Olympics does for the hockey conversation, hockey awareness, how much focus is put on it. It can only be a great thing for the game of hockey as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's easy for me to say that because I'm not an owner who is paying these guys checks. Yep. And when they come back hurt, I completely understand an owner's perspective of, if I'm forking over my money, I want all my assets, and I'm putting my assets at risk when I put them out in a tournament like this. But the bottom line is the players want the Olympics. They have always wanted the Olympics. They will continue to want the Olympics. And after the way this Olympic experience just went, both from an on-ice product and them being over there, they will continue to want the Olympics. And I think, the NHL and their owners have to understand that the marketing this does for your league, is it going to generate to millions and millions of eyeballs tuning in moving forward? Probably not. I don't know. Maybe you get a bump in your playoff chases. Maybe you get a bump in your playoff games. I did find something really fascinating. There's a hockey writer named Craig Custance, and after I believe it was the 2010 Vancouver silver medal loss to Canada, USA Hockey had received like 100,000 signups for the first time in its history or whatever. And he retweeted that after the fact, because if you think about it, 16 years ago, how old was Jack Hughes and Austin Matthews and Zach Werenski and Quinn Hughes and the Tkachuk brothers? And there's a long-term impact that's really hard to think about. And you could probably go back and look at what was the impact of 1980. What did things look like 20 years later after 1980 and U.S. hockey signups and things like that? There's a really fascinating case study for sports nerds, I think, to look at something like that. And then just the last thing for me on this whole subject, and I think this is something that, as an NHL fan or as somebody who works in the NHL, this is something you kind of have to accept, the reality of life with the NHL. This is the only sport that has to play Olympic competition during their season.
True.
NBA is a winter sport, but the NBA gets the Summer Olympics. Football, primarily a winter sport, but what is it, flag football coming up at the Summer Olympics?
Let's go.
Baseball, they have the World Baseball Classic. They can tailor that however they want to schedule-wise. I've seen some online chatter. Does baseball allow their players to go participate in the Olympics? In which case they would have to pause their season. Now it would be 2, but the NHL is the only major professional sports league that has to stop its season in order to have the best players in the world compete in the Olympics. Because if ice hockey is playing at the Summer Olympics, it ain't going to look right. It's going to look goofy. It's going to get poked fun at. And this, unfortunately, this is life in the NHL. This is the way hockey is. And I think it's just something you have to accept, that this is something you have to deal with every 4 years, because this is the way your sport has been cultivated and this is the way it works in order for its existence to continue to move on. But you cannot deny the attention that gets put on hockey during the Olympics. And I hope some casual fans to say, you know what, I want to pay attention to what my local team is doing. That was a heck of Jack Hughes got like 350,000 Instagram followers since that gold medal goal. He's one of 3 NHL players now with 1 million followers on Instagram just because of that goal. How is that not a good thing for the National Hockey League and its players?
Now, I'm with you on that. I really, really am. Now, looking ahead for the Stars, I think a lot of people's primary question right now is, we know Mikko's out at least 2 weeks. It sounds like that is a very conservative estimate. What is the buzz that you've heard about how long maybe the Stars will have to be without him?
I've heard the same thing you guys have, the 2 weeks, and then they'll kind of reevaluate and see what's going on. Look, you don't want to lose your best offensive player and a top 10 scorer in any way, shape, or form. So there's no good thing that comes out of Mikko Rantanen being out of the lineup. If you're trying to find some silver lining, this is why Jim Nill has made all the moves he's made to try and build depth behind Mikko Rantanen. And I think the Stars are going to be fine. They have built a nice cushion in those top 3 spots of the Central Division. They're going to make the playoffs. Where I think you might feel this a bit is it looks more and more like we have a collision course for a first-round series with Minnesota and Dallas. And we've seen it firsthand over the last couple of years. Going to a Game 7 in a scenario like that with Minnesota and Dallas is very real. Not having Mikko Rantanen for an extended period of time, that could be enough to tip the balance where maybe Minnesota does finish with home ice advantage. And that's going to make the matchup a little bit tougher for Dallas if it's a first-round playoff series. So that's where I think you could feel the impact firsthand with Mikko Rantanen being out, and that's looking long-term down the line. In the short term, Roope Hintz is dealing with an illness right now, but he is going to be back in the lineup. 8 of the first 10 games coming out of this break for the Dallas Stars are on home ice, and they do have the bulk of these games leading up to the playoffs on home ice. So when Roope Hintz does come back, you can load up a Jason Robertson, Roope Hintz, Wyatt Johnston top line if you want to, and you can shove that down the throat of opposing teams and dictate matchups with the home games you have. So it's tough, but there are some things Glenn Gulutzan can do to try and make the most of this situation. And then always, we're 9 days away from the trade deadline. We'll see what kind of Jim Nill magic Jim Nill can pull out of the hat to try and boost this lineup any way he can. With an absence of Mikko Rantanen as well.
Do you start every one of those potential trade conversations with, hey, I need you to take 50% of the salary. Now let's talk about what we can do.
Listen, I think every GM wants to start the conversation with, I want you to eat 50% of the salary. And the other GM's going to say, great, let me see how many more draft picks you have left because you're paying me that if I'm going to eat salary. So this is going to be a really fascinating trade deadline to watch Jim Nill try to navigate. Look, I think the Stars need a forward, middle 6. I think they could use another defenseman, possibly someone to play with Thomas Harley. He's kind of had a rotating cast of defensive partners. He had a tough first half of the year, but he played really well at the Olympics. And so those two needs are not easy to acquire in a regular season. How much capital does Jim Nill have to spend to try and fill 2 holes like that? And if you have to choose between one or the other, how do you balance that choice? So this is going to be a really interesting trade deadline for Jim Nill. But after you win 3 consecutive GM of the Year awards, I think you've earned the benefit of the doubt that you're doing everything you can to make this work. And if it works out, great. If it doesn't work out, I'm willing to give the guy a pass if there's not some mega splash trade made because of everything he's done leading up to this point. But it's a precarious situation the Stars are in. And since you mentioned salary, we'll see if we hear anything on the Tyler Seguin front. This is around the period of time they're going to reevaluate his injury. And is it an LTIR situation for the whole salary and he's totally done for the year? Or is it a partial salary pickup on LTIR if they want to play that card because they think he could potentially return at some point in the playoffs, depending how deep the run goes? There's a lot of balls in the air for Jim Nill on this trade dedeadline.
Or pucks, if you will.
Oh, yeah.
Or pucks. Well done.
You got to say that right.
That's a gold medal pun right there, my friend.
Thank you very much. Bichel coming back, the excitement for this, and what do you expect there?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's good to get a healthy body back.
Yes.
The Stars have done a lot with, kind of piecing together their blue line. But look, he's size, he's length, little meanness, little snarl. I think the fact that he hasn't played since November 30th, he's probably looking to put somebody into the bench as quickly as possible. Just don't take yourself out of position. But there's nothing wrong with getting fresh legs back, especially on the back end. And that's a guy that is going to have to be a player for you in the playoffs. So can he make the most of his 25 games and get himself ready for a long playoff run and to take a shot at it again? I'm expecting a lot of excitement and a lot of big things out of him.
It's unfortunate that we know that you like puns, because now we can tell you some of our Olympic segment ideas. We did Bros Before Snows, Moulin Luge.
Pretty good.
The Fresh Prince of Big Air. Sled
like
Poets Society. We had
I'm good with that.
Yeah, they just went for days and days. We had a new segment idea for every single one of them. So I'm glad to know that you like puns.
Listen, how about a shout out for Megan Keller in scoring the women's gold medal goal, the Star Spangled Dangle?
Oh,
I thought the Star Dangled banner, but I think the Star Spangled Dangle works better with the rhyming at the end there.
And I'm just saying, we had Hillary Knight on the show before the Olympics, so we did the best we could.
You did your part.
Hell
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah, you did your part.
Thank you very much,
done,
Brian. Always a pleasure talking to you, sir.
Good to be back, gentlemen. I appreciate it.
There you go. Brian Ray right here on 105.3 The Fan. Stars broadcaster. Stars get back going again tonight. Coming up next, we got a couple of different directions we can go, including giving you those that Olympic championship game ratings, some quarterback discussion, and from FC Dallas in studio, we will talk with Ryan Figert. All of it going on next right here on The Fan.
Take us with
814 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Fires it into the feet of Farrington, checking short. Now Kamungo looking to get turned on the top of the box. Uragide there as well, the one-man wrecking crew. Here's Uragide in the box. Looks for Musa, finds Musa on the turn. Better Musa, past Gavrin. And Dallas is off the mark in 2026. You knew it'd be him.
Can't see masterpiece. You heard that right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, in studio with us from FC Dallas, it is Ryan Figger. Good afternoon, sir.
How's it going, guys? Thanks for having me.
Yes, absolutely. Now, I guess we need to bring this up because this will never end. From the 903. No Christmas questions, Kevin.
This is true.
Do you know that story?
I don't. I'd love to hear it.
Okay. We were at spring training.
This happened a year ago.
We were at spring training a year ago, almost to the day. And we have our weekly FC Dallas guest on Wednesdays at 1:30. And
we were talking with Wallace Abubakar.
Yeah, it was Wallace. And
now I see where it's going wrong.
Kevin found out that Wallace's birthday is on Christmas.
It is.
And his wife's birthday
is Christmas Eve. So I just kind of want
to. December 29th. We're all right in the same wheelhouse.
So
my middle kid's the 30th. So he starts
infinite wisdom
asking, hey, since your birthday is so close to Christmas, do you ever find the conflict when it comes to presents? At which Lawless said, well, I mustn't.
Yeah.
And we don't celebrate Christmas.
Nicest guy of all time, though. I'm sure he took it really well.
He was actually, we've had him on since, and we got to have a great conversation about it, and he laughed too. But at the time, Mike Bassick was also with us still before he went to go do TV. And Mike thought this was the greatest moment in history. And he was cracking up with the microphone off, and he's having a great time. Well, then we leave after our show and we walk out to the parking lot, and Marcus Simeon is walking through the parking lot. And Mike Bassick says, "Marcus, you got to hear this story." And Marcus is like, "Okay, I'll listen. That sounds fun." He's listening, and the smile keeps getting bigger.
Yeah, great smile on Marcus, by the way.
Yes, and he's not doing like the I'm going to walk away.
I know what's about to happen in this story.
He's walking with us even more, and now he's like in the conversation. And we finally get to the point, and he just stops at his car and looks at us and goes, "So I guess we're not getting him back on the show, are we?" And
it was just the way he goes. I was like, "Oh, that's not what you want to hear."
My favorite Lawless story from last season, he scored a goal, the winning goal. I think it was his only goal with the team so far. He's a center back, so he gets up there for corner kicks and stuff, but scores a header. And tradition for us, we give the man of the match the big cowboy hat to celebrate afterwards. Well, if you've also seen Lawless, he has a very distinct hairstyle, which sticks very high above his head.
Yeah.
So you've got the cowboy hat sort of on top of the hair. And then during that week, we had to make sure we cut out the top of the cowboy hat. So he has a customized one-of-one FC Dallas cowboy hat. That's more of a visor, really, if you think about it, but it allows for the hair
I
to
see
flow
it right
freely.
now.
Yeah, there you go.
I see it on Instagram and Facebook. That is phenomenal. That's awesome.
Love Lawless. Shout out to Lawless.
That is phenomenal. Also phenomenal, starting off the season with a win. Always good. But starting off the season with a win at home. Now, we talked with Coach last week, and I don't feel like we're breaking any news to you. The team had a lot of struggles last year at home. 19 home matches, only 6 wins coming out of it. And that was something that, you got to get those 3 points. You got to stack those 3 points quickly. How important was it now that it's happened to get that win?
I don't think you can overstate the importance of that, not only to, right the wrongs of what we saw at home last year, but also to get off on the right foot, because we've got 3 really difficult games coming up, some high-powered attacks coming to town. Nashville this weekend on Saturday. Following that, LAFC, Denny Bouanga, Heung-Min Son, these global superstars we're going to be on the road at LA where we've never won, and then San Diego FC.
Wow, is that right?
Yeah, we've won at the Galaxy before, but never at LAFC since they've been in the league. So after that, you've got San Diego FC, who in their inaugural season was unbelievable, and they're flying high as well. So to get those 3 points, put them in the pocket, they feel precious right now because we've got a murderer's row coming up to start the season here.
And was there anything, again, not feel like I'm breaking news here, but at times, like many teams in the MLS, creating that offense can be a struggle. Was there anything in particular that you saw in Saturday's opener, outside of just the awesomeness of Musa, that has you fired up for the season going forward?
I mean, that goes a long way, right? Petter's an amazing player. I think he's the best striker that we've ever had in Dallas, and I think he's honestly, if not number one of the best strikers in the entire league. But we've also got a guy in Logan Farrington, who I know you guys have spoken to a couple of times. Absolutely love Logan. We call him the big dog. He's up there alongside Musa, and it's sort of a throwback style. You don't see teams playing with two, big number 9s up top, two big strikers, but they complement each other so well. They're so creative while also being physical, and they just combine perfectly. And Logan comes away with a goal and an assist. Musa 2 goals on the night, so we called them the perfect Parrington, and they were firing on all cylinders to start the year.
Yeah, I love that.
He loves stuff like that because one time I was looking for a house, and I walked into a room, and there was a chandelier that had a fan attached to it. And he was like, a fandelier, this is the greatest thing ever.
Polyfunctional,
yeah, exactly. It looks good and also helps the house feel cool. Speaking of Farrington, last year I had the great opportunity to be at the Derbyshire for some of these games.
Oh, that's his local.
And that is, yeah. I found out that's a lot of the players' place to be, and his dad was there, and it was a great environment. But that's whenever I really started learning that it did seem like Logan, Musa had more opportunity to help this team bond. And can you kind of talk a little more about what happened at the end of the year with their tightness, their correlation together, and then how they're carrying that over?
Yeah, I mean, I'll throw it all the way back to when Musa first got here. Logan had just been drafted out of Oregon State, and you don't usually stick, your big money designated player as a roommate with the guy coming out of college. That's not usually how the combinations work, but that's how it ended up working. I think those were the only 2 guys that needed a roommate. They end up together, and over the course of 3 years, they become best of friends. I mean, Logan went to Croatia to hang out with Petter and his young family over the offseason. That's how tight they are. And so they carry that into the locker room, obviously, every day, and those guys have big personalities. I think Petter is more the motivator. He can drive the team, keep the quality high, and Logan has that as well, but he also brings the vibes, and he brings the group together, and that's what we saw down the stretch of last season. It was a difficult start to the season, and I think the chemistry issues were a big part of that, but as the team came together, sort of building around that strike partnership between Logan and Musa, we saw the chemistry increase. We saw the back line sort of gel and come together, and I think that chemistry is carried over with a lot of continuity in the roster into 2026.
Do you find that to be a rarer commodity at a time when sometimes professional athletics can become more and more fragmented, to have that kind of camaraderie?
Yeah, I mean, in soccer, I think more than any sport, because guys are coming from all over the world, and we've got a huge contingent of Brazilian players. We've got guys coming from Haiti, from Sweden, Croatia. Obviously, our American contingent is strong as well. But all these different cultures, and it's just the job of the leaders of the group, but also the coaching staff to bring these guys together, develop chemistry on and off the field. And I think the tightness off the field, you can't overstate how important that is when you get out there and it's a grind and it's 95 degrees in an August game and you're up against it, and the waves of attack are coming your way. Can you fight for the guy next to you? And I think the chemistry goes a long way, and that's what this team has developed.
When you talk about the heat sometimes for some of these games, as we talk with Ryan Figert right here, and it's Figert, not Figert.
Figert, yeah. You guys nailed it first try.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. How important was it, the first thing that the stadium worked on with the redesign is getting that overhang for the sun seats? Because that's
amazing.
One of the things. Are you on the sun side or the not sun side when you got to make some tough decisions?
Yeah, well, when we're done here, there's going to be no sun side left, which is amazing. And I think also it just adds to the aura and the stature of the stadium. Once you guys get in there and you're sitting on the opposite side, the lights are just brighter, and when you walk out on the field, it feels bigger. And I think that's exciting to bring that home field advantage back that we've had over the course of the years, but maybe we've lost it recently. So I think when this renovation project is done, teams are going to be afraid to come to Toyota Stadium, and to get that aura factor back is huge.
We've talked a whole lot, obviously a lot of Olympic hockey talk, especially for the men and women both winning gold, and how that can kind of trickle over and boost up the sport in general. I have to ask, obviously, what are you hoping, especially since the Metroplex has the most World Cup matches, what that could kind of do for the sport specifically in America, and then MLS and FC Dallas?
Absolutely. I think it's a big bet that everyone has made on soccer during this time, right? That the World Cup is going to do what it did in 1994 when it spawned Major League Soccer into existence and sort of kickstarted this whole thing. Now we've built such a foundation that I think it's primed and ready to explode. I think people use the term rocket fuel and what they hope the World Cup can bring to the league. And from an FC Dallas standpoint, right, like you mentioned, the most games in all of the entire tournament are here in DFW at AT&T Stadium. So the fact that we have that access to top-level games hopefully inspires people to to say, you know what, I enjoyed this. I'm going to go out to the next FC Dallas game when the season restarts. But also beyond that, having guys involved in the tournament I think is huge. You can't just be there and sort of be a second-rate option once the World Cup goes away. We've got Petar Musa, who's going to be involved with Croatia if he continues on this form that he's on right now, which we expect him to do. Lucius Don-Dietzen came off the bench for Dallas on Saturday. He's a starter for Haiti. He scored the goal to send them to the tournament, and what was a Cinderella story for them. Super awesome story. And now we also have Herman Johansson, who's a part of the Swedish national team, who's in that final group of qualifying, hoping to make it. So we might have 3+ guys involved in the World Cup, and so to have hometown guys, adopted hometown guys, and then also your academy products that are playing with the national team, all these Dallas ties makes it really exciting. And I can see people buying into what FC Dallas is selling after the World Cup because of that.
Do you think the MLS Hall of Fame needs to be open 24/7 during that time, Kevin?
Yeah, National Soccer Hall of Fame will be open the entire time.
Okay, I love that. Now, I do have to ask just about one thing because he's been on our show so many times. We love him so much.
When will Michael Collodi score a goal?
That would actually be amazing, and I'm sure he would be pumped about that. But within the last week, the club exercises the buyout of Paxton Pomykal. What do you think he meant to this franchise and this fan base? Because obviously we're biased. We had him on a ton, and he was awesome.
No, we all love Paxton. I think this is a truly heartbreaking story for him. And ultimately, it's been the course of almost 3 years where he's been dealing with these injuries, and he got back on the field for a brief stint last year, but wasn't able to continue that into preseason this year. I mean, this guy, we called him Mr. FC Dallas for a reason. He's been at the club since he was 12 years old, rose through the ranks. He was a part of the last team to lift trophies in 2016. And so just the connection he had with the fans, with the Ryan family as well, wearing the number 19 in honor of the late Bobby Ryan, he meant everything to this club, and unfortunately, his body just let him down. I think that's the reality of it, and sometimes it just happens with these guys that are uber talented. I mean, he was an MLS All-Star at age 19, poised to break through and be one of the big names in the sport across the entire world after what he did at the
was
U20
the captain
World
of the
Cup.
U20. Yeah.
So, I mean, this, we're talking about a top talent, but unfortunately, like I said, his body just let him down, and we're going to miss him massively. Like, he was a huge part of not just the club, but the locker room, a big leader of the group, and, I wish him all the best, whatever is next for him, and I hope it's in some capacity being back with us at FC Dallas, but, at this time right now, it didn't make sense for him and the club to continue with all the injury struggles that he'd had.
Has he said, and sorry if I missed this, if he wants to try to continue to play, or has he kind of come to peace?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything at least on the record from him yet. So we'll wait to see what he has to say.
Any extra tickets to the World Cup matches? Or?
You're telling me. I'm trying to get some as well.
All right, so we're all looking together.
So we knew it was trouble when we had Stephen Jones on, and we talked about the tickets being expensive. And Stephen Jones said, "Yeah, I heard you might need to get a second job to get those tickets." And I was like,
"Of course, he told you guys that."
Yeah, I was like, "That's
like I don't need a second job." But y'all.
Exactly. He's fine.
Yeah.
All right. FC Dallas already starting off the season 1-0-0. Get back at it Saturday at Toyota Stadium, 7:30 p.m. in Frisco against Nashville. You can go to fcdallas.com for tickets or all of your FC Dallas needs. Man, thank you very much for joining us today, Ryan.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. Let's do this more often.
Absolutely. And he was in studio.
Yeah,
love that.
Beautiful new studio, by the way.
Oh, love it, love it, love it.
It looks like a frat room still, though.
It's just because we
not,
have
like I said, beautiful.
crookedly. It's things hung crookedly and that calendar. Like, those are the two things that I think. Then we'll start stacking beer
need a
cans.
beer cooler in here. Yeah,
we can make it happen.
All right.
Coming up next, let's chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 The Fan.
Coming up.
Chevrolet, if you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
And it's Wierenski. Now Jack Hughes puts it around the car. United States with numbers. Back across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it! The golden goal for the United States! For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where that game drew 20.7 million viewers. It peaked out at 26 million, which is the most ever for a sporting event that started before 8 a.m. That is an oddly specific stat, but I love it. The gold medal game in 2010 had 27.6 million viewers, but that also started at 2:15 Central as opposed to 7:15 in the morning. Now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Hagee, we are rolling. How are you?
I'm doing good, and I want to go to Corey and his news desk for news.
We have news, guys. News. This is former Rangers news. Merrill Kelly, who's back with Arizona, has an intercostal nerve irritation, no longer ready for the season opener.
What does intercostal mean?
It's painful, dude.
Yeah. It's kind of... So there's the outer coast and then the inner coast. So I'm just going to assume that it's internal.
Yeah.
Or on the inside.
And that's what matters.
Yeah, we'll find out whenever it comes to that. But it's nerve related, and that's scary.
Sounds
and then
painful.
Our Mason Thomas plans to do a full workout at Combine tomorrow, planning to run a 4.4. That's what he's saying.
That's a freak of nature.
That dude right there can fly, so I'm excited about that.
That's
Dude,
incredible.
this is tough. Severe neuropathic pain along the ribs, often described as stabbing, burning, or a tight band-like sensation wrapping around your chest.
Not good.
It's like a chest
Not good.
TD.
So
yeah,
I'm proud of you.
All right, I'm very conflicted because that's super clever, but I feel bad for the fellow as well. But
Yeah, that's a good point.
And he was a
very
Ranger pitcher for a little bit.
Thank you.
So
It's not good.
That actually does suck. Like, do you get that from baseball, or is that just your body doing things that?
That's a good question.
I would bet he's probably thrown a bullpen or something like that, and that's where it started. Maybe
Aggravated it.
Maybe
Yeah, or
dominated that
aggravated
bullpen.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, nerves got hit there.
Now we have a couple of options. We could
might
talk.
have shingles.
Oh, yeah.
Going around.
Who just had shingles?
I think everybody has shingles.
I thought it was just for old people.
It's just it like launches itself at some point in your life. It'll open up. I think that's the case.
We had a basketball player that just got shingles.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I was trying to. Who was that, Broaddus?
Somebody for the Pacers?
Halliburton. Yes.
What a bad year for him. Achilles and shingles.
Season of hell.
No freaking kidding. Okay. Did you see or care at all about Duke Notre Dame last night?
No.
I cared about it when I heard about what happened to the coach.
Okay, so this game was crazy. Notre Dame lost by 44 points, which is the second most points they've ever lost to, behind only the first basketball game they ever played in 1898. And in the middle of that, it looks like their coach tore his Achilles, or at the very least injured it, and he goes, what can I say? The season of hell continues. That's a real thing that he really said.
And he kept coaching in the boot. Respect to him. Watching his team get absolutely historically obliterated with maybe not for a single second of the game feeling like you even had a chance in it. Oh, yeah. And he boots it up, he sits down, and he watches his team get smacked, knowing he's going to have surgery and probably shingles.
I mean, that is tough.
I think shingles. Well, he is at that age, so
it
like
spreads.
Achilles.
Only roofers get shingles.
Yes.
Broaddus.
And they're usually on
nice
the house.
Work, man. Nice work, dude. He is in mid-season form already.
Yep. Here we are.
So I wanted to ask you guys about these two particular untold documentaries that are coming to Netflix. And now, obviously, Gavin Dawson, I really want to know if you're excited about. They're going to do one on the early 2000 Portland Trailblazers, also known as the Jailblazers. Should I assume you're in on this?
Yeah. Even though I think they got a bad rap, You know,
maybe they'll talk about that.
Yeah,
Broaddus, do you disagree with that assertion?
No, I love the fact that Dawson's about to defend these guys.
I mean, they really didn't do anything that bad.
Okay.
You know, I think it was just a reflection of how the world looked at weed then. You know,
okay.
This was around the same time Nate Newton was getting thrown in jail for driving around weed. You know,
he just got pardoned.
What was
damn right he did.
What was the poundage of that? Was it 75?
It was a lot of pounds.
I think it was 75 pounds.
That sounds about right. Let me do some research.
For Nate
on
Newton
that.
or the Jailblazers?
No, for Nate Newton when
His
he got
was
popped.
like 200 some.
Maybe it was 175 pounds.
This was just a couple of years after or before the Cowboys passed on Randy Moss because of weed. You know,
75 pounds of marijuana.
Yeah.
Wow.
25 years ago, if you were smoking weed playing sports and you got caught, your name was destroyed.
That's
And-
so weird to think about now. Everyone's like, and?
yeah.
Well, that's all he did?
These two guys were driving on the highway while smoking marijuana at the same time. Reputation trashed.
Now, one of the other ones is the death and life of Lamar Odom, and it's going to focus in on his visit to the Love Ranch where he almost died.
It's going to focus on that.
That's what it says.
That's the Vegas brothel.
Yep.
I think he did die, didn't he? Didn't his heart
Yeah,
totally
and
stop?
then and like came back to life.
He went full Jon Snow.
Richard
It's a
Hunter
miracle.
found him, right?
Was that it? I was trying to think how that story went. It was so long ago now.
I think it
What did
was-
you say? He found him? Richard Hunter?
Yeah.
Big dick?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Guy knows about UFC stuff.
Yes, he does. He does.
He went all in on that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. So maybe he's going to be in this documentary.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Richard Hunter is made for documentaries.
I can see that.
Especially for the credits with the name, that'll be shocking to everybody. Especially if they put Big Dick in there, that'd be even
Big Dick
better.
Hunter found it?
Big Richard Hunter.
Oh, look
what
at
has
that.
he done?
Credits. What's that guy? Oh,
He's got
Big
AIDS.
Dick Hunter. Okay, yeah.
He found Lamar Odom.
There's the Crocodile Hunter. And there's
Hunts crocodiles.
There's Big Game Tommy Hunter.
That's right.
He hunts Tommies.
I thought it was a big game, but okay.
Yeah. that's
Tory
probably good
Hunter.
too. Yeah.
All
Tory
right.
Hunter hunts Tory.
Travis Hunter.
Yeah, he hunts, I don't know, one position.
He's a fisherman.
He's a big fish
He's a
guy.
big fisherman, yeah.
okay.
That's
He
for
loves
sure.
a good lure.
Of course, Mike. Oh, Mike.
That's right.
Hunter.
Yeah, you got to add the Hardy yarn to that one.
And pause in between the names.
How you doing over there, buddy?
I am doing good.
I had a Mrs. Hunt in high school, and her husband's
Sure you
name was
did.
Mike.
Such a
Wow.
liar.
Making
I'm,
crap
I'm
up,
dead.
man.
I'm dead serious. Marjorie
dead
Hunt.
ball
I remember
serious, yes, I am.
her first name was Marjorie, and her husband's name was Mike. I'm
Actually,
serious.
this is confirmed. She texted into the show. I do remember this
Did
conversation.
he?
That's probably
Oh,
before that
gosh.
name, that
Wolchuk's
word
on
got
dope,
co-opted,
too.
right?
I'm not on dope today, Brian.
I don't know. Seems
Why you
like
bring
a
up
pretty
old stuff?
pretty established word. You know.
I don't know when it started getting
I don't know
used.
either.
What
Seems like
segment
it's
is
been
that
around.
in?
That'd probably be in the 420.
Yeah.
Did he go by Michael?
She referred to him as Mike, and then we all knew what her last name was, and so we're looking around the class going, "Is she like doing bits on us right now?" But she was an older lady; she was very serious.
Did you ever
about
ask, so what is your husband's full name?
Yeah, no, I did. One time I was in the back of the room, and I was like,
Of course you were in the back
I was
of the room.
doing. I was
Agreed.
Like,
What were you doing?
Wearing a leather jacket,
I was
causing
doing like
problems.
some like personal bicep flexes and touching on it.
That is
And
definitely the douchiest thing I've ever heard you say.
No question. And then she thought I was doing like a gesture at her. So I got pulled out of class. It was like a whole thing. And I was just like, I promise I was just flexing.
What'd the preacher say to you about that?
He was not happy. No. But
Which makes sense.
He knew I was.
Embarrassing me at school.
Yeah, I didn't flip her off. I was doing personal bicep crunch.
Yeah, he was like, honestly, your
I knew I
excuse
should have
is
taken you on
so
as a son.
stupid that I kind of believe it.
Yeah, oh yeah. People will believe the story that makes you sound like a dumbass.
This does not sound good for me either, but I wasn't being rude.
One year, because I was in
Imagine
the
that.
drum corps, I couldn't march with my drum one day at practice after school because I left an unopened can of soda on the floor. I rolled off my bed and landed on it, and somehow that thing is the most powerful force in the world because it did not break. Wow. It just like broke me in half, and I told our band director, and he goes, That story's too stupid not to be true. I was like, thanks for that.
Great. Now we can see why you're not on the football team.
Yeah, exactly. I got hurt falling on a Coke can. They're like,
was it standing upright?
Yes, it was standing. It was standing upright.
That sounds painful.
Peggy, that or a Lego, which was more of a problem for you?
See, probably the Coke can, because I will never understand how that thing could not break. Like
it was full. It was unopened.
It was frozen?
Yeah.
No, it was not.
You shout to the it was what?
Cokes. It was not frozen.
Oh, okay.
We've
Like
all left
Ted
that
Williams'
Coke
head.
in there in the freezer too long.
Yep. I usually do all the time.
And it explodes.
Oh, everywhere. And it's sticky.
Yeah.
Lost my Lee Majors thermos in 1983 in a freezer accident. Brings up some bad memories.
Was it the Fall Guy?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is another example.
I was going to say, what was it? A $6 million man, right?
Yeah. Can we get that as a drop? I don't know when, but there's going to be one time in like 6 years where we can use that as a drop.
That's my Lee Majors thermos.
Amazing.
Man, I was jammed up. And my parents told me we'll get another one next year. They never remade it.
It was a one of a kind.
Yeah.
Dang, that stinks.
And you know the lunchboxes in the 80s, dude, they were iconic. They were
those
metal.
things are
you can collect those items now.
Yes.
Yeah. It was a status symbol for sure.
What do you, I can already tell it's going to be a good show. What do you fine fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. We will have Ask Broaddus Anything at 4:20. We'll talk to him about a very busy day at the Combine once again, interviewing Clayton Adams this morning. We got all kinds of surprises.
Were you aware of that segment, Broaddus?
I'll tell you what, man. I am kind of like the U.S. hockey team. I'm playing on the fly.
There we go.
Okay.
Winging it.
Again.
No, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
Mail it in Wednesday. I like it.
Oh, yeah.
I
We're
like
actually
it.
doing that for the next 5 hours.
There we go. Next 3 days, you know?
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation.
Go ahead, leave the keys all locked
Women, the KNC masterpiece. Look at this guy. Leave it to Kevin to have a Coke story.
Makes a lot of sense.
We'll be
105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Jumping the gun a little bit here. I'm chomping at the bit to talk sports with you. General at your service, at ease. Brian Broaddus, live in Indianapolis once again. We'll have an Ask Broaddus Anything at 4:20. We'll have Krusty's Corner. His combine appearances brought to you by Yorgi Pet Care Connectors and East Dallas Diesel. Salute to those guys. Salute to Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup here at 75 and 635, fixing to go 5 flawless like it's nothing. And you do have Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. How's Combine Day 2 going for you, Brian?
It's going very well, guys. Thank you. I appreciate that. We had the defensive lineman come through this morning, which was fascinating. By the way, got to be with Shan, RJ, and Bobby, and then got to talk to Clayton Adams this morning, which was really, really cool.
Very cool.
Man, I mean, he had some really good – the questions that I asked were questions you guys gave me. So
okay.
I really do appreciate you
sounded
guys.
familiar.
I thought it was one of his best interviews. So, I mean, you crushed it. You did a great job.
I tell you what, I do appreciate Sean and RJ and Bobby letting me kind of tag along on that one. And then Eric and I did Love of the Stars. So that's up too. So check that out from the Combine. And so we got a lot going on here. But I say we had defensive linemen here. And, man, what a good-looking group. These edge rushers, guys like, Bailey and Messidor and Howell, man, they sure look the part when you just stand there and okay, I've seen you on tape, and now I get to see what you look like live. Long arm, wide-shouldered. Man, I'm kind of like, okay, if we have to go with one of these guys, let's get this thing done. But
was the new defensive line assistant coach BT Jordan down there eyeballing them?
Yeah, I tell you what, I didn't. No coaches were in the interview area. Now, what I tried to do was there's a really long hallway that leads to the underground tunnel that goes into Lucas Oil. So I tried to kind of hover around in that area to see if I could run into any of our coaches. I didn't see of our coaches right now, or earlier this afternoon. They're doing the specialists. So it's the Sorensen and that group's in there watching these guys kick balls all over the place and stuff like that. So maybe tomorrow we'll see more of the position coaches, head coach, all those things. I think we got a big day, too, planned. Sean and RJ, I think Will McClay's on. I think there's some other stuff coming on with Schottenheimer coming on the station and stuff like that. So nice. Cowboys trying to help us with some guests, for sure.
Of course, with the Odyssey app, you can go back and listen to that interview this morning with Cowboys offensive coordinator Clayton Adams. Podcast-type playlist, instant rewind functionality. The Odyssey app just dominates. And it was awesome. I think Clayton Adams is one of the most interesting coaches to listen to. And I'm not sure exactly why, but I think, obviously just his voice and his way of putting together words is interesting. But he also gives you stuff. He feels like he's educating you while you're listening.
Dawson, you kind of read my brain when we stood up to shake hands to say goodbye. He said, "Oh, nice to see you, Brian." I said, "Thanks, Coach. I feel like I got smarter today." Yeah. And he goes, "Well, I'm glad." He was talking with us about he just loves football, and he loves to talk football with people. So, we were all trying to kind of come up with the right questions and stuff like that. I think if he could, he just sat there another hour and just taking more questions and stuff. He's all about ball. He really, really is.
Okay, now how would you answer how much meat is left on the bone? Because he said there's a misperception out there that they're just going to run it back. And from what Steven said yesterday, it sounds like they're going to run all the personnel back, but he wants to try to stay on the cutting edge and not get complacent with what the schemes are. So I would just ask of you, is there room for internal improvement with the players? How much schematic adjustments could they make to make this offense more efficient? I mean, I feel like they were operating fairly close to optimal last year already.
Yeah, they really were. And pre-meeting with him while we were waiting to go on, we were asking him, me and my question about who he steals from and stuff like that. Yeah. And he is really into what's going on with that Ram bunch. He's really interested in what's going on with the 49er bunch. And he loves the guy in Chicago. So
Ben Johnson.
So yeah, I mean, he goes. Listen, I have a lot of respect for the Shanahans. I have a lot of respect for what they're doing there in Los Angeles with McVay and that crew. But let me tell you, the guy that I love watching his tape and like to take ideas from is that guy he was in Detroit and now in Chicago. So don't be surprised if, we get to a point where there's some things that we start to see maybe in training camp where it was, boy, that looks very much Chicago Bear-like. That looks like old Detroit, Lions football right there. So, everybody wants to take ideas from the best and the brightest, but it seemed like to him they were studying that Bears tape. That's something that they were going to really get into this offseason.
What do you think about that question, Chief?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly what you want to hear. That's what you want to hear from your offensive coordinator. I mean, that was something that was so frustrating with Garrett and McCarthy all those years where, like, they refused to really steal things from other teams. And I know that it's easier said than done.
So stale.
Yeah, very stale, but I think if you have like a high football acumen, you can see something that is being done by one team and figure out how to implement it for yours. And so those are the exact offenses you would want to pick from. Like if we said right now you could just have any offense, you'd be like, yeah, Ben Johnson, Shanahan, McVay, those are the guys you want to look at. So I'm glad that he's interested in doing that.
Yeah. I love when he's talking about the run game and using it to keep these defenses honest, the way he was talking about the edges and, from his experience over the last 7 or 8 years, the edge play has just gotten so much better that you have to be able to run the ball to neutralize those guys or not let them tee off on you or get to third and very manageable so you are a threat to run. But when they can predictably know that it's going to be a pass, you put yourself in danger. So I was wondering if just being more run heavy next year would be the way to go. But they love the idea of getting Lamb and Pickens as involved as possible.
They absolutely do, Dawson. I'll tell you something. I think Chief came up with the under center question. I know one of you guys came up with that, and we asked him that in a way, and he was like thinking, I'm all about the explosive plays. And he thinks he can create more explosive plays playing under center than he can playing in the shotgun. He says you become really predictable when you get into that shotgun where the back lines up and all that. So, yeah, I could absolutely see them playing a lot more. They played a lot. Reduced formations, playing a lot more under center, especially with Dak Prescott as their quarterback. So that might be something as we study in the offseason. Maybe you look at the Bears or the Rams or the 49ers when you see some under center stuff and it's like, oh, wow, okay, that's pretty cool how they do that. So maybe those are the kinds of things. But he was thinking that he can make more explosive plays by having Dak take that snap under center.
I think you saw it this past year when Detroit, with Ben Johnson and Jared Goff, were one of the most effective play action under center teams in terms of generating big plays down the field. So he's already used that approach by poaching from Ben Johnson and putting that into his arsenal. That's great to hear. I mean, you got to love it. And he is somebody that he just makes listening to him talk football, it's easy. Like he makes it in a very simplistic, easy, digestible way to hear him talk. And I love the plan that he has been forward. And I loved what he talked about George Pickens as well. Yeah. Pickens is a guy loving football. Yeah. And, that's the kind of guy that you want. And yes, is he a guy that's a little bit beats to the beat of his own drum? He said he's the same guy that also does that. But
yeah, he's
George,
kind of a strange duck.
Unique individual, but certainly a guy that you want on your team.
I think the thing, too, that was very interesting is, and again, you guys came up with the question about where they're going to play Tyler Smith.
Right.
And he feels like the strength of their offense is in the middle of that offense with Smith and Beebe and Booker. And he's not interested. He was thinking at the time then, like, let's get the best 5 on the field. But it doesn't sound like to me that Tyler Smith is going to be playing any left tackle. They want to keep those 3 inside guys together and kind of build off that this year.
Well, that sounds good to me. I needed that. I needed that Clayton Adams interview. After yesterday with Stephen Jones saying what he did, that we're going to stand pat offensively, it was good to hear, to Eric's point, that your offensive coordinator is, looking to innovate at every turn. But I do wonder how much more offensively you can get. And if it's going to basically be the same offense, how good does the defense have to be? It's great you're going to spend all your resources on defense. What's realistic? With all the free agent spending and the drafting, Brian.
Yeah, Dawson, to your question, though, and I felt like I maybe danced around it a little bit because I was getting into the Clayton Adams stuff. I think now the next thing is to try and figure out ways to not allow teams to take Pickens away. And I mean that if he's not comfortable moving around, maybe there's some other things that you got to go to or find ways, or you got to find a way to make him. That's where I think that maybe the more meat on the bone thing might be is there some things schematically that they can do to kind of free him up instead of playing him on the outside and thinking, oh, well, here comes the slant. Oh, well, there goes the vertical route. Oh, there goes. I think they need to find ways to make him. That's what I think makes CeeDee Lamb so impressive, is the fact that he's able to play on the move. That's the meat on the bone to me, is that can you get George Pickens to play similar routes? But George Pickens running routes, as we all know, can be a little bit of a chore. So he might not be comfortable. The pacing and all that, how CD plays, I think that's the next challenge for this offense.
I think the areas that really stood out, it was slow starts at times during the year. They got to find out whether it's their scripted plays or being able to come out faster offensively. Second half touchdowns were an issue late in the season. Is that okay? Tendency breakers? Do you need to save some stuff? Like that thing that Jesse Minter did against the Cowboys, and it stood with me. Daniel Jeremiah saying, hold your water as a play caller. So for Clayton Adams and Brian Schottenheimer, do you save things in a game plan for the second half that maybe defensive coordinators aren't able to get a jump on so that you can have success with? Red zone efficiency is always something that they need to improve on. And then offensive line penalties are drive killers. And those were things that would put them behind down in distance in the red zone. It would be a huge issue. All of a sudden it's first down and 10. Now you get a big 7-yard run. Oh, it's coming back. There's a holding call, right? Things like that are areas within the game that I think offensively they can definitely improve on.
Well, I guess the point I was going to make is if you make the jump from one of the worst defenses to average, I would say maybe even that is a lot to ask for. So
maybe 2 more wins.
You get into the playoffs like that, but if you want to make the jump to legitimate contending, I'd say this offense needs to be elite. And I like the things you guys are saying. I wonder how you get there, and is it through improved offensive line play with Booker's second year, Tyler Smith being healthy, and hopefully Tyler Guyton taking a significant step. That would allow you to get into much more manageable third downs and maybe avoid third down altogether, which is the true test of great offenses.
I think the thing that might be holding them back is the tackle play. That's the thing that I worry about the most. I worry about the right tackle. Clayton Adams was talking about with Guyton and how he had a really nice camp and started the season and then got hurt and then tried to come back and wasn't as good. I think that's the tackle spot might be the one thing that's holding this thing back probably the most.
214 says Zeke was money at the goal line, bro. And I think Javonte can be close to as money as what Zeke was. But they passed it so much when they got down there.
Yeah, they really did.
The Cowboys were 23rd in run percentage at around 41.5% of the time they were running. Now, that is aligned with what the Rams do and what the 49ers do. So maybe it's not like how much you run, but the situations that you run in and how you get to those run plays. And I have confidence they're going to get this thing optimized, but I would like to see that move up. Like Seattle was a heavy running team. There are a number of the best teams in the NFL are closer to 50% than they are to 60%. And I think it's a trap when you have Dak and when you have Pickens and Lamb. I think, yes, you want them to be featured in the offense, but the best way is to convince the other team we're going to run. And if we run, it's going to hurt. And then when you get to there, that's when the big plays happen because you get heavy boxes and you get those linebackers. You're playing with their eyes, and that's what creates the space on the back end. Just passing consistently, They're going to stay in coverage. They're going to rush 4, and they're going to make Dak, change his interpretation of what the play is post-snap. We know those things are going to happen. The way out of that is a more effective and a more consistent and stubborn running game, I would say. I can't believe I've come full circle on the idea of running the football. 10 years ago, it looked like you wanted to be an 11 and pass all the damn time.
You and I used to get in a fight about that all the time when I was over at
I'm with you now, finally, Brian.
Yeah, no.
Mavs won again, 123-114. Najee, Bagley, Williams, they combined for 60 points. Jason Kidd with win 200. Congratulations to him. He joins Rick Carlisle and Don Nelson and Dick Motta. Chris Middleton is hurt, and P.J. Washington was hurt as well. So unfortunate for those guys. Hopefully they are okay. The Mavs could be without 2 more starting level players, though. They're off tonight, and they're taking on the Kings tomorrow. You might need to lose more starters to lose to the Kings. They're pretty bad and definitely embracing the tank. The Stars are back in action tonight. They're hosting Seattle. And I have my Rangers World Series hat with me, Brian. I remembered it this morning. And
there you go.
If we have a hat trick, it's going on the ice.
I appreciate you doing that. I'd like a video of that once it happens. I think we're going to get a hattie tonight. So
unbelievable.
I want to see you fire that thing onto the ice from where you're sitting.
Just my luck. All right. We got the champ on the other side, then Wolchuk's top 10 at 220. Buddy, what's the subject today?
Top 10 most eye-popping combine performances of all time. Let's do that next in the nation.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the...
currently trading at 38% to beat Detroit. That means a $100 trade pays out $250 with the win. Download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade $100. Kalshi, trade on anything.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now for the champ and for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 220. I got a football or ball sack for you guys, though. I already told one of you, but for the other two, is this a football or ball sack? Arvell Reese quote from the podium today. For some reason, I always struggle to play good in New York. It's weird. I definitely would not blame the Jets for passing on me. Wolchuk?
Man, I think that I'll go ball sack on that.
Okay.
Really? You don't think the Jets are...
No, but, I mean, when would he have played in New York?
They got a conference game a couple of times, probably.
Maybe a bowl game?
Rutgers or something. Broaddus, football or ball sack?
Ball sack.
You guys both got it.
You snuffed that out, boys. Nice work.
Yeah. You both win football guys of the day. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured
smarter here at Indy
in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. I do think that'd be pretty clever.
That would be.
Yeah.
All righty. We got Wolchuk's Top 10 here in just a second. Here's Lucius in the Pimp Cup with the champ.
Yeah, we got a vacated title. Mr. Bobby Belt went 5 times yesterday. Bobby Belt for the morning show, the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop? Right. I have some fire lined up for you right now, but I'm missing one. Hit me up if you see something out there that should be G-Bag of the day. Shut up, Broaddus, bro. Broaddus. Let me do business, dog. Let me do business.
How was that lunch today, Lucius?
Man.
Yeah.
I was telling Eric
fire
about
lunch,
lunch,
right?
man.
Got some fire lunch?
Fire!
Got some leftover catfish? What do we have, man?
Nah, it's all the deli at Tom Thumb.
Oh, there we go.
Those are my people. They know me when they see me walking up, brother. That brother right there, he wants 4 pieces of chicken and a side.
Their chicken is good, man.
It's great, man.
It is good.
And you get out of there
Crunchy.
with like $10. Like,
Yeah.
if I'm going to spend $10 and I done got a side, I done got 4 to 5 pieces of chicken.
Yeah.
Oh, my
You're
gosh.
living
And it's
right.
fresh. Yeah.
Living right.
And it's only like that on the weekday. During the weekend, you're not going to see that sale.
Yeah.
So they see me during the week. But yeah, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. LUCIOUS if there's anything out there floating.
You got the Ray-Bans? You got the Ray-Bans on walking in there?
I do.
And you pull them down the end of your nose to look at everything in front of you?
Nah,
you do that?
I don't give them courtesy. I don't give them courtesy. I'm looking through.
Well, it's good to know there's at least something affordable and good bang for your buck at Tom Thumb.
Yeah. No, you're right about that. We go to Costco's for the most part.
Yeah, no, Tom Thumb. You need about 7 jobs.
All righty. Well, tune in for the G-Bag of the day coming up at 5:30. Congrats again to Bobby
At
Bell.
Lucky Lucius P. LUCIOUS.
Get this guy some links.
Yeah.
Funny audio out there.
I got you covered, Lucius. In the next hour, I'm going to F something up.
Here's Wolchuk with his top 10.
All righty, we're going to get to the top 10 most eye-popping performances in Combine history, and it might not all be eye-popping in a good way. 877-881-1053.
So when the guy had his pants blow out, Chris Jones?
We could have a pants blowout situation.
Oh, that's right.
We could have big
Very
men
impressive.
running shirtless. Just
Speaking of links.
all kinds of things. Brady could be on here with just how weird and baby elephant-like he was running that 40. All of that possibilities here.
Mike Mamula?
In the top 10. Yeah, Mike Mamula could end up being mentioned. That's a good poll there, Brian.
Willie McGinnis?
Willie McGinnis, maybe. Maybe he's on this list. 877-881-1053 if you've got some memorable Combine performances. I do have to give my daughter a shout-out on this day 2 years ago.
Hey!
We landed in Phoenix, Arizona.
We did.
Brian immediately had to find me a return flight home as my daughter Eliza decided she wanted to be born.
Work dad.
Yeah, my work dad just went into total dad mode, and my daughter was born 2 months early, and we had ourselves a little NICU stay, but I can't believe it, man. She's 2 years old today.
2 years old.
Wild. So I hope
it moves, man.
It does. I mean, the time really does fly.
They'll be asking you for money in college. Get ready here real soon.
It never stops.
Yeah.
You were talking about Eliza the other day in the 620. I was talking about it as well. Shared a similar experience of bringing home a toy for your kid that they kind of turn their nose up at.
They gave you the Heisman?
They happened to be listening. Remy was listening at the time.
No. Oh, no.
So now, whenever I get her something, she is acting overjoyed. I think your mom coached her up a little bit. Like, if you want this to continue, you might actually want to act excited.
Yeah.
So I'm like, shoot, yeah, it's just like Landman. Lie to me, honey. You know?
Yeah.
Make me feel good as a dad.
Well, and it's
cats in the cradle here, Dawson. Here we go.
You know what? You might be onto something. I don't know. Maybe Maya was listening because now that the Curious George stuffed animal I gave her, she sleeps with it every night now.
Yeah.
Since that moment. I'm like, what happened here? Because at first you're like, no monkey. You didn't want the Curious George doll.
She couldn't find the tape to tape the box up. That's why she took it back.
Now you're acting like you love the thing.
Just lean on them with a little dad guilt and the threat of them not getting any more toys, and they will be the perfect little angel for you, Wolchuk. That's what I've learned.
Well, I hope that she's having herself a good birthday at preschool right now, and we'll see her later. I know she's got the whole
I'm going to write a parenting book one of these days.
You should, man.
It'll be full of gems like
Rob
that.
Phillips, your old partner there, DallasCowboys.com, has a children's book that he just wrote. So, I mean,
Rob's a talented guy.
You absolutely should. Yeah. So here are some of our honorable mentions, most eye-popping combine performances. And, well, Byron Jones is on this list.
Vertical jump, I believe.
Yeah.
Or broad jump, both. Did both.
The broad jump, he had broad jump at the combine.
14 feet.
12.3 leap is the unofficial world record.
Yeah.
And he just absolutely broke the, I guess, highest broad jump in the history of the scouting combine.
Shook his knee right back into place, right?
That was so bizarre against the Jets, that Saturday night game.
Crazy.
He, like, dislocates his kneecap and just popped that thing right back in, got up, jogged right back on the field. I'm like, what the hell? This dude's a freak of nature.
That's all I wanted Tyreek Hill to do.
Talk about a guy that really didn't like football.
Byron? One of those guys?
Yeah, he really didn't. He played football just to what was it one time a bunch of us were talking to him. You know, he was like
Wasn't he a politician?
A page. Yeah, he worked in the Senate.
Okay.
That's what he did. And like he played football just because it was kind of a hobby to him. And it paid him well, but he wasn't really fired up about football when he was out there.
Did what happened to him? His hips? He ended up having like a hip surgery.
Oh, he had all kinds of things going on.
Yeah, I think it was the hip.
Because he was in Miami, right?
Yeah,
all in the hips.
He did go to Miami, and it wasn't a great situation for him. But he was a freak show athlete when he was coming out.
He was. Connecticut.
Sure was. Yeah. You have Stephen Paella, honorable mention. Put up.
Was this the weightlifting stuff? Yeah.
49 reps of 225 pounds.
Yeah.
What a freaking strong individual. Dontari Poe, Dallas Cowboys legend, on the list.
Dontari Poe.
6'3", 346, shocked and thrilled onlookers by running a 4.9840, fastest ever time for a player weighing at least 340.
The friction between his thighs nearly caused a fire that day on the turf in Indy.
Also racked up 44 reps on the bench press, had a vertical leap of nearly 30 inches.
Yeah,
I mean,
good Lord.
A freak show for that size.
Yeah.
Julio Jones on the list.
Boy, what a good-looking player.
Threw down a 4.4 240, 38.5-inch vertical leap, 11.3 broad jump, plus
Wish
a
I
very
looked
quick
like that.
6.66 3 count.
Yeah,
that guy was
he was a devil.
Cheat code.
Stud.
It was a sinister time.
That's what I said. He's the devil.
You guys remember Andre Smith?
Andre Smith, Alabama, massive man.
He came in at 332, ran the 40 with no shirt, and that was
the last time they did that.
Yeah, he was flubbering all over the place.
Yeah.
Posted a 5.28, manages 19 reps on the bench press. His pro day at Alabama, though, went much better.
Much better.
And he still got drafted in the top 10 with Cincinnati.
Bengals.
Played a great 5 years in the NFL. But that 40, if you haven't seen it.
Now he owns a bait and tackle shop in Bessemer, Alabama.
Yeah. Just Google
I'm just guessing that.
Andre Smith, 40. And that's one that you'll remember. That'll.
He was flapping around.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Eric, you've got that thing bookmarked, don't you?
Yeah, this is a yearly staple to look back and reminisce on the good old days. I mean, he wasn't the only one shirtless.
No.
He was just the only one with D cups.
Yeah.
Yeah, they stopped that. They stopped doing that.
Yeah. Last honorable mention before we get to the top 10, David Beeler, Cowboys kicker.
Yeah, he ran a 4.5 something.
4.55.
Yeah.
He put up 25 reps on the bench as a kicker.
That's a guy you pay $10 million.
Just an absolute dog. He couldn't really
he
kick
could kick it as hard,
but he could kick off.
Yeah.
He
Chief
ended up being a
misses him.
kickoff specialist.
Chief would have loved to interview him. Well, which one of your players, your teammates, you think lifts the most weights? And
well, it's our kicker. It's
He'd have been up there for sure.
I think I am.
Yeah.
Well, I can't even get over how not safe for work this Andre Smith 40-yard dash is.
It's bad. Our guy needed a bra.
Those are McGuffies.
Yeah,
Lucius, that's
Absolute
what we're looking
McGuffies.
at here. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Makes you want to throw up in your mouth a little bit, huh?
Oh man! Oh, shout out to Simp Dog on Instagram.
Boom shakalak.
He just texted in.
Holy cow!
Close up at the end, dude.
Yeah, they go right.
Yeah, they didn't do him any favors. They like zoomed right into him, and it's just like.
Wouldn't that be painful to run with those just flapping?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it would be very fun.
You ever see the episodes of Baywatch when they were running around with those things?
Pamela.
Flapping around?
Yeah, they were at least
Before my
harnessed.
They were harnessed. They were flapping around.
Within the swimsuit, that's right. Very tight. Those things are really.
That show was really good.
Trying to get on out of there.
The storylines, right?
A lot of
The writing.
a lot of hard-hitting action.
Old David Hasselhoff.
Was it on after NFL football on Sunday evenings?
It was. If the game was bad, you're like, come on, bring on the Baywatch. Let's go.
Horned up, ready to go. Shout out to Josh, who texted him from the 903. He does an annual birthday combine. He just turned 60. He did
Birthday combine.
reps. 9 reps at 225, ran a 40 and 485.
No way, dude.
I mean, hey,
Getting it done.
You might be bullshitting. I think that's pretty damn impressive there,
That
Josh.
is impressive.
Happy birthday to you, bro.
How big is he?
That's impressive. I don't know. But it's
Sounds like
60
about
years
210
old.
to me.
I mean,
He's got to be in shape, dude. 485.
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
I mean, even 9 reps of 225 at 60 years old is freaking impressive.
9 pull-ups or 9 reps? Which more is impressive?
Probably 9 reps.
I don't know, dude. And that's
you could get
tough.
the pull-ups done if you were just a leaner guy with biceps and a back.
Pull-ups
you could be 140 pounds, but to do 225 9 times,
If I have to hang off the side of a building
you're an
to
ass
save
kicker.
my life, I'm dying.
You're probably still winning bar fights at 60.
Yeah, both of those are pretty dang impressive. But the 4.8540. Come
Yeah.
on, at 60 years old, are you
yeah.
kidding me?
You got
That's the
some
most
guys out
impressive.
This is a ball sack of the year, the 903.
Maybe he
we
meant,
love you, John.
Do you mean 685?
That's East Texas, though. He's got some of that country strength you have to factor in.
He
here,
might.
Chief.
He might. Number 10, most
Chief's
eye-popping
down so bad right now.
scouting combine performances.
Prove
Yeah.
it,
Seriously, bro. I want
Would you
video
time
of
yourself at 37?
He might. Yeah, send it to me. Send me your combine there, Josh. And
This is a 28-yard
we'll
dash.
share it. We'll go ahead and post it. Vernon Golston.
6 feet 195. He's the guy that played against you at Baylor.
Oh, wow.
Brian.
Oh,
Okay.
is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I guess that should have jogged a memory or something.
Yeah, back in the Liberty Bowl
Yeah,
days.
he texted in.
Yeah.
He's texted in a few times.
Yeah,
Tore
Liberty
your
Bowl.
ass up.
Yeah, they beat us. I think it
They
was
beat you
21 to
pretty
7.
good. Yep.
Yeah, okay. We got beat.
Yeah, it happened.
It happens. It was a cold night. They did better than us.
Wasn't our fault.
Says he's a former Masters champion in the 100 and the 200.
All right, so
he's one of these ageless
gee,
wonders.
We got
Yeah,
a freak
he's-
athlete.
yeah.
Shout out to Simp Dog, man. You're the man. Vernon Golston comes in at number 10.
Ohio State, right?
Yeah, 10.5 broad jump.
Got drafted super high and was not very good.
No, he was not good. He was a massive
Good guy,
bust.
bad player.
Massive bust. Went to the Jets, so, it's pretty much on brand. I can get why Arvell Reese didn't really want to go there.
Would you say Andre Smith was the biggest bust of all time?
Marcus Russell might be fighting him, but yeah, probably.
He was busty from the start.
Yeah, he was. He was very busty. But hey, you get a 6th overall pick in the first round, you got himself paid. He was successful.
Yeah, he did.
The Brown family was impressed with his bust.
Chris Johnson comes in at number 9, 4.2440.
Yeah, that man can
time was tied
fly.
for the fastest ever.
Didn't afterwards he was wearing some like Adidas shoes or something like that. Then they started giving $100,000 to the fastest time if you wore the shoes.
Okay.
So I think Chris Johnson was part of this.
He started a trend.
Yeah.
8 is Vernon Davis.
Oh my gosh.
Vernon Davis had
Maryland.
Oh, just tore up the combine. 4.40, best among tight ends.
Yeah.
42-inch vert.
Can't
tied
remember what I had
best
for lunch, but I remember this
any
stuff.
position.
Wow.
And he
10.8
was
broad.
sculpted, man. I mean, freaking sculpted.
Oh, you could strike matches on the
Looked
dude.
like a Greek god. Yep. 33 bench press reps were also the most for the position.
Yeah.
Oh, and he did this all at 6'3", 255.
Yeah.
Just a freak of nature. Top 10 tight end for a reason. Anquan Bolden at number 7.
Ran really, really slow.
Yep, this is an eye-popping bad one.
4.7 something?
4.71 was his 40 time.
Walter Juliff said, you can put that MFer wherever you want on that board. He's going to play a long time, boys. We all didn't believe him. He was right.
Yep,
he was right.
14-year NFL career.
Florida State, I believe.
Yep, over 13,000 receiving yards, 82 touchdowns. Outstanding player.
One of the more underrated players of his generation.
You'd love to have him on your team. He was that reliable.
Yeah. Broke his jaw and still played the next game or something. Yes. And his rookie year.
Didn't Witten do that too? Witten bust his jaw and play the next day?
That's the only game Witten ever missed. Was the following week.
Okay. My bad.
That's the only game
I was trying to give the
Witten played with the spleen or something.
He did.
Yeah, he got whacked against the Raiders.
Insane.
Yeah. Went to a New York doctor to get it checked out. Yeah, you're good. Go play. You're cool.
T-Sizzle, Terrell Suggs comes in at number 6. Ran a pedestrian 40.
He was horrible 40-yard dash. Never could get him fast enough.
No, he wasn't. And he only
then Ozzy's like, I just watch tape. I don't worry about 40 times.
Well, good for. I mean, it worked out. And he ended up being the defensive
10th overall,
player of the year,
I think. Yeah.
Defensive rookie of the year, 18 reps on the bench. Fred Smoot.
More of a squat guy, I think.
Fred Smoot, Mississippi State.
Short and stocky. Yeah, Fred Smoot, number 5. And
Commanders?
Eye-popping for the wrong reasons. Yeah. He flunked the bench press. Okay,
yeah.
He managed just one.
Oh, one. I knew it was something like that. Yeah.
Of 225, lowest total for
you shouldn't
any
have
player
even tried
at the combine.
Seriously, like you got to know, you got to have the self-awareness to know this is not
crazy.
This is not my drill.
Tom Brady at 4 ran a 5.28 40. That one's funny to go back and watch too.
It took him forever to get down to the end.
Number 3, Mike Mamula.
He got drafted 7th overall from Boston College.
Yep.
Was a good player, not a great player, but his combine blew everybody away.
He scored a 49 of 50 on the Wonderlic.
Yeah.
Second highest score ever. 26 reps of 225, ran a 4.58 40. Yeah, and he trained for this thing. I mean, he kind of led the way of like training specifically for the
did.
combine.
They found out that he found out the drills. He must have, Nebraska used to do this too, and he found out the drills and he knew them all and he was great at them all. Yeah.
Workout warrior.
Yeah.
Probably knew his way to the pharmacist there in Nebraska too, didn't he? Back in those days.
Oh, back in the day, yeah. That Boyd Epley, that guy. Huh.
Oh,
he
yeah,
was, Boyd Epley had a science going on there. Yeah.
Primetime Deion Sanders at number 2.
Yeah, I wish I'd have saw that one. That was 1989?
Steps out of the limo in like tuxedo shoes.
Just, I mean, it's like, what did he run?
What's the legend?
419. Did he run a 4.22?
He just ran out the door. He just
ran
right out the door. Yeah, he just lined up and he went firing down there and just kept running.
He had a limo waiting for him, and that took him right back to his hotel.
I knew there was a limo involved somewhere.
Absolutely. But number 1, most impressive eye-popping combine performance ever. It's our good buddy, Bo Jackson.
Oh, yes.
What do you mean, ballsack sack?
What do you mean, ballsack sack?
He ran 240, second one, 4.13, and we talked to him about that. He gave us the whole story on it.
Yeah.
But, Bo Jackson coming in at number 1 most eye-popping performances. Hope we end up 86. I hope we end up getting some of those this week, Brian. You'll be there firsthand to tell us about it.
How about that?
It is the G-Bag Nation. We're an hour away right now from Krusty's Corner Little Rim session coming up, Chief.
Yeah, featuring the origins of the Black Mamba. That's next here in the nation. But Fort Worth, it is my great joy to bring you the news that the all-new Alliance Hyundai, it is here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for that brand new car for the best deal, Alliance Hyundai is the place for you. And it's conveniently located right there in the 817 I-35 in Golden Triangle. And listen, I worked in the car business for a couple of years. Let me tell you, man, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's the owner, big-time Tolo. Him and his team are doing things second to none. They have a commitment to honesty, top-notch service, and treating every customer like family, and it's absolutely the real deal. I've seen it firsthand, and it's why people keep coming back. And right now, it's the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event at Alliance Hyundai. Every new Hyundai comes with America's Best Warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance for total peace of mind. You could score huge deals right now, like 0% APR for 60 months on the 2026 Hyundai Tucson, or you could get the $13,000 off MSRP plus 0% APR for 72 months on the all-new 2026 Hyundai Ioniq 9. No appointment needed for same-day oil changes, and they've got a great selection of the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisades ready to drive home today. It's a state-of-the-art facility. It features advanced diagnostic tools and Hyundai-certified technicians who train constantly on the latest technology. Quick same-day service, plus you can relax in their comfy waiting area with free Wi-Fi, drinks, snacks, the whole 9. Visit AllianceHyundai.net. That's AllianceHyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business.
Coming up Thursday morning on Shan and RJ, the man who's going to pick the players, Will McClay, sits down with us here in Indy, and Dane Brugler at 7:30. It's a
find anywhere else. The Fan's coverage is also brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano and On Time Experts Heating and Plumbing. Your one and only home of the Rangers is 105.3 The Fan.
If you are in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. An hour from Krusty's Corner now. He's live in Indianapolis at the Combine. Here's the Chief with an afternoon rim session.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation goes all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Brandon Williams records his first double-double since his rookie season. He did it last night, and he's actually on a tear right now. In the last 2 months, 21 games since Christmas, averaged 16 points per game on 57% from the field, and 7 assists per game over the last 4 as well. So he's starting to come on. Unfortunately, it's leading to a couple of victories that we don't really care to see right now. But
a little bit of
kudos
a
to
heater.
him. Love to see the young guys doing it. You know, when Middleton does it, I'm like, why?
Yeah, but a guy that could be in your future.
Brandon Williams, I'm like, all right,
we'll take it.
Good to see.
Yeah.
Good to see.
Let's just get it out of our system here. You know, you got the Kings tomorrow, and then the schedule will turn toward the more difficult. I've seen the last of winning.
Yeah, that's what I need.
If I have my
Are we
preference.
getting worried
That's what I
about
hope.
P.J. Washington and the hurt guy stuff, or is this kind of just possibly all part of the tanking with him? Like, I don't know. Is he actually been hurt, or is he not?
I've been chalking it up to a good old-fashioned slow play.
Okay.
Intentionally.
We're not gonna worry about it.
Not yet.
All right.
Not yet. Not now, not here. But
maybe not ever.
Certainly there's a chance.
We hope.
But I mean, that ankle, that can be serious.
It can be.
You don't want to rush things back.
Cooper Flagg and P.J. Washington both. Call up Steph Curry and get the 411 on how to treat them ankles. ESPN has a pretty long and grueling article, but potentially worth your time if you're a big MJ and or Kobe Bryant fan. And one of the big takeaways here was simply about the Black Mamba nickname. And I wasn't really sure of the origins of that. Of course, you think Black Mamba, you think Kobe Bryant.
Absolutely.
I mean, Mamba out at the end of his career. Like,
Black Mamba.
the Mamba mentality.
Yeah, I saw the headline earlier, and then it said it said that there was like a secret tie between Kobe and Jordan.
Yeah.
So I click on the story, and then I saw the little scroller thing on the side get really small, and I was like, this looks like about a 20-minute read. I'm out. So thank you for reading it.
Yeah, far too long. And all you really need to know is that the Black Mamba nickname was first developed by Nike for Michael Jordan.
Oh.
In 2003. So this is at the end, like he's with the Wizards.
Yeah.
Okay? And this is all like a shoe campaign situation, and it was centered around MJ. But the campaign was scrapped, and it was later embraced by Kobe Bryant. And it was scrapped basically simply because MJ had a lifelong fear of snakes. And so he just wasn't really trying to be associated. Like, he didn't want to be on the cover of whatever it was, Slam magazine, like Kobe was, with a actual snake.
Oh, yeah, forget that.
Like,
yeah, you're
So
he
he
wearing it like a
wear the
scarf.
snake.
Oh, yeah.
God. Yeah. See, I couldn't do it either. I sympathize with MJ on this. I'm with you, bro.
Kobe had no fear of it. So he's like, I'll go ahead and take that thing.
I'm pretty sure he would. Oh, you said that was for Michael first, but I can get it now? Bet.
Yeah, man.
You know, this should have been
This
Jordan.
is what I've always wanted.
My legend.
Yeah, he welcomed that snake with open arms. And the rest is history.
It fit. I can't imagine him not being the Black Mamba.
I don't know if the Black Mamba whole theme would have taken off with Jordan there with the Wizards. I mean, the shoes were still pretty cool, but his game had, come down to about 20 points per game.
Right.
You already had Air Jordan. Like, you already had it.
Yeah, you already had the whole deal. Yeah.
If MJ embraced it the same way Kobe did, and it was in like the height of the MJ lore, then it could have worked as beautifully as it did with Kobe. But I think you're right. Like, the timing of it probably wouldn't have hit the same.
No. And his airness. We'll take away the air. Air
Yeah.
Jordan. That is like an amazing nickname. Air Jordan.
It is.
So it's perfect.
Especially we never seen dunks like that, at that time. you know, you had D Browns and whatnot, but I'm talking about Air Jordan used to just walk in the sky, bro.
Yeah, I mean, the logo is incredible. Like, everything about it is almost a little crazy to think that they were sort of pivoting from that to some extent with MJ.
I mean, the best it could have done has been a cool, like, marketing campaign for the year. Like,
for those shoes.
Yeah, for those shoes specifically. Yeah. Kobe, I mean, the Kobe situation was perfect because wasn't he kind of a man without a nickname for a while?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I don't think the Black Mamba really thing
or something like that.
Oh, yeah, Bean. Yeah, and I mean, Kobe is just like one of the, like, it's just Kobe. You know what I mean? Like, you're shooting the trash ball into the trash can, you're just yelling out Kobe. But
this is Kobe's shot. This is Kobe's shot.
But the Mamba, that lives on forever. And I thought that was interesting. I had no idea that particular backstory there. But yeah, there's just another little picture of the connection between MJ and
Jordan
Kobe.
Probably bragged about it. Like, Kobe can only get my rejects.
Oh, I guarantee.
Yeah, I turned
on the
it down
golf course
so Kobe could have it.
Yeah,
he's talking smack.
You know, Nike wanted to get that Black Mamba thing to me.
Now, we also had another Laker late game disaster last night.
This was pretty stunning.
I couldn't believe that Luka, at the end of the game there, you're down 1, and Luka was not shooting the ball well last night at all. But they draw it up for him, catch and shoot 3 with a few seconds to go. Had plenty of time. He hesitates, freezes up, and then he's like, all right, let me just dish it to LeBron, who's got to shoot like a fadeaway turnaround 3, and the Lakers end up losing. At one point in the game, you could hear the Lakers broadcasters be a little bit frustrated with Luka doing the thing where he's complaining to the refs and not getting back on defense. Take it away, Lakers TV.
Luka, little one hand. Again, he's complaining. Got to get back on defense. It's 5-on-4. Underneath. They're going to put it up and in. And 1. And the foul.
That goes viral. Fan base grabs onto it. Once the announcers are talking about you, there is no hiding. You know, there is no justifying it. People that might have been neutral or weren't aware of it are now climbing on board. 13 months is all it took, guys. Maybe less than 13 months. 12 and a half months is all it took for, what'd you call yesterday, the honeymoon? The honeymoon is over for Luka and the Lakers. I don't even know if you want him back, though, with as bad a defense as he plays.
You know, what's interesting, though, is like people are parsing through the numbers of like the on-off splits, how Luka, LeBron, and Austin Reeves play together on the floor, and then they remove LeBron from that, and it's just Luka and Reeves on the floor together, and it's so much better. Like the net rating of Luka, LeBron, and Austin Reeves together is a negative 7.8.
Yeah, their defensive rating is horrible. Their defensive rating is bottom 20% of the league, maybe. I think they're 24th or 25th just as a group.
Yeah.
It's so hard to build around Luka because you can't have any other players who might be defensive liabilities. And Reeves and LeBron are just part of the story. Like, you got to build the team that's full of 3-and-D guys and multiple rim protectors to pick up the slack for Luka. And then I definitely think you could win a championship with him. But it's got to be a very conscious and, like, intentional type of team build.
Yeah, and the offensive rating really skyrockets when LeBron goes to the bench. And when it's just Luka and Reeves on the floor together, it's a plus 18 net rating. Wow. So it's a huge difference right there. With when LeBron's on the floor with both of those guys, things don't go as well. When he's out and it's just Luka and Reeves offensively, they are much more prolific.
Great stuff, man. Always enjoy an update on that story. And an afternoon rim session here in the G-Bag Nation has been completed. We got 1 hour down and 4 to go. Wolchuk, we're talking Combine coming up next.
Let's do it. Let's hit a Combine carousel, shall we? Ooh. We've got who could break the 40-yard dash, which players are being hotly debated, and do we have a ball sacking on our hands? That's next in the nation.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com.
I think offensive tackle as well. And I think it's kind of a misnomer. Like, yes, he gives you the ability to hit long ones, but there's a lot of quality kickers, and you're indoors. You know, you can find a lot of players to make 80 to 85% of their kicks right now. That's about 20 kickers in the NFL.
Yeah, well, he's perfect from within 50 when you look at his numbers. So he's one of those guys where, like, yeah, his misses, he's going to have the 86th percentile, but it's because they're trotting him out there to do 57, 68s. That these other kickers, they're not even going to have making those attempts.
And that's where I think it becomes more of a crutch. Like, how much, like the fine line between weapon and a crutch. And this isn't on Aubrey.
Yeah,
but
that's on the coach.
Schottenheimer needs to kind of figure some things out here. Like, let's not get to the 50-yard line and start being like, okay, now we can kind of ease up here because I feel like I got a guaranteed 3 points because we got Aubrey.
I agree with that.
What was the one more time? If you could walk me through the Cowboy offer was?
I don't know specifically.
No, I do.
Oh.
So tell me what he said.
All he said was fake. All he did was reply to the 105.3 The Fan clip of us reading Calvin Watkins' report that they offered him $7.5 million to be the highest paid kicker in football, and they want 10. And all he did was say fake.
Yeah, okay. That part is actually factual. That they did not offer him 7.5.
Okay, so that's got to be then, to Eric's point, exactly what he's saying is fake.
Yeah, so where he's at, though, and just kind
of
–
the number? What did they offer?
Close to 7.
Okay. Which
so
would still
matching
be
top of the market.
Yeah, because I think, what was it?
So
was
they
Butker
went
6'4"?
above. They went above. Yeah. So they went above. You know, they went above. Butker is what? He's 6.5.
I think so.
So maybe they put a $300,000 on that, but the number is they offered near $7 million. Just talking to a couple of people here.
Gotcha. Hey, that's great information there. That's why we got Brian boots on the ground.
Is it fake that he's looking for 10? We don't know that.
That's true.
That is true. Okay.
That's true.
Dang.
Yeah.
So
that's a
fake.
big gap.
It is. Yep. It is. And we'll see if they're able to bridge that. But let's get to some combine carousel here. 5 players with elite speed that could challenge the 40-yard dash record in Indy. So right now, Xavier Worthy, University of Texas's own current Kansas City Chief, he's got the record, 4.2140. Who are the players that could be chasing this thing down? And we got a couple of LSU Tigers featured on this list, Brian. So
we won't run it. We won't run this one down.
We need to be watching the wide receivers. We got 3 receivers. We got 2 corners, and usually those are going to be the guys. Maybe running backs. Those are the players that you're kind of watching that could possibly do this. So we mentioned, I think it was last Friday, Brennan Thompson, the wide receiver.
Can I ask you a question real quick, Wolchuk? Are these guys that you and I have watched in the 100 players we've done so far?
I'd say probably 2 are.
Okay,
for sure.
Cool. Carry on.
You've seen the other 2. I haven't watched the 2 LSU receivers in part of the players yet, but I mean, you'd had to have seen the play. One of them we watched at the Senior Bowl. Berrien Brown was there.
Okay.
So he's one of them that's listed here. But Brennan Thompson, the wide receiver, Mississippi State. He was a guy that was clocking in at 4 threes in training. Bulldogs measured Thompson at 23.7 miles per hour this year during the season. He led the SEC with 5 catches spanning 50 or more yards, and he's a guy that was once a 100-meter dash champion in high school. So look out for Brennan Thompson, the wide receiver out of Mississippi State.
Mississippi State. Go Dogs.
Here are the 2 Tigers for you. Berrien Brown, the wide receiver from LSU.
Yeah.
Who was the fastest player day 1 at the Senior Bowl, clocked in at 20.35 miles per hour on the Zebra Technologies performance tracker. Straight line top speed is off the charts. He also had one of the top highlights of the season, had a 99-yard punt return score in LSU's bowl game against Houston. So keep an eye on him. He had 6 career kickoff return touchdowns in the SEC when you combine Kentucky and LSU, because he transferred to LSU from Kentucky.
Yep, sure did.
Chris Hilton, the other Tiger, go Tigers, played behind several all-conference wideouts during his time in Baton Rouge.
Struggle those hands.
But he holds a program record posting 23.7 miles per hour run on the GPS. Yeah. He also averaged 19 yards a catch, and he is a guy that possibly, when you're looking at him, one NFL draft scout said, you're focusing on potential with Hilton, and his skill set is similar to one Tyreek Hill, just without the production in college.
Yeah, our former coach, Brian Kelly, always got mad at him. Ooh. You know, he would always, it was always like it was 2 steps up, 1 step back kind of a thing, and he would have games where he would just lose concentration. He is fast. There's no question. You could see him run by people, but you see him track the ball, and he couldn't find it, and he couldn't catch it, and he body caught it, and his confidence was poor. So, yeah, he'll run fast. But all the other things you ask a receiver to do is a little bit of a struggle.
Did you say that, Wilchuk, all-time LSU record for the MPH on the GPS?
Yep.
Golly.
Yep. 23.7 miles per hour. Pretty crazy.
When did we start doing that, by the way?
That's a good question.
Like, I kind of feel like the Honey Badgers, we had some guys that could fly.
Patrick Peterson?
Yeah. Kind of wonder about this.
No doubt. Now, here are the last two. They're both corners. We go to Alabama. Damani Jackson.
I've heard I need to watch him.
I haven't watched him yet either.
A lot of people are telling me, Brian, you got to watch this kid from Alabama.
But he was a former 5-star guy. Jackson tied California's state record in the 100 meters with a head-turning 10.25 second time that ranked number 2 nationally in 2021. He's got blazing speed, and he's a guy to monitor, along with our guy, D'Angelo Pons, the corner from Indiana.
I'm interested to see how tall Pons is.
Yeah, he does lack the ideal size, but he's a guy with the quickness.
Height. Yeah.
And the speed, he's somebody also that could be a wild card speedster inside Lucas Oil Stadium, could surprise with a jaw-dropping time. Numerous scouts, when you ask him, are pointing to Pons that might run the best 40.
Every time they kind of handicap these things, these guys, it doesn't get done. It's kind of like, oh, this is the fastest guy.
Worthy was the one that did live up to the potential.
Worthy
even Golden, I don't think, ran an amazing 40.
No.
Dalen Everett, the corner from Georgia, really good player.
Yeah.
And Zachariah Branch, the wide receiver from Georgia, also fun.
Another guy I got to watch.
Those are. Oh, you haven't seen Branch yet? Okay.
No, I have not.
Branch will be interesting. I know Gavin. We were talking about him off the air a couple days ago. He's
there was like a chart of his routes run. 51% of his routes are screens.
It's just get him the ball in space and let him go.
He is like a running back. He is a running back, isn't he? He's faster than hell.
Essentially, yeah. I mean, that's basically what he was. He was an extension of their run game at Georgia. Would just get him the ball in the flat and let him go. But he's fun. He really is. He was a fun tape study to watch.
Yeah.
What'd you have? What round?
Second.
Branch, you put in second.
Yep.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Can you stack some guys for me, please, real quick?
Let me see here.
I'm sorry, I'm asking a lot of questions.
I got my board ready to go.
Texas is up 5-0, by the way, middle of the fourth.
He's right behind Omar Cooper Jr. and Chris Bell for me, but I've got him ahead of Elijah Surratt.
Boy, I love Chris Bell. I wish he wasn't hurt.
So I've got Branch right behind those guys at the bottom of the second.
Okay.
But I've got him ahead of Elijah Surratt and Chris Brazel, who I've got
because
in
they
the third.
Can run, because he can run better than those guys?
I just think overall, he can do a little bit more. I mean, he's one of those guys, so you can line him up all over the place. He can play some running back, to Gavin's point. Kind of like CeeDee Lamb, get him on the move, get the ball in his hands, let him go, make plays.
That's high comparison right there, sir.
Yeah. I mean, the yak ability is without question there with the Zachariah Branch.
Need to get on that one.
Yeah, he was second in the country in yak. You know who was number 1?
Yakety yak.
The 17-year-old true freshman, Malachi Toney.
Dude, I can't believe he's going to be 18 to start his sophomore year in college.
Yeah.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, they've given him the jersey number 1 now at Miami.
Amazing.
No
he's
longer
got a pretty good. He's got a pretty good NIL deal too. I think he's got a suite at Dolphin games. I think he's got a suite there for him every Dolphin home game.
Miserable Sundays.
You don't want him to see those? Life's good. I'm not leaving college anytime soon. Can I get a 5th year?
Yeah. Let's go watch the Dolphins go
1 is a pretty sweet number, but I did like
the Dolphins make me cry.
Yeah, it's because they got Darian Mensah, the Duke quarterback. He's number 10.
I get it. And Mensah's getting Heisman buzz.
Mensah's going to be a household name now.
Is he the guy that he got out of Duke? He just was he was kind of flip-flopping around?
Yeah.
And
he was very late. I mean, it worked out for Miami because they were late to the party. They weren't sure really what to do. They were trying to get several guys, and then all of a sudden Darian Mensah falls in their lap.
They got more money, what everybody else is doing. Get more money.
Making it happen.
Yeah.
And wrapping up the Combine Carousel here, the debated players, Arvell Reese, who said today he's a linebacker/edge. But the debate is he an off-ball linebacker with pass rush skills, or is he a full-time edge defender? What are you going to do with him? Ruben Bain Jr., what's his best position on the D-line?
He's a shorter guy.
Shorter than average frame.
I saw him on the podium today.
He's had a formal with the Cowboys.
He has.
He's a monster.
Jordan Tyson.
He's a great player.
Oh, he's fantastic. He's a top 3 player in the draft to me. Jordan Tyson, will teams be able to overlook his lengthy injury history?
Oh, I'm sick.
Ty Simpson, is he truly worthy of being a first-round quarterback? Let's hope that he is.
Have you seen him yet? Is he fat with that 25 pounds he's gained?
I haven't seen the quarterbacks run through yet. I mean, you're saying like he has like a triple extra large hoodie on or something like that?
I mean, I think you could tell. I think you could see a visible gut if he's put on 25 pounds.
215, right? He went from 190 to 215 was the story that we had.
And he's not a tall guy.
No.
So he looks like our guy. He looks like Biscuit, the guy that used to be there. What was our guy? What was our guy that it was with the 49ers from New England 49ers?
Mac Jones.
Oh yeah. Didn't Cam Newton call him mac and cheese?
Mac and cheese Jones.
Yeah.
He's a busted can of biscuits, right?
Yeah, it's like a biscuit. Yeah,
spilling out of his uniform.
Yeah. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, will the small school standout end up being the best safety in the draft? Is the debate with him. Caden Proctor, offensive tackle, Bama. Will his weight work for him or against him? And could he be a better NFL guard?
If he runs without his shirt on, he might have a chance.
Then a tackle, yeah.
Man, need to blur that out.
Proctor topped 400 pounds as a freshman.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy's a big dude. Yeah. D'Angelo Pons, is he too small to play corner in the NFL? I'll fight you and say no.
Nope.
And then R. Mason Thomas, and we'll have some more information on his name.
I'll tell you what, Wolchuk, guys, he looks taller.
Does he?
Than I thought on tape. Yeah,
okay.
He looks taller, and he's built like a mailbox. I mean, he is square-shouldered but taller than I thought he was going to be. I thought he was kind of a shorter guy, but he was on the podium today, and I was like, all right, I see what you're doing here, man. And I was expecting a shorter guy.
Yeah.
Bain was a shorter guy, but R. Mason was a little bit taller guy.
This dude can make himself a lot of money, but the question is, as an undersized edge, could he be the next Nick Bonito, fellow Oklahoma Sooner, or is he a tweener without a true role in the National Football League?
And we're waiting for medicals on him, right? Didn't he have ankle stuff?
Yes. Yes, he did.
Yeah, by the way, Messidor was late to the podium today. Like he was supposed to go with Bailey and those guys, and I was a little worried that maybe he got caught up on the MRI tube kind of thing, having to wait around for doctors to look at stuff. Sometimes when you're late getting to the podium, it might be that you're having to deal with some medical stuff. We'll see.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
That's fun. The Combine Carousel continues to turn. We'll have more updates from Indy and the Cowboys news of the evening coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. Is your heater AC running more than it should be no matter the weather? We've been flipping, flopping the last couple of weeks, haven't we? Too hot, too cold. And you could probably tell that air's kicking on one way or another. If it's running too much, it's probably because your windows are no longer energy efficient. And Window Nation can remedy that for you with an amazing sale going on right now. We have the rest of the month for this, so just a few more days. WindowNation.com, buy 4, get 4 free. Pay nothing for 2 full years and take an additional 10% off, but this is just the rest of the month. So go to WindowNation.com right now and book your appointment. Get them out to the house. Lock in your place in line for this savings. The best deal I've ever seen from Window Nation. And they have the best install crews. They have the best reputation, 96% customer satisfaction rating, an unheard of number in the window industry. But when you have attention to detail, like the guys at Window Nation do, it's no surprise. There's a 50-point inspection of every window before it leaves the factory, 20-point install inspection, and they make sure everything is right. That's why they have over 45,000 5-star reviews. But have them out to the house. You'll see, like I did, their customer service, their professionalism is second to none. They'll do a free inspection of your old windows, see how efficient they are. But if you feel like your energy bills are too high, it's probably because your windows aren't up to the task anymore. Go to WindowNation.com. Buy 4, get 4 free. There's no limit on that. You can put in a whole house of new windows, pay nothing for 2 years, nothing down, no interest, no payments. And on top of that, the extra 10% off. But yes, it's what are we looking at right now? February 25th. It's the 25th of February. You only have till the end of the month. Go to WindowNation.com. Salute.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Down to 7 Bridge.
The Eagles present The Long Goodbye, Act 3. Live in concert in Arlington. With special guest Tedeschi Trucks Band. Globe Life Field, Saturday, May 16th. Sign up for the artist presale at Eagles.com. The Eagles, The Long Goodbye, Act 3. For more, visit Eagles.com.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Do you follow here? And I'm a proud CertaPro Painters customer because each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. And you can schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. And now is the time to complete that painting project you've been putting off. CertaPro Painters provides a free estimate quickly and at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next. CertaPro Painters gave reliable updates and communication all along the way, and my house looks amazing. CertaPro Painters knows how important your home is to you, and they will take care of you at the highest level. So schedule that free estimate online at CertaPro.com. Certa with a C. CertaPro.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach your friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Save $10 on a pair of Rain-X Latitude wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Our professional parts people will even install them for free.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This segment of the Fan is brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Basketball is in full swing, and now you can trade the game in all 50 states on Kalshi. OKC is currently trading at 38% to beat Detroit. That means a $100 trade pays out $250 with the win. Download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade $100. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Yeah, buddy.
everybody. Welcome back. It's time now for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening every night at this time. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, Clayton Adams on Shan and RJ this morning with Brian Broaddus, sitting down with them and enjoyed the conversation there. Enjoyed you with Ian Rapoport as well. Among the highlights, I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on this. Said he's encouraged by Tyler Guyton and how he came into camp and how he played early into the season, and then talked about his injuries. And one of the keys is being on the field and developing. And he said, Brian, with young linemen, you got to get them through 25 career starts, and then they get enough experience to sort of manage themselves through self-awareness and having awareness and the experience to know where they need to refine their games. Had you ever heard that one before?
It's I really do appreciate him not giving up on the kid. But, I could see, there's guys that had starts to their careers that they're like, man, I don't know if I'll ever be able to block anybody. And, but offensive linemen are different. Like, the older they get, the more they learn how to hold, trip, and clip, and so that experience, look, one of the best linemen in the league is our guy out there, Trent Williams. How is he now? Like in his 40s? Is he like 30?
He's only 37.
37, 38, something like that. But he'll
think about his into his 40s, the pace he's on. Yeah,
he's crazy how, he's just a freak of nature and stuff like that. But, I could totally get he just needs a lot of experience. That's the thing that's crazy, that that he just, for a young guy, they drafted him, and he just hasn't had a lot of game experience, and that's what they need to get him.
Well, I don't want to sharpen my axe on you here. We talked about this in the opening segment, ways they could improve, and I suggested maybe just a schematic shift to running the ball more. But doesn't it make sense to run the ball more if your tackles are so much better in the run game than they are in pass protection? Like, shouldn't that be, we're playing to our strengths, ... therefore we're going to be one of the teams that runs at the absolute most in the NFL? You're asking too much of Dak, aren't you? To be under the pressure that, and I know Guyton had some games where he didn't give him any pressure, so maybe we're heading in that direction at left tackle. But right tackle alone is enough to give you an entire line's worth of pressures with how people are whooping steel.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be really, really good at the run game. Like, you if you're going to be like a volume rushing attack, then you better be damn good at it. I got no problem if you're cranking out 5 yards a pop every time you run the ball and you can sprinkle in some explosive runs. But, I mean, your passing attack, despite all the issues that you had, like your passing attack was fantastic last year, and your play action game was wonderful. I do think that the rushing attack needs to get more explosive, and are there times where they could lean on it a little bit more? I think so, but you also need your offensive line to be healthy. Like, Tyler Smith was not the same version of himself. There were, I can think of a handful of times where you're down in the red zone and you're like, all right, man, let's run the ball. Okay, first down, you run the ball. Loss of 2. Okay, here we go. Now we're in 2nd and 12. Like, you got to be able to run the ball well. And Javonte Williams, you started to see the decline as the season went on, having to carry the bulk of the load. Yeah. So I think they do need another guy in there. Like 302, Jaden Blue is key, yes, or somebody of that same ilk who can spare Javonte Williams a little bit, and hopefully you get the improvement. Like, I think that's one of the things when you talk about the offense improving for next year, a healthy Tyler Smith, year 2 Tyler Booker and Cooper Beebe, and just that synergy there, and hopefully Guyton's able to come along. Like, you have some young guys that it's fair to project them getting better, and that will help you in a big way. But, I mean, you still got to be able to pass the ball, and you should be able, like Dak showed you last year. Like, if he's going to be playing at this level and you got Pickens and Lamb, heck yeah, you're going to get out there and spin it.
I like that. You got to be more effective if you want to run it more.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, and the health along the offensive line is big. Everybody missed time besides Steele. Last year, Beebe got hurt with that ankle injury against the Giants, so he was out at the same time Smith was out. Booker got hurt with that ankle injury. Obviously, the Guyton stuff. They ran the ball the 13th most in the league last year. So would you like that to get into the top 10? I think yes. I think ideally you would like them to be top 10 most attempts in terms of running the football.
I think that was Pace because their run rate was 23rd or 24th. They had the 13th most total
runs.
runs.
This is just attempts. Yeah, they had the 13 most attempts in the league, and yards per carry was at 4.2. So they were still among. They were the second most in terms of yards per carry in the entire NFL last year.
What's 4.2, dude? That's got to get you close to outside the top 20, right?
No, number one was the 49ers at 4.3. Number two was the Cowboys and Bills at 4.2.
No team had. Oh, what are these? Are these excluding quarterback carries? Because I think the Bills and Ravens were significantly higher than that.
Yes.
They were closer to 5 total. This is just running back
backs.
totals. All right, appreciate that. George Pickens question for you: do you think he'd hold out of camp even though there's no benefit? Blogging the Boys story today that the deadline to negotiate July 15th. Saying the narrative out there that GP could miss camp and disrupt the timing might be a non-story, but I don't know. I would say not so fast, my friend, to Blogging the Boys, because in my mind, Mulugeta would advise threaten to hold out of camp so they don't come around and try to do the same thing to you in 2027. How do you guys think that they'd play that?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think there is plenty of downside for them, like playing that game of chicken in training camp and allowing that to even if the plan is like we're just going to sit out everything and then we'll show up week one, like what does that do to you? We saw what it did to CeeDee Lamb a couple of seasons ago. Like, he did not hit the ground running at all. He looked like a different player. Him and Dak were not on the same page in any way. And if you really get nasty with it and go the Le'Veon Bell route, like that's super damaging also. But Mulugeta just refuses. I mean, he doesn't have clients play on the tag. So it's just it's a weird deal of like who's going to be more stubborn with this, because there's definitely a downside to it if you want to play that game in terms of Pickens and Mulugeta.
Yeah, I think the Joneses really like being in these negotiations. I think they like playing their cards. I think that's his game. You know, the art of the deal, so to speak.
Yeah, that's his Sunday.
Yeah. I think there's no other explanation for it. As you got two of these live now. You got two of these live that are kind of a leverage standoff, as David Hellman hilariously referred to it today on Cowboys Twitter.
Yeah, I think a lot of it too is like Mulugeta having, like, I'm assuming he knew for a while, like Green Bay's willing to go to 47 for Micah.
Yeah.
Like, do I know there are teams out there that are willing to give me what I want?
Yeah.
And I think the answer is no.
Yeah, and if the answer is no, like that information is huge.
Yeah, I don't think he's got the same type of. George Pickens is a unique, isolated situation compared to his other clients, because clearly the rest of the league, and Mike Florio alluded to it today with Shan and RJ, the rest of the league still holds whatever the narrative was in Pittsburgh against him. So there are teams that are just like not interested. Last year, this time, nobody wanted to trade for George Pickens. The Cowboys were one of the few teams that said, yes, we're interested, and it ended up being a third-round pick after the draft when they realized, okay, we weren't able to get Teteroa McMillan. He didn't fall to us. And then they didn't take Matthew Golden and the other wide receivers that we were talking about them possibly landing. So they circled back, said, all right, Pittsburgh, you want to do the deal? It worked out. So I think that if they don't get a long-term deal, Pickens is showing up, and he ends up signing that tag, and he probably plays on it. I don't think he has the type of wiggle room and in terms of leverage the other clients that Mulugeta's had in the past have.
Yeah.
He's a unique situation.
Well, it'd be disappointing to not see him at training camp. He's one of the more interesting guys to get an up-close view of practicing and then talking with there on the tennis course. But I would be very interested if you get past July 15th how he and Mulugeta would strategize that. I'm coming back to you here up next in the C-Note. Brian, we get an update from defensive tackle Peter Woods through the Twitter account of Nick Harris, Star Telegram, joins us most Fridays on the Fan, said he did have a formal meeting with the Cowboys, said Quinnen was one of his favorite DTs in the league, would love to play alongside him, said he can play 0 through 5, but also said he thinks his best plays came from the 4-eye. And I find that interesting because Shotty was talking about that at the presser last week. So what can you tell us about the 4-eye and what you think of Peter Woods?
Well, I'll tell you what, the thing with Peter Woods, as a lot of these Clemson players, very good in 2024, some struggles in 2025 as a team. And so, Peter Woods, Wolchek, I kind of see Peter Woods as playing, like you say, as a 3 technique is where I really, I look at him and say, okay, well, what is this? Can he? We talk about playing the 4-eye. That would be just a little bit outside. That would be more inside eye of the tackle. I kind of feel like to me that he's got the power to be able to do that. But I kind of felt like to me as a 3-tech, I was a little confused of maybe where to play this guy because of some of the things that I saw on tape where I'm like, well, what is he? Is he a tackle or is he? I mean, because you could see he's got some explosiveness. He played really well against LSU and Georgia Tech, and then you watch the SMU game and he didn't really show up. So, the upper body strength, some power in his hands. I just the mentions of the games where he's good getting off the blocks, and then other times you see him where he gets just ridden out of the play. And so I was kind of like just really thinking of a guy that was kind of an up and down player. I was working off the measurables of 6'3", 315 pounds, but I wonder, was he dealing with something in that SMU game, because the Georgia Tech game, the LSU game was a much better game. But when he's really locked in, he could be a really good player. But you didn't always see it. You didn't always see it with that guy.
Quick follow-up question. I know people are anxious to get your thoughts in Krusty's Corner, but the fact that the Cowboys are meeting with a lot of defensive tackles, like on their meetings list, is that just because that's who's there today, or do you think that's a sign that maybe they're up for adding even more talent there?
I think they're trying to figure out if some of these tackles can actually be ends or could play as they're going to be guys that have a little bit of some length to them, but they're also bigger, sturdier kind of guys. So maybe they're looking at some things. I know that they had a formal meeting with Gary Smith out of UCLA, and so I kind of wonder, well, is Gary Smith a guy? I haven't seen Gary Smith on tape, but I wonder, is Gary Smith, with his looking at him and his body type and stuff like that, do they maybe feel like this guy is one of those kind of those base ends that they could play? But you're right, they had a lot of formal meetings with some guys. They might use all their formal meetings on defensive players. They have a certain amount that they have, and it looks like to me they're taking advantage of these defensive players.
Definitely meeting with
defensive linemen. Yeah,
meeting with a lot of them. Okay, with that, what's coming up in Krusty's Corner?
Yeah, let's talk about some of the guys that they've had formal meetings with, and then I have an update on the new defensive coach and what they think he could bring. We'll do that next.
I love it. Let's talk about D&M Leasing before we get there, though, because if you want or need a brand new vehicle, D&M standing by right now. They're going to make it happen for you. Wherever you're heading, or maybe you got a little breather at work, call D&M, any local area code 35 lease, about 10-minute phone conversation. They'll take your order, and they'll also take your trade-in, give you the highest trade-in value possible for you. You're going to be on the Easy Lease program, the most consumer-friendly lease on the market, thousands of 5-star reviews online. D&M Leasing consistently winning Dealer of the Year by Dealer Rater as the best leasing company in North America, because this is it's just a no-brainer. Like I said, you call them, you tell them what you want, they deliver it. You sign the documents in an app, and just like that, brand new vehicle acquired. Plus, you save up to 50% on your monthly payment compared to buying. We only pay for the part of the vehicle we're going to use. You don't have to be worried about the negative equity, right? You've been upside down on an old school vehicle purchase, and you can't trade out of it because you owe more on the vehicle than what it's worth. You don't have to worry about that either. The Easy Lease from D&M Leasing, it's a big win in every way. Checks all the boxes, and that's why I've done over 10 Easy Leases in my life, and it won't be too long before we do another one. So any local area code in 35 lease, it's dmautoleasing.com. Tell them we sent you. Salute.
Coming up Thursday morning on Shan and RJ, the man who's going to pick the players, Will McClay, sits down with us here in Indy, and Dane Brugler at 7:30. It's a Thursday morning from the Combine on the Fan.
Hey Tolos, Eric Schiaffalo here with Josh and Alexis Vining of Greystone Roofing, a family-owned business that's been serving DFW for years.
Thanks, Eric. Here at Greystone Roofing, we're licensed, we're local, and we don't use door knockers or high-pressure sales tactics.
We just deliver honest, quality craftsmanship. We're a family, and we treat your home like our own.
If you're looking for a roof that's built to last with no gimmicks and no hassle, just honest, reliable service, call my friends at Greystone Roofing today or visit them online at greystone-roofing.com.
Many people are looking to buy a home, wonder about down payment assistance programs. Well, TexasLending.com has down payment assistance programs, and there are great deals for you. When you're trying to buy that home, you're looking for the lowest out-of-pocket, with the lowest payment possible, and that's what TexasLending.com is here for. We have loan officers who care, and they close your loans fast. Call TexasLending.com, 972-387-4600. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Thanks, Dax. Maybe leave the singing to the pros.
Hey, I can't help it. I love these windows.
Well, it's easy to sing about savings. Get 10 double-pane single-hung windows for just $59.50.
And 0 down and 0% financing with approved credit.
Exactly.
So call Best Buy Windows and Siding today at 469 Windows. That's Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Close enough, buddy.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
For all of our fan contest rules, go to 1053thefan.com/rules.
Join the Cars for Kids 30th anniversary celebration. They're giving away one kid's ride-on car every day for a year. To enter, send a video of your child singing their jingle at carsforkids.org/30.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples. That was easy. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, Tolo, Shan and RJ here with Base Power. You know, in Dallas-Fort Worth, spring doesn't just mean warmer weather and baseball. It means storm season, power outages. That hits fast, leaves neighborhoods in the dark every single year. Storms knock out power across DFW, and the time to repair is now.
Base Power includes whole home battery backup with your electricity plan, so when the grid goes down, your home stays on. And it's a fraction of the cost of generators. When you switch with the fan offer, they'll cover your termination fee up to $250. See if your home qualifies at basepowercompany.com/thefan.
Allow us, if you will, to take you on a journey across the country to cover the biggest sports stories in DFW. ASCO Equipment presents the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona, all next week with access you won't find anywhere else. The fans' coverage is also brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano and On Time Experts Heating and Plumbing. Your one and only home of the Rangers is 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation. You're on the Fan Time now for Krusty's Corner in Indianapolis. Our combine coverage brought to you by Yorgi Pet Care Connectors and East Dallas Diesel. In the corner, as always, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. I appreciate you playing that for me. Excited about being here at the Combine. Dawson, thank you for thanking all those sponsors as well.
Very welcome.
Mention all those guys. Appreciate you doing that. Got a new defensive line coach to talk about, right? Our guys.
Yeah.
So
BT.
BT. And I asked somebody in the organization, somebody on the staff, about Coach and really kind of what drew them towards him. And the thumbnail, the scouting report that I got was that really good technician that helps guys improve and expand pass rush ability. Really unique process of breaking down individuals' best tools and how to use them and how to counter specific to a player. He also teaches how to break down opponents and also their protections. So they feel good about this coaching staff. And you guys kind of tell me if I'm off. It seems like to me that they, especially on the defensive side of the ball, they've kind of got guys that are specific for what they're trying to do. I mean, in scheme-related ways. If let's have a coach that works on the pass rushers. Let's work on a coach that has a defensive tackle background. Let's look at a coach of secondary and line. The various things. You can say, well, Broaddus, that's what coaches do, but it seems very scheme-specific to really what the Cowboys are trying to do. Am I off base
specialists.
on this?
It almost seems like they're individual coaches that you would find in the off season.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was like. Man, it doesn't seem like, well, this is your traditional linebacker coach or this is your secondary coach. It seems like that they've got guys that are nickel coaches, pass rush coach, off-ball line. I mean, they've got these guys. It's like they took their staff and said, okay, we might have guys, okay, he's linebacker coach in title, but he's coached this before or he's coached that before. And I just kind of feel like, though, that's something that they want to get better at, is like, okay, let's find guys that kind of can fit these specific roles. And if you look at that and look at some of the guys and some of the names of the guys that they've interviewed already, that maybe we got some kind of specific guys. Yeah, you've got some top guys, but I just want to kind of focus on a guy if I could. And, Zach, have you done Harold Perkins from LSU yet?
Yes, sir, I have.
All right, do me a favor, and because I know Harold Perkins from watching LSU, games and his whole entire career.
Right.
Tell me what you see in Harold Perkins as a player. And I ask you this because he's had an official visit with the Cowboys, and I'm hearing that the Cowboys are going to meet with him in Baton Rouge.
Yeah, they've got a dinner apparently. According to Jerry
they got a dinner with him in Baton Rouge as well. And I kind of have an idea what they might do with him, and I'm interested what you see in the particular player.
I think you need to get him back to rushing the passer, which is really what he did when he broke out as a freshman, and it looked like this guy was going to be on a trajectory to be the top overall pick in the draft. Then he had a torn ACL in 2024. He's an undersized 6', 222. He's kind of a tweener type build.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's best at using his athleticism and explosiveness to just get upfield and get to the quarterback. He's got a good awareness in the run game as an off-ball linebacker, but he just lacks consistency in coverage. To me, he just is not a player that looks comfortable always, and he doesn't have the speed to always run and pick up the wheels when it comes to running backs out of the backfield, tight ends. He can make plays in space. He's a good tackler when he gets in position to make plays. But I would put him back to more of a stand-up edge rusher and a blitzing type guy. I just think that's where you're getting the best out of his skill set.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on this because I wonder LSU, I thought, was one of the most criminal things that they did on defense was the mismanagement they had for some of their players. I think Delane did a hell of a job to the way that he played under the staff. But I think there's something to Harold Perkins' game that stand-up rusher, attacking player. Maybe they'll have to work on the run aspect or the run-at aspect of him. But, man, this guy made a ton of plays. Playing, running from the backside in space and doing those things. So I was just fascinated. Again, you're saying, well, Broaddus, the LSU guy, you're always going to get fired up for these guys. No, but I think he's kind of a specific player.
Sure.
When you start to talk about that stand-up type of guy. So just to focus on him and the fact that they're having dinner with him, maybe there's something more to him with this. They also, as we've seen, Malachi Lawrence was a guy that we had talked about from Central Florida, Zion Young, Josh Josephs. These are guys that they all had formal interviews with. I kind of feel like that maybe Lawrence, would you consider him at all at 20? See, because I think that maybe he's more trade back. I think Zion Young's trade back. I think Josh Joseph is trade back. I think that maybe when you start to talk about those kinds of guys, I think those are all trade back candidates for this football team. Now, the guys that you would take that they interviewed, Ruben Bain, I think, is a 12. Bailey is a 12. That's kind of where those guys, Arvell Reese would be 12, maybe going forward there. But I kind of look like Malachi Lawrence, Zion Young, Josh Joseph, those guys that they've had formal interviews, all going back, all trade back possibilities, maybe back into the second round with some of these guys. And, that's with these edges that, I was thinking they're going to have to maybe address that. Now, a guy asked me a question today. If, knowing the Cowboys' needs, if you could take a swing at a free agent position, which one would it be? Would it be the edges, the linebackers, or the corners or safeties? Which would you be? I said I felt like if I could in free agency take a swing at the defensive ends.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, man. To get some certainty there is what I'm looking for, Chief.
Yeah, I mean, I think both. Like right now, you need both desperately. I'd be looking to get one of these veteran linebackers for sure, quarterback this defense, but they also need edge help. Like you're not solving all your edge problems just in this draft, especially when it doesn't look like the big dogs are going to be there at 12 for you.
I'm with you. I honestly, linebacker's the first one that jumped because I think that you're going to have a chance at some of these edges they like. I think you'll have a chance at some of the corners and safeties. Unless you find a way to get a day 2 pick, I don't know. Unless it's C.J. Allen from Georgia at 20.
Right. They've talked about C.J. Allen has been an official, was a guy that they had an official visit
and you've
with.
got his coach on staff, but you might not be able to get one of these top linebackers.
Yeah, see, I could say the guy that it kind of excited me, and I'm going to say this till I'm blue in the face. I think Cassius Howell is a guy in play at 20. I think
he very much is. You're right.
I think, and man, standing up at the podium today, I was like going, gosh, dang, this guy's a good-looking kid. With again, the length, how tall he is, the way he plays, the explosive. Zach, you're worried about me saying that because you said, well, wait a minute, Broaddus. Didn't do great against Notre Dame. Didn't do great against Miami.
That's my pause on him. I like him a lot. When I watched him, I was like, at 20, son, I still feel that way. I'd be totally fine picking him at 20. 12, not as much. That would be my only caveat to, like, what was up with that? When you played against the better company. Now, Notre Dame, really good team, and I thought he was pretty damn good in the Notre Dame game.
Right.
But what happened against Texas and what happened against Miami? Now, Miami, everybody on A&M looked bad. I mean, they bullied the whole front. But Archer reported that Cassius Howell had that formal interview, said the team put him through a mini install with their 3-4 scheme, and he could see how he would have a role in Christian Parker's defense. So you're spot on with them possibly looking at Howell at 20.
Yeah, guys, I hate to say this. I'm going to take a day and go down to College Station and see them work this guy out. I think this guy might be in play. But as I finish up here from the combine, though, also the linebackers. We've seen some, like, Zach, you'll be happy about the Jacob Rodriguez one from Texas Tech. And then Josiah Trotter. if you haven't seen Josiah Trotter from Missouri play, this guy is, of course, the dad of. I drafted his dad. His brother, I think, his brother is nowhere near that went to the Eagles.
He's better than his brother from Clemson.
Yeah, Josiah Trotter from Missouri is a lot better than his brother was, and so Dallas with a formal interview. That guy right there is a true Mike linebacker that they interviewed for their chances going to start out here at the Combine.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
I love it. Okay, we got 2 down and 3 to go. And Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan. Football Fix coming up. What, Chuck?
Yeah, let's do this thing. What is and who is the one GM that everybody in the NFL doesn't want to trade with? We've got Hump Day mocks and Combine formals. That's next.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
On Tuesday at the NFL Combine, Broncos head coach Sean Payton told reporters that he's planning on handing off play calling duties to offensive coordinator Davis Webb. To me, this is twofold. One, fresh eyes calling plays could help the Broncos offense. Second, this gives Webb a better chance at development, as he will be one of the hottest coaches in next year's head coaching cycle. I'm Chris Black.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, a natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural, drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Whether you're commuting to work or heading out for a fast coffee break, getting an auto insurance quote is just a tap away. With AAA, you're always connected, so you can focus on the road ahead. Rest easy knowing AAA's got you covered, no matter where life takes you. AAA, we're always with you. To start your quote, visit AAA.com/insurance. Insurance provided to qualified AAA members by Auto Club County Mutual Insurance Company. Membership requires a separate payment.
Here in Texas, success is built on preparation and the courage to move ahead. And it's no different at Genesis of Plano, part of the Huff-Hines Auto family. Born from ambition, our luxury vehicles exist to fuel new discovery with an unwavering drive to move the future forward. At Genesis of Plano, the experience is simple and on your terms. There's no pressure, no guesswork, just experts who listen in a process designed around your priorities. Visit Genesis of Plano today and experience a different level of luxury.
Good news, Frontier is joining Verizon. That's right, America's best mobile network and Frontier's lightning-fast fiber internet are coming together. So whether at home, on the go, or running a business, you'll have the connection you can count on to get more done. And for a limited time, switch and bundle both plans to get our best offer. Frontier and Verizon, better together. Visit Verizon.com/Welcome Frontier to learn more. Based on Root Metrics U.S. Root Score Report second half 2025. Not an endorsement. All rights reserved. The results may vary. Service availability varies. Terms apply.
What are the most common calls you guys get for someone who's like, oh, I wonder if I should call the Frankels for this?
The bottom line is if you're in a car wreck and it's not your fault, you may not need us, but the call and the consultation are free. So what can it hurt? I was in a car wreck. I went to the emergency room. I don't have health insurance. Now I've got a $20,000 bill. What do I do? I missed a week of work. I got hit by an uninsured driver. How do I deal with that? Make us your first call.
214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Each spring, cherry blossoms mark a fleeting moment of beauty and renewal. For a few short weeks, petals fill the air and the season feels brand new. Inspired by nature's beauty, the Cherry Blossom Martini at P.F. Chang's captures that first taste of spring. Bright, floral, and delicately sweet. It pairs perfectly with the butternut squash dumplings. Take in something beautiful together and savor the flavor in full bloom at P.F. Chang's. See more seasonal specials at pfchangs.com.
Must be 21 and over. Please drink responsibly.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. With the new year upon us, there's no better time to take control of your financial life. And the Jill on Money podcast is here to help. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and, I hope, entertaining insights on your money and, more importantly, on your life. Follow and listen to Jill on Money wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Chiafalo. Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see you never. AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, their best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill within the past 45 days in name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply based on Root Metrics Best 5G Network Award US 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome back to the show. Broaddus is live in Indianapolis all week long, brought to you by Yorgi Pet Care Connectors and East Dallas Diesel. It's time now for a football fix here. Coming up in 20 minutes, we will be asking Broaddus anything. So get your questions ready. I'll have my eye on the text if you want to start firing them in now. I'll make notes of the best ones. We'll get Broaddus' answers here coming up in 20. Here's Wolchuk with your football fix.
Let's do it. Let's get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun? Yes. Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Who would be the one GM that if they called you and were offering you a trade or they were asking you something or for a player, you'd hesitate and say, what the hell is this guy up to?
Howie?
Kevin Costner.
I think both of those are excellent answers. Ding, 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 though. Eric Chiafalo, it's Howie Roseman of the Philadelphia Eagles. John Spytek with the 80s, talking about Howie and what it's like when he calls.
Trade calls with Howie? Howie's great, and he's one of the best at what he does, and he finds value in places. So, and I mean this with respect to Howie. I always watch myself a little bit when he calls, because he's so good at what he does. But he's been great. He's been a great mentor to me. He's taught me a lot. I learned a lot from him in the year and a half that 2 years I was with him in Philly when he moved into the personnel department, and he's been a great resource for me as I've got this job.
It had to be Danny Ainge in the NBA for so long. Now maybe it's Sam Presti with the Oklahoma City Thunder. But, yeah, when Howie Roseman's calling you about, he finds a way to get A.J. Brown from the Titans, first-round pick, home run. And there's been some trades that they've made that certainly haven't worked out. Hell, there's draft picks that they've made that haven't worked out.
But he did move on from Sam Bradford for a 1. I'd say that'd be pretty terrifying, if you were guilty of that. I don't know. This seems like friendly ass-kissing.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to chalk it up to. I'm not scared of Howie.
There's no Max Crosby talk going on here between those two.
Ooh, yeah.
If Max Crosby's not going to be a Dallas Cowboy, I just don't want him to be an Eagle.
I'm fine with it if it's going to be the 2 1s and a starting player or whatever the heck the asking price is.
If they end up ponying up everything?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like that would be beautiful to watch the Eagles punt on those assets as they are not a Max Crosby away from success.
One thing that was interesting that SpyTech was talking about, because we all expect them to take Mendoza, number 1 overall quarterback at Indiana, but he did make the point of saying he does not really love rookie quarterbacks having to play in week 1. So there might be a scenario where they draft Mendoza, but Mendoza's not starting week 1 for the Raiders.
That'd be a buzzkill.
They can find somebody else. He said he has not talked to Geno since the season ended. He's seen videos of him training. He knows he's feeling good. He said they'll talk soon.
He talked to Kyler Murray, though.
Maybe.
Next time he talks to him, it'll be...
No, I was just saying. Remember they said that Arizona's GM didn't talk?
Yeah. Kyler says they haven't talked. That's a weird scenario, what's going on there with Arizona and Kyler.
You got to catch him online playing the game.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Box real quick.
Jump in the chat.
Send him a game invite with all those kids.
Hey, look around the corner. By the way, man, I don't think we're going to have you this year.
Bleep your mom.
Yeah, but despite I thought that was, I just assumed you're taking the guy number 1 overall. You're probably going to start him, especially for the Raiders if you don't have a quarterback. But SpyTech already putting out there, not so fast. Maybe monitor this. Brian, you went through some
Trade
of the
list. Pick, Wolchuk.
Ooh, should they?
Yeah, they should.
Maybe the Jets would probably give up a lot to just get a quarterback if they love that dude. Maybe the Dolphins would be interested in moving up to try and get him if that they love him so much. I'm sure the Canes are regretting not being able to land him. But you mentioned some of the formal visits. The Cowboys have already had another one.
Yes.
Very intriguing prospect. Kendall Daniels, linebacker from Oklahoma, 6'5", 242.
See, I haven't seen him yet, so I didn't know what to put him in, what category to put him in.
You need to watch this guy, bro.
So I watched him today when I saw...
I think I flew with him.
Did you?
I think I flew with him, yeah.
All right, so Nick Harris took video of him at the podium. This is what he had to say regarding his visit with the Cowboys.
That was great. Yeah, I had some guys from Tulsa in there, so they talked about Troy Aikman and everything. It was a great visit. I love those guys, and they took care of me in there, and they asked me some tough questions, which I love. That's the reason why I went to Oklahoma, is because Coach Venables hit me with tough questions as soon as I got there. So just having them ask me those type of questions and ask me what type of guy they would be getting if they drafted me, really was a good relationship.
I know you've had a lot of meetings, but do you remember any of those tough questions?
They asked me what type of player I'd be getting. If it was week 15, Saquon Barkley in the A-gap, who wins? And I told him, I'm going to show him the first day that I get there. You don't just hit somebody in the 15th week without hitting them the first day.
I'll tell you what, you watch his tape, he meets Saquon Barkley in the A-gap, I'd take Kendall Daniels in that. He's very intriguing.
Is this guy a Mike linebacker?
No. So he played that cheetah position at OU, which is essentially that third box safety for them.
Oh.
He spent 4 years at Oklahoma State. He, much like Sonny Styles, is a converted safety. So he was a safety at OSU. Oklahoma moves him to this cheetah spot, which is like an outside linebacker. He is phenomenal around the line of scrimmage.
Name again, please.
Kendall Daniels, linebacker, Oklahoma.
I'm going to watch him tonight.
6'5", 242.
Oh, man.
This dude shoots gaps in the running game really well, can make plays in space, the screen, short passing game, times his blitzes well. Now, where he will struggle is he is a very tall player, so pad leverage is challenging for him, and he will tackle high, which you will see often. But he can be a mismatch problem against tight ends for you. He runs well. I love the closing speed downhill. He's got a knack also for forcing and recovering fumbles over his career in college. So the length is there. He's a fun player to study. I imagine if they're interviewing this guy, Christian Parker probably has a plan for him of how they want to use him. And this would be a day 3 pick. Maybe with one of their 4th rounders that they're looking at. But Kendall Daniels from Oklahoma, 6'5", 242. He is an athletic freak that is very, very intriguing that the Cowboys have listed as a formal visit.
Can you stack him real quick for me?
I've got him at the top of the 4th round.
Okay, so 140. Who's behind him, please?
Right behind him, I've got Aiden Fisher from Indiana.
Okay. Indiana. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
So you're playing him as like a strong safety, you think?
Yeah, kind of like, I'd say the best way to explain it would be like how Jaron Kearse was used in Dan Quinn's system. He'd play a linebacker. He would be a linebacker, I believe, here. Right. But, yes, he would be essentially, he's got that rover type where he can kind of freelance as a strong safety or your big linebacker, which is what he did at OU.
Have you seen Lewis from Pitt?
No, I have not watched him yet. Okay. And that's a guy that I think that everything that I've heard about him, he could be a second-round player. So I think he's going to end up being way higher.
Well, he's 6 foot. He's 224 pounds. But I think he's probably going to. You haven't seen Stukes from Arizona?
No, I haven't seen the Arizona kid. I went on a run. I went on a run with the interior lineman that I got behind on. So I've just been stacking.
I was just curious about where, because those are like him. If you're talking about a guy, you think he's a strong safety? Is what you think?
I think he's going to be a linebacker. But yes,
linebacker.
I think I've got him listed as an outside linebacker right now. So he's right there. He'll probably be in the conversation with like Harold Perkins, possibly in the 4th round.
Okay.
But they're different type of players because Perkins obviously I think smaller and more of the edge rusher.
Yeah.
I think Daniels is more of a legit off-ball linebacker when you look at the athleticism that he's got there. This is also an interesting mock that we've got on a Hump Day mock, fellas.
Daniels.
Bucky Brooks has mock draft 2.0. For your Dallas Cowboys, at 12 overall, he's got them taking Akeem Mesidor, the Miami Hedge. He said the Cowboys' install of Dick Fangio-like scheme under new DC Christian Parker can make the high motor edge defender a top priority. Mesidor's energy, effort, and relentlessness, combined with his advanced pass rushing skills after 6 years in college, could make him a double-digit sack artist early in his career. So in this scenario, he's got Dallas passing on Jermon McCoy, the corner from Tennessee, passing on Sonny Styles, the linebacker from Ohio State, who goes to the Bucs at 15. And then at 20, they circle back and get Avion Terrell, the corner from Clemson, who I do think will be in play for Dallas. And he says after grabbing their edge rusher at 12, they can address the other big need on the broken defense. Terrell isn't the biggest corner, but I think he's a natural playmaker with the speed and quickness to match up with wide receiver ones.
I got Terrell in the first, but I might look at one of those safeties.
And in this, he did have the safeties go. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren was gone at 18.
Okay.
Thieneman was there, though. And I'd be considering looking at Thieneman as well. I also have Terrell as a first rounder. He's my number 3 corner as of right now, behind Delane and McCoy, so I would not mind him. Thieneman goes 29 to the Rams, which could end up being the Cowboys' pick once the Rams trade for Brandon Aubrey.
That would be great. I'm all about that.
I do like Thieneman as a player. I think he's got to be a deep player though. I don't see him having the muscle to get into the box and really get his face in the fan, so to speak. His nose bloodied.
Get that nose.
Man, Dawson, you and I need to sit down and watch some tape then. I think he's perfect for playing down in that area. I really do. I think that I think that he's 205.
Yeah.
When you watch him play down, he comes in the alley in a hurry when it comes.
He's aggressive with it.
No, he could tackle. I think he wants to be a physical player.
He's got the heart for it.
Yeah, I think he can. The question I had was maybe, like we talk about him, how much coverage can you put him in? That's the question. I'm interested to see how they work him out because I think everything going forward and playing downhill and being aggressive, I think is good. I'm interested in the drills and stuff they put him through, his ability to turn and react and things like that going backwards is where I'm at a little bit.
How about your buddy Sean Payton, Bri, giving up play calling duties?
I tried to grab him here. I missed him. He got rid of Joe Lombardi, who he'd worked with a long time. He got rid of Pete Carmichael, who he'd been with for 20 some odd years. I think Pete left. That's to get our Davis Webb to be the play caller. They probably had to do something. Sean probably had to do something to keep him there, Yeah,
because there was a lot of buzz he was going to get that Raiders job.
Yeah.
And then, obviously they went with Kubiak, which I also think is a fantastic hire. That guy's been a fast riser. But Webb seems like he is on that trajectory of becoming a head coach. And you're right. I think that probably was part of the conversation to help him, to help keep him there. Yeah. Jags and Commandos, they're going to be hosting NFL's 3 London games this year. So Jacksonville's going to do what they've been doing. They're going to have back-to-back games there. in England. They're going to play one game at Wembley, another at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Commanders are going to play their home game at Tottenham Stadium, so we'll wait and see who they will end up playing. It'll be the third international game for the Commanders, who lost to Miami in Madrid this past season, and they tied Cincinnati at Wembley Stadium back in 2016. Update on the Trent Williams front. John Lynch optimistic the 49ers are going to reach a deal with Trent Williams. Yesterday, there was the report from Shefty. They were far apart. Niners might end up having to release Trent Williams. Goodness gracious, if he hit the market, there would be a bidding war for his service. And fellas, I feel like that asking price would just be way too high for the Cowboys. But if you're worried about these tackles, you want to fix it in a jiffy.
You don't have to sell me.
Go get them.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. I think he can be tough to deal with negotiation-wise. Like his entire career, I feel like we've been hearing this.
Yeah.
I'm holding out.
You're
I need
right,
more
you're
money
right.
for
It's like
maybe
How many
15
years do you think he has left? If you had to just crystal ball it?
You said 4?
I think 4. I think he's going to play into his early 40s.
I mean, I think you're right. I mean, he seems very Jason Peters-like to me.
So you're saying 4 more years?
What is he, 36?
I think he's 37.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I'd say 3 I think he's probably going year to year at this point, but I'd say at least 3 more years of peak stud muffin form.
Would you trade the 20th to get him?
No.
You're not giving up 20? I don't think the only one I don't think San Francisco's doing business
Dawson's
with you.
thinking about. I'm looking right at the.
You just got to pay him so much.
I'm looking. When I said that, I looked right at Dawson, and you guys were like, "No, I wouldn't do that." Dawson was thinking like, "Damn, okay, 4 years."
He is
That's why I
darn
asked.
good.
4 years.
In this scenario, then you're saving the money because you're moving on from Steele, and then you're having Guyton and Nate Thomas compete for right tackle, and the loser is your swing tackle.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it'd be a huge boost to their offense. That'd be a tough sell, though, Brian. I had to think about it for a while.
Jeez, Dawson, don't be a coward.
That's a high-risk trade for a guy at that age, man.
24 Raiders edge.
Yeah.
Or 20 for this guy.
Yeah, got a standing offer at 20.
Yeah,
I know. That's what I'm saying. Which one would you do if you had a chance to trade 20 for Max Crosby or 20 for this guy? Which one would you do?
Got to go Max Crosby.
Yeah, let's Crosby it.
I mean, as much as I'm picking 4 years, like what's fair is it's year to year.
I don't want to hear any offensive line talk from you guys anymore. Then
because I won't give up a 20 for a middle-aged guy.
I'm just saying, man. You guys
He's
told me
37 years old, bro.
You guys told me he could play for 4 more years.
You know what? If you really want to, fine. I'll give up 20 for Trent Williams.
No, you won't. Settle down over there,
I will.
Wolchuk.
I'll do it, okay? I want to keep Dak Prescott upright, and we want to run the football.
Hey, you got to think about Dak.
Baby.
You got to think about Dak Prescott the next 3 years, man. You got to think about those things.
Giving up my
that would be
second
historical, bro.
Giving
Giving up a first-round pick for a 37-year-old anything.
Yeah.
That'd be the first of its kind.
What if it's like a 37-year-old Brady?
It would backfire in the
Eric,
biggest
do you
of
like
ways.
the player?
Do I like the player?
Yeah, Trent Williams.
I loved the player at one point, and now
How do you feel right now?
I feel right now that I'm probably going to get 12 games out of him, and 4 years seems crazy. Probably 2.
Yeah, the injury is okay. Let me throw this at you, Eric.
All right, Eric. No, great job,
20
Eric.
for Williams.
Defend yourself,
or take Jeremiah Love at 12. You have to pick one. Which one you doing?
I'd probably take Jeremiah Love.
We got him, boys. We got him.
Then I'd go to one of those breaking glass places where you can just break crap all over the place and not get in trouble. And I'd scream.
There's your football fix.
Thank you, Wolchuk. We got an Ask Broaddus Anything at 877-881-1053. Get your best questions in now for the King next to the nation.
But, Tolos, I know as parents we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. You could change a kid's life by donating that vehicle that doesn't even have to be running, probably a total eyesore in your driveway right now. And here's the deal. It is so easy. Free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437. Right off the car, not the kid.
Sean and I WRJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Looking for the right machine to get the job done? ASCO and Case Construction is backed by decades of experience and a full lineup of equipment from light to heavy. Right now, our compact track loaders and excavators are moving fast. And with ASCO, you get the support and expertise to keep your operation running. Don't settle for less. Get the machines that get the work done. Visit your local ASCO dealership today or visit ASCOEQ.com and see the full equipment lineup for yourself. ASCO and Case Construction. Built to work, built to last.
Kevin, if you just want to put water on your walls, you can do that with a bucket of paint, or you could use Rhino Shield and actually protect your home.
Look, the ceramic coating where you never have to paint your home again, plus it comes with a 25-year transferable warranty. And right now, you can take 15% off Rhino Shield's regular price to jumpstart your project. Go ahead and schedule that free estimate and enjoy that 15% off later at rhinoshieldDFW.com. Remember, why just paint your house when you can shield your home?
Right now, buy 4 windows, get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you get no payments or interest for 2 years. Act now, you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't miss out. This offer will end soon. Schedule your free quote right now at windownation.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
If your country was louder in the 90s, you're going to feel right at home at Rodeo and Rye, right next door to Hurtado Barbecue at 213 East Front Street in Arlington. Rodeo and Rye is pouring Coors Banquet on tap, strong cocktails, and straight up good times. Happy hour runs Monday through Friday, 1 to 6 p.m. So block out, crack one, and stay a while. Rodeo and Rye, where the beer's cold, the country's loud, and the 90s never ended. RodeoandRye.com.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The greatest insult the Colonel ever suffered was being served a wrap that was just a snack by a friend. So he took 2 crispy tenders, lettuce, tomatoes, and pepper mayo, and wrapped them in a soft tortilla. It wasn't a snack, it was a meal. He called it a twister, and never called that friend again. The Colonel lived, so we could chicken. The Twister, now back at KFC, classic or with bacon. Also try it spicy. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now online. PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Basketball is in full swing, and now you can trade the game in all 50 states on Kalshi. OKC is currently trading at 38% to beat Detroit. That means a $100 trade pays out $250 with the win. Download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade $100. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105 through the Fan. It's time for Ask Brian Anything at 877-881-1053. Please leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous here in the nation. Broaddus live at the Combine in Indianapolis. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And Brian, looks like you just booked us a guest.
I did. Charles Robinson from Yahoo is going to sit down with us tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
Love it. He's dialed.
Yeah, he walked by and said, hey, I'm here till Monday if you want to visit. I said, how about tomorrow at 5 o'clock our time, 4 o'clock Dallas time? He says, I will see you tomorrow. So Charles Robinson, Yahoo, going to join us and talk a little NFL.
Terrific NFL insider, Charles Robinson. Looking forward to that. The question starts right here at the 469, Brian. I have a question for Brian at 12.
Yeah.
What offensive player would you have to take if he fell to you at that spot over a defensive player? Are there any of them?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's going to be interesting because I'll probably have Love from Notre Dame. I'll probably have the running back higher there. I'm debating on where I'm going to put Malinois from Miami, the tackle. I was talking to some people at Arizona today, and I was like, man, you guys got to take Malinois, right? And they're like, well, we're kind of debating on, a couple of guys, but we're looking at offensive linemen. I'm like, what's there to not like about Malinois? And they're like, well, and when people are like, I think, listen, you can talk about Fano and at Utah and all these other guys, but man, that's the best offensive tackle. I know some people will, probably say, I'll tell you the one that I'm hearing a lot is this Freeling from Georgia.
Monroe Freeling, yeah.
Everybody's talking about Freeling, and I'm like, man, I just don't see that. I've got other guys higher than him, but yeah, I think to me, if you're talking about offense, I think Love and Malinois would be the two guys that I would have pretty high up.
But there's no holy crap player like this guy is falling to us. We need to burn our draft plan now and take this dude.
Yeah, I'm really kind of upset with Tyson and what I'm hearing about the availability and
got a hammy.
I just
lingering
worry.
hammy.
Yeah, I've got Tyson as my best receiver, and I'm probably going to have to adjust my board from that. But so if that's the case, if it's not Tyson, then it would be probably Malinois, probably Love would be where I'm at.
There are a couple of non-draft questions coming in. Are you ready for that?
I'll do my best.
713, when's the best time to start eating crawfish?
I think we're getting pretty close to that. We're starting to have some of the I would give it about another couple of weeks, and then the size of the crawfish could be right where you need it. If you're in the Dallas area and you're looking for sacks of crawfish, I recommend that you go to Rex's over there off Northwest Highway. Just put your order in, call in, tell them you need a sack. They'll have it ready for you. But they usually do a pretty good job. They're really clean, and they're good-sized crawfish. They got a nice shipper from Louisiana that gets them.
We'll get you a fat-ass sack, huh?
Yeah, get you a fat-ass sack. And I would say I think we're getting into maybe a couple more weeks, and then we should be really, really good.
And the 940 wants to know, if you had to choose, would you rather stick your arm into fire ants for 5 seconds?
Oh, geez, no.
Or get bit by a non-venomous snake on your tongue? I hate snakes, but I'm going to have to go with a snake bite.
I'm going with the snake bite. The ants scare me. They just do. If you those things crawling on you and biting you and all the no, I can't do the ants. Just give me I'll just close my eyes, get the tongue bit, and hope nothing else happens.
It's kind of like making out with a snake, though, isn't it?
Yeah, and you'd have to be worried. Like, I think that would be playing in my head for years, the taste of that snake on my tongue.
Yeah, but the fire ants on the arm would be, you could die from the fire. Oh, I see what you're doing here.
Wow.
That got sexual and violent.
Yeah.
Yes, it did.
Well, and Chief, you knew Chief was going to drive us right into that. You know.
Well, that is.
Of course you are. You're sitting around all day thinking about snakes, not the right kind of snakes.
Well, what is the right kind of snake, Brian?
No,
Hey, I gave you the Black Mamba report earlier.
Ask Chief. He'll tell you the
dicks?
snake he's thinking about. You tell you about the right kind of snake. We know what he's thinking of over there.
You just said on record you would make out with a snake over getting bit by some fire ants.
945 is Bailey the Bird in Louisville. How good did it feel to see your buddy John Schneider? His reaction to you was awesome.
Yeah, it was nice to, as I talked about yesterday, Johnny and I go way, way back, and I'm just super proud of what he's done and how he's been able to kind of, go from a coach that he had a lot of success with to hire another coach to have even more success with. So congratulations to John Snyder. I was really excited to see him, and I was really, really happy for the reaction that he had for me.
903 is Brandon from Atlanta, Texas.
Okay.
Wants to know who
home
are your...
of Ted Thompson, by the way, former Packer general manager.
Right on. A great football town.
Yeah.
Who are your pen throw players at picks 11 and 19, Brian? And what is a pen throw player?
Well, pin throws, you want to explain, Wolchuk, what a pin throw is?
You taught us all about the pen throw.
Well, tell people what the pin throw is.
The pen throw, and
say it in the way of, and I hope they're asking in the way of like, oh damn, I'm happy they took this guy, but
exactly.
I'm acting like I'm concerned, but I'm really not concerned.
Yeah, so a pen throw at 11 would be, let's say, for Brian, Keldrick Falk ends up going to the Miami Dolphins, the edge out of Auburn.
There you go.
A player that he isn't that in love with, and it's like, oh, I'm throwing my pen down. Gosh darn it, can't believe they just took that guy. When in reality, you're very happy that now he's not on the board anymore for our team to consider.
I kind of feel like that Parker from Clemson, Falk, maybe Peter Woods would be another one that I would kind of do that too. So that fake pen throw, you act like you're showing some emotion, but you really don't care. You're in a way you're like super happy, so you go, oh damn, and you throw your pen, and then everybody looks at you because they get the reaction, but they know in real life you're just kind of being happy that the guy's off the board and you don't have to take him. There's sometimes that people that have taken players, and I've kind of secretly gone, yes, like that, under my breath.
And some other scouts down the room are like, they love that guy, and they're heartbroken. But you're like,
I'm so happy that when teams just f up the draft in front of you like that.
Like at 19, Zion Young, the edge from Mizzou, goes off the board. Brian will be like, pen throw. I'm sitting there like, damn it, I'd have taken him.
The guy right there.
I like Zion.
Freakish strength.
Yeah.
Peter Woods does sound like he could be the subject of a 2 Live Crew song in the late 80s, doesn't he? With a name like that.
Yeah.
Long
Talk
Rod.
about
Yeah, there were a lot of those
Speaking about
kind of
snakes.
references. I'm surprised that
Was there a song they had? Pop that. I don't think I can say it right.
You got that right.
Okay, yeah, pop that. Yeah,
it's unbelievable. Like if you relive that time, and those were all absolute jams. Like I think I had both 2 Live Crew tapes worn out by the time we got to
they had a live album that was very popular, right?
The live album was incredible.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm surprised we don't have like a Peter Woods style highlight reel in the spirit of Femke Cock. There's got to be absolute gold out there.
Yeah, was RG3 ever on the Clemson calls?
That could absolutely get it done.
He would bring heat.
I don't think so. I think Clemson.
I think
buried on a lot of those. Like
I think that Eric,
games.
you need to take over for him.
Just do some play-by-play. Peter Woods play-by-play.
Yeah. I just think you need to go on ESPN or whoever's broadcasting games.
Do a voiceover.
Yeah, you could be that guy.
817 is Ray from Joshua. Would you take Casey Concepcion at 20 if you ended up trading George Pickens?
I'll tell you what, man. I do love me some Casey Concepcion. I know we talked about him.
How high you got him on your stack, Brian? Who loves him more?
Tyson, Lemon, Tate, Boston, Concepcion.
Oh, then you don't really like him. Then.
You don't really love him.
If you wouldn't take him number one, if you wouldn't take him with the number one pick, then it's just not real.
He's wide receiver 3, baby.
Is he wide receiver 3 on your board? So do you have him in the first or the second?
I've got him at the top of the second. I've only got two wide receivers in the first.
Yeah, Tyson and Lemon. Or you have Tate and Lemon.
I've got Lemon and Tate. I got Tyson as my wide receiver 5.
Well, you knew more than me.
Yeah.
You knew more than me. Congratulations on that. You win Scout of the Week.
Yes. Gold Star.
I haven't ever been more proud.
Scout of the Week.
Only took 3 years.
I'm going to tell John Snyder about you. Maybe he'll hire you as being Scout of the Week.
He'll laugh. That'll be a pen throw.
See if we can get a couple of more questions in here on an Ask
I
Brian
really do like
Anything.
Concepcion.
No, he's a fun player.
He is a really fun player to watch.
469 is Matt and Alvarado. If Downs, Styles, and Bain are all available at 12, who should the Cowboys take?
Downs, Styles, Bale.
Bain.
Bain.
Yeah.
Downs, Styles. I'm going to go Downs, Bain, Styles. That would be my choice.
We got more and more mock drafts shipping down to the Cowboys at 12. That'd be an exciting time. Over an edge. Over maybe the best edge in the class.
Yeah. I mean, this guy right here.
Consensus would put Bain over Downs, wouldn't it?
I tell you what, I think the thing that's really is Daniel Jeremiah, or was it Daniel Jeremiah had Downs as his 9th best player in his top 50. So, man, he must feel like that Dallas has a chance for him at 12, I think, if you put him at 9.
All right.
I mean, he didn't have him in the top 3, which I think in my stack he's going to be in the top 3.
Hell yeah, he is. Baby.
All right.
You know what you're doing again, Brian. You know what you're doing.
Some of these texts are incredible. 512, you're sitting around all day thinking about snakes. Incredible soundbite there. Brian on Eric Chiafalo. That's Eric in Austin. Yeah, the text has gotten away from us a little bit as far as the scouting questions. We got a lot of snake and crawfish feedback, fish and feedback. Is it Whopper Plopper season yet, Brian?
We're getting close, yeah. Springtime, though, we're going to get those, we get some schoolers and stuff, throw that Whopper Plopper, drag it, and bam! They hit those things. So I gotta show you. I got 10 new Whopper Ploppers. I went and bought. It was one of those, me when I was
at Costco.
I was in that compulsive buying stage where I was just
hammering the buy button.
Yeah, but while you guys were talking NBA, I was like buying Whopper Ploppers and stuff like that.
I thought you loved basketball.
I do when the Mavericks are winning.
Fair enough.
I don't like this, and I hate the fact that you guys are cheering against them winning.
I don't like it either, Brian, but it's just big picture thinking.
Yeah,
we like championships, man. You'll benefit from it one of these days.
No, I won't.
Mixed bag coming up next. I'm going to get you right on Dylan Thieneman as well.
Oh, look, mixed bag. Ha, 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 ha.
I'm not even going to do
something
the
to do with
segment.
a bag, right? Ha ha.
Just keep
it's a wood bag.
Yeah, snake and bag. Ha,
Peter
ha.
Woodbag.
You can go after yourself.
There's a good soccer name. Where are you going with it, Wolchuk?
Schmuck of the Week nominee next.
Broaddus.
Chief. Schmuck of the Week.
I want to chat with you about my friends at Permapeer, though. Permapeer Foundation Repair, the best foundation repair outfit here in North Texas. They've been doing this in DFW for over 30 years, and they got all the knowledge and expertise to fix whatever kind of foundation problem you might have. Dirt Nerds at Permapeer Foundation Repair. They're also Tolos. DirtNerdsDFW.com. That's the website. 214-466-1496. We like to say when shift happens, call the Dirt Nerds at Permapeer Foundation Repair, Texas. Now, what is the shift? Precisely, it is cracks in your walls, sticky doors, uneven floors, something like that. That's the first signs of foundation problems. And if you have a little anxiety about your foundation, I know it could be significant because our home is our number one investment for most guys, anyway. Our home is our number one investment, and it's important. It's sitting on a very solid slab or pier and beam. And Permapeer Foundation Repair, they do all the different kinds of foundation repairs. They actually can do foundation repairs that the other outfits don't even know exist or could be necessary. So they are the experts in foundation repairs and drainage solutions. You want some foam concrete lifting, they can do that for you as well. But check it out. The early signs of foundation damage is not something you can ignore, because if you let time go on, it'll just become more and more expensive. So have the Dirt Nerds out to your house from Permapeer Foundation Repair. They'll do a free foundation inspection evaluation and then give you a free quote as well. So if you want to get your foundation looked at, you can do no better than calling right now, 214-466-1496, or going to dirtnerdsdfw.com.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we got NFL overreaction or reality for you. Plus, is this a reasonable goal? Can the Rangers offense be middle of the MLB pack in 2026? Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Hoskins here helping you be books with Westwood One Sports. Game of the night tonight in sports sees UConn, a 5.5-point home favorite against St. John's, in a massive game in the Big East. And while UConn might win this game, I think St. John's can absolutely keep this game close. St. John's obviously has one of the best coaches ever. Give me St. John's plus the 5.5. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Texas knows tradition, and this March a new one hits the streets. You've seen touchdowns and home runs, but nothing like IndyCar speed ripping through Arlington, Texas. Fearless drivers, crowds loud enough to match 700 horsepower. It's an action-packed weekend filled with concerts, entertainment, and racing. Kids 12 and under get in free, so bring the whole crew. The first ever Java House Grand Prix of Arlington is coming. This isn't our first rodeo, just our fastest. Get your tickets at GPRlington.com.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Frustrated by the DIY cameras or smart gadgets you bought online? Just send them back. DFW Security has affordable, superior technology with professional installation and local support for your home or business. With smart cameras that separate humans from the rest of the noise in a single app to control your alarm, cameras, locks, thermostats, garage door, and more. DFW Security, your local experts for over 30 years. Tell them Shan for the Fan sent you to DFW Security. Call now or go to DFWsecurity.com.
DFWsecurity.com. So many of you still have that 3% rate from the COVID years and you want to keep it, but you want to get cash out of your home. It's very simple. A second lien home equity loan with TexasLending.com. We have an automated appraisal. It goes fast. We have great rates and we have loan officers who care. Call us today. Get that financing done now with TexasLending.com. 972-387-4600, TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Take Your Shot. Youngblood, starring Ashton James and Blair Underwood, is the hockey drama about heart, grit, and second chances. In theaters nationwide March 6th. Tickets are on sale now. Don't miss it.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, Chia Follow here, and I'm a proud CertaPro Painters customer. They are the best in the business. And listen, my house has become my happy place, but I started noticing scuffs, faded colors, and peeling paint that needed attention. And that's where CertaPro Painters turned my house into a home. You can schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Whether inside or out, protect your home with quality paint and a worry-free process. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
This segment of the Fan is brought to you by Permapure.
Disappointed in the boys this year? Us too. But we promise the dirt nerds at Permapure Foundation Repair won't let you down. Call 214-466-1496 and get a free foundation inspection or go to dirtnerdsdfw.com.
Allow us, if you will, willing to take you on a journey across the country to cover the biggest sports stories in DFW. ASCO Equipment presents the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona, all next week with access you won't find anywhere else. The fans' coverage is also brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano and On Time Experts Heating and Plumbing. Your one and only home of the Rangers is 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It's been amazing listening to Brian, pass along insights from the Combine from this morning with Clayton Adams, with Shan and RJ. You can find that on the Odyssey app, podcast type of menu for you, instant rewind functionality. We'll have your guy Charles Robinson on from Yahoo NFL Insider tomorrow at 4 o'clock live on Combine Radio Row. It is time now for a mixed bag. Here's Zach Wolchuk.
All right, let's shake up that bag, and right now we're going to start with, it happens to be baseball on your home of Texas Rangers baseball. Brian's favorite, I know. He's like
11-3 today.
Dude,
they're killing it today.
They're killing it right now. 11-3, middle of the eighth. They're going to the bottom of the eighth inning against Cleveland. Aaron Zavala double dongs today. He's got 2 home runs for the Texas Rangers.
He needs to be in the lineup somehow.
Left fielder, yeah. I mean, hey, I like Aaron Zavala a lot. He's on the cusp. Maybe he's the guy that finally breaks out this year. He's got a 363-foot homer, 357 feet is the other one. Evo got the start. Heck of an outing, 4 Ks and just 2 2/3 of work of shutout baseball. Walked 1. So your Rangers are having themselves a day in spring training.
I'm going to celebrate tonight at the AAC with some Zavala's barbecue if I can find it.
And Zavala's is delicious.
Yeah, it's amazing.
We do love
Good people over there.
Zavala's barbecue. Big time Tolos. We love you.
Sounds like a guy could be hitting in the 2-hole for too long.
I'm with you, man. Maybe some brisket Santos for him.
Yeah, perhaps.
He might.
Lucky guy.
How about Wyatt Langford? He ended up making the honorable mention list. We got an honorable mention, guys, as we had today the top corner outfielders on the list of best in the game from Buster Olney. He did list Wyatt in his honorable mention, says he might get some run in center this year, but will rank him in the place where he appeared the most last season. Langford appears on the verge of a breakout entering his age 24 season as he learns to command the strike zone. Your top 10? Jackson Chourio of the Milwaukee Brewers, Cody Bellinger at number 9 of the Yankees, Riley Green at 8 of the Detroit Tigers, Roman Anthony, shout out to his sister, at number 7 with the Boston Red Sox, Kyle Tucker at 6 with the Dodgers, Ronald Acuna Jr., the Braves at 5, Fernando Tatis Jr. of the Padres at 4, Corbin Carroll of the Diamondbacks at 3, and your top 2, Juan Soto of the Mets, and number 1, Aaron Judge of the Yankees. All rise as it's time for our schmuck of the week. And my nominee.
Is he in Indianapolis right now?
No.
With an East Dallas Diesel hat on?
No, he's sitting across from you, Wolchuk. Just look straight across the row and just look at some guy that's got a back problem that stretches every minute of the day because he's beat up at 30 years old.
32.
Eric wears schmuck of the week as a badge of honor.
He does. He loves to be schmuck
It's
of the
not
week.
one that is
Somebody's got to schmuck around and find out.
You're damn right.
And I'm that guy.
And anybody wearing an East Dallas Diesel hat, I can't refer to as a schmuck because I love East Dallas Diesel.
Yeah.
Broaddus said he was considering wearing only the East Dallas Diesel hat and prancing around Indy and talking about how he wants to make out with snakes.
You're frostbite.
And Mike Kliss.
Yeah, he's going to find Kliss.
Let's see if he's at his spot. That hack ain't working today. Let me see. I'm looking down at the end of the row. Wait, hang on. I got to stand up.
Yeah, you stand up.
Make sure I yell at him.
Show everyone that package.
You should go give him an attaboy butt slap. And just be like,
where is he? Oh, he ain't working.
Mike, how you doing?
That dude ain't working.
He's already in the bag, probably.
He didn't care. Somebody's out working him. Trust me on that.
All right. Let's go. My nominee is Artie Moreno of the Angels, their owner. He said, quote,
Eric's not it for sure?
No, Eric, we'll see how the rest of the show goes.
I could go toe-to-toe with Artie.
He said, quote, the number one thing fans want is affordability. They want affordability, they want safety, and they want a good experience when they come to the ballpark. Believe it or not, winning is not in their top 5. Let's hand things over to Jim Bowden of MLB Network. Here is his take on Artie Moreno.
I like the fact he's finally transparent. Look, I've never understood after all these years why they don't try to win. Well, we just got the answer. Look, this is a spaghetti team. You know what I mean by a spaghetti team? When you're cooking spaghetti, you want to know if it's cooked. What do? You take the spaghetti and you throw it against the wall, right? And you see what sticks and what falls is right. And that's what the Angels have been doing. Look at what they did this offseason. They threw everything against the wall, hoping a couple of these guys fit. And you wonder why we never cover them in the postseason. Well, the owner just told you that. He doesn't think that the fans think winning's important. Wow. That's all I got, Trey, is wow.
Yeah, not a great take there from Artie. Not a surprise because he is a very cheap owner. But I think you definitely want your team to win. You care about that. I'm not really always thinking about the safety concerns. Maybe now as a parent, if I'm taking my kids to the game, I didn't care about my own damn safety. Yes, you want to have a fun time in the experience, but part of the experience is seeing your team win. If you're forking over money to go watch a team play that you love and root for, it's somewhat spoiled if you end up with a big fat L. Yes, you remember who you're with and those memories, but we want to see our team win at the end of the day.
This is basketball.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta know your team. You gotta have self-awareness about your team, but you can't go on 5-year stretches, even like 3-year stretches of just being a crap baseball team or any sport.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, they're on like
you have a down year. Okay, I get it, but yeah, when you're going on decades of disaster, there's no reason anybody should be showing up to that ballpark.
No. It's bad. It's really bad.
I thought you were going to give Schmuck of the Week to that lady who abandoned her dog at the gate because they wouldn't let her on JetBlue.
I didn't see this.
But that wasn't the Great Dane, was it?
I'm not a huge fan of people flying.
It was like one of the doodle dogs.
I don't like it. I don't like people flying with their animals unless it's like you're moving and you don't have a choice.
Get
and
ready.
I have to
You got to
take my
fly
animal.
with Eric this week.
That's my animal.
Put
That's
it in
my
a crate.
dog.
Put it in a.
I put him on a leash and he's well behaved.
He pets me.
There's a place for pets on a plane. I don't think it's in the passenger area.
You think it's down below?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but this lady brought her dog, and then she didn't have the right paperwork or whatever. And
That's
so they
her
were like,
fault.
your dog can't fly. And she's like, okay. And so she left her dog there at the gate.
That's terrible.
Totally abandoning her pup. I thought
nobody
you guys
came to pick it up?
Well, eventually the police had to get involved with
Like she
this.
didn't call somebody like
Like,
my
hey,
dog
somebody
back to
come
my house?
No, she just totally
Straight up punts on the dog.
She punted on the dog.
Oh, that's a horrible person.
And now, like the security guy or whatever, actually is the one who kept it. So he's,
wow.
But I mean, that's an all-time.
That's crazy. It is because
dog mom move.
As a dog mom, you would imagine you have like this endless love. You could never be separated. They're your fur baby.
She was a gift. The dog was a gift.
You just
From
abandoned
her
that thing.
ex-boyfriend.
Yeah.
She was looking to get rid of the dog.
She was bringing the thing to
Bad
her
memories.
boyfriend.
Yeah, shout out to the 214. Greatest memory I have with my kids is celebrating the World Series. Damn right you do. Damn right. 214 says dogs die under the plane. I didn't know that.
Mine survived just fine.
There you go. He's speaking from experience. The general knows 214.
Broaddus will bring a snake on the plane.
Yeah. Snakes in the plane.
He sure will. Gosh, that
Make a
one
movie
scene
about it. Wesley Snipes
on
right?
the booby.
No, that was Samuel L. Jackson.
I don't really blame that snake for biting that booby. All right, let's get to things to know about Stars and Kraken tonight. Gavin's going to be there.
That's right.
Got the hat.
Are you going to throw that hat?
Yeah.
We get a hattie?
If we get a hat trick, Brian challenged me. I'm not chicken.
You might get a hattie. Stars have been kicking the Kraken's ass so far in the regular season.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
They are 12-1-1 in the regular season against the Kraken, which includes 2 Stars wins since which they came back in November against this team. Robo and Miro, can they add to their point total against the Kraken? You might get the hattie from Robo. He's been phenomenal against this team. 14 points in 14 games, Rope Hentz has, and then you've got 13 points in 14 games for Jason
get
Robertson.
Ready. Dawson's going to buy a hat when he gets to the game.
Make it happen. Make it happen. But post-Olympic...
I got my Crown Global Media stocking cap, toboggan, whatever you call it.
Man. That
skull cap.
That's the one you're going to throw out there?
Throw it. That'd be cool.
No, I need that one to keep my head warm in there.
Yeah, you don't want that thing getting cold.
I'm going in with 2 hats.
You don't want him being bald, Brian.
3 sweatshirts. You know how I'm sensitive to the cold.
What are you, 86?
Damn near. I feel like
Dad.
it. I feel like it.
Shout out to Team USA. Did you see what the bill that they ran up there at 11?
Oh, it was like $150K
in Miami. Yeah, $150,000 bar tab. Now the good thing was Pat McAfee surprised the team. He covered the whole bar tab.
Dang.
There was a video shown of McAfee doing this. The thing is, I don't know if this was like during, before, or after. He said, "Thank you for representing the United States of America tonight. All your drinks are on me." So was that before? And then Team USA realized, okay, we don't have to pay for anything. Which
big.
In reality, they probably didn't have to anyway.
I think it was pretty well known from the jump. This is an open tab situation,
Okay.
and everybody can go in there. I don't imagine
Taxpayers,
that the
maybe we're gonna
Kachucks are
cover this
pulling
one?
out the credit card and signing a receipt at the end of that night.
The Florida Panthers spent $500,000 that was covered by the club following their Stanley Cup final win over the Oilers. So maybe they
$500,000?
Yeah, $500K.
Did they have entertainment? Did somebody show up and play for?
They did have some dancers there.
It's got to be one of those situations where there's like a $90,000 bottle, right? Like Cuban bought.
I think it was vodka, tequila, and beers.
Oh, $150,000 in vodka, tequila, and beers.
That's what I saw.
Jesse Holly told the story today at lunch about when Des Bryant had to buy that. What's the Louis the
Louis Vuitton bags?
No.
The Louis the 13th.
Louis the 13th. It was like $1,500 a shot, and Roy Williams brought it out. Roy Williams told him to bring it out, and it's like they told him there were only like 5 or 6 of these bottles in the country, and they happened to have one. And Des said, "I ain't paying this tab," supposedly. And then the Cowboys.
Was that his rookie dinner?
Yeah, that was a rookie dinner.
That's when Jerry stepped
supposedly
in.
everybody was supposed to pitch in, and Des raised. They like basically they said no, we're not. I think this is Papa's Brothers was where this was at. Wow. Jesse was telling the story. It was actually pretty funny. Jesse says, "I don't drink, but I had to have a shot of it just."
Oh, yeah, you do.
Cheers to you, Des.
Yeah, Jesse. Yeah, it's like Jesse goes, "I don't drink, but man, when they said let's have a shot, I'm like, yeah, why not? I'll never have one of these again."
Veterans were probably trying to get back after him for shoulder pad gate in San Antonio.
Jesse said that he ordered a tomahawk chop and one to go is what he did. They hammered
That's
Des.
dirty, man.
They hammered
So
him.
Des refuses to pay, and then Jerry picked up the tab? Is that the legend?
Yeah, the story, the way Jesse told the story, it sounds like that Des raised such a stink, and Des is probably listening, so call in, Des, if you want. But, yeah, Jesse said that Des raised such a stink that the tab didn't get paid, and the next day the Cowboys had to have a talk about, hey, we got to pay our tab.
And that's why that was the end of the rookie hazing dinner.
Yeah,
probably. Yeah. Jerry's like, my ass is on the line for this one now. Enough of this, guys. All righty. Well, thank you, Wolchuk. Little mixed bag. We got 3 down, 2 to go, and football's finest coming up next, Chief.
Yeah, all-time bag getters, and let's do some prospect pro comps next in the nation.
Ooh, I love a Prospect Pro Comp, but I also love Prize Picks even more. And I mentioned, hey, Stars back in action after the Olympic break. It's great now to go ahead, download that Prize Picks app, and go ahead and, hey, more or less, you want to go Casey to Smith saves? Do you want to go more or less? I just told you, Jason Robertson's been on a heater against the Kraken over his career. How about Wyatt Johnston wanting to get revenge for the Canadians? Is he someone more or less shots on goal, time on ice? I think you could probably pepper some of the defensemen. Leon Bischel's coming back from injury. Maybe less on his time on ice. It'll be his first game back. How much does Gully want to go ahead and put him out there? You've got every single sport you can think of on Prize Picks to go ahead and play. So download that app right now, and you know I got the hookup for you. $50. That's right. Prize Picks is going to give you $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup by using my promo code TOLO. That's TOLO to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. So if it's not the Stars, go ahead. You got basketball, you got MMA, you got boxing, you've got soccer, you got college sports, whatever it is, esports, golf, tennis, and more, all on Prize Picks. So download that Prize Picks app. Use the promo code TOLO. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
TOLO means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Duke is at it again. As the college basketball season turns towards March, the Blue Devils continue to establish themselves as the best team in the country. Duke beat Notre Dame last night. This comes off a win on Saturday against a very good Michigan team in a neutral site game. Cam Boozer put together another great game. Duke is starting to turn it on as the best team in the country, just in time for March Madness. I'm Chris Black.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Are you stuck waiting on hold for hours just to reach the IRS, or worse, still waiting for a response to a letter you sent the IRS last year? The IRS may be slow, but your tax problems can get worse daily. I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath, the Texas tax attorney. We help Texans take back control fast. Frozen accounts, garnished wages, unfiled returns, we've seen it all and we know what works. Call my office now for a free confidential consultation at 972-484-0TAX or visit myirsteam.com. Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
Hey, it's Chiafalo. Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see you never. AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, their best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill within the past 45 days in name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply based on Root Metrics Best 5G Network Award US 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
That's right. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're 28 minutes now from the G-Bag of the day. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. We'll hit the expressway, go commercial-free all the way to the top. But before we get there, it's time for football's finest. Here's the Chief.
Yeah, let's get into it right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
My favorite portion of the program today is just Dawson standing on business that old Dylan Thieneman, the safety from Oregon, is just going to get truck sticked in the NFL.
Yeah, I just think he's light. I'm gonna make some cut ups. Maybe I'll post them at Gavin Dawson on Twitter a little bit. But too many times he's coming forward and he's there to make the play. He's very brave. I want to give the man credit for being courageous. I would not have the inkling that with that lack of power, I should be going in trying to take on offensive linemen and ball carriers like he does. And his missed tackle percentage, very reasonable in college. So it's not like he was going in there and missing a bunch of guys. I just think the jump up to the NFL level and the difference in speed and power is going to be too much for him to handle.
Yeah, they say Bruce Feldman has his the freaks list, and some of the guys that are going to be in the combine. Dylan Thieneman is on that list, 207 pounds. He did hit over 22 miles per hour, which is pretty dang fast. Turkish get up. You guys familiar with that move?
Turkish get up.
135 pounds he did that with.
Bro, that's the thing where you're laying on your side and you got to bring a single dumbbell up.
Okay.
Lucius, have you ever partaken in some Turkish get-ups?
Absolutely not. Not that I know of.
Kettlebell? They look pretty ridiculous.
Google this thing.
Yeah, Google that thing up, and it's like a full body strength deal. And to do that with a $135, I would say pretty dang impressive. Romanian deadlift, 315 pounds. He's expected to hit around 40 inches in the vertical jump. So there's some explosiveness there, but I do want to see some of those
underwear
cut-ups.
Olympics guy.
Yeah, and I saw him play. Yeah, when I mostly saw him play was that Texas Tech game where Tech's offense could do nothing, and he was flying around in that game. Yeah. You know, but I haven't seen him the way you guys have. So
this dude is doing with barbells, bro.
That's wild.
What a beast this guy is.
Wow.
What a show off.
You usually see it with like a dumbbell or a kettlebell.
Yeah.
But with the full bar.
Full bar, bro. 35's on him. I'm about to report him. Showing off.
It's good balance.
That is
good wrist
crazy.
strength.
Yeah, that is absolutely nuts. You also have a couple of other guys, and we'll see how they test or if they test, like Sonny Styles, 6'4", 243. Broad jumping 11 feet, vertical 40 inches, 23 miles per hour on the GPS.
He's an athletic specimen.
I mean, holy smokes, dude. I can't wait to see some of these numbers for these guys at the Combine. And I have, how much respect do you have, Broaddus, for Lance Zierlein?
I like Lance a lot. I really do. His dad was an NFL coach, offensive line coach. I think he's very fair with his grades. I think he kind of zigs when everybody else zags, so he's not going to be like the guy that's just kind of following in line. He's got some wild ups and some wild downs, but I do respect him quite a bit.
So he's got his draft comps for some of these prospects.
Yeah.
And we can see if you guys agree. I know you haven't studied the quarterbacks yet, so you might not have the full comp. Now, this is like the style of play, probably a little bit of like the build and things like that. This is not him projecting of what their career is going to be.
So this will be who they are in the NFL.
This is a picture to give you a feel.
Okay.
So like for Fernando Mendoza, he's got Joe Burrow as the pro comp.
Wow.
Long.
Sign me up then if he's going to be Joe Burrow.
Maybe a little bit sneakier athletic than given credit for, but obviously a really accurate passer and number one kind of pick.
Very confident.
For Ty Simpson, he's going with Mac Jones. Big Mac and cheese.
Wow, that might be scouting the helmet.
Is that putting on all that weight? Is that what he means by that?
I don't know. We'll see if Ty Simpson has ballooned, but he's more undersized than anything.
Yeah.
Who do you think he has? Who would you guys say Jeremiah Love, pro comp?
I went Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jeremiah Love, Notre Dame running back. Who is the pro comp?
Man, I hope he doesn't say Bijan Robinson because that's not who he is. I think Wolchuk's got him right.
Well, then you all got it right. Jahmyr Gibbs is the comp for Jeremiah Love.
And Lance needs to stop listening to the stack, okay? He's stealing our bits.
Okay, well, what do you think about the other Notre Dame back, Jadarian Price? Do you have any thoughts on this?
I do like Jadarian Price. How about,
it's an R?
Yeah,
Jadarian
Price. You know what? I'm going to go Michael the Burner Turner.
Oh, thick. He's a little bit more of a bowling ball.
Yeah, he's got some thick lower thighs.
Okay. Well, then this
upper thighs not exactly.
Who do you get on the comp
either?
He's got Javonte Williams.
Ooh, okay. He's much faster than Javonte Williams.
More explosive.
Yeah. But in terms
of body type,
up the middle, yeah, I could see that. I could see the body type for sure. But he is definitely a home run hitter, whereas Javonte unfortunately is not.
For Carnell Tate, the Ohio State wide receiver, he's going with former Buckeye. No, Chris Olave.
Okay.
The Saints wide receiver. Jordan Tyson, the
George
other receiver.
Pickens.
Yeah, I know. You go George Pickens there.
Who's he going?
I do.
He's going Terry McLaurin.
Okay.
Oh.
So, I don't know.
This is body type? Not play type.
This is like, this is play type. I mean, this is like the
Terry's
style.
smaller than this guy, right?
Yeah, I think Terry's much faster.
Okay, so that's the first one that we side-eye a little bit on the pro comps.
I'm iffy on this one, Lance, but that's all right.
I think the way he goes and gets the ball reminds me of Pickens. That's just me.
I can understand that comp.
USC Mekhi Lemon, wide receiver. Walchuk's favorite wide receiver in the draft.
JSN.
Okay.
That's probably accurate because of the smaller guy. He's right. Go ahead.
He's going Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Okay, that's fine too.
Like
I kind of feel like Lemon's like thicker than
He is
St.
thicker,
Brown.
but they're both shorter guys.
Yeah. Okay.
St. Brown is strong as an ox.
Yeah,
but he's a smaller guy.
Lemon is filled out.
Lemon is wider than St. Brown.
Okay. Casey Concepcion. That's your guy over there, Broaddus.
Okay, this
Aggie
is
wideout.
Whoever the best run after catch guy is, that's who he's going to compare him to.
Like a skinnier Antonio Brown.
I like that.
Okay. He's going with former Seahawk Doug Baldwin, who is not necessarily a super household name, but was a super solid receiver.
Doesn't
for
really
them.
get me excited. He was good.
Kenyon Sadiq, Oregon Duck tight end, freak athlete.
Vernon Davis.
No, he's going with the Georgia guy probably. Bowers, yeah.
He's got him as Trey McBride.
Okay.
Oh, all right. I like it.
Who's an absolute monster for the Cardinals.
Yeah.
And Francis Maui Noah, Miami right tackle.
Whoever
Tyron Smith.
Eric Williams.
He's going with Fuaga.
Talise Fuaga.
Talise Fuaga.
Yeah, that's his comp there. So,
man,
I'm going
to say that
Fuaga's a much better athlete, I think. But
I'm going to say Maui Noah's a better player.
He's stronger.
Yeah.
Dude, Maui Noah, 6'6", 335 pounds. Okay, his 10-yard split was a 1.57, which is pretty dang nasty. His power output, I don't know how they measure this, but registered almost 10,000 watts, by far the most on the team, at almost 1,000 watts more than the next player. Vertical jump over 30 inches.
Do you punch the wall and they have a sensor on it and that's how you get the wattage?
Yeah, I need to figure out what is the mechanism for the measurement here.
Yeah.
Is this like a deadlift thing, like from the floor?
Oh, okay.
That kind of power, or is it more of like a push power?
I thought maybe they had a sensor in a bag and they hit the bag and that's what you get.
You in bags, dude.
Bro, did you ever slap the bag?
The wine one.
You're not a wine guy? Wow, I think we lost him.
Lost connection for the first time this week.
Seriously.
Yeah, I hear you,
DJ
Eric.
Pridemore on it.
No, I hear you, Eric. Yeah, I hear you, Eric.
Was that not a thing? Slapping box bags of wine?
No, never did that.
We were more into the Mad Dog. Okay, you had Carlos Rossi. There was a lot of wine in the bag didn't get hot. I think till maybe like late '90s.
Man, passing
Like
that
bag
thing
in
around at a pool.
like
You go
wine
like
in a
7-Eleven,
box.
get you some wine.
Yeah. You pull the bag out of the box and you
I just had a feeling that it had
have a
something
Darty.
to do that I didn't want to answer. That's why I laid out. When Dawson started laughing, I knew there was something up. Dawson's a giveaway. I'm
Just
looking
an
right at
honest-
Dawson. No, it's not. It's not an honest question.
It was.
You're
It was
not
an honest
no,
question.
No, it wasn't, Eric. It was not.
I swear it
You're gonna
was.
look at me in the camera during the break and start cracking up.
No, I'm
Yes,
serious.
you are.
I was shocked you laid out on me
Dawson,
like that.
Dawson's a
Thought you were
giveaway.
buffering.
No, I was buffering your stupid question. Slap the bag.
Is that a bad
No, I
question?
slap you.
Bag slapping was a thing. I don't know if it still
When?
is.
When
but,
was that? When
I mean,
was-
certainly
when was-
1990s.
we loved it.
That's a deal breaker for me. I think.
When is
You know,
bag slapping
It's a fun
deal?
Darty.
want nothing to do with that. Sounds like
I'm sorry, Eric. No bag slapping.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Who has earned the most money in their NFL career? Which player has earned the most money?
Aaron Rodgers.
Probably Kirk Cousins.
Aaron Rodgers is number 2.
Dak Prescott.
Okay, no, let's go with Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins is amazing. $322 million. He's made the 4th most amount of money in his NFL career.
Oh.
Yeah, you have the compiler. I mean, it's really compilers where you have like Brady played forever, Rodgers has played forever, and now Matthew Stafford has played forever. Plus, when he was the number 1 pick, we didn't have the slotted draft money, right? So he got like a fatty boom bob before he even played a snap.
He got the big cheddar.
But all those guys have plenty of playoff wins. I just have the top 4 in front of me, and it's Stafford, Rodgers, Brady, and then Kirk Cousins. He has made $322 million, and he has won a single playoff game. 1 playoff win in his entire career. That is Hall of Fame bag getting right there.
Yeah.
So kudos to Kirk, man. I mean, that is really impressive.
Bet on himself.
He did. He has. And he will continue to. Did you hear what Greg Cosell had to say about Arvell Reese?
No. What did he say? Was he
I
good?
shook his hand the other day. What did he say?
Oh, Greg's?
Yeah, I did.
Say edge rusher?
He says you should deploy him like Micah.
Oh, gosh. This is amazing.
He says, I've been doing this a long time.
Amazing.
Greg is amazing.
I rarely say wow, but the guy just looks special.
Uh-huh.
And Reese looks like that guy.
Brian? Just,
yeah,
you might have a good one here.
I might. You might have
is that your pro comp?
That's first time I watched him. I said, Greg's going off my playbook here. I mean, I got to pat myself on the back. Yeah. Greg's a legend. I'm flattered.
Yeah, there's a lot of bag slappers here, man, on the text.
I loved slapping the bag.
Yeah.
In real life, Eric, what were you going for there?
In real life?
In real life, seriously, what were you going for
Listen,
there?
I understand.
I mean,
there's
Dawson,
a track record
Dawson's
here.
one of the smartest guys on our show, and he started laughing because
it's definitely top 5.
I think him and Lucius are 2 of the smartest. I think the rest of us are just damn idiots. But
it was not a euphemism. I understand. I guess there could be a euphemistic
nature to
that.
There's always some angle with you, man. There's always some.
This is an honest-to-God angle-free question. Just wondering if they were slapping bags at LSU and you guys are doing Blue Dolphin and doing a bunch of kegs. I didn't know if long snappers.
No, we weren't bag snapping or slapping, whatever you're talking about. We weren't bag slapping, whatever you're talking about.
Lucius, can you enlighten these guys on slapping bags?
I'm still stuck over here like, what are we talking about?
That's exactly right,
leather
Lucius.
bag?
It's exactly
Is
right.
Is it the leather sack we're talking? Is it a skin sack?
I'm like 900 miles away from the guy.
This is not an epidermal type.
I wonder if I could get off this baseball trip now so I don't have to be around him.
HR violation.
I'm going to freaking ruin your week next week.
I know you are
in for an
and I'm going to end up buying you the brats every day and stuff. I mean, I just know what's going to happen.
We got the boss man. Boss man, could you give us a little slapping bag?
Okay, so slap the bag's popular, often collegiate drinking game.
Thank you.
Involving boxed
Spitzy
wine.
nose.
A participant removes the bladder from a wine box, raises it, and drinks from the nozzle, while another person slaps the bag, symbolizing a shot or release. It is often associated with inexpensive brands like Franzia.
Yes.
Or Franzia.
Come on now.
Yeah, why didn't you just say that?
Why didn't you say that? Why did I just say that?
Now, why did you just? All right, Dawson, why did you laugh?
Because of who Chief is and his reputation. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
I thought it was a clear euphemism joke.
Exactly.
I think
he was,
by
Broaddus.
association.
Yeah,
By his own
snake in a
association.
bag.
Lifetime achievement.
Yeah.
I thought it was an awful random question and not be an Eric Chiafalo special, Brian. I'm calling BS on his whole denial of this.
No, I mean it. I would own up to it. I would own up to it.
I thought you were talking about the old school leather wine bags that you used to find like in your mom's or uncle's room somewhere in the closet.
Yeah.
What? Yeah,
Okay.
you're like, what does it smell like? Grapes? What is this? What is this thing with this nozzle on it? Looks like a pair of moccasins. What is this?
It was like an old school flask.
Yeah, you don't remember these?
I do remember those now.
That I do
Yeah.
remember. That
Yeah.
I remember. Not the
Broaddus was more of a butt chugger back in the day.
Okay.
Now I got you.
Yeah, now you got me.
Party doesn't get started till we do a little butt chugging, boys.
Got you, bitch.
We got G-Bag of the Day on LA Live right around the corner. We'll take a snapshot of what's been developing throughout your day next year on The Fan. I want to chat Frankels with you, though, because if you are hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, you got to call the Frankels, and they'll make sure you don't settle for less. That's what the Frankels specialize in. They've been defending victims of negligence for over 3 decades here in DFW, and their name commands respect in North Texas courtrooms. The Frankels. Any local area code, and then nothing but threes. 333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com, and you're going to be dealing with two of the best, Scott and Mark. They make sure that when you're hurt, not your fault, the money to put your life back together doesn't come out of your pocket. And if you do settle for less, that's very easy to happen, unfortunately. You're looking at lost wages right off the rip there. When are you going to get back to work? Who knows? Could be weeks, could be months, could be years. You might not ever be able to return to your occupation, to your career, how you put bread on the table. You might need career re-education. Have you seen the cost of education these days? Oh, yeah, that can be 6 figures by itself, to get you in a career field where you don't have to depend on your body like you used to. Yeah, these things can go spinal, affect the lower extremities. Next thing you know, you're not getting around like you used to. You can't do the job that you used to, okay? And then you look at pain and suffering. 4 decades. What's the price of a bad back every day for the rest of your life, 365 days a year because of somebody's negligence? The Frankels know how to get that for you. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Disappointed in the boys this year? Us too. But we promise the dirt nerds at PermaPure Foundation Repair won't let you down. Sticky doors, cracks in your walls, early signs of foundation damage can let you down. Don't lose the game by having to pay costly repairs later. Only trust PermaPure. These guys are also Tolos. They are the experts in foundation repairs and drainage solutions. Call PermaPure Foundation Repair 214-466-1496 or visit dirtnerdsdfw.com. When shift happens, call the Dirt Nerds at PermaPure Foundation Repair of Texas.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over 600 vehicles in stock, like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, and owner's assurance. Visit us at alliancehyundai.net today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Feeling a chill? Those cold spots mean leaking windows, and that's money literally flying out the windows every month on your energy bills. At Best Buy Windows and Siding, we've got the solution. 10 single-hung, energy-efficient windows for just $59.50. Stop wasting money on high electricity bills and start saving today. We offer transparent pricing, no gimmicks, and a lifetime warranty on every single window. Call 469-WINDOWS or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com now to keep the cold out and your money in your pocket.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Each spring, cherry blossoms mark a fleeting moment of beauty and renewal. For a few short weeks, petals fill the air and the season feels brand new. Inspired by nature's beauty, the Cherry Blossom Martini at P.F. Chang's captures that first taste of spring. Bright, floral, and delicately sweet. It pairs perfectly with the butternut squash dumplings. Take in something beautiful together and savor the flavor in full bloom at P.F. Chang's. See more seasonal specials at pfchangs.com. Must be 21 and over. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, Tolo, Shan and RJ here with Base Power. You know, in Dallas-Fort Worth, spring doesn't just mean warmer weather and baseball. It means storm season, power outages. That hits fast, leaves neighborhoods in the dark every single year. Storms knock out power across DFW, and the time to repair is now.
Base Power includes whole home battery backup with your electricity plan, so when the grid goes down, your home stays on. And it's a fraction of the cost of generators. When you switch with the fan offer, they'll cover your termination fee up to $250. See if your home qualifies at basepowercompany.com/thefan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Basketball is in full swing, and now you can trade the game in all 50 states on Kalshi. OKC is currently trading at 38% to beat Detroit. That means a $100 trade pays out $250 with a win. Download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade $100. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to hit the expressway. We got G-Bag today coming up in 5 minutes. LA Live coming up in 15 minutes. The expressway, as always, brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Clayton Adams was fantastic this morning with Shan and RJ. Broaddus sitting in on the interview, of course, along with Bobby Belt, and talked about a number of things. You can go back and listen to the entire interview with the Odyssey app if you have it. It's a must download if you want to Tolo properly. You know, you never know when something could have happened, and if you're not by the channel, you won't get it. On the importance of the run game in today's NFL, he says, I've got a theory on that. Just watching the league over the past 7 or 8 years, when the pass rushers started getting paid the way they did, it changed the league. It changed the way the sport is played, because there's a lot of these guys that are just absolute aliens that play out there on the edge. They're as athletic as anybody that plays professional sports at any level. Says 10, 15 years ago, they would have been playing maybe a different sport. But it's gotten a lot more difficult to protect the quarterback. And I think the world we're living in now is you're going to have to defend the run, because one thing I know is a lot easier to block those guys if they don't know that it's a pass. And that was a common theme of not only his talk about edges and tackle play, but on why the quarterback should be under center as much as possible. And it's cool to know that these Cowboys coaches are aligned with that, because he said people are critical when they say, well, if you get under center, everybody knows it's going to be a run or play action. And he said, yeah. And I can't disagree. Like, how much of that, how much shotgun or pistol should be deployed in today's game, considering how much more deceptive it is under center?
Yeah, it's look, I love the pistol. I think the pistol is actually something that could be used a little bit more. But I don't know that everybody's built for the under center game. I think that is something that, especially now, for younger quarterbacks like the Cam Wards and Fernando Mendoza, I think did some of this stuff at Cal and Indiana. But with the spread and the air raid, how it took over college football, you might need for some of these younger quarterbacks, like Jackson Dart is an example of this. He was in shotgun a bunch at Ole Miss under Lane Kiffin in that offense. So I think that there could be a little bit of a grace and learning period for these younger guys coming into the NFL of what it is to play under center and then turning your back to the defense and kind of getting comfortable with that. I think these veteran quarterbacks, the Jared Goffs, the Daks, I think Caleb Williams had to adjust to that a little bit. I think he did a much better job of it this year under Ben Johnson. But I think that's where you might see teams still going with more of a shotgun-style offense, is maybe their quarterback's just not quite up to speed with under center just yet.
All righty. And again, you can go back and listen to all that. We were saying in the opening segment, it is incredible to listen to Clayton Adams talk because, as Brian mentioned, he makes you smarter about football. He's not talking in generalities about your football team. He's willing to open up.
Yeah.
And, just the way that he puts sentences together and describes it, you feel like you not only can you learn a lot about the Cowboys, but you can become more optimistic that they have the brain power in place to eventually get this figured out if they don't get themselves fired before they can get some good players in here. Cincinnati is suing Sorsby over a $1 million exit fee after the Texas Tech transfer. So it's getting expensive, I guess, if you commit to a school and then want to bail on them. And you got to pay a penalty, or they're going to try to recoup their cash. Suns owner Matt Ishbia offering a $1 million prize for the slam dunk and 3-point contest winners, hoping to propel some more interest in next year's NBA All-Star Weekend. I think that's a tremendous idea. I think things changed significantly. We grew up with Jordan and then Kobe participating in the slam dunk contest. The game's biggest stars did it, but LeBron never did. And it kind of set the tone that as a superstar player, maybe that's something you don't want to do. You get showed up by a scrub, These scrubs, they're not hooping. They're not committed 40 minutes a night. They got all the energy in the world. They got fresh legs. They're going into the lab. You're losing to G League guys, but I don't think so. I don't think $1 million is enough. I think you got to go up to like $10 million.
If you want to get the stars, yeah. They're probably going to scoff at the $1 million. Which is sad.
The Bears are allowing linebacker Tremaine Edmonds to seek a trade. Is this something we want to get involved in? He's 27, entering the final season of a 4-year, $72 million contract. His contract carries a $13.9 million base salary, right smack dab in the middle of his prime. Is he still getting it done at a high level?
Yeah, I have not seen him enough to even say that.
He was hurt last year, wasn't he? When the Cowboys got ready to play him.
Yeah.
But he did still lead the Bears with 112 tackles to go along with 9 passes defended, 4 picks, 1 sack, and a fumble recovery. He did miss 4 games with the groin injury. Also tallied 13 tackles across Chicago's 2 playoff games. So another player that is available out there, and if they don't find a trade for him, he is expected to be a cap casualty. All right, so there's a little snapshot of what's happening across the world of sports here this afternoon. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has a fresh G-Bag of the day.
Yeah, fresh batch right here. G-Bag of the day, we do it every weekday on the Fed at 5:30. Well, it's kind of a fresh batch. Some of these clips have been sitting in this folder for ages, bro. It was looking light in them streets, bro. It was looking light in them streets. But we was able to put it together, man. Yeah, every weekday on the Fan 5:30, we do the G-Bag of the day. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. If there's anything you think we should be playing, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. That is LUCIOUS. All right. Let's see where we start here. This has been sitting here for a second. This is like a hodgepodge, if you will, of G-Bag of the Day nominees. The ones I say, don't vote for this one.
Yeah.
It's a lot of those.
Winner.
Yeah, a lot of those. A lot of those.
All right.
This is a real sales call right here. Gym membership. I believe it was probably her first day, or she was nervous or something happened.
Please record your message.
Hi, Danny. I'm so sorry. Hi, this is from Equinox, and I have a complimentary session for you. So whenever you'd like to schedule, just give me a call back, and either one of my managers or I will answer, and we can help you. Oh, No. Okay, well, I don't think I can delete it, so please just give me some human amount of grace, and if you never want to come in, I completely understand if you act like this message never existed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Much appreciated, brother.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
I don't know if anybody besides Broaddus checks their voicemail anymore. You still do check it, don't you, Brian?
I do. All the time.
How many messages are usually there by the time you check it? Do you let them back up for a second? Say, let me check this.
I don't.
You do it daily?
I do it daily.
Look at you, man. Responsible adult and everything.
I do.
One of them messages be sitting there forever for me, bro.
I check them.
I got to look and see. I think I might have a Broaddus voicemail. Just like, hey, it's Brian Broaddus. Just, give me a call back when you get a chance.
I've done that before.
Yeah. I love it.
Let's go to the Run It Back podcast. Run It Back podcast. Chandler Parsons, Michelle Beadle, Lemon Pepper Lou. They had Stan Van Gundy on. He is brother of one of my favorite people on the planet, Jeff Van Gundy. They were talking about Dwight Howard and how goofy he was. Listen to this nosebleed story.
You used to get pissed at Dwight Howard during your pregame speeches because he would just constantly fart while you were trying to get the guys going. Confirm or deny, Coach?
I would confirm, actually.
I knew it. Playing with Dwight, I knew it was true.
That's disgusting and awesome.
Dwight could goof around and have fun, and I remember having a talk with him once, and I said, Dwight, I need you to be more serious, when we're preparing. And he said, Stan, I've got it all. I know what you're saying. I said, and he did.
Definition of farting around right there. Yeah. Just because you got it all don't mean everybody else got it all. Dwight in there farting, thinking it's funny.
He's just trying to be like Shaq,
Yeah. Yeah. I farted on your toothbrush.
Good one.
Yeah, good one.
Yeah, we're team bonding here.
Yeah. Also stole that man's image, the Superman.
He did. Yeah. I think Shaq always resented that.
Well, now we know Dwight is actually Sulfur Man. It's not Superman, it's Sulfur Man. All right, let's see what else we got right here. How about these girls prank calling their mom with the fake little KT type of situations? Where it's like already pre-recorded voice.
Oh, yeah, like a drop interview
Yeah,
thing?
like a drop interview. And they called their mom with this. And listen how mom responds.
Is it ready?
Hello?
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 Yo, hey.
Fake voice.
What's going on? Who's this?
So you the one who hit my car?
Excuse me?
Well, you left your phone number on my windshield. Listen, B, you scratched my fender and busted out my tail
I
light.
don't know what you're talking about. I don't know
Yes,
what
you
you're talking
did.
about. Excuse me?
Who your insurance company, B?
I don't know who you think you're talking to. You could. I'm
don't
in
lie
my
to me.
house. I never left my phone number anywhere.
Well, you
can
leave
call
a
the
damn
police.
note.
I did not leave you a f***ing note. Don't speak to me like that.
Patience.
Good night, sir. I don't know
Man,
who you
what's wrong
think.
with you? I got your note right here in my own hands. Hello?
I don't know, sir. I don't know what you're talking about. And if you call this number back again, we're gonna have a f***ing problem.
That's pretty good.
I love those, man. We don't get enough prank call stuff.
No, not enough.
Yeah.
Not enough. It's hard to do nowadays. But you would think it'd be easy with all the AI voices and whatnot.
I guess maybe people are just more aware.
Yeah, that's what I think
Something's
it
up
is.
here.
They're probably not going to answer. You get spam risk on there.
True.
You get probable telemarketer type of deal. They're going to answer it if they recognize the person.
Yeah.
Unless you're Broaddus again.
Scam lightly.
Zach Zero got Tim and I really good one time. He had like some app where it was basically I got a call from Tim, but Tim got a call from me. So we were like, I thought he called me, and he thought I called him. That's that drop that's like, you weren't even on my mind.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
You weren't even on my mind.
That was a hell of a play.
Hello?
That was well done by Zero.
Oh, my God.
You weren't even on my mind.
Okay. All right, last one, bro. We got a grandma that got into it at the Subway. She got into it with the Subway artist, in fact, and continued to make her order while she was on a tirade, a straight-up tirade. I tried to get all the bleeps I could in here, yo. But listen to her keep her order and cuss this man out at the same time.
That's right. I'm special to you.
I'm special to you. Italian, baby. American cheese. Yes, ma'am. Now, you're ignorant, bitch. Your mama the bitch. Now, you can come outside and we can get it. Dumb like your mama for having your ass. She should have swallowed your punk ass. She should have swallowed your punk ass. Lettuce. You can take some of that lettuce off. Tomato, salt, and pepper. Yes, ma'am, I wanted them all in the oven. And on my other sandwiches, because I was having 4. You! These my grandkids, bitch! You need to stop talking to me while I'm talking to her. Mayonnaise and mustard, salt and pepper. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no.
Come on outside. Come on outside. Can I use one of y'all phones to call my husband while you talking so he can come and dust your punk ass up? Okay. Take some of that lettuce off. Okay, yeah, we're speaking. Tomatoes. Salt and pepper.
Salt and pepper. Tomato, salt, and pepper. Imagine being the husband, bro. You getting a call. Your wife, she's hysterical. So I'm getting into it at the subway right now. Get up here. The dude is making my sandwiches trying to fight. Get up here.
Even last week. Again?
Honey, I'm coming. I'm bringing edibles, and you need 2 of them and sit down for 30 minutes. You know, handle the situation again.
Man, that sandwich maker's like, oh, you want lettuce off? Okay, like no hesitation. Whatever you say, man.
Too much lettuce, my bad. Let's get this lady out of here, bro.
What do we got to do to make you leave?
Legendary multitasking.
Yes, man. That's I don't know if I'd make it to the end of that shift. You know, I think I'd have to get my boss on the horn.
Yeah.
Is it the real sales call from the Equinox Gym? Is it the Run It Back podcast with Stan Van Gundy? How goofy was Dwight Howard? Girls prank calling their mom? Or grandma gets into it with the Subway sandwich maker? I'm going to go with the sales call at the Equinox, Chief. How about you?
I'm going to go Subway.
We're tied at 1, Lucius.
Yeah, poor grandma crashing out. And the kids is right there.
I know, yes. Can't imagine those kids are going to be well behaved at kindergarten.
That's
that kind of role modeling going on. Wolchuk?
Yeah, give me the Subway crash out.
Brian?
Eat fresh.
By a score of 4-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. If you ever missed the champ, Lucius replays it for you every afternoon at about 2:20, right before Wolchuk's Top 10. It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius and L.A. Live.
So, Butt Naked Wednesday edition of L.A. Live, right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
Fire up this funk and let's have a toe. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
A lot of y'all have been asking me for an update on my experience over at Magic City the other night. It was nothing short of plumb wonderful. I mean, I hadn't stopped smiling ear to eye since I left that place. All the women in there were as thick as train smoke, buddy. I was truly hypnotized. There was a kind young gentleman in there who offered me some runts, real zazas and runts, and I had to politely decline because my dentist said I can't have hard candy.
It's butt naked.
Yeah, offered them some runts. Yeah, out there at Magic City, man. There's a documentary about Magic City on the Stars Network. Pretty good. It's actually really good. Shout out to Magic and his city and his sons. It's a family business. A strip club. Family
Magic's
business.
the name of the owner?
Yeah, Magic and his darn city. All right, this is LA Live for Wednesday, February 25th. 2026. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to Dallas's own Miss Erykah Badu for naming today Butt Naked Wednesday. I too was born on the water. $3, $6, pizza to gods and earths. And happy birthday to my old man, my pops. Happy birthday to you out there, the 25th. 25th of my family. People move around real gingerly. It's a scary day when birthdays in my family. People die.
Oh, no.
Yeah, other family members die.
Oh.
Yeah. My mom died on my dad's birthday. This is after they were divorced. I said, oh, she stuck with you for life, dog. Yeah, my grandfather died on my sister's birthday. We don't move around. It's just too much. But this fool's out the country right now, so Good luck out there, Pops. We love you. Happy birthday.
He's not down in Mexico, is he?
Man. Yeah, bro.
He is.
Yeah. He left Thursday.
Oh.
And it went down on Sunday, but he's not coming back till this Thursday.
Yeah.
So
You talking with him every day?
I haven't heard from him since Friday, Saturday.
He's either having a really good time.
Yeah, I'm thinking
he's closing down an Applebee's.
Found Applebee's. Hey, look, they got an L Applebee's.
L Applebee's.
Yeah.
They got Pesoritos down there.
All right, every Wednesday I like to ask the Tolos a question. Fellas, what's a Tolo?
Turn it on, leave it on, listener.
Turn it on, leave it on, listener of this station. I like to ask the Tolos a question because I'm just trying to get to know you, shorty. See what you're about. You know what I'm saying? Plus, you know more about us than we know about you, and that doesn't seem fair. Some people like to get on that fan text and talk crazy.
Yeah, they assume a lot of stuff.
Oh, they assume a lot of stuff with no name. Stand on it, buddy. But anyway, I'd like to ask you a question just to get to know you. So today's question is for the Tolos. What's something everyone was wrong about, athletes included? What is something everyone was wrong about, athletes included? I ask this because, it's draft season. People are predicting a lot of things, predictive markets. We got Kalshi here. What was something everyone was wrong about, athletes included? Start off right here with some Tolos while you guys think of some. Maybe you see some on the fan text. You can respond to those. That Lance Armstrong was a nice guy.
Oh, yeah. He was real bad.
Yeah. He was not nice.
Tried to ruin lives, protecting his lives.
He was a liar.
Lance Armstrong.
He's probably out there in the audience.
Yeah, I know his family's probably up here. Respect to y'all.
Yeah.
The ultimate crash out.
Yeah, things happening. Yeah, the ultimate
Live
crash
strong.
out. Yeah. Those bracelets went crazy.
I did. I wore one for a long time.
Yeah, those bracelets did go crazy. What's something everyone was wrong about, athletes included right here. They were wrong about Tom Brady at the 2000 NFL Combine.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We were. Sure were.
He looked kind of crazy. You see those photos.
Oh, my gosh.
You wouldn't think that was the GOAT.
Yeah.
You would not think that was the GOAT
champion
later.
gray shorts.
Nah.
That's a bad look. Bad look.
Nah, he looked like, what's that, Captain America before they made him Captain America?
Yeah.
He kind of looked like that, dude. What's something everyone was wrong about? That the Vikings wore horned helmets.
Really? No horns on those helmets?
They did not They did not have the horn in the helmets.
They probably thought warriors that wore helmets were P words.
Yeah, they came from some a novel or something I read.
Okay.
Oh, so somebody just made that up?
Somebody made it up.
They always look good on drawings.
They look great.
Yeah.
They look great.
Were they really tall, I wonder?
I don't know, but I got something on tall.
That'd be crazy if they were like
later
5'8".
here. Okay, what else we got? This one's for you, Mr. Broaddus.
Sir.
That oil prevents pasta from sticking together.
Yeah, I think that's a false.
Yes, it's not real. We all believe that.
I did it, and it didn't work.
I did it.
I did it, and I'm like, why did I just waste good olive oil in that water?
Yeah,
I've done that before.
That virgin.
The virgin.
Yeah, that virgin olive oil. That everyone thought the 2011 Mavs wouldn't beat the super team of LeBron, Brush, and Wade.
I did.
Yeah,
They were picking them to lose to the Blazers.
That whole run.
Me?
Every round, it was like, okay, this is going to be
No, I thought I was going to lose my credential. Remember that?
Yeah.
I was
the
working.
ESPN thing, yeah.
Yeah, I thought Cuban came out and said, "Listen, he goes, I'm taking receipts. You guys picking against my team." And every round, I picked the Mavs. Every round, no matter what. I was scared to lose my credential.
I don't blame you.
I was like, seriously, he's looking at our names. He's gonna pick us off. And I went through that whole thing, picking the Mavs every single time.
Yeah, I'd have them beating the Lakers, and they swept them boys.
Mm-hmm.
Kobe was panicking. Was everybody tripping for? Yeah. Everybody calm down.
Man, Mark Cuban will get mad at people on social media and try to change the rules.
He got mad at us. He did. He got mad.
Remember the Halloween? There's razor blades in the candy where they're giving out drugs.
Yeah, we were wrong about that.
Yeah, people aren't giving out their
Ain't
drugs.
nobody
to kids.
giving out no drugs, bro.
That stuff's expensive.
I wish they were giving out some gummies. Let me walk that route. What's something everyone was wrong about, athletes included? That alcohol kills brain cells.
Doesn't?
It doesn't.
It really doesn't?
It doesn't. It may damage some brain cells, but it doesn't kill brain cells, they say.
All right.
Good to know.
I feel like I've gone beyond.
I feel vindicated.
Yeah.
And plus, all these writers are they are alcoholics. I say that respectfully. Writers be drinking. You got to have a little boldness or something to say some things sometimes and press in.
Yeah, I think they get that writer's block and they're like, I might as well get hammered. Then the ideas start flowing. Then the next day they're like, well, maybe I should just get hammered again. Seems like I do my best stuff there.
I do my best stuff when I'm drunk.
Well, that's what they were talking about. If you look at like writers like Hemingway, like he would write from 8 to 12, and then when he was done writing, he'd go get drunk.
Yeah, they get blasted.
Yeah.
Bots everywhere. Well, something everyone was wrong about. People were wrong about Kyrie Irving, as Tolo says.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, that's true.
No doubt.
That is true.
Yeah,
they ran that guy. They ran that guy out without before he even got here.
Hell of a guy. You can see in like the post game handshakes and hugs and stuff how much respect he gets from
people. Love Kyrie.
Everybody around the
Me
league.
too. I got my Kyrie shirt on, fam. Love this fool. All right, I'm not gonna lift it up because my belly tripping.
Give us that Andre Smith.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. That bagpipes are Scottish. Everyone was wrong about this one.
What?
They're not Scottish.
What are they?
Middle Eastern.
Really?
Oh, I didn't know that.
I did not know that either.
Yep. Here's another one that everyone's wrong about. That Van Gogh cut off his ear for a lover. Apparently, he lost a little lobe in a fight with another artist.
Artist fight.
Yeah. How about that? Was something everyone was wrong about. Asked the Tolos on Facebook and Threads. This Tolo says, Michael Jordan's high school basketball coach. It's not everybody, but it's definitely him.
Yeah.
It's not everybody, but it's definitely him, bro. I'm pretty sure he tossed and turns at night thinking about that.
Cutting him his freshman year?
Yeah. Put him on the JV and whatnot.
Or he's got the ego where he's like, if it wasn't for me, he'd have never had that chip on his shoulder.
Michael Jordan.
That's what his brother does.
I think you face a lot of parental pressure from the upperclassmen, especially if there's some donors on campus or, they're a powerful family inside the district. Next thing you know, seniors are playing. And the freshmen are sitting. How about when people feared HIV from touch?
Yeah.
Remember that going to the Olympics? Like
Yeah.
Karl Malone himself, an athlete, was a little nervous about having Magic on the team.
Yeah.
Thinking I might get HIV from high-fiving him or something.
Yeah, that AIDS scare was crazy.
It was wild.
It was wild back then. Was something everyone was wrong about, athletes included, that Napoleon was short.
I thought he was.
Yeah, I thought he was too.
Apparently he was like above his average height back then. All guys were kind of small, apparently.
So he wasn't like in the 5'5" range?
Yeah, but all the guys were like 5'3" and 5'4".
Wow.
Yeah.
He was just angry like a short man, but not technically short.
Not technically short.
By his time's definition.
I did not know that one.
Why are we getting so much taller? Is it the hormones or is it natural selection? The women just have been preferring slightly taller guys generation by generation.
I would think that our environment got a little bit easier, but maybe hard environment a taller guy. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it happened quick. You go back to the 1930s, we were pretty dang short.
Yeah, I always think about what did the super tall dudes do back in like in the 1800s, 1600s, 1700s.
Yeah.
They didn't have professional sports. What did your tall ass do out here, bro?
They were sideshow Bobs is what they were.
Picking apples.
Yeah.
Window cleaners.
I'll tell you what, that Cotton Bowl was built like everybody was short. If you go to that place, when it was built, you walk into that, it's like I know they've updated it since, but man, you walk through that, it's like, man,